Carrying three treasures through time, the three four-year-old children found themselves in the bodies of adults whose ages had doubled. Lin Yike had just begun to adapt to her new identity as a widow, preparing to flee with her three children. The man she thought dead for 9 years unexpectedly returned, presenting her with a divorce decree, suggesting a clean break. Prioritizing survival, she shamelessly followed her ex-husband's family to escape. Chapter 1. The frustrating time travel. Lin Yike drove a rental car, accompanied by her three four-year-old children, to the suburbs to visit her dearest friend, Chening. It had been 5 years since she left City A, and she dared not contact anyone upon her return. 5 years ago, at a company gathering, she had drunkenly seduced the CEO. The next day, upon discovering the CEO Zhou Yanlang's reputation, she was so terrified that she fled without submitting her resignation. Returning to her rural hometown, she soon discovered she was pregnant. Initially intending to terminate the pregnancy, she was shocked to learn she was expecting triplets. Reluctantly, she decided to keep them, but the thought of Zhou Yanlang filled her with dread. She confided in her friend Chening, who, leveraging her family's connections, facilitated Lin Yike's escape abroad. Without Chen Ying's assistance, Lin Yike would have struggled to survive alone in a foreign land with her three children. 4 years later, she successfully gave birth to 2 boys and a girl, 3 treasures from a single pregnancy. Believing she would never return to City A, primarily to protect her children from Zhou Yanlang's discovery, she had no intention of going back. However, upon hearing of Chen Ying's leukemia and her urgent need for a bone marrow transplant, Lin Yike had no choice but to return to her homeland, hoping to undergo tissue typing for a potential match. If successful, Chening would no longer have to endure the torment of her illness. As Lin Yike drove swiftly along the suburban road, lost in her thoughts, a figure suddenly appeared ahead. In her panic, she swerved the steering wheel, while her daughter Lin Ling cried out for the restroom. In her haste, she mistakenly pressed the accelerator instead of the brake, sending the person outside tumbling into a pond, followed by her car plunging into the water. When Lin Yike regained consciousness, her head throbbed painfully. Ignoring the unfamiliar memories flooding her mind, she hurriedly searched for her 3 children. As she stumbled off the bed, confusion engulfed her. Where was she? Who had saved her? Did such impoverished families still exist? As she reeled from the disorientation, she fully accepted the original owner's memories. Surveying the dilapidated room, she noted the lack of furniture, only a wooden bed and 2 large wooden boxes stacked together, serving as both a wardrobe and a table, with a patched old quilt atop the bed. Stunned, Lin Yike realized she had traveled through time. But where were her children? They were still so young. Just then, 3 ragged children entered the room. The eldest, a boy who appeared to be around 10, was accompanied by 2 younger siblings, seemingly no older than 7 or 8. Mommy, why have we become like this? Did we transform? But I don't like these clothes. I want to fight monsters, not be a beggar. Mommy, me too. I don't want to be a beggar. I want to be Ultraman and fight monsters. Mommy, I want to be a little fairy, not a beggar. Lin Yike was utterly shocked into silence. Her 3 little treasures had also time traveled. Yet the process was overwhelmingly distressing. Though their bodies had aged, their minds remained innocent and inexperienced. How could she raise these 3 children in this ancient world and ensure their survival? Worse still, before Lin Yike could explain anything to the children, a cacophony of curses erupted from outside. You jinx! How long are you going to lie there? Are you dead yet? If not, get out here. Lin Yike sat dazed on the bed, her head aching as she looked at her children. She could hardly accept that her beloved little ones had transformed into this state. Mommy, I'm hungry. I want steak and hamburgers. The eldest son, Lin Tian, now a 13-year-old Zhou Dashan, pouted and stomped his foot, his actions incongruous with his apparent age. Mommy, I'm hungry too. So hungry. The second son, Lin Hai, now 11-year-old Zhou Erzhan, echoed his brother's sentiments. Mommy, I'm so hungry. I want milk and rice. The youngest daughter, Lin Ling, now 9-year-old Zhou Sanshan, threw herself into Lin Yike's arms, tears streaming down her cheeks. Lin Yike felt she might lose her mind. Outside, the original owner's mother-in-law continued her tirade. Linku, you jinx. Every child you bore is a fool, and you've cursed my son to death. You vile creature, if you don't come out, they'll find someone to dig a grave and bury you. Overwhelmed, Lin Yike held her frightened children close. Her daughter Lin Ling trembled, whispering, Mommy, is that old witch outside going to eat us? Mommy, I'm scared. Will she eat us? Lin Hai cried out, tears flowing. Mommy, I want to go home. It's so scary here with that old witch. Lin Tian joined in the tears. Lin Yike embraced her children, feeling her own emotions teetering on the brink. She wanted to cry, but feared scaring her little treasures. Through gritted teeth, she spoke, "My dear ones, you must listen carefully to what I say. Remember how I used to tell you that in ancient times, food was scarce, right?" The three children nodded vigorously. "Listen closely. We have traveled to an ancient time where food is scarce and clothing inadequate. From now on, you must call me mother and never mention our time travel people here will think we're monsters and burn us alive." Lin Yike dreaded saying this, fearing she might frighten them. Yet she was terrified they might accidentally reveal their secret, leading to dire consequences. Upon hearing Lin Yike's words, the children's faces turned pale with fear. Lin Yike felt herself near the edge of despair. What did she do? The tirade from the original owner's mother-in-law continued unabated. If not for fearing her children, Lin Yike would have kicked the old hag out of the courtyard long ago. "Mommy, I want to go out, but I'm so hungry." Lin Ling's voice trembled with both indignation and fear. The other two boys echoed her sentiments, their fear rendering them unable to speak loudly. Lin Yike rose, gathering her children onto the bed before securing the door. She had no time to deal with the original owner's mother-in-law. She needed to comfort her children first. Chapter 2. The second treasure's space and confrontation with ancients. Lin Yike was hesitant to share too much with the children, fearing it might frighten her three precious ones. Instead, she concocted a few tales of time travel to gently lead them, ensuring they were not overly scared while also reminding them to remain discreet. "Three treasures," she began. "That day, the car I drove was actually a time machine. The command center of Ultraman sent us back to ancient times to save the people here. However, we must not let anyone realize that we arrived in a time machine, nor can they know we are not from this place. If they discover we are from another planet, they could not only harm us, but our mission would also fail. If that happens, the Ultraman organization will cease to send us on any further missions. Can you three treasures complete this task?" "Mom, how can we accomplish the mission? I want to go home. I'm hungry." Lin Ling incessantly complained of hunger, causing Lin Yike great distress. Memories of the original host informed her that there was no food available, and even if there were, she doubted the children could eat it. "Mom, I have a secret." The second treasure, Lin Hai, whispered eagerly. "I saw a lot of delicious food. There's a huge supermarket, and it's empty. Can I go in and grab some food?" "I'm so hungry." Lin Yike looked at him in disbelief, then stammered, "Is that true? You should first bring out 4 bottles of milk and 4 loaves of bread." As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Hai vanished and then reappeared in her arms, holding 4 loaves of bread and 2 bottles of milk. Lin Yike realized he possessed a space supermarket, but anxiety gripped her. He was merely a 4-year-old child. Could he keep such a secret? If anyone found out, it could lead to dire consequences for all 4 of them. Lin Hai placed the bread and milk on the bed, then darted back into the space, emerging once more with 2 additional bottles of milk and a bag of lollipops. The 3 children indulged in their feast in the room, while the original host's grandmother continued to shout in the yard. Soon, the children, having eaten their fill, began to succumb to sleepiness, their little eyes drooping. Lin Yike instructed Lin Hai to retrieve 2 thin blankets from the space, arranging the children comfortably for slumber. As the children quickly fell asleep, the original host's grandmother continued her tirades. Lin Yike spread the blankets on the Kong, positioning the children neatly before locking the door and casting a menacing glare at the still yelling grandmother. Upon noticing Lin Yike's gaze, the grandmother approached, furious, and attempted to strike her. Lin Yike swiftly kicked her to the ground and said coldly, "Mother, my life has lost its meaning. The 3 children are foolish, and their father is dead. I have no expectations left. What about you? If you want to hit or scold me, go ahead. I've come to terms with it. If death is inevitable, I have rat poison. We can all accompany each other to the underworld. You cry for your second son every day, perhaps one day I can take you to find him." Lin Yike's words left the grandmother, who lay on the ground, pale with fear. The eldest sister-in-law quickly exited her room, followed by the third sister-in-law. The eldest sister-in-law rushed to help the grandmother up and smiled at Lin Yike, saying, "Sister-in-law, how can you say such things? You shouldn't speak like that. If you're unwell, just return to your room and rest. I'll prepare dinner." Lin Yike, not being the original host, was unfazed by her words. She realized she could not remain in this household. One slip of the tongue from any of the children could spell disaster for them all. She intended not only to frighten this family, but also to hasten their expulsion. "Sister-in-law, why bother cooking? You needn't worry about meals from now on. I will take care of everything. We must discuss with mother and father when they are available and send word to the eldest brother and to Sean to return home. Additionally, let the 5th brother and his wife know to come back as well. We should depart promptly. Leaving anyone behind would be unfortunate." As she spoke, Lin Yike strode toward the kitchen, prompting the third sister-in-law to rush after her. Sister-in-law, you should return to your room and rest. You must not be well if you're speaking nonsense. Let me and the eldest sister-in-law handle dinner. You should get some more sleep. Lin Yike regarded the third sister-in-law with a chilling smile and retorted, what are you afraid of? I haven't even had the chance to buy rat poison yet. Besides, hasn't the eldest brother and Deshawn yet to return? And the fifth brother and his wife aren't back either. There's no hurry. The original host's grandmother, hearing Lin Yike's words, opened her mouth to curse, but upon seeing Lin Yike's menacing gaze, she promptly closed it. Just then, the original host's sister-in-law stormed out of her room. You harbinger of doom. Who do you think you're scaring? You want to kill us all? I'll deal with you first. Third sister-in-law, go fetch third brother, and eldest sister-in-law, go to the fields and call fourth brother and father back. We'll deal with this calamity today. Lin Yike observed the fiery demeanor of the original host's sister-in-law and felt no fear. Having grown up in a rural setting and spent 5 years abroad raising her 3 treasures, she had encountered all manner of people. As footsteps approached the entrance, Lin Yike initially contemplated teaching the original host's sister-in-law a lesson, but she decided to change her strategy. Instead, she dashed toward the door, shouting help. My sister-in-law is trying to drown us, the orphans and widows. Help! My sister-in-law wants to kill her sister-in-law and her niece and nephew. This outburst nearly caused the original host's grandmother to faint, while the sister-in-law, at just 15, was of marriageable age. Lin Yike's loud cries were a deliberate attempt to tarnish her daughter's reputation. The sister-in-law began to pursue her, but the grandmother bellowed, "Get back in the house." She then turned to the third sister-in-law, who was staring blankly, and shouted, "Are you blind? Why aren't you going to bring that harbinger of doom back? I see you have a black heart. You're deliberately letting her run off to ruin your sister's reputation." The third sister-in-law rolled her eyes and reluctantly headed outside, muttering, "Does she even need a bad reputation? It couldn't get worse. Any family that takes her as a bride would be cursed for generations." Chapter 3. The show family farce. Just as the third sister-in-law exited the yard, she collided with her father-in-law, who was shouldering a shovel. His face dark as coal and eyes ablaze with fury as he strode into the courtyard. Zhou Silang and his wife followed closely behind, one wielding a hoe and the other carrying a basket. Upon entering the yard, the father-in-law hurled the shovel to the ground and advanced on the grandmother, striking her twice across the face. Every day you create chaos at home. Just look at the daughter you've raised. Now you've brought shame upon us. Zhou Qiaoyan, come out here. I would rather kill you than have a shrew for a daughter. The grandmother, taken aback by the sudden assault, retaliated, "You dare strike me? I bore and raised you, tirelessly caring for this entire family, and you have the audacity to hit me? You old fool, today I will fight you." With that, the grandmother clawed and scratched at him, leaving his face marred with scratches. Zhou Silang quickly intervened, pulling her away as the father-in-law seethed with rage. "You wretched woman. You incessantly berate us at home, and now you've raised a daughter like that. I see you have no desire to improve. You no longer wish to stay. So take your tempestuous daughter and leave. The Zhou family cannot accommodate both of you, with your daily ruckus causing chaos. If I do not get rid of you, there shall be no peace in this household." Upon hearing Zhou Liahan's words, Zhou Qiaoyan burst forth from the room. "Mother, let father divorce you. We shall leave. I have no desire to remain in this wretched home. I will go to the county to seek Brother Wu. If we must leave, then let us go." Just as Zhou Laohan prepared to continue his tirade, the village chief entered the courtyard with Lin Yike, followed closely by the third sister-in-law. It seems the rumors from Erling's family were not without merit. You not only wish to drown your sister-in-law and her children, but now seek to have your father divorce your mother? Truly, I am astonished. Brother Heisey, your daughter is beyond redemption. If she wishes to drown, let her have her desire. The village chief spoke sternly to Zhou Laohan. His face darkened. Having lost all dignity today, he nodded repeatedly, sighed deeply, and said, "Arrange it then. This daughter is no longer needed. Let her drown." Zhou Qiaoyan's face turned pale with fear as she attempted to flee, but the third sister-in-law seized her. The eldest sister-in-law hurried to the entrance and swiftly bolted the door. "Brother Heisey, I intended to come and discuss this with you tonight, but it seems I arrived too late. Do you truly intend to eliminate Erlang's wife and her children? This morning, Qiaoyan pushed her into the river, and now you wish to drown them again? Are you truly intent on eradicating them completely? Brother Heisey, if it comes to this, perhaps you should simply separate them. Surely, you cannot mean to kill them." The village chief's words further darkened Zhou Liahan's expression. The events of the morning had already spread through the village. As an elder in the community, he felt utterly humiliated by his daughter's actions. "What nonsense are you spouting? Even if I were to drown Xiaoyun, I would never harm my own grandson." Lin Yike, having overheard their conversation, recalled the events of the morning. The original owner had gone to the river to wash clothes for the entire family. Zhou Qiaoyun had not brought out her dirty garments, leading the original owner to believe she had none to wash. Thus, she took the 3 children to the river. Shortly after arriving, Zhou Qiaoyun stormed over and, without a word, shoved the original owner into the water. Zhou Dashan, witnessing his mother being pushed into the river by his aunt, attempted to jump in to save her. Before he could act, Zhou Qiaoyun kicked him into the water as well. Zhou Erzhan hurriedly leaped into the river to rescue the original owner, while Zhou Sanshan cried and wailed, only to be pushed in by Zhou Qiaoyun. The original owner floundered in the water, and upon seeing her children fall in, perhaps driven by maternal instinct, she managed to drag all 3 to safety despite not knowing how to swim. However, her frail body succumbed shortly after reaching the shore, and she fainted. Hearing the village chief and Zhou Liahan's words, Zhou Qiaoyun finally felt fear. Her 3rd sister-in-law looked at her with malice, fully aware that she had always disapproved of her. Why do you wish to drown me? That harbinger of misfortune intends to poison our entire family with rat poison. I merely suggested she should drown. I was not wrong. With such wickedness, shall we allow her to live and await our demise? The expressions of those in the courtyard varied. Those who had not been home assumed Zhou Qiaoyun was speaking nonsense, while the women present nodded in agreement with Zhou Laohan. Lin Yike, undeterred by the village chief's incredulous gaze, stepped forward. I have spoken. It is all you're doing. Zhou Qiaoyun has already attempted to murder our family. Shall we wait for her to do so again? We remain alive. Does that not cause you distress? You sought to bury us alive, did you not? Was that not what you said in the courtyard today? You two have conspired together to eliminate us, have you not? Zhou Posey had never witnessed Lin Yike in such a state. She habitually scolded others, but never truly intended to bury anyone alive. However, she could not deny having uttered those words. Zhou Laohan recognized the gravity of the situation. He was well aware of his wife's penchant for harsh words. The village chief had not anticipated that the Zhou family would truly desire to eliminate Zhou Erlang's wife and children. Though the 3 children were somewhat simple-minded, they were still descendants of Zhou Erlang. In a few years, they could marry off the 2 boys and continue the family line. Yet, he was taken aback by their cruelty, as they seemed intent on leaving no legacy for Zhou Erlang. Zhou Laohan, seeing the village chief's changing expressions, understood his thoughts all too well. He felt a surge of anger and blood rushed from his chest. Tang Quan, I shall divorce this shrew today. Let the clan decide. If she is to drown, let it be so. If the clan spares her, she and her mother can leave together. Zhou Liahan's wife was genuinely frightened. It appeared her husband was truly enraged. If he proceeded with the divorce, she would have nowhere to go. Her brother and sister-in-law would not accept a divorced sister-in-law back home. Her reckless daughter believed she could simply go to her 5th brother's house. How naive. Her 5th son still resided with his father-in-law. Did she truly think she could return to her former life after being cast aside? Her 5th son's father-in-law would certainly be the first to distance him from her. If she were divorced due to her attempts to harm her daughter-in-law and grandchildren, her son would no longer even glance in her direction for the sake of his reputation. You cannot divorce me. What if I scold her a few times? She did nothing today, lying in bed all day. May I not express my frustration? Chapter 4. Well-intentioned, yet hopelessly divided. Why was I lying in bed all day? Is it not because your daughter nearly killed me? Do you not feel resentment that your daughter failed to succeed in her attempt? I wish to express that my survival is a sign from the King of Hell, allowing me to return for vengeance. The original owner and her 3 children perished. Otherwise, how could they inhabit this body? This home is a den of wolves and tigers. Such a residence is no place for us. Lin Yike approached the village chief, her expression grave. Uncle Village Chief, I seek nothing but to separate from this family. I am willing to leave with nothing, as long as I can escape this household. I live in fear day and night, terrified that one day we shall awaken no more. Lin Yike's declaration struck Zhou Laohan with terror, causing blood to surge from his throat. He had not anticipated that the 2nd daughter-in-law would be so ruthless, unwilling to let the blame fall upon the family. Though he had spoken of drowning his daughter and divorcing his wife, he had hoped the 2nd daughter-in-law would intervene, and that with a few explanations from the other sons and daughters-in-law, this incident might be dismissed as a mere family misunderstanding. However, this 2nd daughter-in-law now sought to publicly shame them, jeopardizing the futures of his 5th son and eldest grandson. Zhou Laohan spat blood, alarming Zhou Sailang, who hurriedly carried him back into the house. The village chief's expression darkened. While he could close the door and speak freely, Lin Yike's words rang true. What village girl would dare to marry into such a family in the future? Zhou Liahan's wife, witnessing her husband spitting blood, understood his thoughts. She had not anticipated that the 2nd daughter-in-law would harbor such malice, seeking to ruin her 5th son and grandson's futures. Now, she dared not scold. casting a venomous glance at Lin Yike and instructing the third sister-in-law to fetch a doctor. The eldest sister-in-law, too, was taken aback by Lin Yike's words. It was an extreme measure, as the second daughter-in-law sought to drag them all down. If that were the case, her son Dashan's future would be utterly destroyed, as he was to sit for the imperial examination this year. If word spread, her eldest son would certainly be unable to take the exam. Lin Yike remained indifferent to the Zhou family's thoughts. She was determined to leave this home. The three children, merely 4 years old, had suddenly found themselves thrust into this world, their young minds undoubtedly reeling from the shock. They were only 4, yet they had been placed in bodies twice their age. The thought sent Lin Yike into a spiral of despair. The second child still has a space in the supermarket. The child is so small, with a handful of little braids. How could she dare to live with the entire Zhou family? Not to mention, there is a malicious sister-in-law and a scolding mother-in-law at home. The old Mrs. Zhou instructed the third daughter-in-law to summon a doctor. The village head, recognizing the seriousness of the situation, had merely cooperated with old man Zhou to intimidate old Mrs. Zhou and Zhou Qiaoyan. Now he felt overwhelmed. It seemed the second daughter-in-law had been bullied severely, daring to speak out. She could say those things, but could she bear to hear them? If word spread, it would not only tarnish the Zhou family's reputation, but also implicate the entire village. Old man Zhou spat out a mouthful of blood, his face ashen, commanding Zhou Siling to bring Lin Yike to the room. He needed to have a serious talk with his second daughter-in-law. Although she appeared to be simple and honest, her words could threaten the very lives of his family. Lin Yike entered the room at Zhou Siling's call, standing silently with only one thought in her mind. She had to separate from this family immediately. The memories of the original owner revealed to her that in this era, there were no household registrations or clans. Escape was impossible. The original owner had contemplated fleeing with her 3 children multiple times, but without official permits. Capture by the authorities would lead to being branded as escaped slaves or exiled. Upon seeing Lin Yike enter, old man Zhou instructed Zhou Siling to help him sit up against the wall. Pale and weak, he addressed Lin Yike, second daughter-in-law. Are you trying to drive us all to death? Even if your mother-in-law speaks harshly, she hasn't cut off your food supply. I know you've endured some grievances in this family, but do we truly wish for your demise? Does Qiaoyan genuinely want to drown you all in the river? After such a long drought, how deep could the water be? This uproar is merely an attempt to split the family, isn't it? You want to take your 3 children and live independently. Isn't that rather selfish? While you've contributed to the household, do you genuinely believe those efforts can sustain you and 4 children? I never anticipated that despite our family providing for you, you harbored resentment against us. Old man Zhou's words ignited a fiery intensity in old Mrs. Zhou's eyes, and she turned her head to conceal her emotions. Her heart ached. Did she not feel pain at her second son's tragic fate? Her daughter-in-law had not even bore him a healthy son. All 3 children were foolish. Did she want to scold them? She refrained, knowing that the other sons and daughters-in-law would look down upon them. Her grandchildren were her own, and she could neither scold them nor the daughter-in-law. Simply witnessing that family of 4 was a daily agony. If only the second daughter-in-law could give birth to a healthy child, it might ease her heart. She had plans to wait a couple more years to find a wife for the eldest fool to continue the second son's lineage. Yet here was this venomous desire to ruin the family. Lin Yike understood that old man Zhou spoke the truth, but that was irrelevant to her. She was resolute in her intention to leave with her 3 treasures. While she was unsure of the river's depth, she knew that the original owner and her 3 children had indeed perished. Father, no matter how much you say, it cannot alter my determination to separate from this family. I cannot remain here. I must take my 3 children and leave. Old man Zhou was so enraged by Lin Yike that he coughed incessantly. The eldest daughter-in-law's eyes glimmered with a hint of joy, quickly lowering her head to hide her smile. The third daughter-in-law was even more delighted. If she could drive the 3 fools out of the house, she would celebrate with firecrackers. Zhou Siling frowned and called out, second sister-in-law. His expression was one of strong disapproval. Life was already difficult enough with the entire family together. How could the second sister-in-law support her 3 foolish nephews and niece if she separated? The fourth daughter-in-law tugged at Lin Yike's sleeve, gently shaking her head. Lin Yike sensed the goodwill from Zhou Siling and his wife, but what could she do? She was not truly Lin Ku, and her 3 children were not genuinely Desha, Ersha, or Santsha. Just as Lin Yike was about to speak, old Mrs. Zhou turned her head. Her eyes ablaze with fury directed at Lin Yike. If you feel aggrieved, you can leave on your own. Do not think of taking my grandchildren. They may be foolish, but they are still my Zhou family's children. What are you so pleased about, third daughter-in-law? I know each of you has long looked down upon the second daughter-in-law's children, eager for them to leave this home. I tell you, don't even think about it. I am still alive, and in this household, my word is law. In 2 years, I will find wives for the Shah and heir Shah. Anyone who dares to oppose will be thrown out of this family. Chapter 5. Past Affairs. Old Mrs. Zhou's words had barely left her lips when old man Zhou fixed his gaze on Lin Yike. Your mother-in-law's sentiments echo my own. If you feel wronged, you may depart. Remarry if you wish. However, you cannot take any of the second son as children. The bloodline of the Zhou family must continue. Anyone who dares oppose this will face the consequences of being ostracized from the clan. After speaking, old man Zhou's gaze lingered on the eldest daughter-in-law, fully aware that she held the most influence and intrigue within the family. The third daughter-in-law was merely a simpleton and posed no threat. He could not miss the opportunity to admonish the eldest daughter-in-law, as if the entire family were blind. Lin Yike was taken aback. Was there truly no room for negotiation? Was it impossible for her to take her children and leave this family? She wanted to plead further, stepping closer to the bed. Father, mother, I understand your good intentions. Trees branch out, and people separate. I harbor no other thoughts. I simply wish to take my 3 children and live peacefully. Please trust that I can care for them well. What will you use to raise 3 children? What can you offer them for marriage? Do you think that the work you do every day is sufficient to sustain you and your 4 children? Old Mrs. Zhou retorted. Lin Ku, don't speak nonsense. If you feel wronged, just leave. Not a single one of my second son's children will you take. Keep your wits about you. If anyone treats the second son's children differently, you will be cast out of the clan. I am not joking. Old Mrs. Zhou was furious, jumping up and shouting at everyone in the room. The village head deemed Lin Yike as someone unable to discern her situation, lowering his eyelids, unwilling to engage. She was indeed a troublesome figure, unable to bear a healthy child. What was wrong with doing some extra work? Shouldn't a mother-in-law scold her occasionally? In another household, who knows how it would be? Lin Yike felt utterly defeated. After all this commotion, how could it come to such a conclusion? The 3 children did not even have proper names, yet she thought old man Zhou and old Mrs. Zhou disdained them. Little did she know, they had their own plans. The village head, perceiving the situation as trivial, glanced at old man Zhou, who lay weakly on the bed. The third daughter-in-law had ignored old Mrs. Zhou's words and had not gone to fetch a doctor for old man Zhou, causing the village head's brows to furrow. Isn't Silang going to fetch a doctor for your father? Zhou Silang suddenly remembered that his mother had just asked the third sister-in-law to call for one, and she had not gone. He hurriedly dashed out of the room, while old man Zhou raised his hand to indicate it was unnecessary, only to see his son already vanished from sight. The village head sighed, glancing at Zhou Qiaoyun, who stood in the corner with an expression of discontent. Qiaoyun, you should quickly find someone to send away. This family is in chaos. I'll take my leave now. If anything arises, have Silang call me. As the farce concluded, Lin Yike returned to her own room, devoid of any desire to engage with that family. She was still grappling with her own matters. Back in her room, Lin Yike stared blankly at her 3 sleeping children on the bed. She could not accept that her 3 adorable treasures had suddenly transformed, appearing emaciated and frail, utterly incongruous with their ages. Lying on the bed, Lin Yike reflected on her journey through time, her mind clouded in despair, feeling as if she could just fade away. Lin Yike felt it was her misfortune. A city was utterly incompatible with her fate. 5 years ago, after submitting her resignation, Chun Ying invited her to develop her career in City A. Upon receiving Chen Ying's call, she eagerly rushed to City A. Chen Ying arranged for her to work at the esteemed Diani Fei Group, a Fortune 500 company. On her first day at work, her colleagues warmly welcomed her, and they planned a team-building dinner that evening. Unexpectedly, the CEO, Zhou Yanlang, made an appearance. After a few drinks, she found herself increasingly attracted to him and boldly spent the night with him. This reckless decision nearly terrified her, as she later discovered that Zhou Yanlang was a formidable figure. That year, she fled City A in a panic just a day later. Now, 5 years later, she had just arrived in City A again when she inexplicably found herself transported back in time. Yet, this was no ordinary time travel. To her astonishment, the original owner of the body she now inhabited was not only a widow, but also the mother of 3 simple-minded children. The original owner had given birth to 2 children with such conditions that her husband was looked down upon by family and neighbors alike, leading a life of humiliation. When conscription came, he was the obvious choice for enlistment. Shortly after her husband left for war, the original owner discovered she was pregnant again. On the day she gave birth to her daughter, the village head brought news that her husband had perished in battle, leaving no remains. This tragedy worsened the already dire situation for the original owner. Just after giving birth, she found herself without even a warm bowl of water and was forced to return to work immediately. The original owner became notorious in the village as a harbinger of misfortune, with her daughter being seen as a curse that had led to her father's demise. Lin Yike sifted through the memories of the original owner, feeling increasingly overwhelmed. The original owner, Lin Ku, was 29 years old. Having married her husband Zhou Erlang at 15 and given birth to her eldest son, Zhou Dashan, at 16. By 18, she had welcomed her second son, Zhou Erzhan, and at 20, her daughter, Zhou Sanshan. Her father was a respected scholar in town, but her mother had passed away early, and she was sent off to marry at a young age. Zhou Erlang was 30, with both parents alive, and lived with his family. He had one elder brother, 3 younger brothers, and an unmarried sister. The elder brother was a scholar whose wife came from a family that ran a restaurant in town. The third brother was cunning and lazy, while his wife was sharp-tongued and unreasonable. The fourth brother was honest but dull, and his wife held a slightly superior position due to not having produced a son. The fifth brother was a scholar, and his wife lived in the county. They all resided with her family. As Lin Yike processed the memories, she found herself in despair. This household was large, but few were willing to work. The elder brother spent most of his time at the family restaurant, while her eldest son studied in town. The sister-in-law, being from a well-off family, rarely contributed, and the third brother only worked in the fields during busy seasons. The third sister-in-law only cooked when necessary and was quick to retaliate against their mother-in-law's reprimands. Most of the farm work fell to Zhou Silang, who toiled every day until dark. The fourth sister-in-law, like Lin Ku, handled all household chores and was often the target of their mother-in-law's ire. In the midst of this turmoil, Lin Yike found herself mentally exhausted. During dinner, her sister-in-law Chiu Lan and the third sister-in-law Meng Kaiping prepared the meal without calling for Lin Yike or her children. Lin Yike, feeling drowsy, had fallen asleep with her 3 children. In the middle of the night, when the children awoke hungry, she had no choice but to send her second child to the space supermarket for some pre-cooked food. After having a bun herself, she found her children too energized to sleep, and they bombarded her with questions. Lin Yike, experiencing a splitting headache, crafted a story about their time travel, instructing them that their secret must remain hidden from outsiders. She explained that only the second child had access to the space supermarket because the others had not passed a certain test. They needed to refer to her as mother and avoid speaking about their abilities to anyone. If anyone called them foolish, they should merely laugh it off and pretend to be simpletons. The second child promised to perform well to keep his rewards. As dawn approached, the children finally succumbed to sleep, and Lin Yike succeeded in instilling a sense of caution in them. Meanwhile, the old matriarch Zhou feared that Lin Yike had harmed her grandchildren, prompting her to seek out Zhou Laotai and Zhou Silang. Lin Yike was oblivious to the old woman's wild thoughts. Her plan was simple: keep the children secluded for a few days until they were ready to adapt to their new reality. Upon seeing the second child, Lin Yike swiftly withdrew her belongings, steadied her emotions, and exchanged a prearranged gesture with the 3 children before approaching to open the door. As Lin Yike swung the door open, Zhou Silang, who was prepared to knock, was startled. He gazed at Lin Yike in a daze and awkwardly called out, "Sister-in-law." Lin Yike turned her attention to the 3 individuals outside and, having overheard their conversation from within, spoke with a stoic expression. "Father, mother, fourth brother, I must inform you that I will not be working for the next few days. Da Shah, Shah, and San Shah have shown some improvement in their wits, and I wish to teach them gradually." The doctor had mentioned before that they are not completely foolish. It requires patience from adults to instruct them little by little. "Father, mother, I am not shirking my responsibilities. I cannot allow my children to remain foolish for a lifetime. You need not provide us with food. I will take care of the children and find something to eat in the mountains." Initially intending to scold, Zhou Posey found herself incredulous upon hearing Lin Yike's words and stepped into the room. Zhou Laohan, equally stirred, followed her inside. The 3 children, seeing unfamiliar faces enter, looked at Lin Yike with fear. Lin Yike smiled gently at the children and softly said, "Da Bao, Bao, San Bao, greet your grandfather and grandmother. They are your grandfather and grandmother, and this is your fourth uncle." "Grandfather, grandmother, fourth uncle," the 3 children said politely. Zhou Laohan was moved to tears, repeatedly expressing his approval. Zhou Posey embraced Da Bao, weeping uncontrollably. "Da Shah, are you better now? Shah, have you improved too? My dear child, my heart, I have finally awaited this day. I will ensure that your 3 children grow up, find wives, and bear children. My dear, I feel guilty. I should not have sent you to the military. My son." Da Bao, held in Zhou Posey's arms, felt uncomfortable, but, having been taught from a young age that this grandmother was distressed, he felt compelled to comfort her. "Grandmother, do not cry. Grandmother, when I grow up, I will protect you. I will earn lots and lots of money for you to spend. Grandmother, be good, do not cry. In the future, I will buy you new clothes and new shoes." As Da Bao spoke, he reached out to wipe Zhou Posey's tears, an act that only deepened her sorrow. Zhou Laohan, Holding Air Bao, remained silent but wept freely. Air Bao extended his small hand to wipe Zhou Liahan's tears and whispered in his ear, "Grandfather, you must be good and not cry. If you continue to cry, when I grow up, I will not buy you new clothes." Zhou Liahan wiped his tears and choked out, "All right, grandfather will listen to Air Shah. Grandfather will not cry. When Air Shah grows up, he will buy grandfather new clothes." Hearing this, Air Bao pouted and protested, "Grandfather, I am not called Air Shah. My mother calls me Air Bao. My name is Lin Hai, like the vast sea." Dabao raised his head and declared loudly, "I am called Dabao. My name is Lin Tian, like the vast sky." San Bao, unwilling to be outdone, shouted, "I am called San Bao. My name is Lin Ling, like the spirit." Zhou Liahan looked up at Lin Yike, surprised that his daughter-in-law had given the children new names. Zhou Pozi was about to question why they bore the surname Lin when Zhou Liahan interjected, "Very well, we shall call them Dabao, Air Bao, and San Bao. From now on, Dabao will be Zhou Lin Tian, Air Bao will be Zhou Lin Hai, and San Bao will be Zhou Lin Ling." Upon hearing their grandfather's words, Dabao, Air Bao, and San Bao turned to Lin Yike in unison and asked, "Mother, do we have the surname Lin or Zhou? Are we to be Zhou now?" Lin Yike found herself with no alternative, and since the children indeed bore the surname Zhou, she could only nod and tell them, "Yes, you are Zhou." Chapter 7. The wild man Zhou Yanlang in another remote mountain. Zhou Yanlang was utterly bewildered. Although he did not peruse the chaotic online stories, he was aware of the concept of time travel, having heard various tales from seasoned internet users. Yet, he now found himself in the peculiar situation of inhabiting the body of a deserter. Zhou Yanlang pressed his head in exasperation. He had never anticipated that in an effort to confront that audacious woman, he would be thrust into such a predicament. Lin Yike. He mentally reiterated her name with disdain. 5 years ago, that woman had dared to scheme against him, and after their encounter, she had fled, stealing away with his child. The memory of the photographs sent by a friend from country Y 2 years prior flooded back, revealing 2 identical boys, a perfect replica of his younger self, and a little girl who bore an uncanny resemblance to Lin Yike. Since being outwitted by Lin Yike 5 years ago, Zhou Yanlang had diligently investigated her life. Having seen her childhood photos, the thought of Lin Yike filled him with rage, yet he had no time to dwell on it now. He was emaciated, clad in rags, filthy to the point of disgust, with long hair tangled and a beard that was equally unkempt. What were those things falling from his hair? Surely not lice? Zhou Yanlang felt nauseated, his stomach churning as he realized all of this was due to Lin Yike. She was his bane. If he could return, he would ensure that she would live in torment, unable to escape her fate. Zhou Yanlang surveyed the ragtag group of wild men around him, feeling his stomach churn violently, desperate to vomit, but nothing was there to expel, only dry heaves. The memories of the original owner revealed that these individuals had been fleeing alongside him for 2 years. The dynasty he had entered was known as the Sichuan dynasty. Zhou Yanlang rifled through his memories but found no record of such a dynasty in history. He was perplexed, unsure whether he had misremembered or if historical texts had omitted it. If Lin Yike were present, she would chide him for being foolish, explaining that this was a fictional era. 9 years prior, a crisis erupted at the borders, prompting a nationwide conscription. The original owner, burdened with 2 foolish sons, felt despondent and was thus pushed into military service by his family. Before reaching the frontier, he and a group were diverted to another location, a military camp surrounded by mountains, where they underwent 5 years of intensive training. Only after 5 years were they led out of the mountains, discovering they were private soldiers of the Xianqin Wang. The aging emperor, afflicted with illness, saw Xianqin Wang leading a rebellion. Though the original owner appeared dull and stolid, he was, in truth, quite astute. He understood that they were merely cannon fodder. Should the rebellion succeed, those who fought valiantly would have already perished in battle. If it failed, they would face annihilation. The original owner's memories indicated that the crown prince held governance, possessing unmatched strategies compared to Xianqin Wang. Other princes also eyed the situation with suspicion. They would not allow Xianqin Wang to succeed in his treason. Xianqin Wang thought he had everything in place, unaware that his rebellion would surely make him a target for the united forces of the other princes. As anticipated by the original owner, within 2 months, the court assembled an army to quell Xianqin Wang. Various regional princes seized the opportunity to capture territory under the guise of suppressing him. Yet all armies would ultimately set their sights on Xianqin Wang. Within the ranks of the rebellious forces, the original owner began to forge connections with those of sharp minds, following a defeat 2 years prior. Over a dozen individuals seized the chance to escape Xianqin Wang's camp. After fleeing, they dared not return home, instead hiding in the depths of the mountains. Zhou Yanlang sorted through the original owner's memories and, weary of the sight before him, resolved that his first task was to find a small river to cleanse himself. He stood up and called to the others, who were languidly lifting their eyelids, unaware of his intentions. Zhou Yinlang felt a sense of helplessness. He truly did not wish to constantly behold a ragtag assembly of disheveled individuals invading his sight. "Let us gather ourselves by the riverbank," he urged, "and first tidy up our own appearances. We cannot continue in this state of despondency. With the turmoil of war ravaging the lands and the populace suffering, we must rally ourselves and devise a plan for our future." As Zhou Yinlang stepped into the center of the cave, his gaze swept over those around him. Observing their languid expressions ignited a spark of fury within him. Yet, he knew he must maintain his composure. This was not the time for outbursts. "Brother Zhou, what do you propose?" One of the men drawled, his tone laced with sarcasm. "Shall we seize a territory and contend for dominion over this world?" Zhou Yinlang suppressed his anger, casting a cold glance in the man's direction before responding slowly. "Have you not considered your own kin? We all hail from Lianhua County. What if the northern prince were to conquer Lianhua County? What would be the fate of our family should that occur?" His words instilled an atmosphere of tension within the cave, as memories of loved ones and homes surfaced in the minds of the gathered crowd. Their faces shifted to expressions of gravity. "Brother Zhou, you speak the truth," another man interjected. "If the northern prince were to truly claim Lianhua County, our families would face certain ruin. We cannot remain in this state of despair. We must rouse ourselves. What do you suggest we do?" "We will follow your lead." Sun Erqian rose, his eyes alight with fervor as he regarded Zhou Yinlang. Others echoed his sentiments, their expressions now brimming with resolve, shedding their earlier lethargy. Zhou Yinlang had merely intended to encourage them to clean themselves up. He had no concrete plans for their next steps. The fates of his parents and the simpleton son had not crossed his mind. Witnessing the excitement of those in the cave, he sighed inwardly, realizing he was digging his own grave. "Very well, let us first clean ourselves by the river and gather some food. We shall discuss further plans afterward. At this rate, we shall meet a grim fate upon emerging from this cave." A dozen or so individuals set forth with vigor towards the stream, located over 20 miles away. It was only now that Zhou Yinlang comprehended the disheveled state of his companions. Chapter 8. Unexpected gains. As Zhou Yinlang led the group in foraging for food on the mountain and planning their return to Lianhua County. Lin Yike had received permission from Zhou Paozi and Zhou Laoan to take care of the 3 children. As for household chores, the eldest daughter-in-law and the third daughter-in-law were tasked with tending to the pigs and chickens. Lin Xiaoyan was assigned the duty of washing all the family's clothes, with the ultimatum that no one would be fed if they didn't comply. This decision enraged the 3 women in the household. The eldest daughter-in-law kept her head down in silence, while the third daughter-in-law, initially ready to protest, fell silent upon seeing her sister-in-law's demeanor. Qiu Lan, the eldest daughter-in-law, silently cursed the 2 elders and berated the third daughter-in-law for her lack of backbone. Meng Kaiping, the third daughter-in-law, regarded her sister-in-law with a derisive expression. Fully aware of her intentions, the eldest daughter-in-law wished for her to step forward, but she had no intention of being foolish. Zhou Sanlang expressed no dissent, preferring to enjoy his meals at home without engaging in additional labor. Zhou Sailang was even less inclined to object. As long as the children of the second brother were not foolish, he was content to let their couple handle the chores. Chen Xiaoqiao, the fourth daughter-in-law, genuinely felt pleased for the second sister-in-law, as her own chores were overwhelming. Each day, she accompanied her husband and father-in-law to fetch water from the river to irrigate their fields. Lianhua County had not seen rain for 3 months, and their crops were on the brink of withering. With over 20 acres to water daily, they were fortunate to have a cow that could assist. Otherwise, their harvest would be dire. Zhou Laohan scrutinized each individual in the room, finally fixing his gaze on Zhou Sanlang. "Sanlang, you are to fetch water for the fields tomorrow. If you dare to waste your time elsewhere, do not expect to return home for meals." Sanlang began to protest, but upon meeting the fierce gaze of his father, he swallowed his words. "If anyone has objections to this arrangement, feel free to voice them. I do not mind if you wish to separate and live independently." Qiu Lan had initially supported the idea of separation, but upon hearing the mention of establishing their own clan, she suppressed her thoughts. Zhou Sanlang could only mutter in his mind about his father's ruthlessness. Zhou Paozi, with her eyelids drooping, began to speak. "Do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your thoughts. You believe you are aiding the second brother in raising his children. But let me remind you that each household owes him a debt of life. Had it not been for him taking on military service, any one of you would have met the same fate, be it death for your men or for yourselves. Every family owes him a life, including the 5th. For without his sacrifice, he would not have the chance to pursue his studies, let alone become a scholar." Zhou Laohan nodded in agreement, fully endorsing his wife's words. "What your mother says is true. You all owe your lives to the second brother. Do not expect your second sister-in-law to shoulder too much burden. As long as she can care for the 3 children well, she is a great benefactor to the Zhou family. Zhou Laohan held great hope that Lin Yike would truly teach the 2 simpletons well. He had observed over the past few days that the 2 boys were learning to read alongside their mother. Lin Yike quietly stood in a corner of the room with the 3 children. She had little desire to participate in such family meetings. But with the prospect of separation off the table, she steeled herself to adapt. As a widow with 3 children, she was uncertain if she could protect them even in this era, should they choose to separate. After the meeting concluded, she returned to her room with the children. Over the past few days, the children had somewhat acclimated to their surroundings, but mealtime remained particularly distressing. The children found the food here utterly unpalatable, and Lin Yike herself could hardly bear it. Yet, Zhou Laohan and Zhou Paozi were exuberant, insisting that the children not return to their room to eat. In recent days, Zhou Laohan and Zhou Paozi had made a point to summon the eldest and second children to dine at their table, often giving the eldest an extra bun at each meal. The eldest struggled to eat, and Lin Yike watched with concern. In the Zhou household, meals were segregated by gender. The men and boys aged 13 and above dined at one table with Zhou Laohan and Zhou Paozi, while the women and younger children sat at another. Previously, Zhou Dashan had not enjoyed such treatment, but now, with the arrival of the eldest boy, not only did he receive special treatment, but so did the second child. Zhou Qiaoyun, as the only daughter in the family, had always enjoyed privileges. Zhou Laohan typically remained silent, allowing Zhou Paozi to dote on their little girl. Zhou Qiaoyun could bully her sister-in-law, but she would never be permitted to mistreat the boys of the Zhou household, even when the first and second simpletons were around. Zhou Qiaoyun was not allowed to impose her will. Consequently, the third simpleton suffered greatly, unable to shed the title of Little Scourge, and was frequently bullied and oppressed by her aunt. Lin Yike would not indulge such behavior. She had clashed with Zhou Qiaoyun multiple times over the past few days. Zhou Paozi had noticed this change. Ever since the incident at the river, no one dared to speak harshly to the third simpleton, lest they provoke Lin Yike. The little troublemaker was kept in the room, shielded from chores, which left Zhou Paozi extremely dissatisfied. However, she felt a sense of relief seeing that the 2 grandsons were no longer as simple-minded, now clean, and even learning to read and write. This brought her some comfort, allowing her to sleep much more soundly. For the time being, she chose to overlook the situation, waiting for the first and second simpletons to be taught properly before addressing Lin Yike and the third simpleton. For now, she allowed the second family to flourish, knowing that the household chores were being managed by others. Chapter 9. The 3 treasures' playfulness at dinner. The eldest and second children sat beside Zhou Laohan and Zhou Paozi. At their table, each person received a bun and a bowl of thin porridge that could barely reflect their image. On the table lay a plate of preserved vegetables, a dish of boiled green beans, and a platter of boiled wild greens. At Lin Yike's table, both adults and children had only half a steamed bun and a bowl of thin rice porridge. The dishes were the same for all. Granny Zhou had generously given to Bao an extra bun and split her own in half to share with Bao. Clever Bao, shedding tears, handed his entire bun to Granny Zhou. Grandma, my mother says if we don't work, eating too much is hard to digest. If you give me your food, you won't be full. Grandma, you eat mine, and you must eat well. When I grow up, I'll buy you meat buns. You mustn't eat refuse, or I'll be very sad. Bao's words brought tears streaming down Granny Zhou's face. She stopped eating and began to scold everyone in the room. You all are heartless. It's only Bao who cares for me. Anyone who dares to mistreat Bao in the future will have to leave. My dear grandson, eat, eat. Bao won't be sad. If you get hungry, tell Grandma, and I'll cook you an egg. Seeing Bao's heartfelt gesture, Bao swiftly handed his extra bun to Grandpa Zhou and broke his own bun in half for Uncle Zhou Si. Grandpa eats, Uncle eats. You'll have strength to work when you're full. I can't eat that much. Grandpa Zhou was moved to tears, and Uncle Zhou Si's eyes were red. Zhou Sanlang, bewildered, wondered why Bao didn't just break his bun in half for himself too. He had also been fetching water from the fields these past few days and hadn't been full either. Before he could ponder further, Bao ran over to him from the stool. Uncle, I'm giving you my bun. Don't be sad. You need to eat well to work hard. I'll be full just from the porridge. Grandpa Zhou patted Bao's head, feeling a sense of pride, and looked up at Lin Yike, nodding in approval. Since the second daughter-in-law had time to care for the children, she had taught all 3 well. He thought to himself that he should encourage his wife to let the second daughter-in-law focus on raising the children, as they were a handful. Grandpa, I gave my bun to Uncle. Tomorrow morning, I'll give you my bun, and in the evening, I'll give it to Grandma. Don't be sad. Grandma, don't be sad. Bao lifted her tiny face and uttered sweet words. filling Lin Yike's heart with warmth while again bringing tears to Grandpa and Grandma Zhou's eyes. They felt immense satisfaction watching the children grow in such a manner. For the first time, Grandma Zhou smiled kindly at San Bao, affectionately patting her head. Grandma isn't sad. Go eat, dear. Soon, Grandma will cook you an egg. San Bao, displaying a mature demeanor, patted Grandma Zhou's hand. Grandma, you don't need to cook me an egg. Cook two, one for Grandpa and one for yourself. When I grow up, I'll buy you flowers to wear. Hearing San Bao's words, Grandma Zhou's tears flowed even more. She looked up, tear-streaked, at Lin Yike. My dear, I misjudged you. You are truly a good person. I apologize for how I treated you in the past. In her heart, Grandma Zhou thought that the three clever children must have been taught by Lin Yike, for without her guidance, how could they possibly utter such words? Grandpa Zhou shared this sentiment, and both elders felt not only recognition but also deep gratitude towards Lin Yike. Unbeknownst to Lin Yike, the thoughts of Grandpa and Grandma Zhou were a beautiful misunderstanding. The children, having crossed over from modernity, had grown up in an environment where everyone treated each other with politeness. Adults had taught them to be courteous. The three children, playful yet bright, could sweetly give away what they disliked. After all, their tongues were as sweet as honey. During the meal, both Grandpa and Grandma Zhou's eyes glistened with tears, yet smiles lingered at the corners of their mouths. Zhou Sanlang felt a pang in his heart as he ate the bun San Bao had given him. He expected the silly girl from the second brother's family to save her food for him. In the future, I must leave some good things for that silly girl. Zhou Sanlang. Throughout the meal, couldn't he stop wiping his tears. The children of the second brother were truly good kids. Once the second sister-in-law gradually taught them well, the second brother could rest in peace. Whether Zhou Erlang could rest in peace, Zhou Yinlang did not know. He only realized that he was truly digging his own grave. More than 10 people were busily engaged every day, either hunting, dealing with animal skins, or gathering mountain goods, preparing supplies for their return home. Without even mentioning the difficulty of obtaining travel permits, even if he could manage to get them, what connection did he have with that family? Thinking of the original owner's two foolish sons and his wife, Zhou Yinlang felt overwhelmed. Did he really have to take over the original owner's wife and children in this era? The two foolish sons could be overlooked, but what about the wife? With that thought, he cursed Lin Yike fiercely in his heart, wishing he could return and tear her into pieces. Chapter 10. Sneaking food on the mountain to Bao's golden fingers. Lin Yike and her three treasures had settled down for the time being. Every day, she taught the children to read and write in their room, sharing fantastical stories that bound them to a secret they could never reveal. Under Lin Yike's influence, the children successfully accepted their current identities over the course of nearly a month. Aside from washing clothes and taking the children to the river for strolls, Lin Yike had kept them confined to their room. She felt they had begun to accept the reality of their situation and decided it was time to take them to the mountains to secretly prepare a meal. Eating only the food from the space supermarket had left her feeling uncomfortable. She had grown tired of milk and bread, and buns and fried rice had become unbearable. She didn't dare let Bao take out cold dishes, fearing the smell would attract attention. One morning, after breakfast and washing the clothes, Lin Yike bid farewell to Grandma Zhou, strapped on her backpack, and set off for the back mountain with her three children. The children were particularly excited. Having been kept indoors by their mother since they arrived and never having seen such a rural setting or grand mountains, their eyes sparkled with wonder. Lin Yike led the children up to the mountainside, finding a secluded spot. She instructed Bao to bring out the swing ropes from the space, tying one for each of them to play with. Bao took out everything Lin Yike needed and climbed onto the swing rope. Finally, Lin Yike could prepare a proper meal. She cooked a pot of rice and made 3 dishes and a soup, allowing them to enjoy a delightful meal together. Lin Yike didn't dare to stay too long on the mountain, so after they finished eating and tidied up, she prepared to lead the children back down. Just as they were about to leave, a wild boar suddenly charged towards them from a distance, sending Lin Yike into a panic. She quickly urged Bao to hide in the space and told Bao to climb a tree. She intended to carry San Bao with her up a tree as well. However, San Bao refused to be carried, claiming that a little voice in her head told her she could climb. Lin Yike watched as San Bao swiftly ascended the tree, so she also climbed up a nearby tree. Just as Lin Yike reached the top and looked down, she was horrified to see Bao not in a tree but charging straight at the wild boar. Desperation filled Lin Yike as tears streamed down her face. She hurriedly climbed down, but when she landed, she witnessed a shocking scene. Bao, empty-handed, was engaged in battle with the wild boar, displaying remarkable skill. Each punch and kick he delivered was precise, causing the boar to stumble and fly back with each blow. Lin Yike could hardly believe her eyes. Her son was merely 4 years old, and in this body, Bao was only 13. How was he able to accomplish such feats? The wild boar ultimately fell to the ground, not only shocking Lin Yike, but also leaving San Bao and Air Bao, who had been watching from the tree in the space, speechless. They both ran over to examine the fallen boar and then looked back at De Bao in astonishment. Mother, has elder brother also received a reward from the Ultraman organization? Why have I not? Now that elder brother has mastered martial arts, can he fight monsters? San Bao's eyes brimmed with tears as he sadly threw himself into Lin Yike's embrace. Lin Yike gazed at De Bao, recalling that he was strong but lacked martial skills. Could this truly be De Bao's golden opportunity? De Bao chuckled and hoisted the wild boar from the ground, striding forward. Lin Yike hesitated to intervene. In this perilous age, De Bao's newfound strength could deter those who might wish to bully them, so she allowed him to proceed. Mother, why has elder brother become so powerful? Is it a reward from the Ultraman organization? San Bao looked at Lin Yike with eager anticipation. Can elder brother fight monsters now? I want to fight monsters too. Bao echoed his enthusiasm. Lin Yike felt a mix of emotions. She was pleased for De Bao's ability to protect himself, but unsure how to placate the hopeful San Bao and Bao. Bracing herself, she said, Bao, haven't you already received the spatial supermarket? You mustn't be greedy. San Bao, keep striving. The Ultraman organization values rankings. Many are waiting in line. Continue to excel, and your reward will come soon. San Bao nodded, dejectedly clutching Lin Yike's hand as he followed De Bao, his eyes devoid of the sparkle they had held on their ascent. Unable to contain herself, Lin Yike gently reassured San Bao, My dear, I believe you will receive your reward before I do. You are far more capable than I. San Bao finally lifted his small face, his eyes gleaming. Really? Mother, am I truly that capable? Has the Ultraman organization informed you that I rank ahead of you? Lin Yike nodded without hesitation, continuing to encourage San Bao. Indeed, the Ultraman organization has informed me that your performance surpasses mine. Keep up the good work. I eagerly await your reward. Look at Bao with his spatial supermarket providing for us, and De Bao who can protect us. I am counting on you three to safeguard me. San Bao and Bao nodded vigorously in unison, declaring, Mother, we will protect you well. We are all grown now and can surely take care of you. Chapter 11. De Bao shocks the villagers. De Bao descended the mountain, the wild boar slung over his shoulder, followed closely by Lin Yike, Bao, and San Bao. Villagers who were gathering firewood and foraging for wild vegetables on the mountainside, upon seeing them, rushed down in disbelief, shouting, Zhou Dashin has caught a wild boar. As De Bao reached the foot of the mountain, old Zhou hurried towards him, first ensuring that De Bao was unhurt before examining the boar on his shoulder. Zhou Laopa arrived shortly after, followed by Zhou Sailang and Zhou Sanlang, who intended to take the boar from De Bao. With a grin, De Bao teased, Uncles, can you lift this? It's quite heavy. Before Zhou Laopa could respond, old Zhou waved his hand and called to the three daughters-in-law rushing over. Hurry home to prepare water for butchering. Sanlang, Sailang, step it up. De Bao has always been strong. Don't waste time. The villagers stared in astonishment at De Bao, further bewildered by the transformation of Zhou Dashin into De Bao. Observing the villagers' expressions, Zhou Laopa, filled with indignation, shouted, Wipe that look off your faces. My second son's children have changed their names. They are now De Bao, Bao, and San Bao. From now on, if anyone dares to call them Dashin, Erzhan, or Sanshan, I will not let it slide. My children are no longer foolish. They can read and write. And their names are De Bao Zhou Lintian, Bao Zhou Linhai, and San Bao Zhou Linling. Remember this. Lin Yike walked slowly behind De Bao, holding San Bao and Bao's hands, her heart heavy with regret for the original owner and her children. As more villagers gathered, by the time De Bao returned home with the wild boar, the courtyard was teeming with onlookers. Old Zhou raised his voice. Once the boar is prepared, everyone is welcome to join us for the feast. Additionally, those wishing to buy meat, it's just 2 copper coins per pound, 28 won. The villagers cheered, and old Zhou beamed with pride, though tears glistened in his eyes. Zhou Laopa wiped away her tears, glancing skyward, murmuring in her heart, My son, do you see this? Dashin has made something of himself. Rest easy. Old Zhou instructed his family and nephews to begin butchering the boar, preparing for the evening's feast. They busily cleaned the boar, cut the meat, and prepared the offal. Old Zhou reserved a quarter of the meat for Zhou Sailang to weigh for the villagers wanting to buy, while he and Zhou Sanlang headed to town to sell the meat. By afternoon, the Zhou household was lively. Villagers came to enjoy the feast, while Zhou Sailang weighed meat for those purchasing it, and Zhou Laopa collected the coins. Old Zhou and Zhou Sanlang had yet to return from town. Not many in the village were buying wild boar meat, and they sold just over half of the quarter reserved. The boar De Bao had caught was substantial, yielding over 300 pounds of meat. After the villagers departed, Zhou Laopa instructed Zhou Siling to prepare 5 portions of meat, each weighing 2 pounds, to send to Uncle Zhou San, Uncle Zhou Si, and Uncle Zhou Wu's families, and to have the eldest daughter-in-law deliver a portion to Aunt Zhou Er in the neighboring village, leaving 1 portion for old Zhou to take to Aunt Zhou Da, 10 miles away. Zhou Siling wondered if his mother had forgotten about Uncle Zhou Er's family, but Zhou Laopa, aware of her feelings toward them, remained silent, understanding her discontent. Zhou Siling quietly distributed the 5 portions to the respective families. Later, old Zhou returned home with the remaining boar meat, while Zhou Laopa counted the coins. Zhou Qiaoyan, seeing the coins, couldn't he help but whine, "Mother, please make me a new dress. I haven't had one in 2 years." Zhou Qiaoyan's request made Zhou Laopa look up. Though she favored her little daughter, the meat was caught by Dabao. She realized that neither Dabao nor Erbao had worn new clothes in years, particularly Sanbao. Tears streamed down her face as she recalled how Sanbao had once selflessly offered her a piece of malt candy, even when she had none to spare for herself. Looking at her little granddaughter, who seemed always to be lacking and often lazy, Zhou Laopa felt a pang of guilt. Resolving to change things, she gathered the coins into a small box and headed towards Lin Yike's room. Unbeknownst to Zhou Qiaoyun, who followed eagerly behind, Zhou Laopa had not yet promised her a new dress. As she approached Lin Yike's door, Sanbao emerged. "Grandma, you're here. I don't have any treats for you right now, but I'll share when I do." Hearing Sanbao's words, Zhou Laopa felt a mix of pain and warmth. In a family of more than 20, only the 3 children of her second son thought of her. She touched Sanbao's head, tears brimming in her eyes, and managed to hold back the urge to cry as she replied, "Good child, keep the good things for yourself. Grandma doesn't need them." Upon hearing Zhou Laopa's arrival, Lin Yike hurried to greet her. Zhou Laopa waved her hand dismissively and walked straight into Lin Yike's room. Upon entering the room, she extracted all the copper coins earned from selling wild boar meat. "Tomorrow, you shall take the 3 children to town to procure fabric for new garments. The money from the wild boar is forfeit," she instructed. "The children have never worn new clothes, so ensure you also purchase fabric for winter attire." After delivering her decree, Granny Zhou left without a backward glance, adding nonchalantly, "And be sure to acquire a new outfit for yourself as well." Granny Zhou's actions greatly distressed Zhou Qiaoyan. She glanced at the coins on Lin Yike's bed, stamped her foot in frustration, and hurried after Granny Zhou. How could mother give all the money from selling the wild boar to that good-for-nothing? "I refuse to accept this. I want new clothes and a silver hairpin to boot." Chapter 12. The clear-minded Zhou Old Man. Granny Zhou's decision was met with approval from Zhou Old Man. Each of his sons had their own private savings. Save for the second son's family, who had none. It was high time the second son's household had a little money to spare. After all, they could not even afford to buy their children anything. However, Zhou Old Man's agreement did not reflect the sentiments of others. Zhou Qiaoyan pursued Granny Zhou, demanding new garments and a silver hairpin. Zhou Dajia murmured about the 3rd and 4th sons, noting they too hadn't had new clothes in ages, as their eldest daughter had been wearing hand-me-downs from her cousin. Meng Kaiping, the wife of the 3rd son, raised her voice, protesting, "Mother, you cannot show such favoritism. The 4th and 5th sons are your grandsons too. Since birth, the 4th girl has never worn new clothes." Zhou Dajia chimed in, "Mother, the 3rd son is already 13. His clothes are all hand-me-downs from the eldest son. The second boy is 9. The eldest and second daughters have never had new clothes, always wearing those from their cousin. If you are providing new clothes for the second son's children, why not do the same for ours? You have enough from the wild boar sale." Zhou Old Man frowned, squatting in the yard, casting a cold glance at his eldest daughter-in-law. It was true that the second son's clothes were hand-me-downs. But how often did the eldest son not get 2 new outfits each year? Could the second and 3rd sons wear those? Was it true that the eldest daughter wore only her cousin's clothes? Such claims were absurd. Granny Zhou would have none of this and stormed out of the room. The wild boar was caught by Dabao. "If you wish to wear new clothes, go hunt a wild boar yourselves. Whoever catches one and sells it keeps the money." Meng Kaiping did not back down, retorting loudly, "We all turn over our earnings, so why should Dabao be exempt from contributing just because he caught a wild boar?" Granny Zhou, infuriated by her words, picked up a broom and swung it at Meng Kaiping. "Who are you calling foolish? Call out again and see what happens. I've warned you. Anyone who dares to call my children foolish will face my wrath. The names given to them are apt. They are Dabao, Erbao, and Sanbao. They are my treasured ones, my heart's delight. Keep your grievances to yourselves. Don't think for a moment that I'm oblivious to your schemes. Every family has their hidden savings, don't they? Do you dare let me search your home? Do you think I'm blind?" Granny Zhou was about to continue her tirade when Zhou Siling quietly interjected, "Mother, we have no hidden savings. We would let you search." Granny Zhou's eyelids twitched. She could hardly bear the sight of her foolish son. She struck Zhou Silang with the broom. Off you go. You deserve it. Who told you to marry a dim-witted wife? Today, I declare that from now on, the second son's earnings need not be shared. Have they had a single copper coin to their names in these years? I'm not blind. Don't think I can't see through your deceit. If you're dissatisfied, then let us divide the family. Your father and I will live with the second son. And you all can pay us 5 taels of silver each year as filial piety. Agree, or keep your mouth shut. Zhou Sanlang shivered at his mother's words. She was indeed ruthless. If each family paid 5 taels, that amounted to 20 taels for the 4 families, allowing the second daughter-in-law to manage her 3 children without lifting a finger. Considering the pros and cons, Zhou Sanlang rushed to his mother with a big smile. Mother, please don't let yourself get upset. When we return home, I'll give Sanfang's mother a good talking to. Why discuss dividing the family? That would be slapping us brothers in the face. Not necessary, not necessary. He turned to glare at Meng Kaiping. You better skedaddle back home unless you want me to deal with you later. Zhou old man observed his third son with a cold gaze, signaling to his daughter-in-law. He squatted in the corner, puffing on his pipe. Qiu Lan, hearing her mother-in-law's words, was terrified to breathe. If they truly divided the family, her son's education would be for naught. Zhou Daolong would likely blame her. If they split, the parents would live with the second son, while the others would be left to fend for themselves, drowning in the scorn of outsiders. Zhou Silang and Chen Xiaoqiao were indifferent, whether the family split or not. They would remain filial. Chen Xiaoqiao even welcomed the idea of a division, thinking it would ease their lives and those of the second daughter-in-law. Lin Yike sat quietly on her bed, observing the chaos unfold in the yard. She wished to return the copper coins, but had none to spare. It was best not to confront the bold. She resolved to repay Granny Zhou's kindness when she had the means in the future. Zhou old man pondered Granny Zhou's words. He saw clearly now, with 5 sons and 1 daughter, there was little hope for the daughter, spoiled by her mother, and it would be a relief to marry her off. His eldest son had such a wife. How could he expect them to be filial? The third son was a lost cause, needing no teaching to grasp his wife's shortcomings. The fourth and his wife were decent, but alas, they had yet to produce a male heir. The 5th son was still in school, and he had no intention of hindering him. He hoped to rely on his in-laws to support him, dreaming of attaining the prestigious status of a scholar. For now, he found the second son's children commendable. The second daughter-in-law had endured much hardship over the years, yet raised her children to be dutiful, showing genuine care for their parents. It seemed that the second son's family was truly virtuous, and perhaps only with them would he and his wife find true filial piety in their old age. Chapter 13. To the county town, Granny Zhou's words left her children with varied thoughts. Except for Zhou Qiaoyan, no one dared to stir further. Still preoccupied with her desire for new clothes and a silver hairpin, Zhou Qiaoyan trailed behind Granny Zhou when the siblings and their children retreated to their rooms. Upon entering Granny Zhou's chamber, she began to whine and plead. Mother, I don't care. You've given all the money from the wild boar to that good-for-nothing. You must take some for me to have new clothes, and I demand a silver hairpin. Granny Zhou lifted her gaze to her youngest daughter and sighed deeply. Qiaoyan, my dear, I have spoiled you. It's my fault. I failed to raise a good child. Ever since your second brother passed, my heart has been heavy. I cannot go a day without scolding someone, and in doing so, I've led you astray. Look at your second brother's children. Are they foolish? Indeed, they are not. Is your second sister-in-law foolish? She is not. Over these years, I have vented my frustrations on her, but how has she raised those 3 children? Can you not see? Not to mention Dabao and Bao, just consider Sambao. Since birth, I have never held her once or given her a kind word, and I have scolded her plenty. Yet that girl, whenever she has a morsel of something sweet, eagerly feeds it to me. Well, are you out of your mind? Do you really believe that your mother and I can depend on that jinx and those 3 fools? Scoffed old Zhou, sitting on the kong, puffing on his pipe. Have your mother and I any hope left in you? All I've seen from you as you've grown up is you pestering your mother for things. I've never witnessed you show any filial piety towards her. Zhou Qiaoyan pouted, wearing an expression of indifference, and retorted, what can I do to be filial? The family's money isn't in my hands. Is Sambao wealthy? Today, while foraging for wild fruits, she wouldn't even eat them herself, insisting on stuffing them into our mouths instead. Have you ever picked wild fruits for us? How many times have you offered them to us? Enough. Go to your room and sleep. Don't entertain any unrealistic notions. We do not expect you to support us in our old age. It would be best for you to keep your little schemes to yourself. Seeing her father dismiss her, Zhou Qiaoyan was about to plead with her mother. However, Zhou's wife did not lift her eyelids and softly remarked, if you ever call your second sister-in-law a jinx again or refer to those 3 children as fools, I may not strike you, but I will hasten to find someone to marry you off. Zhou Qiaoyun was taken aback. She realized she had truly incurred her parents' disdain. She contemplated continuing her protest, but was met with her father's fierce glare, compelling her to leave the room in discontent. The following day, at dawn, Lin Yike, accompanied by the 3 children, greeted old Zhou and Zhou's wife before heading to the village head to catch a donkey cart. On the cart sat several village women heading to the town, each carrying various items. Upon noticing Lin Yike and the children, disdain flickered in their gazes. Lin Yike, aware of their scrutiny, quietly boarded the cart with her children, refraining from engaging with them. As they traveled, Yang Pozi and Li Auntie exchanged snide remarks. But Lin Yike offered them not even a glance. Upon reaching the town, just as Lin Yike intended to treat the children to some food, a donkey cart nearby began calling out, "Is anyone heading to Lianhua County? If not, I'm leaving." Turning her head, Lin Yike saw only 2 or 3 people on the cart. Scanning the town, she noted the sparse shops lining the street, making her doubt whether there was anything worthwhile to explore. Just as the donkey cart passed her, she intercepted it, climbing aboard with her children. Settling on the cart, Lin Yike's eyes suddenly brightened as she recalled the historical fervor for glassware. Upon reaching the county town, she took the children to a pawn shop, hoping to strike a small fortune. Being broke was not an option. She needed to ponder what else could be sold. In the county town, Lin Yike first led the children to a clothing shop, purchasing 4 sets of clothes, which they changed into immediately. The garments were not inexpensive, costing nearly half of the money earned from selling a wild boar, which had fetched over 8 taels of silver, over 300 pounds of meat. Dressed in their new outfits, Lin Yike and the children proceeded to an inn, where they requested a room. Inside the room, she instructed Bao to enter the space and retrieve some food, which they nibbled on. Lin Yike then asked Bao to fetch a few glass cups. As Bao emerged with the cups, Bao, eager to drink water from one, accidentally shattered a glass. Before Lin Yike could react, Bao picked up the shards, inadvertently slicing her finger. This alarmed Lin Yike. As there was no tetanus vaccine in this era, if something went wrong, she would have nowhere to cry for help. She wanted Bao to fetch a bottle of liquor from the supermarket space for disinfection, but Bao suddenly vanished. Chapter 14. The supermarket space, seeing Bao disappear before her eyes. Lin Yike speculated that Bao's golden finger might have activated. Yet, feeling uneasy, she took the broken glass and carefully cut her own finger. In the next moment, she too vanished. Bao, witnessing his sister and mother both cut their fingers and disappear, followed suit and sliced his finger with the glass. Just as Bao was about to do the same, Lin Yike reappeared in the room, urging, "Bao, don't do it. Quickly come into the supermarket space." It turned out that Bao had entered the supermarket space immediately after cutting her finger. Hearing his mother's call, Bao swiftly entered the space, followed closely by Lin Yike. Once inside the supermarket space, the 4 of them began wandering around, indulging in snacks as they strolled. Lin Yike finally felt at ease. Every time she sent Bao to fetch items from the space, she was filled with anxiety. Now, she could enter herself, allowing her to utilize the space more effectively. No longer would she feel restless, for even in peril, she could retreat with her children into the space. While Lin Yike contemplated this newfound comfort, Bao suddenly shouted, "Mother! Look, that store has opened." Following Bao's pointing finger, Lin Yike was delighted to see a traditional Chinese and Western medicine shop outside the supermarket checkout. Without hesitation, she stood up and headed toward the pharmacy, leaving the children behind. A pharmacy could provide life-saving remedies for her and her children in this era. It was imperative to explore it thoroughly. Upon entering, Lin Yike was overwhelmed by the sight of a spacious pharmacy, nearly 150 square meters, stocked with an impressive array of traditional and modern medicines. She felt tears of joy welling up within her. Before she could fully absorb her emotions, Bao exclaimed again, "Mother, look, another store has opened." Following the direction of Bao's finger, Lin Yike saw what appeared to be a warehouse rather than a conventional shop. Intrigued, she led her curious children inside, discovering piles of surplus fabric and several old sewing machines. Lin Yike couldn't help but smile. She had never imagined that this space would be so accommodating, delivering precisely what they lacked. It seemed that these 2 establishments were rewards from Ultraman for her and Bao. From now on, they need no longer fear starvation, freezing, or illness without medication in this era. Bao, however, was dissatisfied with her rewards. Her little face puffed up in indignation. "Mother, I don't want these 2 shops. Second brother has a big supermarket, and elder brother has strength and skills. Yet my reward is so lackluster." Lin Yike gently patted Bao's head, saying, "Bao, you're mistaken. These 2 shops are incredibly significant. In this era, many medicines are unavailable when one falls ill, leading to death. Besides, as a girl, Your role is to be beautiful, while your elder brother protects you, and your second brother provides for your needs. Would you agree? Upon hearing that her brothers were to serve her, Sambao nodded vigorously. Lin Yike continued with a smile. Look at all this fabric. I'll secretly come in at night to make you many beautiful clothes, so you'll never have to wear those ragged ones again. How does that sound? Sambao eagerly nodded again, realizing they had been in the space for a while. Lin Yike took a set of glass cups and led her children out. She had chosen a set of suspended glass cups with a stainless steel base, thinking it would be worthwhile to make a significant purchase this time, given the effort it took to bring her children out. With the money earned, she planned to stay home and raise the children without venturing elsewhere, saving other matters for when the children grew older. After leaving the room, she and the children wandered around the street, her eyes scanning for a suitable place to glamorize themselves. Eventually, she spotted a dilapidated house with a collapsed roof at a corner. Leading her children inside, they again entered the space. This time, she allowed the children to play within the space while she adorned herself before emerging. Once out, Lin Yike headed directly to the pawn shop. Upon entering, the shopkeeper glanced at her casually, showing little interest. However, Lin Yike remained unhurried, gracefully settling into a chair prepared for esteemed guests. Noticing her demeanor, the shopkeeper sensed she was not an ordinary visitor and hurriedly emerged from behind the counter. Sun, with little awareness of the gravitas of the situation, inquired if the esteemed guest required any assistance. Lin Yike, casting a languid glance at the innkeeper, replied slowly, "It would be prudent for you to summon your master. I have a business proposition to discuss with the cabinet, but I fear your authority may be insufficient." Upon hearing Lin Yike's words, the innkeeper could not help but scrutinize her, to which Lin Yike responded with a cold smile. "There is no need for your scrutiny, innkeeper. You will find little to assess. If the cabinet is sincere, please inform your master promptly. Otherwise, I shall depart for the capital without delay." No sooner had Lin Yike finished speaking than a youthful voice echoed from outside. "Who wishes to see the master? Can I, the young master, be of assistance?" Upon realizing the young master had arrived, the innkeeper hurried to greet him. The young man waved his hand dismissively and approached Lin Yike, greeting her courteously. "I am Sun Maoquan. May I inquire what business you wish to discuss, young lady?" Lin Yike surveyed her surroundings and then raised an eyebrow, prompting Sun Maoquan to understand her unspoken request. "Please, let us move to the back hall. It is more suitable for our conversation." Chapter 15. The pretense struck by lightning. Lin Yike rose and followed Sun Maoquan to the back hall. Once there, she wasted no time and produced the glassware. Sun Maoquan gasped as he beheld the exquisite set of glass cups she unveiled, his eyes widening in astonishment as she hung each piece on a stainless steel frame. "Young Master Sun, how do you find this set of glassware? Does it pique your interest?" "Excellent. Truly splendid. May I ask what price you have in mind?" Although Lin Yike felt exasperated by his manner of speaking, she gritted her teeth and held her tongue. Observing Sun Maoquan's eager expression, she simply regarded him silently, waiting for him to falter. His impatience grew palpable as the impending threat of conflict loomed over Lianhua County. His family contemplated fleeing to the capital, yet the logistics of such a move weighed heavily on their minds. In Lianhua County, they maintained a respectable status, but beyond its borders, they would be insignificant. Maintaining their dignity even in the capital seemed an insurmountable challenge. "Young lady, I shall not beat around the bush. For this exquisite glassware, my family is prepared to offer 1,000 taels of silver. What do you say?" Lin Yike was indeed pleased with the offer. Yet she remained resolute not to concede easily, replying coolly, "Young Master Sun, I am merely a temporary dealer. Should I leave Lianhua County, I may never return. What do you think of 1,000 taels?" Sun Maoquan wished to retort that should she desire a permanent arrangement, she would find him elusive in the future. However, he refrained, sensing that Lin Yike might also be preparing to depart Lianhua County, possibly due to some forewarning. Realizing the gravity of her presence, he gritted his teeth and revealed his utmost authority. "Young lady, I can offer no more than 2,000 taels of silver. Would that suffice? If so, I shall instruct the accountant to prepare the banknotes immediately." Lin Yike, surprised that mere glassware could command such a price, nodded slightly. Though her expression remained impassive, she reveled internally at the unexpected windfall. "Very well, but I require cash, not banknotes." Upon hearing this, Sun Maoquan was further convinced of her significant background. His family had received news through a nurse who overheard a conversation between the governor and his wife, prompting their haste. The fact that Lin Yike sought to liquidate her assets indicated a serious situation. He resolved to cultivate a rapport with her while discreetly probing for more information. "Quickly, go fetch 2,000 taels in cash from the treasury," he instructed the innkeeper. After the innkeeper departed, Sun Maoquan scrutinized Lin Yike. pondering her unfamiliarity despite her unmistakable accent from Lianhua County. Young lady, are you from Lianhua County? You appear quite unfamiliar. May I ask your surname? Lin Yike. Mimicking a gesture she had seen on television, delicately stirred the tea in her cup without lifting her gaze. I am merely a person of the household. It is unnecessary to disclose my name for a single transaction. Perhaps another opportunity will arise in the future. Sun Maoquan, convinced of her extraordinary status, felt compelled to be direct. Young lady, I sense you are preparing for a family relocation. This glassware must be among your final items for sale. Given its cumbersome nature for travel, Lin Yike was taken aback by his words. What was happening? Sun Maoquan clearly came from a respected family in Lianhua County, yet they were planning to relocate? This was no trivial matter. The original owner of this identity was merely a rural widow, oblivious to such events. How could she navigate this predicament? Sun Maoquan, noticing her inscrutable expression, cautiously inquired, Young lady, could it be that we are indeed out of time? The Crown Prince has only recently mobilized towards Linshan Prefecture. Could he reach us so swiftly? Lin Yike's expression darkened. She had no knowledge of Linshan Prefecture's location. However, Sun Maoquan's demeanor suggested it was not far, potentially just a neighboring city. The realization struck her that she had unwittingly thrust herself and her children into a tumultuous era. Sun Maoquan, sensing her troubled countenance, fell silent, believing he had overstepped. Lin Yike, eager to extract more intelligence, cast him a sidelong glance and slowly remarked, Have you not considered the distance to Linshan Prefecture? When defeat comes, it cascades like a mountain, and the phrase the broken bamboo holds true. Her words momentarily stunned Sun Maoquan, who had not anticipated her calm analysis of the situation. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, Young lady, Linshan Prefecture is approximately 300 miles from here. Should the Crown Prince succeed in capturing 3 cities, it is indeed possible they could arrive within half a month. However, our calculations suggest that capturing those cities would require at least a month or 2. Lin Yike's heart raced at his revelation. By the heavens, they had indeed been cast into a time of war and chaos. Yet, she could not afford to dwell on this. She needed to find an escape. You intend to wait until all 3 cities fall before you leave? Even if only 1 or 1.5 cities fall, Lianhua County will succumb. The influx of refugees will be overwhelming. Do you believe they pose no threat? Sun Maoquan fell silent, realizing they had underestimated the threat of refugees. His father and uncles had dismissed them as a concern, yet Lin Yike's demeanor suggested otherwise. Might you clarify, young lady? Even if the refugees storm the county, surely they would not act so brazenly? Every prominent family has their guards, and the government would not allow them to run amok, would they? Lin Yike rose, her impatience mounting as she felt as though a cat were clawing at her insides. What are you waiting for? To settle your affairs? Are you concerned that you may not receive a fair price? Half a month from now, who would be foolish enough to buy your property? Once word of the war spreads, land and homes will become worthless. To dismiss the threat of refugees is a grave error. Should you delay even slightly, you will find yourselves surrounded by them. How many guards can you muster against a tide of desperate souls? Refugees, deprived of food and water, resort to robbing affluent households. At that moment, do not expect the household guards to protect you. If they do not turn against you, they will be considered loyal servants. Chapter 16. Sun Maoquan delivers the mule cart, buying donkeys at the cattle market again. Sun Maoquan, upon hearing Lin Yike's words, turned pale, cold sweat instantly beading on his forehead. I sincerely thank you, young lady. Without your timely advice, my family and I would have been utterly blind to the dangers. Lin Yike shook her head, her gaze fixed intently on the door outside. Her sole desire was to leave with the money. Sun Maoquan, noticing Lin Yike's urgency, hastily summoned someone to urge the shopkeeper's son. Shortly, shopkeeper's son returned, followed by a servant carrying a wooden box into the room. Seeing the box, Lin Yike felt a pang of headache. Though not large, the box containing 1,000 taels of silver weighed at least 70 to 80 pounds. In a moment of impulse, she had requested cash, but now she questioned how she would carry it back. Sun Maoquan discerned her predicament and imagined that the servant must have been delayed in picking Lin Yike up. Young lady, was the servant unaware of your arrival at our pawnshop? Lin Yike absently nodded. Sun Maoquan waved his hand decisively. Shopkeeper's son, bring out a carriage from the backyard and find someone to escort the young lady. Lin Yike hurriedly gestured for him to stop. She had numerous matters to attend to and could not allow anyone to accompany her. No, if it is convenient for young master son, please sell me a mule cart. A donkey cart will also suffice. We must keep a low profile. Sun Maoquan was taken aback, realizing he had indeed learned something valuable. When moving, one must not draw attention with ornate carts, especially the cart body, which should be simple and understated. Unbeknownst to him, This decision would ultimately save his entire family. Upon hearing Lin Yike's request, shopkeeper's son hesitated and spoke softly. Carriages are reserved for esteemed guests. Originally, they were crafted to be extravagant. Unfortunately, we have no donkey carts in the backyard, only one simple mule cart. Lin Yike nodded at shopkeeper's son's words. The mule cart is preferable. I still need to purchase a few more mules at the cattle market. Young master's son, how much for the mule cart? Please name your price. Son Malquan shook his head repeatedly. The young lady's words today might very well save his entire family. Do not mention a single mule cart. I would gladly gift you several if it could repay your kindness. No, that is unnecessary. I have yet to properly thank you. Son Malquan insisted. It is regrettable to trouble the young lady with such a simple mule cart. Sonin, quickly bring the mule cart to the road. In the warehouse next door are bundles of oiled paper from last year's umbrella shop. Find someone to move several bundles onto the mule cart. The young lady is embarking on a long journey. It is essential to bring ample oiled paper. One must be prepared for the hardships of travel. The warehouse has plenty of oiled paper, and it was directly given to the pawn shop when the umbrella shop closed down. There is nothing else here that would be of use to the young lady. It is a humble token of my gratitude. I hope you will accept it. Lin Yike waved her hand dismissively. At this moment, she would not disdain any gift. Thank you, young master's son, for your thoughtful consideration. In my haste, I truly did not think to bring oiled paper. Young lady, I owe you my gratitude. Lin Yike opened the small wooden box placed on the tea table by the servant, counted the silver inside, and finding it satisfactory, closed the box. As she contemplated carrying the box out of the room, she could not help but feel a headache coming on. Although the display was impressive, the reality was burdensome. She would have to carry nearly 200 pounds of silver for a short distance, which was rather disheartening. Before long, shopkeeper's son returned, informing Lin Yike and son Malquan that the mule cart had been brought to the pawn shop's entrance, and 5 bundles of oiled cloth along with 10 umbrellas had been loaded onto it. Lin Yike, upon hearing this, expressed her gratitude and prepared to take her leave. Shopkeeper's son quickly instructed the servant to carry the box, and Lin Yike did not refuse, though her eyes occasionally glanced at the box, fearing the servant might discreetly pilfer a silver ingot. Finally departing from the pawnshop, Lin Yike drove the mule cart toward less populated areas. Upon encountering a deserted spot, she turned into the cart, bringing the wooden box into her space. Once in her space, she placed the box on the cash register and summoned the 3 children out. Upon emerging from the space, the children were thrilled to find themselves in the mule cart, joyfully exclaiming. Lin Yike had indeed driven the cart to the cattle market, where she intended to buy either a cow, donkey, or mule. Son Mao Chuan's words lingered in her mind. The Prince of Chun was soon to invade, and it was imperative for the family to flee. However, with so many children, a single ox cart and a mule cart would undoubtedly be insufficient. Eldest treasure might fare better with his martial prowess, but for second and third treasures, escaping on foot was impossible. She feared they would have nowhere to sit in the 2 carts. To alleviate her children's suffering during their escape, Lin Yike resolved to check the cattle market and purchase another beast of burden. After parking the mule cart in the designated area of the cattle market, Lin Yike led her 3 children into the market. After browsing for a couple of rounds, they were intercepted by a smiling vendor. Madam, are you looking to buy? Lin Yike shook her head. I'm just looking at donkeys and mules, perhaps even cattle. The vendor's smile widened at her response. Madam, I do not have any particularly fine mules, but I do have an excellent donkey. Would you like to see it? Lin Yike nodded, and the vendor led her and the children to a sturdy donkey. The donkey, with its thick fur and lively demeanor, was quite impressive. Lin Yike inspected the donkey and inquired about its price. The vendor held up 3 fingers. 30 taels. Lin Yike shook her head and raised 2 fingers. 20 taels. I do not have time to haggle. If you can sell it, I will pay. If not, I will look elsewhere. Truthfully, I would prefer to buy a mule. The vendor, realizing she was about to leave without waiting for his response, hastily called her back. 25 taels. Madam, this is a top-quality donkey. Just look at its teeth and shiny coat. Once you take it home, it will be ready to work. Lin Yike remained resolute, ignoring him and continuing on with her children. The vendor, growing anxious, shouted, 22. You offer 22, and it is yours. If not, you can keep looking. Lin Yike sensed this was likely the lowest price and returned to the donkey, paying the vendor to have the donkey and mule tied together. Chapter 17. Going to the county school to find my younger uncle. The donkey and mule were fastened to the cart, and Lin Yike initially intended to drive the cart back to the village. However, upon sitting in the driver's seat, she encountered difficulties. The donkey and mule were pulling in different directions, utterly ignoring her commands. A middle-aged man approached her cart, offering to help. Lin Yike asked him to return the cart to the parking area of the cattle market. After giving the man 2 copper coins, he accepted them and agreed to assist her home. Lin Yike shook her head, informing him that her husband and younger uncle would arrive shortly. Once the man departed, Lin Yike was left in a quandary. What was she to do? After wandering in circles with the children, she suddenly spotted several young scholars and recalled Zhou Wulong, who studied in the county. Lin Yike took her 3 children to the county school and spoke to the gatekeeper. Sir, could you please call Zhou Shuequan for me? Just let him know someone is here to see him. The gatekeeper assessed Lin Yike and the 3 children before nodding and stepping into the campus. Before long, Zhou Wulong emerged, following the gatekeeper. He was clad in a silk scholar's robe, a mint green bamboo patterned sash at his waist, his long hair cascading like clouds, and his bright, expressive phoenix eyes exuded a melancholic charm. He was indeed a striking young man. Lin Yike, having only a vague recollection of Zhou Wulong's appearance from the original owner's memories, was left stunned upon seeing him in person. What a dashing young man. Second sister-in-law you. How did you come here? Zhou Wulong gazed at Lin Yike in disbelief, unable to fathom that the 4 individuals before him were his second sister-in-law and her 2 simple-minded nephews and niece. Lin Yike forced a smile, steeling herself to convey her intentions, inwardly wondering if asking such a handsome man to drive the donkey cart back to the village would invite misfortune. Fifth brother, can you take a leave of absence? I have something important to discuss with you. Although Zhou Wulong had little interaction with second sister-in-law, he understood that she would not seek him out without reason. Something significant must have occurred at home. He hurriedly informed Lin Yike, second sister-in-law, please wait a moment, I will request a leave. Lin Yike had intended for Zhou Wulong to escort them back to the village, and there were matters concerning Wang Chun that required everyone's input. She quickly called after Zhou Wulong, who was already turning to leave. Fifth brother, it would be wise to take a longer leave. You may need to return to the village with us today, and there is no guarantee you will come back tomorrow. Her words plunged Zhou Wulong's heart into despair. Indeed, something grave must have transpired at home. How could his parents possibly send second sister-in-law to inform him, with the uncertainty of his return looming? What could have happened? Troubled, Zhou Wulong's expression darkened as he hastily sought leave from school. Upon his return, he planned to inform his mother and sisters before joining them back to the village. On the way, he inquired of Lin Yike, what has happened at home? Why have you brought the 3 children to find me? Lin Yike blinked, realizing Zhou Wulong had misunderstood her. Reflecting on her earlier words, she chuckled awkwardly. Nothing has happened at home. Fifth brother, you are mistaken. It's just that I recently purchased a donkey cart and a mule, but I can't return home, so I came to seek your help. Mother bought a donkey and a mule, but she can't drive the cart. Mother is so silly. Bao quickly chimed in, scrunching his little nose. Mother, you really are silly. Bao echoed, unwilling to be outdone. Zhou Wulong looked incredulously at Bao and Bao. Were these truly his foolish niece and nephew? Glancing at Daba, he noticed his eldest nephew simply gazing around with wide, curious eyes, devoid of the foolishness he once displayed. The 3 children were dressed immaculately in new clothes, looking neither foolish nor resembling typical rural children. Second sister-in-law too, though her appearance remained unchanged, exuded a grace and poise that made one doubt she was a mere village widow. Zhou Wulong continuously scrutinized Lin Yike and the children, hardly paying attention to their conversation. Upon arriving at his father-in-law's house, he found his parents-in-law at home. His wife, Gao Jiao, was cradling 1-year-old Zhou Lushan and hurried out to greet them. Zhou Wulong's father-in-law was a scholar from the county school, and his mother-in-law hailed from a family of farmers and scholars. They did not regard Lin Yike and her children with disdain or contempt. This left Lin Yike with a favorable impression of Gao Fu, Gao Mu, and Gao Jiao. She placed the gifts she had prepared on the 8 immortals table in the hall. Uncle, Aunt, I hope my visit isn't too intrusive. I apologize for the suddenness. Lin Yike said, feeling somewhat awkward about barging in unannounced. Hello, grandfather, grandmother. Bao greeted in unison, followed by another greeting to Gao Jiao. Hello, little aunt. The politeness exhibited by Lin Yike and Bao astonished everyone in the room. By the time Lin Yike noticed, it was too late. She awkwardly rubbed her nose and softly explained. The doctor said the children aren't particularly foolish. With proper teaching, they can improve significantly. They are like blank slates, learning whatever the adults teach them. I've been trying to impart what I believe to be good, albeit a bit haphazardly. Gao Fu waved his hand, looking at the 3 children with a kind expression. You have done well. You have taught them excellently. Gao Mu quickly added her praise. I see the clarity in their eyes. They will surely be fine. It is said that a mother is strong. Lin Yike, you are remarkable. To have nurtured the children to this stage is no small feat. Lin Yike, wishing to redirect the conversation away from her and the children, pursed her lips and turned to Zhou Wulong, saying, Fifth brother, please close the door. I have something to discuss with everyone. Chapter 18. To the Gao family, Zhou Wulong recalled second sister-in-law's request for him to take leave and glanced at the others in the room before stepping out into the courtyard. Upon seeing Lin Yike's serious expression, Gao Fu, Gao Mu, and Gao Jiao immediately lost their light-hearted demeanor. Zhou Wulong secured the door and entered the room, finding everyone solemn. Lin Yike, seeing Zhou Wulong join them, steeled herself and slowly recounted the information she had heard from Sun Maoquan earlier that day. Gao Fu's face turned pale. Gao Mu nearly fainted, and Zhou Wulong was left speechless. Gao Jiao comforted the wailing Zhou Lushan, while Sanbao and Erbao hovered nearby. The room fell silent. After a prolonged silence, Gao Fu finally asked Lin Yike, "Lin Yike, are you certain of this?" Lin Yike nodded. "Uncle, aunt, if it weren't for this matter, I wouldn't have sought fifth brother at the county school today. Some time ago, I unearthed a ginseng root on the mountain, intending to sell it at the pharmacy. I learned that the young master of the Sun family is seeking a century-old ginseng, so I took a chance. I overheard their conversation and discreetly left. I sold the ginseng at the pharmacy and bought a donkey and a mule. We must prepare ourselves." Zhou Wulong and Gao Jiao exchanged glances, astonished that second sister-in-law had purchased a donkey and a mule, clearly preparing to flee. They had not anticipated her decisiveness. After a moment of contemplation, Gao Fu turned to Zhou Wulong, instructing, "You and your second sister-in-law should return to the village to assess what else is needed. Come back as soon as possible and procure everything required. I shall head to Suhua County tonight to fetch your elder brother's family. Tomorrow, you two must acquire a mule cart. We need to be ready for our departure." Gao Mu and Gao Jiao stared wide-eyed, struggling to comprehend the swift decision to leave. "You were just going to leave like this? Aren't you being a bit hasty?" Gao Mu questioned incredulously. "Do you know why the Sun family has managed to establish themselves in Lianhua County?" Gao Fu continued. "The prefect's wet nurse is the Sun family's great-aunt, and the prefect hails from the capital. You need not inquire further. Simply observe if the Sun family is liquidating their assets in the coming days." As soon as Gao Fu finished speaking, Zhou Wulong's expression shifted. He furrowed his brow and declared, "No need to inquire. Word has spread that they intend to sell off their possessions and relocate to the capital." Realizing that Zhou Wulong shared a schoolmate connection with a young master from the Sun family, Gao Fu stood up, seriousness etched on his face. "I must go to Suhua County immediately. I must bring back your elder brother's family tonight. You ladies should prepare for what lies ahead. We will depart together with our relatives. Dad, it's getting late. Once you reach Suhua County, you won't be able to enter the city. Perhaps it would be better to wait until morning?" Gao Jiao expressed her concern. Gao Fu waved his hand dismissively. "I will ride, with a swift horse. I should reach the city gate before it closes. Suhua County is only 70 li from Linshan Prefecture." After asserting this, he departed without looking back, and everyone moved to escort him out. "Please continue with your tasks. Do not make a fuss. Lin Yike, it's your first time visiting. I am sorry for the abruptness. Uncle, please be careful on your journey. Grandfather, wishing you a smooth trip." Sanbao called out in unison. Gao Fu nodded in acknowledgement as he led his horse out of the courtyard. Lin Yike did not wish to linger any longer and stood to bid farewell to Gao Mu and Gao Jiao. "Aunt, we must be on our way. The day is getting late, and it will soon be dark in the village. My parents will surely worry." Gao Mu grasped Lin Yike's hand, insisting, "Lin Yike, it's your first visit to my home. You cannot leave just like this. I will prepare a meal right away. You must eat before departing." Gao Jiao also insisted warmly, "Second sister-in-law, you may not want to eat, but the three children certainly need a meal." The children, still quite young, came to visit their uncle and aunt without even having a meal. What could that possibly mean? Lin Yike held a very favorable impression of Gao Jiao. She could tell her politeness was genuine. With a smile, she said, "We are all family. In the future, if the three children want anything to eat, they can come to you. Unfortunately, we really cannot stay for dinner today. I also want to buy some salt from the market to take home. The children have just eaten, so there is no need to be so courteous. Little aunt, we must go home now. Grandma and Grandpa will be worried. I even bought some candy for Grandma and Grandpa. Mom says that Grandma feels sad, and if she eats more sweets, she won't feel that way anymore." Zhou Wulong looked at Sanbao in shock, while Gao Mu affectionately patted Sanbao's head. Gao Jiao, holding the child, turned and walked towards the room. Lin Yike understood she might be going to get something for the child, so she quickly took Daobao and Erbao's hands and headed outside. "Wume, please don't bring anything. We want to take it even if you offer. We are leaving now. Leave the treats for the little brother. When he grows up, I will buy him candy," Sanbao said as he ran towards Lin Yike with his short legs. Zhou Wulong informed Gao Mu that he was going to catch up, and Gao Jiao handed him several bags of snacks. "You're going home empty-handed? Take this little bit of silver and see if you can buy something to bring back." Zhou Wulong nodded. accepting the pastries and silver from Gao Jiao's hand, and hurried after Lin Yike and her children. Gao Mu stood at the gate, watching them leave, and then turned to Gao Jiao, saying, "Your second sister-in-law is quite a nice person, generous and gracious, unwilling to take advantage of others. She is far better than the other sisters-in-law. Your fourth sister-in-law is decent too, but perhaps a bit too honest. I hadn't spent much time with second sister-in-law before. Every time I visited, she was always working with her head down. I never realized she was actually quite pleasant." Chapter 19. Returning to the village, Lin Yike, along with her 3 children and Zhou Wulong, arrived at the parking area of the cattle market. The women climbed into the cart, while Zhou Wulong took the reins. Sitting in the cart, Lin Yike felt a bit guilty, allowing the young gentleman to drive the donkey and mule cart. However, she had no choice. She dared not hire a stranger and truly could not handle a mule and a donkey herself. Once they left the cattle market, they purchased a considerable amount of oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and sugar from the general store, focusing mainly on salt. Considering the food supplies at home, Lin Yike also took out silver to buy 100 pounds of brown rice and 100 pounds of coarse grains. On the way back, Dao Bao wanted to learn how to drive the cart from Zhou Wulong, which Lin Yike permitted. Bao also wished to learn, but Lin Yike had to soothe him for quite a while before he calmed down. In the cart, Lin Yike secretly accessed her space and retrieved a considerable amount of fabric, all in rather dull colors, along with 2 pounds of brown sugar and several pounds of pastries from this era, neatly packaged in oil paper that Sun Maoquan had given her. As they approached the village entrance, Dao Bao spotted Old Man Zhou. Without greeting anyone, he jumped out of the cart, startling Zhou Wulong, who broke out in a cold sweat. "Grandpa, Grandpa, were you waiting for us? Mom said you must have been worried." "I'm sorry, Grandpa. We returned late and made you anxious." Dao Bao rushed towards Old Man Zhou, prompting Bao and Sambao, who heard him, to shout from the cart that they wanted to get out. Zhou Wulong parked the cart beside Old Man Zhou, and the 2 younger children hurriedly jumped out, eagerly offering their treats to him. Old Man Zhou's eyes glistened with tears of joy and satisfaction as he felt an unprecedented sense of importance and warmth from the children's filial piety and care. Lin Yike sensed that the 3 children sincerely accepted Old Man Zhou and Old Lady Zhou. Once, they had only their mother. They longed for familial affection, a father, and grandparents, often questioning if they had any. Perhaps Old Man Zhou and Old Lady Zhou filled the void of that missing kinship, which is why the children adored them so much. "Dad." Zhou Wulong halted the cart, feeling as though his father hadn't even glanced at him, and couldn't he help but call out again. Old Man Zhou nodded, intending to ask how he ended up with the children, but seeing the nearby villagers, he took Bao and Sambao by the hand and turned to head home. Lin Yike wished to get down, but Zhou Wulong leisurely drove the cart away. The villagers buzzed with inquiries. "Wulong, are you bringing back a donkey and a mule? Did you buy them for your parents?" The villagers continued to ask questions, while Zhou Wulong simply smiled and nodded, remaining silent. Upon arriving home, Zhou Wulong directly led the 2 animals into the yard. Erzhan, Sanshan, and Sishan rushed over upon seeing Zhou Wulong. "Uncle, you're back. What delicious food did you bring us?" In the house, Zhou Qiaoyan, hearing the children, hurried out. "Fifth brother, did you bring me any fabric? I want to make new clothes. What tasty treats did you bring back?" Zhou Wulong frowned. His sister was already 15, yet she seemed less sensible than the 3 foolish children from Er's family. Dahu and Eru also emerged, all approaching Zhou Wulong, incessantly asking for treats. Overwhelmed by the commotion, Zhou Wulong, just as he was about to fetch the pastries from the cart, saw Old Lady Zhou coming out of the house. Sanshan, Erzhan, and Wushan had already climbed into the cart, dragging out the pastries Zhou Wulong had brought and those Lin Yike had prepared. Bao and Sambao were not pleased, rushing over. "Sanshan, Erzhan, put down the treats," Bao said angrily. Meng Kaiping, hearing their words, became displeased and scolded. "Your 5th uncle bought those. Why can't they eat them? Why must they put them down?" Dao Bao rushed over, loudly declaring, "Those are bought by my mother." Qiulan also approached, smiling. "Dao Bao, you're a big kid now. Since your mother bought them, Sanshan and Erzhan can eat too." "Not allowed. My mother bought those for my grandma and grandpa. You can't eat them." As Sambao spoke, he burst into tears. Seeing Sambao cry, Dao Bao and Bao joined in, sobbing and stuttering their words. "Why should you eat the snacks meant for grandpa and grandma? They are so pitiful. They've never had good food. Wah, you are all bad children." The yard filled with the children's cries, their wailing rendering Qiulan and Meng Kaiping pale with anger, cursing Lin Yike in their hearts. Wushan, unfazed, pulled out a bag of snacks and tore it open to eat. Dao Bao ran over, ready to hit Wushan. Lin Yike quickly embraced Dao Bao, terrified he might hurt Wushan. As Dao Bao struggled, Lin Yike urgently said, Dao Bao, you're strong. If you struggle, you might hurt your mother. Wu Shan is still young. He is your little brother, and shouldn't he be hit? You can defeat wild boars, but you must not hit people indiscriminately. But why should he eat what is meant for Grandpa and Grandma? Those are for them. Bao and San Bao dashed over, snatching the pastries from Wu Shan's hands, then hurried to grab the treats from San Shan. The yard descended into chaos, with old lady Zhou and old man Zhou silently observing from outside their room. Lin Yike held Dao Bao tightly, afraid to let go. The three little ones, accustomed to teamwork in preschool abroad, would always fight together. She feared that if she released Dao Bao, he might hurt the village children. San Bao and Bao presented the retrieved pastries to old lady Zhou and old man Zhou, with San Bao standing defiantly, hands on hips. Addressing the remaining children, you three are not good kids. Grandpa and Grandma are old. You only think of yourselves. I won't play with you bad children anymore. I won't play with you either. You are all bad. Bao echoed, mimicking San Bao with his hands on his hips, shouting, you treat Grandpa and Grandma poorly. I will beat you. Dao Bao, confined in Lin Yike's embrace, fiercely scolded San Shan and Dahua. The scene in the yard left an indelible impression on the old couple. Zhou Laohan and Zhou Posey, a memory they would carry with them until their last breath. Zhou Sanlang hung his head in shame, while Zhou Siling chuckled, gazing upon the three children. Zhou Wulong stared blankly, his eyes glistening with emotion. In Chapter 20, A Child's Heart, Zhou Posey noticed Lin Yike's flushed face, beads of sweat dotting her forehead, recalling how Dabeo could single-handedly take down a wild boar. She closed her eyes momentarily, then cleared her throat to speak. If you don't want to be beaten by Dabeo, take everything you have in your hands to the main room. At that moment, Xiao Lan and Meng Kaiping turned to look at Dabeo and Lin Yike, their expressions going pale upon seeing the sweat on Lin Yike's brow. Xiao Lan hurriedly reclaimed the pastries and cloth from Dahu and Hua, taking them to the main room herself. Bao and Sanbao looked at Sanshan and Zhou Qiaoyan, turning to Dabeo, and said, Brother, Sanshan hasn't returned the things, and neither has the little ant. When mother lets you go, you should beat them both. Bao spoke with an air of authority, prompting Lin Yike to sigh. Sanbao, unwilling to back down, placed one hand on her hip and pointed at the children in the yard. Brother Sanshan, as the eldest, you should know to be filial to our grandparents. You are not a good child. And you, Brother Sanshan, are not a good child either. Dahu as a girl, how can you not know to be filial to your elders? You will become ugly, and Hua, you will too. Sanhua and Sihua are good children. And Wuhua is a good child as well. Mother, shouldn't we reward Sanhua, Sihua, and Wuhua? Dabeo was restless in Lin Yike's embrace, her mind preoccupied with thoughts that left her no room to respond to Sanbao. Frustrated by the lack of a satisfactory reply, Sanbao pouted and exclaimed, Mother, you said that good children should be rewarded. Lin Yike could only nod in agreement, utterly exhausted. Zhou Laohan, noticing Dabeo's continued struggles, said, Dabeo, if you keep resisting, you will tire your mother out. Can't you see she is too worn out to speak? Dabeo, looking defiant, retorted, Who told mother to stop me from beating them? They are too naughty. I didn't even get to eat those pastries. Mother said they were for our grandparents. Lin Yike was at her wit's end. Were these three children bewitched? Had they not consumed enough sweets and pastries? If they continued, their teeth would surely rot. If she didn't say so, the children would never cease their clamoring. Second family, let Dabeo go. Everyone, come into the main room. Zhou Laohan turned to enter the main room. Sanshan, clutching pastries, stealthily slipped back to their room, while Zhou Qiaoyan ran in with 2 bags of pastries and a piece of cloth. Zhou Posey cast a cold glance at the two, saying nothing, and directly instructed Zhou Silang, Zhou Wulong, and Chen Xiaoqiao to move the items from the cart back into the main room. Meng Kaiping and Xiao Lan were about to help when Zhou Posey snapped, Did I tell you to go? Didn't your father tell you to stay inside? Xiao Lan, wearing a sly smile, returned with her head down, while Meng Kaiping chuckled softly, her gaze involuntarily drifting to the cart, reluctantly following suit into the main room. Zhou Sanlang, with a deep gaze and a hint of sorrow, silently trailed behind Zhou Posey. Sanbao and Bao also rushed to help move things, and Lin Yike released Dabeo, who hurried to assist as well. Once all the items were moved into the main room, Lin Yike first went back to their room for a drink of water, being the last to enter the main room. Upon her arrival, she saw Zhou Posey and Zhou Laohan frowning deeply, and without uttering a word, she took a seat on a stool. Second family, you wasteful woman. With a little money in hand, can you not make it through the night? Have you spent all the money from selling the wild boar meat yesterday? I asked you to make 2 sets of clothes for the 3 children, and you bought back so much cloth. Who told you to buy grain and all these other things? I can't afford to be soft-hearted with you. I fear you'll squander the money I gave you, worried the children will need something later, and now you have not a penny left. Lin Yike felt a headache coming on from Zhou Posey's incessant nagging and quickly interrupted. Mother, please don't be anxious. Let me explain. This money is not from selling wild boar. I found a ginseng root while on the mountain. But I wasn't sure what it was, and didn't mention it when I got home. Today, I brought it with me to town, intending to consult a doctor. Just then, a donkey cart was headed to the county, and I thought if it truly was ginseng, it would fetch a much higher price there than in town. So I went to the county. I sold it for quite a sum, and this money is for you. As Lin Yike spoke, she took out 100 taels of silver and placed it on the table beside Zhou Posey. Everyone in the room gasped in astonishment. How much had she sold it for? Qiulan secretly pondered how much she had hidden and thought that the second family was truly cunning. Digging up ginseng without informing the family. Meng Kaiping was momentarily dazzled by the sight of the silver, her thoughts scattered. Zhou Sanlang, however, began to calculate in his mind. Sensing that Lin Yike had stashed away quite a bit, Zhou Sanlang felt no particular thoughts, only that his sister-in-law was indeed fortunate. Chen Xiaoqiao frowned, concerned that Lin Yike hadn't kept a portion for herself. Mother, the donkey and mule in the yard were both bought by me, as well as the cart. I spent all the change and the money from yesterday's wild boar meat. I only have this 100 taels untouched. As her words fell, the room fell into an even deeper silence, with Zhang Posey about to explode in anger. Zhou Wulong turned to Dahu and said, Dao, go check if the front door is secured. Mother, please don't be angry. We need to buy all these things, and tomorrow, you and father must come to the county with me to continue shopping. Wulong's words infuriated Zhou Posey, causing her to rise from her seat, opening her mouth to scold. But Zhou Laohan tapped the table with his pipe. Can't you let the child finish speaking? Wulong, continue. Is something wrong? Chapter 21. The resolve of Zhou Sanlang. Zhou Wulong nodded gravely, then spoke slowly. It was inadvertently overheard by my sister-in-law today, and we have confirmed it. My father-in-law has gone to Suihua County overnight, intending to bring the eldest brother's family over tomorrow. Father, you must speak to the village head and the elders of the clan. We must flee this place swiftly. Wulong's words caused Zhou Posey's lips to tremble. She wanted to argue, but Zhou Laohan shot her a glare, silencing her. Zhou Sanlang furrowed his brow and asked slowly, has the northern prince risen in rebellion? Where are they attacking? Linshan Prefecture City, Zhou Wulong replied, turning to Zhou Sanlang. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Sanlang sprang to his feet. What are we waiting for? Quickly, go to the village head's house. Fourth brother, you go to the clan leader's house and have them notify the elder to gather at the ancestral hall for a meeting. Mother, tell everyone to prepare. We must harvest the crops tonight, and everyone must head to the fields. Zhou Posey trembled as she looked at Zhou Laohan, taking Zhou Sanlang's advice. Lin Yike glanced at Zhou Sanlang, surprised by his resolve. It seemed he had already assessed the external situation and had been monitoring the developments outside. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to deduce the rebellion so swiftly before Wulong even finished speaking, indicating he had anticipated such a day and had likely pondered it countless times in his mind. Zhou Sanlang led Zhou Laohan and Zhou Wulong toward the village head's house, while Zhou Posey gathered the women and children to prepare farming tools, intending to rush to the fields for the harvest as soon as Zhou Laohan and the others returned. Once preparations were complete, Zhou Posey sat on the kong, sighing deeply. Harvesting the crops now would surely reduce the yield by at least a quarter. But she understood that if it weren't for the urgent situation, her husband wouldn't have heeded Zhou Sanlang's words. Yet, the thought of a family relocation filled her with uncertainty, especially fearing that her second son might lose his way home. What would happen to the wandering souls in the underworld? As she pondered, Zhou Posey began to weep softly, muttering to herself. When Lin Yike entered the room, she happened to overhear her murmurs. Though she didn't believe in ghosts or deities, having traversed time herself made her rethink some matters. Mother, before we leave, let us burn more paper money to ensure they aren't impoverished. Let them know we are moving, and once we settle, we'll inform them of our new location. Zhou Posey nodded with tears in her eyes, resolutely deciding to procure more paper money. When Zhou Sanlang arrived at the village chief's residence, he instructed Zhou Wulong to convey his message to the chief, urging him to notify all clans. The clans were to convene a meeting to gather opinions. Upon hearing Zhou Wulong's words, the village chief was nearly overwhelmed with fear. Zhou Sanlang turned to leave, but not before leaving a parting remark. Second uncle, I have two things to say. I have instructed my mother to gather the adults and children in the household to prepare our farming tools for an immediate harvest tonight. Anyone who wishes to join us may do so. Those who do not, may plan for themselves. You know me. I do not like to impose or coerce. Once we are ready, we will depart without waiting for anyone. The village chief stared blankly at Zhou Sanlang's retreating figure, while others were oblivious. He understood well that Zhou Sanlang was astute in assessing the situation. It was evident that he had been contemplating this day for some time. We must follow this young rascal, the chief resolved, regaining his composure. He sent the children of the household to relay messages to each family and instructed his wife to organize several daughters-in-law to expedite the preparation of the farming tools. Upon reaching the Zhou ancestral hall, Zhou Sanlang wasted no time and directly informed the clan leader and elders of the situation. The expressions of the clan leader and elders turned grim. Some were reluctant to leave, while others insisted on defending the ancestral hall. Zhou Sanlang coldly retorted, "What can you truly defend? The arrival of the Prince Qin's army is merely a matter of setting fire to what you hold dear. Do not inflate your own significance. You are but ants in their eyes. Whether you choose to leave is of no concern to me. I have stated the facts. I intend to return home for the harvest. If you wish to accompany us, act swiftly. Once we finish our preparations, we will depart without delay. The decision to stay or go is yours to make." Having said this, Zhou Sanlang did not linger. Zhou Silang and Old Man Zhou attempted to persuade the clan leader and elders, but Zhou Sanlang shouted back, "Father, is now the time for idle chatter? If we do not hurry to harvest, will there be food for the journey? Do you think I am merely trying to frighten you? It has been nearly half a month since the assault from Lingshan Prefecture, at most 20 days. In less than 4 days, refugees will flood in, and by then, it will be too late to leave. The crops will belong to the refugees." Zhou Silang and Old Man Zhou recognized Zhou Sanlang's genuine anger and reluctantly rose to leave with him. After the father and son departed, the clan leader and elders hastily instructed the younger generation to notify every household to convene at the ancestral hall. They themselves hurried home to prepare their families for the imminent harvest. On the way back, Zhou Silang could not suppress his grievances about Zhou Sanlang's cold-heartedness. Zhou Sanlang glanced at him with a sneer, casually remarking, "Be a little more insightful. If I had been as persuasive as you, we would achieve nothing by this time tomorrow. Should a disagreement arise, they would only blame us. It is a thankless task. You will see for yourself when you go to the fields. I fear the entire village may choose to leave with us." "What do you mean by that, third brother?" Zhou Silang did not grasp Zhou Sanlang's implication and could not help but ask again. Zhou Sanlang snorted dismissively and turned to Zhou Silang, saying, "You share a similar temperament with second brother, yet your intellect barely matches half of his. I truly wonder if mother even birthed a brain along with you." At the mention of Zhou Erlang, Old Man Zhou let out a long sigh. "In truth, your second brother is the most intelligent in our family. Had he continued his studies back then, he would have achieved something by now. Your mother favored the Lin scholar's family, forgoing a bride price, and hastily arranged a marriage for your second brother. If Dabao and Heir Bao had not been such fools, your second brother would not have had to endure this. Alas, it is also your father's fault. I always knew your second brother was clever. I should have ensured he studied longer. Knowing your eldest brother was useless, I should have insisted on your second brother taking his place in school." Chapter 22. Zhou Yinlang secures household registration. Elevating the county magistrate with a few words while the Zhou family was busy harvesting, Zhou Yinlang arrived in Lianhua County. The group of over 10 individuals had traveled for nearly 20 days, braving the elements to cover more than 2,000 miles. As Zhou Yinlang gazed upon the county's gates, a flicker of confusion crossed his eyes. The others around him were filled with excitement and anticipation, yet Zhou Yinlang felt a mix of envy and resignation. "Be cautious. Do you truly understand how we acquired the travel permits in hand? Once home, we must remain low-key. Second brother, did you not say you would seek an audience with the county magistrate for a proper discussion?" Sun Erqian expressed concern, fearing Zhou Yinlang might hesitate to approach the magistrate. If they could not return home openly, would they be forced to live in hiding again? With a heavy sigh, Zhou Yinlang steeled himself and led the group to the county office. They avoided the front entrance, circling around to ascertain the magistrate's quarters, before stealthily prying open the back door and slipping inside. At that moment, the county magistrate was seated in his study, sipping tea. When he looked up to see Zhou Yinlang, startled, he rose abruptly, preparing to call for help, but Zhou Yinlang waved his hand dismissively. "No need for alarm. Had I malicious intent, your head would have already rolled. I am here to propose a transaction. If it succeeds, we all benefit. If not, we part ways." With that, Zhou Yinlang boldly seated himself across from the magistrate, pouring himself a cup of tea. After a sip, he set the cup down and continued, "You are the county magistrate, and I will not conceal the truth. I am a deserter. I am not alone in this endeavor. We require your assistance in establishing our household registrations. In return, I will provide you with a life-saving piece of information. If you can grasp it, it will be a stroke of fortune for you. If you feel this transaction is feasible, Proceed with our registrations. If not, consider this conversation forgotten. My people are present in your courtyard. Should you entertain any other thoughts? Tonight we may have no choice but to bloodily seize the county office." The magistrate, a mix of anger and fear washing over him, could only stammer in response. Zhou Yanlang let out a cold scoff, reflecting on how such a cowardly individual could hold a position of authority. This was a government where peace and prosperity seemed a distant dream. He had no desire to play emperor himself, if he wished. He believed he could seize the realm within a year. Was it truly so difficult to secure the household registrations for over 10 individuals? Surely he understood the gravity of his situation. "What do you mean by that? You dare to intimidate a magistrate?" The magistrate attempted to assert his authority, but Zhou Yanlang's demeanor revealed no trace of menace. Zhou Yanlang merely smirked, taking another sip of tea. "The Prince Qin is attacking Lingshan Prefecture. How long do you think it will take him to reach Lianhua County?" What did you say? This cannot be." The magistrate's face went pale, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Observing the magistrate's cowardice, Zhou Yanlang's scorn was unmistakable. He coldly stated, "Ensure our household registrations are completed. I offer you a suggestion for survival. Consider it wisely. You have 1 cup of tea's worth of time to ponder. Should the transaction fail, I shall take my leave without further deliberation." Recalling the rumors he had heard that evening, of the Sun family selling off their assets at a bargain, the magistrate felt a pang of urgency. It seemed the Sun family was already privy to news from the prefecture. Realizing this, he dared not dwell further and quickly replied to Zhou Yanlang, "I agree. I will comply with your request." Zhou Yanlang cast a derisive glance at the magistrate, noting his eagerness and timidity. Encountering a crisis, the magistrate failed to remain composed. Lingshan Prefecture was less than 400 miles away, and yet he lacked even a source of information. Such incompetence was surely common among the county officials of this era. Shaking his head, Zhou Yanlang clapped his hands 3 times, summoning Zhao Yijuan into the study. He placed a list on the desk and exited the room. The magistrate was now thoroughly terrified. He believed Zhou Yanlang's group could indeed carry out a bloodbath in the county office without breaking a sweat. Observing the demeanor of those who had just left, it was clear they were no strangers to violence. If Zhao Yijuan were to learn of the magistrate's thoughts, he would surely scoff. "What is murder to me? I hunt wolves." The magistrate glanced at the names inscribed on the paper, processing each individual's registration before stamping them with the official seal. After handing over a dozen household notices to Zhou Yanlang, he said, "I have done what you requested. Now it is time to discuss your suggestions." Zhou Yanlang nodded at the teacup, and the county magistrate could only refill it. The Prince Chun would undoubtedly advance eastward after capturing the city of Linshan, reaching Lianhua County in no more than 20 days. Regardless of whether Lianhua County possesses military strength, your strategy and courage are utterly inadequate. Currently, various feudal lords are clamoring to overthrow the wise Qin Wang, yet the Prince Qin cannot rally troops under this banner. Do you know why? Why? The county magistrate's mind was still trapped in the notion of his own inadequacies. Feeling indignant at Zhou Yanlang's implication of his lack of intelligence and cowardice, and he was utterly bewildered by Zhou Yanlang's inquiry. First, the Prince Chun and the wise Qin Wang share the same mother. Second, their objectives diverge, one heading south and the other north. Proclaiming their names would be absurd. Third, he already has a certain complicity with the wise Qin Wang. You need not concern yourself with anything else. What you must do immediately is spread rumors that the wise Qin Wang and the Prince Chun are colluding in secret, advancing towards the capital from different directions, as they aim to seize the entire realm. The wise Qin Wang is currently holding a significant portion of military forces to provide the Prince Chun with the opportunity to annex the northern territories. Once the Prince Chun has consumed the entirety of the north, what do you think will happen? Zhou Yanlang's words left the county magistrate in a haze. Unable to restrain himself from asking, "What will happen?" Zhou Yanlang wished he could slap himself for being questioned by such a simpleton. He could have simply stated his point without considering whether the magistrate was dim-witted or foolish. If the Prince Chun were to capture the entire north, both the court and other feudal lords would surely dispatch troops. At that time, the southern forces would rally under the wise Qin Wang, who would seize the opportunity to advance, while the court and the lords would find it too late to intervene. As long as the Prince Qin secures Dingjiaku, known for its impenetrable defenses, no number of troops would suffice. You must disseminate these statements with the utmost urgency. Within half a month, the army of King Luo will directly strike at the Prince Qin's lair. During this half-month, you cannot remain idle. You must swiftly organize a force to rush to Xianyang City and collaborate with its officials to sever the road from Linshan to Xianyang, creating a breach in the Hutong River, transforming that road into a tributary of the river. Chapter 23. The transcendent Zhou Yanlang prepares to divorce. Upon hearing Zhou Yanlang mention the breach in the Hatong River, the county magistrate gasped, unable to refrain from interjecting. Xianyang City has always belonged to Linshan. Converting the Seoul Road into a tributary of the river would leave no escape route. Zhou Yanlang stirred his tea with the lid of his cup, not raising his eyes, speaking deliberately and unhurriedly. You only realize that there will be no escape route in the future? There is no path to survival now, yet you think of future routes. Truly, your foresight is remarkable. The Prince Chun desires Dingjiaku. He must halt his grand army to block the embankment and repair the roads. What you are doing is merely delaying the army's progress. When rumors begin to circulate, he cannot maintain his current momentum. As soon as King Luo sends his troops, the Prince Chun will be compelled to withdraw a significant portion of his forces for defense. The remaining tasks will depend on how you, the officials of the court, arrange matters. If you are truly concerned for the country and the people, I need not explain the principle of mutual dependence to you, correct? As long as the surrounding prefectures also send troops to assist King Luo in attacking the Prince Chun, not only will the Prince Chun be unable to annex the north, but he will also have to retreat from Linshan, engaging King Luo on his own territory. The reason King Luo cannot deploy troops now is not due to a lack of desire, but rather a lack of justification. If you spread these rumors, King Luo will immediately raise his banner for battle. The county magistrate stared blankly at Zhou Yanlang, pondering what manner of person he was, possessing such mastery over the turmoil of the world. This maneuver not only dismantled the Prince Chen's plans, but would likely restore order to the chaotic realm by a third. King Luo, being the prince's full-blooded brother, would undoubtedly mobilize his forces to reclaim the Prince Chen's territories upon hearing today's words. The south would remain embroiled in conflict among several feudal lords, while the north would be reclaimed by the court. With the court's military strength, they could certainly subdue the wise Qin Wang, reclaiming the south as well, leaving no other feudal lords bold enough to continue their rebellion. After Zhou Yanlang finished speaking, he turned to leave, having made his point abundantly clear. If this foolish county magistrate still did not comprehend, he could only conclude that the demise of this dynasty was entirely justified. As the county magistrate saw Zhou Yanlang preparing to depart, he quickly obstructed his path. Please, stay a moment. Zhou Yanlang turned his head with annoyance, coldly asking, What? Haven't you understood yet? If you still cannot grasp the crux of the matter, I advise you to escape this calamity and return home to sell sweet potatoes. With such intellect, you would only mislead yourself and others as a local official. The county magistrate wiped the sweat from his forehead, feeling that Zhou Yanlang's authority surpassed that of the governor. Your words are too harsh. I may be dull-witted, yet I am a two-time successful candidate in the imperial examinations. I wish to keep you here to seek your counsel, with your strategy. Even a few words could grant me control over the grand scheme of the realm. Would you not regret offering me a chance to leave a mark in history? Zhou Yanlang scoffed at the county magistrate, not yet so foolish as to lack understanding, and replied coldly, Nonsense about leaving a mark in history. If you desire it, take it. I have no need for it. If I wished to seize this realm, I could do so within a year, yet I do not wish to be an emperor. In a time of chaos and suffering, what is the point of ruling a fractured nation? With that, Zhou Yanlang turned to leave. While the county magistrate stood in a daze, watching his receding figure, he concluded in his heart that this was indeed a transcendent individual. The term deserter was merely a facade. How could a transcendent figure lack followers? Their movements are elusive, and they surely require multiple notices to conceal their identity. After Zhou Yanlang departed, the county magistrate hurriedly summoned his advisor. The advisor and the county magistrate worked tirelessly in the study until midnight, dispatching several letters, particularly instructing those traveling to King Luo's territory to ensure the swift delivery of messages within 3 days. Zhou Yanlang and a dozen escapees left the county office and found an inn to rest. Having overheard the conversation between Zhou Yanlang and the county magistrate, especially Sun Erqian and Zhao Yijuan, they gathered in the inn, filled with food and drink. Sun Erqian could no longer restrain himself and asked Zhou Yanlang, Brother Zhou, why do you not strive for this realm? Is it not good to be an emperor? Indeed, Brother Zhou, with your talent and strategy, the world will eventually be yours, and we will all follow your lead. Just say the word, and we will heed your call. The dozen individuals chimed in, their eyes gleaming with ambition and expectation. Zhou Yanlang surveyed the group with an impassive expression, setting down his bowl and chopsticks before exiting the private room. The others exchanged glances, bewildered by Zhou Yanlang's thoughts. Back in his guest room, Zhou Yanlang felt more confused than ever. Did he truly intend to meet the original owner's parents and wife? Would he return to occupy another person's life amidst the chaos, coldly witnessing the demise of the original owner's family? How would he face them upon returning? He certainly could not live alongside the original owner's wife, could he? Divorce? Separation? Yet in ancient times, both divorce and separation equated to condemning a woman. Zhou Yinlang pondered throughout the night and could not come to a conclusion about what he should do. Meanwhile, Lin Yike, whom Zhou Yinlang intended to divorce, was currently in the fields with the Zhou family, hastily harvesting. Following the original owner's memories, Lin Yike gritted her teeth, reaping wheat while Erbao and Sambao trailed behind her, binding the stalks. Daba, serving as the main laborer, carried all the bundled wheat to the ox and mule carts at the edge of the field, while Erzhan and old Zhou transported the wheat back home. Chapter 24. The entire Zhou family harvests as Zhou Sanlang had anticipated. Every household in Zhou family village began to rush their harvest. Lin Yike felt as though they were about to flee, disregarding the fields entirely and simply cutting down the wheat. Before she could voice her thoughts, Zhou Sanlang had already directed everyone to focus solely on gathering grain, then arranged for Lin Yike and the others to begin husking corn. The task of husking corn was one that both adults and children could undertake, and Erbao and Sambao were also assigned their roles. Zhou Qiaoyan found herself unable to evade the arduous task of harvesting. Initially, she intended to stubbornly refuse to work in the fields, but Zhou Sanlang's coldly issued command left her no choice. Anyone who can walk or run must labor in the fields. Those who refuse shall remain at home or go without food on the road. This stern admonition startled Zhou Qiaoyan, who had never encountered such a side of her brother. Silenced by fear, she dutifully joined the collective effort. The Zhou family village buzzed with frenetic activity as bonfires and torches blazed in every field, casting a glow that illuminated the night sky. Villagers, with tears in their eyes, bowed their heads to gather the harvest, while others lamented loudly, cursing the heavens for their misfortunes, decrying the ineptitude of the court, and criticizing the ambitions of the Wang family. Lin Yike, too, silently cursed fate for not allowing her to don the robes of a queen, instead leaving her clad in the garb of a refugee. What's more, as a widow. Though she could accept the widowhood, she had no desire to be wed to someone from ancient times. Yet, how could it be that her children grew up so quickly? And why were there 3 foolish ones? Lin Yike had never encountered a tale as tragic as her own. Now, she was once again burdened with the responsibility of escaping with her family. Reflecting on the stories she had read about fleeing from famine, she felt utterly overwhelmed. The twins, Erbao and Sambao, could hardly endure the toil of harvesting corn, feeling both weary and itchy from exhaustion. Initially, Lin Yike sought to comfort them, but their soft cries soon escalated into wails, leaving her in a quandary. Under normal circumstances, she could have easily opted out of such labor, but now, it was not feasible to abandon her responsibilities. Hearing the children's cries, Zhou Pozi approached swiftly, understanding their fatigue and weariness. With a wave of her hand, she instructed Lin Yike to take the children home. In Zhou Pozi's eyes, the welfare of the 3 children outweighed all else. Dabao, however, protested against returning home, insisting he was not tired and wanted to assist his grandmother in moving the corn onto the cart. Lin Yike took Erbao and Sambao back to the house, boiling water for their baths and preparing them for bed, while she busied herself in the kitchen. With everyone laboring through the night, it was unacceptable to let them go hungry. She simmered a large pot of bone broth, prepared wild boar meat with potatoes, and boiled a batch of tender corn. When Zhou Laohan and Erzhan returned with the corn, the savory aroma wafted through the air. Erzhan clutched his rumbling stomach, glancing at Zhou Laohan, whose own belly echoed a similar complaint. Zhou Laohan waved him off, encouraging him to eat quickly, as his second aunt must have prepared the meal by now. Lin Yike, having anticipated Zhou Laohan's return, had already set aside a bowl of bone broth to cool. She emerged from the kitchen with 2 ears of tender corn and offered the broth to Erzhan. I've prepared the bone broth for you, and you can grab corn from the pot. Father, please drink the broth first and nibble on some corn to tide you over. I forgot to ask Mother for the key and couldn't make the steamed buns. Zhou Laohan accepted the bowl and took a sip of the broth, immediately feeling comforted. He mused that while they had suffered a reduced harvest, at least it was not their own loss. If we can hold out until autumn, much of this will likely go to the authorities, he reflected. Lin Yike, standing beside him, gazed at the corn and wheat stacked in the yard and remarked softly, Father, it's not a total loss. The diminished yield isn't ours, after all. Zhou Laohan nodded, realizing that it had likely been Zhou Sanlang who had calculated this outcome long before. He decided against voicing his thoughts, as it would only cause unnecessary worry about the food supply. Once Lin Yike saw Zhou Laohan finish the broth, she went back to the kitchen to serve half a bowl of pork stew with potatoes, but Zhou Laohan waved it away, claiming he was full. Erzhan had enjoyed 2 bowls of broth, marveling at how delicious it was, while being cautious not to eat too much boar lest he face scolding from his grandmother. Lin Yike packed the cooked corn into a basket, arranging the broth and stew in a basin for Zhou Laohan to take away. She remained home, confronted with the chaotic remnants of the harvest. Troubled, she pondered whether Zhou Sanlang intended to wait until they dried the grain before winnowing it, or if he planned to take it all away directly. If it was the latter, 3 carts would hardly suffice, especially with the added burden of their belongings, as they were fleeing as a family, necessitating many items. After fretting in the yard for a spell, Lin Yike slipped into her space, searching for anything useful. After a thorough inspection yielded no results, she resorted to retrieving a machete, wrapping it in cloth before exiting her space. She then began to neatly bundle the disheveled wheat stalks with the machete, leaving them about a foot long. Upon Zhou Laohan's return, Dabao accompanied him. Concerned that Dabao had overexerted himself during the night, and fearing it might hinder his recovery, Zhou Posey sent him back home. As Zhou Laohan unloaded the corn, he noticed Lin Yike's meticulous work in trimming the wheat stalks and couldn't help but nod in approval. He had not anticipated that his second daughter-in-law possessed such foresight. Earlier, he had scolded Zhou Sanlang in the fields, where the latter had foolishly claimed that the entire village was filled with fools, while his second sister-in-law was the only one with the clarity of thought. Had it not been for the fear of being reprimanded by their mother, she would have prepared everything necessary for their escape the day before. Father, do you still not understand why my sister-in-law is buying livestock? Did you not see how much oil paper she procured? That is intended for rain covers, and she purchased numerous umbrellas as well. She has already planned for a swift departure. As dawn broke, Zhou Wulong and Zhou Sanlang set off in a mule cart. Just as Zhou Qiaoyan considered resting in her room, Zhou Laohan reprimanded her. Do you not see your sister-in-law preparing the wheat stalks? There are still 2 machetes at home. Bring out the kitchen knife and finish cutting them down. If your brother returns today and says we are leaving right away, do you intend to take the straw with us? What about the rest of the household items? Exhausted, Zhou Qiaoyan could barely contain her fatigue and frustration, muttering, Isn't mother wealthy? Can't we simply buy a couple more livestock to fit everything? Zhou Laohan nearly suffered a fit of rage at her words, while Zhou Posey's expression darkened as she glared at Zhou Qiaoyan. So, your father asked you to do some work, and you respond with defiance? Your mother has plenty of money, does she? We are about to flee, and yet you remain oblivious to our situation. I am too weary to explain. Your 3rd brother and 5th brother have gone to the county to procure supplies, and your elder brother will return shortly. Consider how much food and drink our entire family will require on the journey. Can we afford to settle anywhere? Chapter 25. A return to hunting. Lin Yike was utterly speechless with Zhou Qiaoyan. She knew that Zhou Posey held less than 100 taels of silver on her person, and even with what Lin Yike had provided yesterday, it barely amounted to 200 taels, with over 20 mouths to feed. That small sum would hardly suffice for their impending hardships, and her sister-in-law truly lacked discernment. Qiulan, accompanied by De Hua and Er Hua, also came to assist in the wheat preparation. Although Meng Kaiping often appeared unreliable, she was remarkably swift and efficient when it came to work. Lin Yike handed her machete to Meng Kaiping and rose to the backyard to gather a basket of fresh vegetables. Mother, please set aside some grain for me. I'll make vegetable porridge for breakfast. Zhou Posey nodded and turned to fetch the grain for Lin Yike. Skipping the steamed buns, she generously offered extra mixed grains, while Lin Yike discreetly added a couple of taels of rice. After preparing a large pot of vegetable porridge, each person received a hearty bowl, accompanied by some preserved vegetables. Zhou Posey was pleased, believing that a filling breakfast also conserved their precious supplies. However, Lin Yike felt differently, thinking that a bowl of porridge with more vegetables than grain would soon leave them hungry again. After breakfast, everyone spread the corn out to dry and laid the wheat on oilcloth to sunbathe. Once the grains were sufficiently dried, Zhou Posey instructed everyone to return to their rooms for a brief rest before continuing their harvesting efforts. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone hurried off to rest. Fatigued, Lin Yike returned to her room, locked the door, and called the 3 children into her space. Why sleep on the hard wooden bed when there was a comfortable one available? She was not foolish enough to do that. Upon awakening, Lin Yike discovered her 3 children reveling in the space, indulging in merriment. Realizing that time was still on their side, she stepped out of the space to find the courtyard enveloped in tranquility. An idea sparked within her, prompting her to retrieve an alarm clock from the space before re-entering. After a mere 10 minutes, she emerged to find that the clock had barely ticked a minute, igniting a wave of joy within her. She conducted several more experiments to confirm her hypothesis, and with her newfound certainty, Lin Yike set off to the back mountain with her backpack. Upon reaching the mountainside, she slipped into the space to procure a machete, intending to harvest some bamboo to construct a tent. She envisioned a personal sanctuary for her children during their escape. a refuge where they could retreat and rest. Meanwhile, Dabao, upon hearing that his mother was on the mountain, insisted on exiting the space as well. Lin Yike attempted to dissuade him, but Dabao, Air Bao, and San Bao had already emerged. After cutting a few bamboo stalks, Lin Yike sought to return home. But Dabao was adamant about hunting. Frustration mounted within her. Without proper tools, how could they hunt? To her astonishment, Dabao produced a crossbow from the space supermarket. A stroke of divine fortune indeed. Lin Yike, accompanied by Air Bao and San Bao, settled in a clearing to observe Dabao as he scoured the area for game. Suddenly, Air Bao leapt up, shouting, "Big brother, there are 3 wild chickens in the grass behind you." Lin Yike was taken aback. Could it be that Air Bao possessed a golden finger as well? As Air Bao continued to call out, Dabao relentlessly pursued the wild game, while Lin Yike and San Bao gathered wild chicken eggs. The 4 of them spent the better part of the day on the mountain, blocking several rabbit burrows. When Zhou Old Man and Zhou Old Woman awoke, they found Lin Yike and her children missing. While concern gnawed at them, the pressing chores at home kept their worries at bay. In the afternoon, the Zhou family, weary and famished from their hurried harvest, noticed that Zhou Old Man had not returned with their meals. Whispers of Lin Yike's laziness circulated, suggesting she had abandoned her duties altogether. Zhou Old Man made several trips home, growing increasingly anxious at their absence. When Lin Yike and the children finally returned, the sun had already dipped low. It was not a matter of greed that delayed them. She simply could not restrain her excited children. Their return was met with astonished gazes from the villagers, as Lin Yike and her brood were laden with wild game. Dabao even carried a young deer upon his shoulders, while Lin Yike's backpack brimmed with provisions, including 3 deer stowed away in the space supermarket. The villagers were left dumbfounded as Zhou Old Woman stepped outside to prepare dinner, only to hear the commotion erupting from the villagers. Upon seeing Lin Yike and the children, her jaw dropped in sheer disbelief, momentarily forgetting to close her mouth. The 3 children, upon spotting her, rushed over, exclaiming, "Grandma, we can hunt now. We will bring you and Grandpa meat every day." Zhou Old Woman quickly regained her composure, calling out, "Slow down. Be careful not to fall." She hurried towards the children, her heart swelling with pride. Zhou Old Man, returning with a donkey cart, relaxed as he saw the children were safe. The villagers showered Dabao with praise, and Zhou Old Man nearly halted the cart to bask in their admiration, his smile radiating with joy. Meanwhile, Zhou Yanlang, hidden in the shadows, furrowed his brow. Having secretly ventured into the village, he observed the frantic harvesting and, upon learning the circumstances, was surprised by Zhou Sanlang's boldness. It appeared the Zhou family was not entirely composed of inept individuals. Zhou Erlang's intellect seemed commendable, but he pondered about the others. The more he listened, the more agitated he became. How could the original family not only have 2 foolish sons, but also an additional foolish daughter after his departure? This was exceedingly vexing. Zhou Yanlong's wife was still deliberating on how to handle matters, and now an additional foolish daughter had emerged. He found himself in a predicament, unable to deny his parentage, yet trapped by the necessity of supporting those who now sought refuge with him. Among those seeking shelter were 3 from Zhou's village, complicating his choice to return to the original family. Notably, one was a cousin from his uncle's side, hiding in the tree. Zhou Yanlang felt a headache coming on as he watched Lin Yike lead her children into the Zhou household. He could assist Zhou Erlang in caring for the 3 foolish children, but he grimaced at the thought of Zhou Erlang's wife. Her gaunt frame and sallow complexion repulsed him, yet she bore the title of his spouse. Chapter 26. Harvesting in groups. Lin Yike, oblivious to Zhou Yanlong's turmoil, returned home with the children and set about preparing dinner, slaughtering chickens and rabbits. Zhou Old Man opted not to work in the fields, delegating the task of gathering grain to Zhou Erzhan while he dealt with the deer. Lin Yike prepared a sumptuous dinner, cooking 3 wild chickens, 3 rabbits, and a pot of deer meat. Though no steamed buns were made, everyone received a bowl of meat porridge. The meal was so lavish that everyone exclaimed it rivaled a feast for the new year. While Lin Yike cooked, Zhou Old Woman initially hesitated at the abundance of meat, but Lin Yike urged, "Mother, everyone is exhausted. Let them indulge in meat to replenish their strength. Soon, we will be fleeing, and who knows what awaits us on the road. Can we truly eat meat in front of so many villagers?" Zhou Old Man considered Lin Yike's reasoning and waved his hand grandly. "Let them eat. Cook more, so everyone can fill their bellies. It will help them work better, and we will have an easier journey ahead." Dabao, sensing Zhou Old Woman's reluctance, proclaimed loudly, "Grandma, don't worry about not having meat. Tomorrow, I will go to the mountains to catch wild chickens and rabbits. I will even hunt 2 big wild boars for you." Noticing no one else was around, Lin Yike quietly beckoned Zhou Old Woman and Zhou Old Man to the kitchen. "Father, Mother, I need to share something important with you." Once inside, she cleared her throat and revealed, I have realized that the three children have abilities that we previously overlooked. Zhou Old Man and Zhou Old Woman exchanged concerned glances, uncertain of Lin Yike's meaning. With a smile, she continued, the Bao possesses immense strength, and today I discovered that Air Bao can hear the game hidden in the grass, even discerning what lies within a 5-mile radius. San Bao, astonishingly, recognizes many medicinal herbs without any formal instruction. Lin Yike decided not to conceal the children's extraordinary abilities, knowing it would ultimately come to light. Zhou Old Man and Zhou Old Woman were left stunned as Lin Yike spun her tale. I once read a book that suggested those with exceptional gifts differ from the ordinary. Zhou Old Man's excitement surged. So, you mean they are not simply 3 foolish children, but rather remarkable beings? Zhou Old Woman was equally thrilled, wiping away tears of joy and declaring, then let us feast. Tomorrow, I will accompany you all to the mountains. I won't concern myself with household chores any longer. I want to see for myself. Zhou Old Man exchanged a glance with his wife, his own desire to accompany them evident. Lin Yike, sensing his eagerness, assured him, Father, leave the household matters to Sandy. Tomorrow, you will join us in the mountains. We can hunt more game for silver or grain. Upon hearing this, Zhou Old Man's eyes sparkled with delight, and he nodded vigorously. Very well, I will join you. That night, everyone slept soundly, while Zhou Yanlang remained perched in the tree, mulling over his decisions, but ultimately refraining from entering Zhou Old Man's abode. In the depths of night, he and 3 others from the village, Zhou Meng, Hu Yunlai, and Yang Si, remained atop the mountain until dawn. The 3 were apprehensive about returning home, while Zhou Yanlang felt an intense reluctance. As the first light of day broke, the old man Zhou rose and summoned his family. Lin Yike had already prepared the meal, steaming a pot of steamed cornbread. During breakfast, old man Zhou addressed everyone, stating, Today, the household chores will be managed by the 3rd son. Your mother and I will accompany your 2nd sister-in-law to the mountains. Before we leave, you brothers should organize matters at home. Your mother and I will not interfere. His words prompted only a nod from Zhou San, with no support or opposition from the others. Only Zhou Qiaoyan expressed her discontent, but she kept it to herself. Lin Yike observed that while everyone was indeed weary, there were also those who were merely idling. Father, may I speak? Zhou Sanlang and Zhou Dalan looked up at Lin Yike, who received a nod from old man Zhou. Second daughter-in-law, speak your mind. Father, what do you think of this? Our family has over 20 members, and our efforts are not unified. Time is of the essence. It would be better to divide the tasks. We currently have 3 draft animals. If we purchase 2 or 3 more, we can assign 1 to each household. Whoever gathers the grain will claim it as their own starting today. What we have at home is communal property, and on the way back, if anyone finds the communal food unsatisfactory or insufficient, they can supplement it with their own provisions. Before old man Zhou could respond, Zhou Laopa interjected vehemently, No, I disagree. We cannot buy more livestock. Our funds are limited. Yesterday, the 3rd son spent a lot on various items, and we have little money left to sustain ourselves. The grain they gather will be theirs. How can it be so favorable? Grandmother, don't worry. Today, I will hunt wild boar and roe deer. I will sell them to help buy livestock for you, said Debao to Zhou Laopa. Whatever you want, just tell me, and I'll fetch it for you. Bao quickly chimed in. Sanbao sat quietly beside Lin Yike, who patted her head, waiting for old man Zhou to speak. Father, mother, let us proceed as the 2nd sister-in-law suggested. The funds for livestock shouldn't all come from the communal pot. Each family should contribute a portion. Mother, worry less about the money and more about the grain in the fields. We do not know how long we will be traversing the mountains. The 2nd sister-in-law's proposal is wise. Only in this way can we all exert our efforts without burdening others. Qiulan gritted her teeth in resentment. Their family was large, and the children could work, yet she felt she was not gaining any advantage from this arrangement. She was aware of her own limitations and realized she could not contribute much. Zhou Dalan was careless, and besides Erzhan, there were few capable workers in their family. Old man Zhou nodded, acknowledging that this division of labor seemed reasonable. The eldest son could worry about his own affairs, who could oversee his family for a lifetime. After breakfast, old man Zhou and Zhou Laopa followed Lin Yike and the 3 children as they ascended the northern mountain with their baskets. Zhou Sanlang ceased organizing tasks. The grain in the courtyard had already been spread out to dry. He and Meng Kaiping led their 3 children, driving the ox cart to the fields first. Zhou Sailang saw his brother had left and harnessed the mule cart, leaving Sanhua at home with Wu Hua, before heading to the fields with Chen Xiaoqiao. Zhou Dalan instructed Erzhan to drive the donkey cart, and all 7 members of his family went to the fields. On the way, he sternly warned, Anyone who slacks off today shall not expect a hearty meal on the return trip. He glared fiercely at Xiao Lan as he spoke. Meanwhile, Lin Yike's group was jubilant. Sambao discovered a 20-year-old ginseng, while Erbao found several rabbit burrows. Old Man Zhou dug for ginseng, while Lin Yike and Zhou Laopa, along with Debao and Erbao, hunted rabbits. Wild rabbit burrows typically had 3 entrances, and Erbao could always pinpoint them accurately. Zhou Laopa blocked one entrance with grass and mud, lighting dry grass at another, continuously fanning the flame with leaves to send smoke into the burrow. The rabbits, driven by the smoke, could only escape through the last remaining hole, where Lin Yike and Erbao, along with Debao, blocked the exit with a snakeskin bag. In no time, they had captured an entire nest of rabbits, numbering anywhere from 3 to over a dozen. After Old Man Zhou unearthed the ginseng, they had already gathered 6 or 7 rabbit nests. Erbao also managed to catch several wild chickens, while Zhou Laopa and Lin Yike followed behind, collecting wild chicken eggs. At noon, Lin Yike roasted 3 fragrant chickens, enjoying them with some cool water brought from home. After a short rest, they continued their ascent. Old Man Zhou followed closely behind Sambao, whose basket was filled with herbs she had instructed him to gather. He was unsure of the market value of the herbs, but recognized that ginseng and reishi mushrooms were precious. The more he followed Sambao, the more astonished he became. The little girl chattered incessantly, explaining everything with great clarity. Old Man Zhou inquired, "Sambao, tell me, who taught you all this?" Sambao looked at Old Man Zhou with a puzzled expression, as if to say, "How do you not know? Grandfather, you don't know? I just see these things and I know." She exclaimed, "Grandfather, you are so silly." In his astonishment, Old Man Zhou turned to look at Debao and Erbao. Debao caught a wild chicken, leaping 3 feet high. Just as the bird took flight, Erbao pointed out various sites, identifying wild chickens and rabbits. Zhou Laopa and Lin Yike had already filled their baskets, and they carried a sack, their waists adorned with their catch. Just as Old Man Zhou fell into contemplation, Sambao called out excitedly, "Grandfather, come quickly. This is a 100-year-old purple reishi." Sambao's shout startled not only Old Man Zhou but also Lin Yike and Zhou Laopa, who rushed over in astonishment. Debao and Erbao, noticing their mother and grandmother had run off, quickly followed. Old Man Zhou's hands trembled uncontrollably, while Zhou Laopa was so shocked she could hardly speak. Lin Yike, seeing their astonishment, took matters into her own hands. Just as she finished collecting the purple reishi, Sambao cried out again, "Mother, there are several more little ones here." Old Man Zhou and Zhou Laopa finally snapped back to reality, exchanging quick glances, and hurried to assist. Lin Yike, Old Man Zhou, and Zhou Laopa gathered another 7 mushrooms, the smallest of which was at least 20 years old. After collecting the reishi, Lin Yike suggested, "Father, Mother, there is still time. Let us hurry to the county town to sell these. We cannot store them. We must not let them spoil." Upon hearing that they could spoil, Zhou Laopa immediately rose, pulling Old Man Zhou to descend the mountain. "Hurry, we cannot let them spoil." Meanwhile, Debao and Erbao had secretly run off while they were busy collecting the reishi. And from a distance, Lin Yike spotted Debao carrying a wild deer. Her heart nearly skipped a beat as she picked up a branch from the ground to chase after them, scolding, "Debao, Erbao, if I don't beat you today, I won't be your mother. Have you grown so bold? You dare to run off without a word. Do you want to give me a heart attack?" While Lin Yike scolded and struck Debao and Erbao, tears streamed down her face in frustration. Old Man Zhou and Zhou Laopa did not intervene. These 2 children needed to learn a lesson. One could find wild game, while the other could kill it. If they ventured into the mountains alone without understanding the risks, what would become of them? Debao and Erbao cried loudly, vowing never to run off to hunt alone again, at which point Lin Yike ceased her pursuit. "If you dare to run off hunting alone again, I'll end my life by crashing into something, allowing you to hunt as you please." Lin Yike was both angry and terrified, collapsing to the ground in tears. Sambao, seeing her mother weeping, rushed into Lin Yike's embrace, wailing alongside her. Seizing the moment, Old Man Zhou admonished Debao and Erbao, "Do you understand your mistake? Look at how frightened your mother is. Without an adult, you are not allowed to hunt on your own, understood? If something were to happen to you, your mother would be devastated, and your grandparents would not survive either." Debao and Erbao quickly wiped their tears, apologizing to Lin Yike, and also to Old Man Zhou and Zhou Laopa. Under Lin Yike's insistence, they promised a multitude of things. Finally, Old Man Zhou could no longer bear to watch and urged everyone to descend the mountain quickly. They still needed to go to the county town. Zhou Yinlang witnessed the scene before him, yet he could not shake the feeling that something was amiss. The presence of the 3 children alongside Lin Yike created an unsettling dissonance in his heart, leaving him perplexed and uneasy. Chapter 28. Selling herbal medicine in the county. As Lin Yike and the others descended the mountain, Debao carried a deer on his shoulder, his backpack brimming with game, while wild chickens and hares hung from his waist. With a spring in his step, he raced ahead. Lin Yike, accompanied by Old Man Zhou and Granny Zhou, ambled along with Bao and Sambao in tow. Lin Yike bore a burden of wild game, while a wooden stick balanced 2 snakeskin bags of their catch. Old Man Zhou carried a basket of herbs, with Granny Zhou's waist adorned with an assortment of game. Her basket was filled with wild chicken eggs, and even Bao was laden with his own share. They paused intermittently as they traversed the mountainside, and soon Bao returned with Erzhan and Zhou Silang. Bao took over Lin Yike's load and dashed off like the wind. Zhou Silang attempted to relieve Old Man Zhou of his burden, but the elders stubbornly tossed his game to him, refusing to let him touch the basket. "I shall carry my own basket. You help your mother and sister-in-law." Lin Yike, fatigued, accepted Zhou Silang's offer to carry her basket without hesitation. Erzhan bore Granny Zhou's basket while she admonished him earnestly, "Be careful with my wild chicken eggs. If any are spoiled by the time we get home, I shall give you a good thrashing." Zhou Silang and Erzhan took away the wild game from Lin Yike and Granny Zhou, yet no one attended to Bao. Concerned for Bao's fatigue, Lin Yike relieved him of his burdens. When Bao returned once more, they were nearly at the foot of the mountain. Worried that Sambao might be exhausted, Lin Yike asked Bao, who seemed unfazed, to carry his sister home first. Granny Zhou shot a disapproving glance at him, reluctant to part with her eldest grandson for such a task. However, upon seeing Old Man Zhou's basket and recalling the precious Ganoderma and Sanbao's filial piety, she bit her lip and remained silent. From a distance, Zhou Yanlang observed the family as they entered the village. Zhou Meng, Hu Yunlai, and Yang Si stood beside him, all gazing towards the village with unspoken determination, vowing to return home that night. "Brother, let us return home tonight," Yang Si suggested, unable to bear the sight of his family bustling about, feeling too tormented to enter the house. "Not yet. We shall wait until they are ready to depart," Zhou Yanlang replied, his eyes unfocused as he gazed into the village, lost in contemplation. Upon returning home, Old Man Zhou prepared to head to the county with a donkey cart. Zhou Sanlang, feeling uneasy, insisted on accompanying them, but Old Man Zhou waved him off, advising him to tend to matters at home. Though Zhou Sanlang hesitated, knowing there was much work to be done, he eventually conceded, trusting that their venture to sell their game would be fruitful, albeit worried about the quality of livestock they might purchase. Unbeknownst to Zhou Sanlang, Old Man Zhou and Granny Zhou were wary of him, for their intentions were not solely to sell their game, but also to trade precious herbs. Upon reaching the county, Old Man Zhou led them to the largest medical hall in the area, where numerous individuals were purchasing medicinal materials. Lin Yike noted that most appeared to be for stockpiling, suggesting that news of the prince's uprising had spread far and wide. The young apprentice saw Old Man Zhou and his family and greeted them courteously, inquiring, "Are you here to procure medicine or seek treatment?" "We are here to sell herbs. Are you interested?" Sambao promptly replied. The apprentice examined the contents of Old Man Zhou's basket and nodded. "There have not been many patrons these past few days, yet those who come buy in large quantities. If this continues, we shall run out of herbs. I am responsible for collecting herbs. Please wait a moment while I finish my current task," he added. "Very well. Good sir, please take your time," Sambao responded earnestly. Granny Zhou's eyes sparkled with excitement as she scrutinized Sambao, silently marveling at how he had matured into a shrewd young man. After the apprentice completed his duties, he returned to inspect the herbs in Old Man Zhou's basket. He could hardly contain his astonishment at the sight of the valuable herbs. "Sir, allow me to escort you to the back courtyard. The herbs you have gathered are quite precious, and I cannot make decisions on my own." Granny Zhou and Old Man Zhou exchanged glances, their thoughts racing. With Ganoderma and ginseng carefully wrapped, placed into Granny Zhou's basket, and more precious herbs still in Old Man Zhou's, they couldn't help but feel fortunate. Had the Zhou family truly struck gold with 3 exceptionally gifted children? Following the apprentice to the back courtyard, they were introduced to an experienced master herbalist. The master inspected the herbs, nodding approvingly. "It appears you are indeed a skilled gatherer. These are all top-quality materials. Dendrobium, licorice, and astragalus. Our supplies have been critically low. Although this is your first delivery, we shall offer you the gatherer's price. 2 taels of silver per pound for dendrobium, and 1 tael of silver per pound for licorice and astragalus. Does that sound agreeable?" Granny Zhou, seated on a stone bench sipping tea, nearly spat it out in shock. Old Man Zhou maintained a stoic facade, though internally he calculated the worth of the 30-plus pounds of herbs he carried, enough to purchase 2 livestock. "Very well. Please weigh them." Lin Yike, recalling the deer on the cart, could not resist inquiring, "Sir, my 2 sons are outside with the donkey cart. We have a deer there. We are uncertain whether it has antlers. Could you send someone to check? Upon hearing this, the master quickly summoned the apprentice, instructing him to open the back door and bring in the cart, as whether or not the deer had antlers, it could still be used for medicinal purposes. The apprentice, eager to comply, followed Lin Yike to bring in the cart. You are truly a lifesaver. I am in dire need of deer bones. Though I wonder if you have collected any deer blood? Old man Zhou chuckled, a hint of pride in his tone. The deer is still alive. You can collect the blood yourself once it is dead. Hearing old man Zhou's words, the master leapt into action, rushing to the front gate to await the arrival of the cart. As soon as the cart entered the courtyard, he instructed the apprentice to gather people to slaughter the deer and collect the blood, as well as to harvest the antlers. Then he turned to old man Zhou, offering, I shall give you 120 taels of silver for the deer. Does that sound fair? Old man Zhou nodded, sensing that the master was trustworthy, and proceeded to open Granny Zhou's basket. He first revealed a ginseng root approximately 20 years old. Sir, what do you think of this ginseng? The master was taken aback. It was evident that this family hailed from deep within the mountains, skilled in herb gathering, and seemed to possess even more treasures. He realized that they were testing his knowledge, but thankfully, the prices they offered were fair. Chapter 29, Striking it Rich Brother, let us converse inside. Xiao Dong will bring some pastries for the children, the master said, pulling old man Zhou towards the main room. Lin Yike had no intention of following, yet the three children dashed ahead into the hall. Upon entering, the master wasted no time. Brother, do you have any more treasures to reveal? Please do not keep me in suspense. Lin Yike glanced at the elder, her lips twitching slightly. Old man Zhou, though in his early 50s, was addressed as brother by a man who appeared to be at least in his 60s. Good sir, please refrain from calling me brother. My surname is Zhou, so you may simply call me old man Zhou. I do indeed have some good things. Would you care to take a look? Yes. Quickly bring them out for me to see, the master urged, dropping the formalities as he sensed the awkwardness. Granny Zhou handed her basket to the master, who lifted the cloth covering it, revealing 7 to 8 clusters of Ganoderma, causing his eyes to widen in disbelief. As he gingerly extracted each piece, Lin Yike could hear his heart racing when he unveiled a century-old purple Ganoderma. Old Zhou, you have truly impressed me. Such fine purple Ganoderma I have not seen in 30 years, he exclaimed, repeatedly praising the quality. However, old man Zhou and Granny Zhou were less interested in his accolades and more eager to learn the price he would offer. The century-old purple Ganoderma. I offer you 1,000 taels for this batch of 7. The smallest, merely 10 years old, is worth only 80. The largest, at 40 years, is worth 200. The others can be valued at 120. What do you think? Granny Zhou, startled, immediately lowered her head, not daring to utter a word. While old man Zhou had lost his voice entirely, Lin Yike discerned their awkwardness and promptly responded, Old sir, as this is our first collaboration, we shall heed your words. However, should you not provide a better price next time, we may find it challenging to continue our partnership. The old gentleman widened his eyes at Lin Yike, his mustache quivering. You little girl are quite shrewd. The price I offer is the most reasonable. I cannot raise it further next time. Old Zhou, do you find my offer unfair? Old man Zhou quickly nodded, steadying himself. Very well, let it be so. The old gentleman retrieved his abacus, about to calculate, when Sambao interjected, for these 4, at 120 each, that totals 480. This one is 200, and these 2 are also 200. In total, 7 Ganoderma amount to 880, plus this large one brings it to 1,000, totaling 1,880. Adding the deer at 120 gives us exactly 2,000. We haven't even accounted for the herbs in our basket, nor the ginseng. The master listened as Sanbao's clear voice rang out, swiftly reciting the figures. After calculating with the abacus, he could not help but praise her. Little girl, how old are you? You appear no older than 5. Remarkable. You've calculated everything correctly. As for the age of the ginseng, it isn't too high. Old Zhou, I can only offer you 30 taels. Old man Zhou and Granny Zhou were overwhelmed by the revelations of the day, speechless and unable to disclose Sanbao's true age to the old gentleman. Just as Sambao was about to reveal her 4 years, she recalled her mother's words and quickly covered her mouth. The herbalist handed over the list of herbs, 12 pounds of dendrobium, 9 pounds of licorice, and 12 pounds of astragalus, totaling 45 taels of silver. The old gentleman instructed the herbalist to fetch the silver notes, but Lin Yike promptly intervened. Master, we require cash. Gold will suffice as well. Granny Zhou was puzzled, but old man Zhou quickly understood. He nodded vigorously. Please convert the 2,000 into gold, master. The old gentleman glanced at them, nodded, and instructed the herbalist and accountant to hurry to the silver shop to exchange for gold. The silver shop was adjacent to the clinic, and the accountant swiftly returned with 20 gold ingots and 75 taels of silver. Old man Zhou accepted the gold and silver. Rising to take his leave, carefully stowing the valuables, his expression feigning tranquility, though his heart raced with anxiety. Yet, he felt emboldened for the family's escape. Granny Zhou, seeing her husband tuck away the gold, was filled with a singular thought. Mother, we've struck it rich, truly rich. The old gentleman instructed the herbalist to provide the 3 children with some snacks. Lin Yike handed over a wild chicken and a wild rabbit from the donkey cart to the old gentleman. He regarded her with a nod and a smile, contemplating. This young woman is quite astute, unwilling to accept any loss or take advantage of others. Her mind is far more profound than those of the 2 elderly folk. Thankfully, it is I who am in the clinic today. Had my eldest son been here, such treasures would not have graced their household. Upon exiting the clinic, old man Zhou inquired of Lin Yike, shall we truly purchase livestock? Will it not draw too much attention? We already have 3 animals. Granny Zhou nodded emphatically. Addressing Lin Yike, De Bao's mother, wealth should not be flaunted, we must be discreet. The title De Bao's mother sent a shiver down Lin Yike's spine. Yet she felt as if she were indeed De Bao's mother. Father, mother, I understand your concerns, but have you considered our destination? How long will our journey take? It seems Sanzi has already made plans, for he has not objected and even offered to contribute money, indicating a long journey ahead. Furthermore, mother, when it comes time to pack, you will surely hesitate to part with this and that. With so many children at home, acquiring 3 more livestock does not seem excessive. Once we reach a safe place, it will be beneficial to keep them for our own use or sell them without incurring losses. Why not purchase them? If we lack funds, then we shall not buy. That is unavoidable. But with funds, buying livestock is certainly advantageous. Father, it would be best to return to the village and encourage those who can afford it to purchase as well. Upon hearing this reasoning, old man Zhou and Granny Zhou realized the practicality of it. If necessary, they could always sell the livestock later. Chapter 30. Heir Bao's Golden Finger at the Cattle Market. The family meandered through the stalls, with vendors incessantly extolling the virtues of their cattle, yet old man Zhou remained unimpressed. Another vendor approached, having heard they were in the market for cattle, and relentlessly boasted about the quality of his herd, ignoring old man Zhou's refusals and dragging him to his pen. Standing before the pen, old man Zhou merely cast a glance and turned to leave. Lin Yike surveyed the cattle within, noting their drooping heads and lack of vitality. Concerned about the potential for cattle plague, she took hold of the 3 children and urged, Father, let us hurry away. These cattle are sick, and it would be unwise for us to remain. Old man Zhou and Granny Zhou hastily exited the pen, leaving the vendor dejected. Yet, he attempted to persuade Lin Yike. Little sister-in-law, my cattle are merely fatigued, not afflicted with plague. Internally, he was frantic, for the market had warned him to remove the animals swiftly, as rumors of disease surrounded his herd. If he were forced to leave, he would be unable to sell any meat from them. Regrettably, he had accepted this group of ill cattle, hoping to profit after consulting a veterinarian, only to face ruin instead. Heir Bao, with wide eyes, ignored Lin Yike's advice and continued to explore the pen. He touched the bellies and heads of the cattle, roaming about with curiosity. Lin Yike noticed Heir Bao's unusual demeanor and chose to observe silently, intrigued by his intentions. The vendor, seeing the Zhou family linger, reignited his hopes and persistently pitched his cattle to old man Zhou. Heir Bao dashed back to Lin Yike, whispering, Mother, I discovered that those cattle consumed nema grass and are poisoned. 2 pots of mung bean soup will cure them. Lin Yike's eyes lit up upon hearing Heir Bao's words, prompting another thought. Heir Bao, how do you know this? I can tell just by touching them, Heir Bao replied, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Lin Yike affectionately ruffled his hair, praising him. You are truly remarkable. Turning to the vendor, who was still desperately promoting his cattle to old man Zhou, Lin Yike approached him. I will take all 7 of these cattle for 70 taels. You will sell them to us and facilitate the paperwork for their removal. If you refuse, we shall leave. Let me be frank with you. The disease affecting these cattle is severe. Do not think of slaughtering them for meat. If you pursue that course, you will face legal consequences. I am willing to gamble, taking them home to see if I can heal them. If successful, I will profit. If not, I will incur a loss. Granny Zhou was reluctant to gamble 70 taels for cattle that were potentially diseased, pulling Lin Yike away. What nonsense are you spouting? We cannot buy these cattle, as they are not fit for consumption. Are you trying to court disaster? You dare to gamble, you spendthrift. Do you wish to be beaten? The vendor, initially reluctant, saw Granny Zhou dragging Lin Yike away and, urged by other vendors, hastily pursued them, eager to minimize his losses. Little sister-in-law, I agree. I will sell them to you for 70 taels. Lin Yike winked at old man Zhou and signaled Heir Bao to speak to him. Bao quietly relayed the information to his father, who stared wide-eyed at him before instructing Granny Zhou to wait a moment. Granny Zhou was furious, her hair nearly standing on end, but Old Man Zhou remained unfazed by her ire, extending his hand for the money. Bao's mother insisted, "What are you hesitating for? If you don't buy it, how can it be done? Hurry, hand over the money. We still need to process the paperwork, and if you keep dawdling, it will be dark." Lin Yike playfully nudged Granny Zhou's arm and winked at her, but Granny Zhou did not comprehend Lin Yike's gesture. Reluctantly, she handed over 50 taels of silver to Old Man Zhou, who in turn paid 70 taels to the vendor. The family herded 7 cattle to the designated area at the market to register them. Old Man Zhou and Bao led the cattle while Lin Yike drove the donkey cart, and together they made their way to the home of Zhou Wulong's father-in-law. On the way, they passed a grain shop, and Lin Yike dismounted to purchase 30 pounds of mung beans. Upon arriving at Zhou Wulong's father-in-law's house, Lin Yike eagerly requested to borrow the kitchen to prepare mung bean soup, with Gao Mu and Gao Jiao promptly assisting her. By the time they brought the 7 cattle to Zhou Wulong's father-in-law's home, the mung bean soup was already simmered and had cooled down. Zhou Wulong and Bao hurriedly carried the soup outside, serving it to each of the 7 cattle. After drinking, the cattle relieved themselves. Granny Zhou, Lin Yike, Gao Jiao, and Zhou Wulong busily tidied up the area. After the cattle had finished, Bao remarked that the cattle seemed hungry. Old Man Zhou then asked the vendor for the cattle cart to feed them. Once the 7 cattle had eaten their fill of fodder, their spirits visibly lifted. Old Man Zhou, overwhelmed with joy, circled around the 7 cattle, while Granny Zhou excitedly petted each one. When Gao Fu returned home and saw so many cattle at his doorstep, he was taken aback. Knowing that his in-laws had purchased them, he quickly inquired, "Didn't Lin just buy a mule and a donkey? I thought you already had a cow. Why so many more?" Old Man Zhou chuckled. "I planned for each of the 5 brothers to have one livestock for their family, and we old folks will keep one for our daughter." Gao Fu was even more puzzled, frowning as he replied, "That still leaves 4 extra cattle. They're sickly, but I have a remedy at home, so I decided to keep them all. If anyone in the village wants to buy, I'll sell a few off later," Old Man Zhou explained. Upon hearing this, Gao Fu quickly understood and said, "Leave one for my family. I intend to sell my horse and replace it with a cattle cart." "Sell a horse for a cow?" Old Man Zhou looked at Gao Fu in confusion. Gao Fu pulled him into the courtyard. "The Sun family has entirely switched to cattle carts. The masters and servants are busy making old clothes to hide from the prying eyes of the many refugees. Within 2 or 3 days, the price of cattle in Lianhua County will at least double. Purchasing these 7 cattle will surely yield a great profit." Lin Yike, overhearing Gao Fu's words, couldn't help but twitch her lips in surprise. She never expected that Sun Maoquan would actually believe her bluff. Even more astonishing was the prospect of the price of cattle doubling, and that her family had acquired even more cattle. This turn of events made her feel a twinge of embarrassment. What to do? Yet, her lips curled upwards in a grin so wide it could almost reach the heavens. Dinner that evening was shared with 6 of them at the Gao family home, including Gao Jiao's siblings. After the meal, they left 1 cow for Gao Fu, while Gao Mu handed over 30 taels of silver to Granny Zhou, who only accepted 15. She remarked, "Whatever you paid, that's what you'll get back. We're family, no need to profit from you. Don't dally, we're leaving. You all can start cleaning up. I bet the 3rd one is already planning to leave in a day or 2. Lin Yike instructed Gao Jiao to ensure the cattle were given extra mung bean soup before returning home with Old Man Zhou and the others. On the way back, the cattle appeared much more spirited, and the 3 children excitedly rode atop the cattle. Shouting joyfully, Zhou Wulong accompanied them home, concerned for his parents and the 3 children amidst so many livestock. Upon their return to the village, the entire community was astounded. Has the Zhou family struck it rich, or what? Just days prior, they had brought home a mule and a donkey, and now 6 more cattle appeared. The courtyard of the Zhou family was crowded with villagers. Old Man Zhou bellowed, "I have 3 extra cattle to spare, Old Sand and Old Sea, if you want one. Take one home for 25 taels each. Ask your second brother if he wants one. If not, it'll be left for your second sister. I can't front the money. It was all covered by Old Wu's father-in-law. Anyone wanting to buy cattle, come early tomorrow. The prices will soar by the day after." Old Man Zhou's 3rd brother, Zhou Sanhai, stepped forward eagerly. "Brother, I want one. I'll send the money later." Old Man Zhou waved his hand. "Do you have mung beans at home? If not, go to your sister-in-law's and get some. Prepare a couple of pots of mung bean soup for the cattle." "Yes, we have mung beans at home," Zhou Sanhai replied, casually leading a cow away and handing it to his son to take home first. Zhou Si also approached to take one. "Brother, I fear 2 cows 1 tea be sufficient. Old man Zhou sighed deeply, then nodded. Take one back for now. Come back later. I have something to discuss with you. Zhou Sanhai, seeing so many livestock at his brother's home, was also worried about his own 2 cows. Hearing his brother's words reassured him. Lin Yike pondered how to sell the extra 4 cattle without difficulty, as she had anticipated that there wouldn't be enough to distribute among her relatives. The village chief and elders were curious about the numerous cattle old man Zhou had acquired, rushing over to take a look. Heisey, you must give your uncle a cow. He doesn't have one at all. You can't let him and your aunt walk alongside you at their age, can you? Brother, weren't you going to leave a cow for my family? Zhou Ernyang hurriedly pushed through the crowd and entered old man Zhou's home, fearing he might change his mind. Granny Zhou's eyes widened, and she shouted, You can lead a cow away, but do you have the money? 25 taels. Bring the silver, and you can take a cow. No silver, then go back where you came from. Tomorrow in the county. 30 taels 1 tea even buy you a cow. Zhou Ernyang hadn't intended to pay, but upon hearing that tomorrow 30 taels wouldn't suffice, she quickly retrieved 25 taels from her pocket and handed it to Granny Zhou. Granny Zhou accepted the silver and allowed her to choose a cow. These cattle just arrived from the prairie. Make sure to give them plenty of mung bean soup for a few days. If you don't, and they have issues later, don't come looking for me. Understood. Zhou Ernyang reluctantly replied, then hurried off to select a cow from the herd. Just as she was choosing, Zhou Ernyang's sister walked in. Heisey, did you buy a cow for me? It's 25 taels, right? I have it here. Old man Zhou stood up and called out to Zhou Siling. Siling, help your second aunt pick a cow. Second sister, why are you here? I can't not buy one for you, can I? If you don't come, I'll send one over to you. I've already purchased one for my elder sister. I'll have Siling deliver it soon. Zhou Ernyang handed the silver to old man Zhou, who, noticing the courtyard crowded with people, tucked the silver into his pocket and helped Zhou Ernyang sit down. This morning, Daong came by. No one was home, and he left after saying a few words. Sanlang went to notify his family before dawn. Daong said Sanlang didn't explain clearly. He only mentioned, hurry and harvest within 2 or 3 days to evacuate. If cousin and aunt don't hurry, don't want to leave. I'll come to take my aunt away alone on the day I leave. Old man Zhou's lips twitched. This scoundrel could speak that way to anyone? Lin Yike wholeheartedly endorsed Sanlang's audacious move. Encouraging someone to leave their homeland at such a time was both wise and unwise. Any misfortune encountered on the road would lead to blame. It was better to boldly state, I'm leaving for refuge. If you want to follow, do so. If not, then so be it. After Zhou Ernyang led her cow away, Zhou Siling returned with the cow for Zhou Ernyang's sister. The village chief and elders became increasingly anxious, and the village head was nearly frantic. Tomorrow you might not even get a cow for 30 taels. The price will rise the day after. What will we do? There were still 2 cows left in the shed, and the clan leader and an uncle, disregarding everything, stepped forward to lead one away. Heisey, uncle, I'll send the silver over shortly. Granny Zhou was solely focused on the profits gained, without considering the next day's cattle prices, nor did she obstruct them. Lin Yike felt a sense of urgency. Tomorrow, 25 taels might not suffice to purchase a cow at all. Chapter 32. Villagers buy cattle. Rumors in the county that evening. Zhou Sanlang went to the neighboring village to buy a cart, while Uncle Zhou San and Uncle Zhou Si came over to deliver silver, which old man Zhou refused to accept. You may use it for now, but make haste to the county town tomorrow to procure the necessary items. Once we have secured a place to stay, you may either return my cattle or sell them for silver. Old Mrs. Zhou did not object, and neither did Uncle Zhou San or Uncle Zhou Si. They stayed for a while before departing. The next day, old Zhou drove the ox cart, accompanied by the village chief and several elder villagers, to the county town. Lin Yike and old Mrs. Zhou went along, while Dabao and Sambao continued their ascent into the mountains. As for the household chores, old Mrs. Zhou paid them no mind. The wild chickens and hares had been gathered and preserved by Chiu Lan, Meng Kaiping, and Qin Xiaoqiao upon their return. Dabao's agility had noticeably improved, and Lin Yike found herself perplexed by this development. Nonetheless, it was a positive change, and she chose not to dwell on it. However, without Erbao's company, they encountered scant game. Sambao collected a variety of herbs, though none of particular rarity. They managed to gather 2 baskets of dendrobium and astragalus. Old Mrs. Zhou expressed her immense satisfaction, her smile unwavering throughout the day. Erbao had accompanied old Zhou to the cattle market, where the prices had indeed surged. A single ox could not be acquired for less than 30 taels. The village chief spent 33 taels on one, which Erbao had previously selected and communicated to old Zhou. The other villagers, gritting their teeth, each purchased an ox as well, informed by the vendors that in a few days, the demand for cattle would only increase, as wealthy households were acquiring 20 or more at a time. The news of Prince Chin's uprising was no longer a secret. Whispers filled the streets regarding the prince's conquests and his collusion with Prince Xianqin to seize the entire realm. Fear gripped the townsfolk, and the grain stores were overflowing with anxious patrons. Erbao instructed old Zhou to buy 2 ailing cattle, one fetching 25 taels, which troubled old Zhou greatly. Surely, Aunt Zhou's family was also in need of cattle, yet none were suitable at present. They could only wait for a more opportune moment. Upon returning, Erbao informed old Zhou that one of the sick oxen had a foreign object lodged in its hoof, which could be removed, while the other could be treated with a simple green bean soup. At dinner, Zhou Sanlang announced to everyone that both grains and vegetables would only be harvested until noon the next day, with preparations for departure commencing in the afternoon. Old Si, upon finishing his meal, went to inform Aunt Zhou, while the elder brother was tasked with notifying the village and the clan, and the father was to relay the news. Zhou Dalong furrowed his brow. There remained a significant amount of grain unharvested, and the vegetables had scarcely been gathered. Was there truly such urgency? Zhou Sanlang regarded him with an expressionless gaze, his eyes hollow, lost in thought. Did you not hear father mention that the streets are abuzz with talk of Prince Chin's revolt? Is this not a good thing? Everyone knows the court will inevitably react. Surely, that is better than a few days prior? As long as Prince Luo takes action, Prince Chin's advance will not be as effortless. Perhaps we shall not need to flee after all. Zhou Dalong had contemplated the situation, believing that as long as Prince Luo dispatched troops, Prince Chin's ambition to conquer 3 cities was but a pipe dream. The stronghold would be seized by Prince Luo, compelling Prince Chun to dispatch forces for defense. The battles to come would undoubtedly prove arduous for him. Zhou Sanlang scoffed, then coldly remarked, "You truly possess a knack for analysis, do you not? Are you an official? You are but a commoner. The outcomes of their battles bear little relevance to you. Regardless of victory or defeat, their lives remain intact, while we are the ones who suffer. Will the court react without conscripting soldiers or collecting grain? Do the citizens of those cities have food and drink? Will they not flee towards us? The refugees, deprived of sustenance, will resort to pillaging and violence. Rest assured, within 3 days, policies of forced conscription will be enacted. Delay even a moment, and you shall find it impossible to exit the city gates. I lack a grand perspective, yet if you possess one, you may remain behind to witness whether the common folk will enjoy a better life should the court prevail." Zhou Sanling's words not only drained color from Zhou Dalong's face, but also from Zhou Dashan's. Indeed, they had only considered that as long as the court dispatched troops, and Prince Luo joined the fray, Prince Chin would be unable to breach 3 cities and reach Lianhua County. However, the court's army consisted of the common people, and its granaries were filled from the mouths of the very populace. Regardless of who triumphed, northern lands would be shrouded in mourning. Observing his elder brother's silence, Zhou Sanlang rose, stating, "I have matters to attend to this evening. Remember my words. I shall return before our departure tomorrow night. Sister-in-law and 4th sister-in-law, if you wish to inform your maternal families, it would be best to do so tonight. I will pass by Sanhua's grandmother's house shortly to deliver the message. As for 5th brother, father, you may make arrangements for him tomorrow. I must take my leave." With that, Zhou Sanlang turned and exited the home, while Zhou Sanlang hastily drove the ox cart away, needing to inform Aunt Zhou and his in-laws. Zhou Dalong sent Zhou Dashan and Zhou Erzhan to the town, while he himself visited the village chief's residence, and old Zhou went to the clan leader's house. Zhou Erzhan led the ox cart out of the courtyard, and Zhou Dashan knocked on Lin Yike's door. Uncertain of his purpose, Lin Yike was about to inquire when Zhou Dashan spoke first. "Second aunt, will you accompany us to your grandfather's house, or shall we convey a message on your behalf?" Lin Yike suddenly recalled that the original owner had a father and a stepmother residing in the town. She stood in a daze for a moment, recollecting the original owner's cherished elder brother and younger brother, letting out a long sigh. "Dashan, please wait a moment." Lin Yike turned and went into her room, asking her 3 children if they wished to accompany her to the town. The children were disinterested, prompting Lin Yike to ask Debeo to watch over them before slipping into her spatial realm. Within the confines of her space, she gathered a few inconspicuous pieces of fabric to wrap 200 taels of silver, along with some pastries, before emerging once more. Chapter 33. The Lin family and the stepmother Lin Yike accompanied Dashan and Erzhan to the town. Upon arrival, Zhou Erzhan escorted Lin Yike to the entrance of the Lin family home, after which he and Dashan proceeded to their grandmother's house. Lin Yike gazed at the Lin family's door, a blue brick and tile house, seemingly well off. Suddenly, she felt no fondness for the Lin family. The original owner had endured a life of misery. Though her maternal family was not of high status, they were considered moderately affluent. Shaking her head, she knocked on the door. It was Lin Yike's younger brother, Lin Yun, who opened the door, staring blankly at her. Are you not going to let me in? Lin Yike's voice was somewhat cold. Sister, I did not expect you to return at this time. Lin Yun hurriedly opened the door wider and invited Lin Yike inside. Who is it? What brings you here at such a late hour? Lin Yike's stepmother's voice called from upstairs, laced with impatience. Father, my sister has returned, Lin Yun shouted up to the upper room. Hearing the commotion, a light was lit in the east wing, and shortly after, a man in his 30s emerged. Younger sister, why have you returned at this hour? Is something amiss? Lin Yike turned to face the speaker, her elder brother, Lin Yuan. Elder brother, there is a matter I wish to discuss with you. What matter could compel you to come at this time? Could it not wait until morning? Lin Yike's stepmother's voice echoed from above. Lin Yike frowned, then coldly replied, Father, you need not rise. Remain in bed with your young wife. I will just have a brief word with my elder brother and younger brother before departing. Lin Yike's words ignited an uproar upstairs and lit up the lights in the west wing. I knew it. You are nothing but a venomous woman. Heaven could no longer tolerate you, casting you into widowhood and leaving you with 3 foolish children. Since her arrival, Lin Yike had been cautious due to the presence of her 3 children, feeling stifled. Now that her children were not by her side, she had no intention of indulging anyone's bad behavior. I am a widow, and yet I have not remarried despite bearing 3 foolish children. It is far better than a widow who, upon her husband's death, quickly finds herself in the arms of another man. Are you not afraid of being condemned in the underworld by your deceased husband? My mother is still waiting to settle the score with you down there. Lin Ku, are you looking for a fight? Lin Yike's stepmother's son, Zhang Dahua, emerged from the west wing, ready to confront Lin Yike. What do you think you are? This is the Lin family. Just because your mother sold herself to join the Lin family, you think you can lay claim to it? Lin Yike was well aware from the original owner's memories that Zhang Dahua was the worst of the lot, having bullied the original owner by denying her entry into her maternal home and nearly forcing her before her marriage. I'm going to kill you, you wretched being. Zhang Dahua, with these words, attempted to strike Lin Yike. Lin Yun and Lin Yuan stepped forward, with Lin Yuan glaring fiercely at Zhang Dahua. Dare to lay a hand on her. If you do, return to your Zhang family immediately. The original protagonist's stepmother strode out of the upper room, followed by her father, Lin Ping. Isn't the whore your mother? She exclaimed. Look at your father's grave. The grass is so lush it could host a horse. Lin Yike was shielded by Lin Yuan and Lin Yun, retaliating against Zhang Dahua with fervent words. You disaster. Ever since you returned, chaos has ensued. Who do you intend to drive to death? Lin Ping, you old fool. Do you still care for this disaster? The stepmother lunged at Lin Ping, who coldly regarded Lin Yike. Returning in the dead of night. Are you here to disrupt the family? Once you've caused enough trouble, be gone. Lin Ping's fury was directed at Lin Yike. She would not tolerate his arrogance, addressing him as the shameless old man who had failed to defend her. Mother's family? Where's my mother? Wasn't she the one who sold me at 15? Is this my mother's family? It seems more like the Zhang family. You merely picked up a ragged shoe and discarded your daughter, you old scoundrel. Raising another's children while neglecting your own, flaunting your ragged shoes without a clue of shame. Lin Ping was taken aback by Lin Yike's audacity, his face reddening with rage, his finger trembling as he pointed at her. A disgrace to the family, a disgrace indeed. You are the one who brings misfortune. Am I a disgrace? Who asked you to give birth to me? You. Without a woman, would you have perished? You brought in a ragged shoe and turned the home into a mess. Tell me, what gives this Zhang the right to reside in the Lin family? What is he even worth? Can you embrace your old ragged shoe and still sleep soundly? Aren't you disgusted? A fire burned within Lin Yike, threatening to erupt. She realized it was the original protagonist's resentment that was boiling over. Lin Ping, you old fool. If you don't eliminate this disaster today, I will not let this go. The stepmother, a harbinger of doom, started to throw a tantrum. Lin Ku, if I don't dispose of you today, I shall not bear the surname Zhang. Zhang Dahua jumped up, determined to attack Lin Yike. Who do you wish to kill? Speak clearly, for I have long had enough. Don't you remember your surname? Why do you act so brazenly in the Lin family? The original protagonist's sister-in-law, Wang Ting, stormed out of the room, her presence commanding. Madam, there is no need for your tantrums. Even if you throw a fit, you cannot be the original wife. At 15, you schemed to marry your sister off, all to secure a match for your daughter with Li Jichuan. Only father is easily swayed by you. The rest of us are not blind. Father, I have long had my fill of this family. If the stepmother were a mother-in-law, I would endure her abuses. But she is not, so why must I suffer alongside her? Today, you must choose. Either dismiss her and let them leave, or we will depart with the second brother. Lin Yike was astonished by her sister-in-law's boldness, lifting her gaze to see the original protagonist's younger sister also emerging from the room. Father, what my sister-in-law says, I echo. You must choose. Whether to sever ties is up to you. You still have two sons, Zhang Dahua and Zhang Erhua, who are your good sons, while we are not. Chapter 34. A tumult in the Lin family. An unbearable scene. Lin Ping never anticipated that both his daughters-in-law would join in, even pressuring him to divorce Huang Qiu. The neighbors were awakened by their commotion, and Lin Ping truly could not bear the disgrace. Huang Qiu, witnessing Lin Ping's daughters-in-law cornering him, sensed impending doom and began to wail, recounting her hardships over the years. Lin Ping, you heartless man. I have toiled for this family, while your children view me as a thorn in their side. When did I ever sell your daughter? I didn't demand a single penny for her dowry. I even provided her with 2 large wooden chests as a bridal gift. The fortune teller said she is cursed to bring misfortune to her kin, causing her mother's early demise and her husband's untimely death, with 3 children resulting in foolishness. If we do not send her off in marriage, shall we all perish from her curse? Huang Qiu wailed, portraying the original protagonist as worthless. Lin Yike was not the original protagonist. She had to voice what had been left unsaid. You are a venomous woman. How did Da Bao become foolish? You vile creature. I wish to devour your flesh and drink your blood. What did you feed Da Bao? When he was 1, he suffered a high fever. And when my in-laws and Zhou Er were absent, I had no money and sought your help for his treatment. Yet you refused to lend a single coin and secretly gave Da Bao something. How dare you say otherwise? The moment Da Bao became foolish, I suspected your malevolence. After giving birth to heir Bao, I didn't dare return. During my confinement, you, the venomous woman, secretly gave heir Bao something again. I was young then and feared creating a scene, worried my in-laws would learn and get my father into trouble. You, the poisoner, took advantage of my work to secretly give San Bao something as well. I dream of killing you every day. Lin Yike's words terrified Huang Qiu, while others looked at her in disbelief. Such grave matters had been concealed from the family, and Lin Ping stared at Huang Qiu in utter disbelief. Zhang Dahua grew anxious, shouting that he would kill Lin Yike. You slanderer, you disaster. You came here to stir trouble today? I will not let you live. You guessed correctly. I did come to create a scene. From whom did you purchase the Tiando Gen? How did you collude with the fake Taoist to claim I am the reincarnation of the Calamity Star? Now I have found out. Prepare yourselves to face imprisonment. I had no intention of letting my father know, but you have given him an opportunity to dismiss your mother. You are indeed a good son of my father. Let me make it clear to you, Zhang Dahua and Huang Qiu, if I am unsatisfied today, the county office will come for you tomorrow. The fake Taoist has already been apprehended, and you will soon face justice. Lin Yike's words sent Zhang Dahua into a panic, and Huang Qiu urinated in her pants. Trembling as she protested, impossible, how could that be? Lin Yike sensed Huang Qiu was on the verge of revealing her true nature. Although the original protagonist had always doubted the connection between the 3 children's foolishness and their stepmother, she had never confirmed it. Lin Yike, accessing the original protagonist's memories, recognized the Tiando Gen and suspected Huang Qiu had given the children the poison. If so, this malicious woman truly deserved death. Now that her suspicions were confirmed, she pressed on to intimidate her further. You think it impossible? I'm sorry, the city of Linshan is at war, and your lover has fled back. He deceived a hefty sum from the Sun family in the county, only to be captured upon arriving in Lianhua County. Would you like to meet him? You lie? How could he have deceived the Sun family? Huang Qiu stammered, her voice trembling, unaware that she had exposed herself completely. Lin Yike seized the moment, pressing her advantage. Impossible? Even in prison, everything you did will be revealed. And the messenger from the Sun family is still at my in-laws' home. I heard half of it before coming here, so brace yourself. My in-laws will not let you off easily. Lin Ping, save me. I beg you to save me and save Dahua. I cannot go to prison. Huang Qiu finally broke down, clinging to Lin Ping's leg. Lin Ping stared at her in disbelief, as if he had never known her. You are a venomous woman. Lin Yike scoffed, knowing Huang Qiu was no virtuous person, nor was Lin Ping. Huang Qiu treated the original protagonist poorly because she was the stepmother. And what of Lin Ping? As the saying goes, with a stepmother comes a stepfather. Lin Yike's scoff echoed in Lin Ping's ears, making him feel as if his dignity had been trampled upon by his own daughter. You ungrateful daughter, why have you returned? Did you not listen to the situation before coming back? Did you not consider your father? If the Zhou family reports to the authorities, how will I continue my teaching? How will I preside over the court? You must return immediately and plead with your in-laws to refrain from reporting this matter to the authorities. Concealed in the shadows, Zhou Yanlang furrowed his brow, casting a disdainful glance at Lin Ping. He stood quietly, eager to observe how the original owner's wife would respond. If she chose to spare that malicious woman for the sake of her father, he would return home at dawn and issue her a divorce decree without hesitation. Suddenly, Lin Yike erupted into a fit of laughter, tears streaming from her eyes, her heart heavy with anguish. Lin Ping was better off remaining in the war-torn region. His heart was as dark as the chaos surrounding them. My children have been rendered foolish by this venomous woman, and you expect me to spare them for your sake? Your pride is truly monumental. With a face so large, why don't you ascend to the heavens? Lin Ping, remember, from the moment you uttered those words, I have no ties to you. What connection do you have with this woman? My children are your true kin, your beloved grandchildren. Since you are so heartless, do not blame me for being ungrateful. Father, you have disappointed me greatly. Second brother, Wang Ting, gather your belongings. We are leaving. Lin Yuan glared at Lin Ping with resentment before turning to instruct his wife and children to pack their things. He could not endure another moment in this household. Lin Yun hastily arranged for his wife to return to their room and collect their belongings. He had long desired to leave this home. Suing, take the children and gather your things. We will depart at once. Lin Ping watched in disbelief as his children turned against him. Was he truly facing betrayal from his own kin? Eldest brother, second brother, do not be hasty. First, let us go to Father's study. On the third shelf. The fourth book contains Mother's dowry list. If you are intent on leaving, let us settle our accounts clearly. Lin Yike suddenly envisioned the dowry list of the original owner's mother with startling clarity. Chapter 35. Zhou Yanlang makes his entrance. Lin Ping had not anticipated that the long-lost dowry list would be recalled so vividly by Lin Ku. Huang Qiu was equally taken aback, realizing that the so-called star of misfortune had retained a trump card. Not only was her and her son's fate in jeopardy, but her daughter, Zhang Ju, was also about to be ensnared. Lin Yuan and Lin Yun hurried to the study, but Huang Qiu, suddenly rising from the ground, cursed as she lunged at Lin Yike. I'll fight you, you harbinger of misfortune. If you wish for us to perish, I shall take you down first. Zhang Dahua and Huang Qiu charged toward Lin Yike. Zhang Dahua swiftly approached and kicked at her. Lin Yike felt a surge of dread. She had not anticipated the firestorm awaiting her upon entering the Lin household. Had she known, she would have prepared some form of defense. In the memories of the original owner, aside from Lin Yuan and Lin Yun, who had shown her a glimmer of kindness, only Zhang Dahua's near humiliation lingered, while Lin Ping had been a mere shadow in her recollection. Zhang Dahua, if you dare to lay a finger on my sister, I swear I will ensure you rot in prison. Lin Yuan burst from the study, witnessing Huang Qiu and Zhang Dahua about to pounce on Lin Yike, and he shouted in panic. Lin Yun rushed into the kitchen, intent on retrieving a knife to confront Zhang Dahua. Lin Ping realized his children harbored deep-seated resentment toward him. Despite his efforts to treat them equally over the years, he had never fathomed that in their eyes, Zhang Dahua and Zhang Ju, even Huang Qiu, were not considered part of their family. Zhang Dahua, if you truly strike Lin Ku, you will have no place in the Lin family. Huang Qiu, continue your reckless path, and I will promptly issue a divorce decree. Whether you end up in prison or face execution, I shall have no further ties to you. Wang Ting and Su Ying, hearing the commotion outside, rushed from their rooms. Lin Yuan and Lin Yun's children emerged, hastening toward Lin Yike. Regardless of how the others in the courtyard intended to protect her, they could not reach Lin Yike before Zhang Dahua's foot struck. Huang Qiu, still in her urine-soaked trousers, was mere steps from Lin Yike. Lin Yike was undeterred. She could not withstand Zhang Dahua, but could she not face Huang Qiu? Just as she prepared to charge at Huang Qiu, a figure leapt down from the roof, kicking Zhang Dahua away. 3 others followed, one of whom seized Huang Qiu and tossed her into the center of the courtyard. The onlookers were left dumbfounded by the sudden turn of events. Lin Yike had braced herself for a heroic sacrifice, only to be rescued by a cadre of heroes descending from above. It seemed that the ancient world was not devoid of gallant figures. Before Lin Yike could further indulge her thoughts, Zhou Ming addressed her. Sister-in-law, are you unharmed? Do not worry, my brother will not let them escape unscathed. They dare to render my niece and nephew foolish. Today, they shall pay dearly. Brother, how shall we deal with them? Report them to the authorities, or cast them into the mountains to be devoured by wolves. Zhou Ming's call of brother sent Lin Yike's head spinning. Lin Yun, clutching a kitchen knife, stammered, Zhou Erlang, you are alive? Why did you not return home? Lin Yike gazed in astonishment at Zhou Yanlang, unable to discern his features, but a singular thought gripped her. Disaster awaited her. The original owner's husband had returned. She could not possibly reside alongside him, could she? A shiver coursed through her as goosebumps prickled her skin. Zhou Yanlang paid no heed to anyone but coldly fixed his gaze on Huang Qiu. What a venomous old woman. I must avenge the original owner today. Her son is no better. and they shall both be dealt with. First, break their legs, but do it slowly. There is no need to rush. Zhou Yanlang's icy voice sent Zhang Dahua and Huang Qiu into a panic, and their family trembled in fear. Zhang Dahua's wife quickly gathered her children. Kneeling in desperation, Zhou Erlang, I beseech you, for the sake of the children, spare Zhang Dahua. If you cripple him, what will become of us? Zhou Yanlang sneered, initially reluctant to engage further. Yet, upon hearing the mention of children, he could not resist adding, I may spare him, but only if you render your children foolish as well. Rest assured, I know precisely which herbs can dull the mind, and where to strike to bring a sound mind to folly. Choose wisely. Zhang Dahua's children scrambled to their feet, shouting, it was that shameless old woman who rendered your son foolish. We had no part in it. If you seek revenge, pursue your true enemies. We have done nothing wrong. Huang Qiu stared in disbelief at her beloved eldest grandson, astonished that he would be the first to turn against her. Yang Si and Hu Yun, no longer willing to waste breath, approached Huang Qiu and Zhang Dahua, their fury palpable. Yang Si first delivered a kick to Huang Qiu's face, sending her sprawling to the ground. He then stomped on her thigh while simultaneously crushing her kneecap. The distinct crack echoed throughout the courtyard. Huang Qiu was filled with terror and disbelief, her cries ringing out, murder, help, murder. Yet, regardless of her pleas, her knee was shattered beneath Yang Si's relentless assault. Zhang Dahua fared no better. Hu Yun, uninterested in expending energy on scum, found a suitable tool in the courtyard and methodically shattered Zhang Dahua's kneecap. The Lin courtyard reverberated with blood-curdling screams akin to those of slaughtered pigs. Lin Yike trembled at the gruesome spectacle, while Zhang Dahua's family quaked in fear. Scarcely daring to breathe, Lin Ping felt utterly defeated. The wicked woman had brought him to ruin. Not only had he lost the love of his children, but now his son-in-law's family had turned against him, and he feared they would soon settle accounts. Lin Yuan, a scholar unaccustomed to such brutality, furrowed his brow and urged Wang Ting to usher the children indoors. Lin Yun was astonished by the once timid Zhou Erlang, who had now become a force of vengeance, methodically shattering men's knees without even a flicker of emotion. Chapter 36. The family heirloom. Huang Qiu's shrieks attracted even more onlookers to the Lin family's gate. As they craned their necks to peer inside, the Lin family door remained tightly shut, yet the courtyard buzzed with commotion. Zhou Laoan and Zhou Pozi hurriedly drove their donkey cart towards the Lin family, accompanied by 3 children, Meng Kaiping and Xiu Lan. Following closely behind were 3 ox carts, each carrying a dozen young men. Initially, Zhou Dashan and Zhou Erzhan intended to inform their grandmother of the situation, but not far into their journey, Zhou Dashan decided to turn back, having forgotten to inform his second aunt that they would not return until the following morning. Upon arriving at the Lin household, they were met with a cacophony of shouting. They had intended to knock and enter, but soon learned of the tragic fate that had befallen their 2 younger brothers. Zhou Dashan hastily instructed Zhou Erzhan to return home to inform their grandparents, fearing for Lin Yike's safety, and rushed to his grandmother's house to summon his uncle for assistance. Zhou Pozi and Zhang Laoan were nearly overcome with rage upon hearing Zhou Ershan's account at home. Zhou Laoan commanded Zhou Erzhan and Zhou Dalong to summon help from Zhou Sanhai and Zhou Sihai. Meanwhile, Zhou Pozi armed herself and her daughter-in-law, vowing to skin Huang Qiu alive for the wrongs done to her grandchildren. The men from Zhou Sanhai and Zhou Sihai's households mobilized, and upon hearing the commotion, Zhou Erei sent his sons to join them. As the donkey cart and 3 ox carts moved through the village, Zhou's young men inquired about the situation and eagerly climbed onto the ox carts. Zhang Pozi, filled with fury, confronted Huang Qiu as the crowd outside the Lin estate parted to make way. Upon reaching the Lin family gate, Zhang Pozi descended from her cart and pounded on the door with ferocious intent, while Zhou Leihan's nephews brandished their hatchets, ready to break it down. Lin Ping heard Zhang Pozi's shouts clearly and closed his eyes, feeling as if the world were spinning around him. Just as he felt he might collapse, he steadied himself against the wall and opened his eyes to survey the scene. His stepmother and Zhang Dahua were slumped on the ground, wailing and cursing. His daughter regarded him with the hostility reserved for an enemy, while none of his grandchildren met his gaze. Even his 2 daughters-in-law looked upon him as if he were refuse. The son-in-law he had thought long dead now stood like a vengeful specter in the yard, intent on retribution. Zhou Meng, hearing Zhang Pozi's voice, rushed to open the door, only to narrowly avoid being struck on the head by his brother's hatchet. Zhou Dalong, seeing his 3rd brother before him, lost his grip on the hatchet, which clattered to the ground. Enraged, Zhou Laoan and Zhou Pozi pushed past Zhou Dalong and stormed into the Lin courtyard, oblivious to Zhou Meng's presence. Although the scene momentarily stunned Zhou Pozi, it did not quell her wrath. Huang Qiu, "You wretched harlot. Today I shall flay your skin and tear your tendons. How dare you turn my grandchildren into fools? If I do not end your life today, my heart shall not rest." The Lin courtyard quickly filled with people, not only the Zhou clan, but also curious onlookers. Zhang Pozi advanced upon Huang Qiu, delivering blows and kicks, employing her five-clawed weapon with ferocity. Meng Kaiping, unwilling to be outdone, rushed to Zhang Dahua's side. Mimicking her actions, Qiu Lan, along with the daughters-in-law of Zhou Sanhai and Zhou Sihai, overpowered Zhang Dahua's wife and children, unleashing a flurry of fists and feet, leaving their faces scratched and bruised. Zhou Yanlang stood amidst the chaos, his brows furrowed in discontent. Yang Si, noticing his displeasure, barked orders at the crowd. "Everyone, get out of the way. If anyone gets hurt, do not blame us for being ruthless." Hu Yunlai echoed his sentiments, warning the onlookers that if they caused trouble, they would face dire consequences. Their fierce demeanor sent the spectators scrambling in fear, quickly retreating from the Lin family grounds. Zhou Ming trailed behind the fleeing crowd, shaking his head, wearing a fierce expression that only hastened their departure. Once the courtyard was devoid of onlookers, Zhou Ming slammed the door shut and secured it tightly. Only then did Zhou Laohan and the other Zhou men notice Yang Si, Hu Yunlai, and Zhou Ming. Zhou Laohan blinked in disbelief. His second son remained standing, motionless. Unable to contain his excitement, he exclaimed, "Wife, my vision must be failing me. I see our second son." Hu Yunlai rushed to Zhou Laohan's side, exclaiming, "Uncle, your sight is just fine. We are alive and have returned." Zhou Ming knelt before Zhou Laohan, breathless. "Uncle, Sanming has returned with second brother." The women of the Zhou family, previously engaged in their furious assault, halted, their eyes widening in astonishment at Yang Si, Hu Yunlai, and Zhou Ming. Zhou Yanlang, weary of the scene, looked at Zhou Ming, pondering whether his son would kneel before his parents, just as his nephew had done. Zhou Pozi stared at Zhou Yanlang, her lips quivering, tears streaming down her face. Lin Yike, clutching her three children, began to retreat slowly, wishing to remain unnoticed. She lamented her predicament, now burdened with an unexpected husband and her children a father. "What shall I do? Is it too late for us to flee?" It was only when the crowd reminded her that Zhou Pozi snapped back to reality. She raced towards Zhou Yanlang, embracing him and weeping uncontrollably. "My son, you have torn my heart and ripped me apart. Why did you not return home? I have waited day and night, fearing for your well-being, worried that you would suffer. You are alive, yet you do not come to see your mother, leaving me in anguish." Zhou Yanlang's brows furrowed further. He dreaded physical contact. This mother, too. Alas, debts must be repaid, and the body used requires filial piety. "Mother, some matters can wait. We must first resolve the immediate situation." Yang Si approached and gently pulled Zhou Pozi away from Zhou Yanlang, saying, "Aunt, we will discuss our affairs later. First, we must deal with these people." Second sister-in-law. Who else was involved? Did Zhang Ju partake as well? Having retreated behind the crowd, Lin Yike hesitated but then stepped forward, recalling Zhang Ju. With a long sigh, she resolved to help avenge the original owner of this body, as her children owed a debt to the original's offspring. Yes, she likely participated. Much of my mother's dowry is with her. "Mother, father, I have wronged the Zhou family. I voluntarily renounce my marriage," Lin Yike declared, kneeling before Zhou Pozi, her head bowed, afraid to meet anyone's gaze. This burden felt unjustly heavy. Lin Yuan and Lin Yun's faces paled at her words, and they glared at their father in disgust. Wang Ting emerged from the crowd, stepping forward to Zhou Pozi and Zhou Yanlang. "In-laws, we, the Lin family, have wronged you. My brother and sister-in-law have failed you. I bow to you in apology. If you wish to take the children home, we will not object. If you find them burdensome, let my sister take them back. Her uncle and I can provide for them." With that, Wang Ting knelt thrice, bowing deeply. Lin Yike was taken aback by her sister-in-law's kindness, moved by the support from her brother and sister-in-law. She wondered how the original owner had come to such a dire state. Lin Yuan and Lin Yun approached Zhou Laohan, bowing respectfully before him. "In-laws, misfortune has entered our home, and we have dragged the Zhou family into this. Whatever you decide, my brother and I will accept." Zhou Laohan waved his hand, acknowledging the brother's good intentions, secretly grateful for their discreet assistance to his family. Yet, his heart burned with resentment. His once bright grandson had been reduced to a fool, and he felt as if his back teeth might shatter from anger. Zhou Yanlang furrowed his brow as he gazed upon the few individuals kneeling before him. Three children, bewildered, clung tightly to their mother, who bowed her head, revealing no discernible emotion. What should he do now? Should he take the easy way out and dismiss this woman? And what of the children? Should they accompany her, or remain with him to be cared for? Yet, observing the children's dependence on their mother. It seemed cruel to sever the bond between them. "Father, mother, I implore you for just one thing," the mother beseeched. "Let me take the 3 children with me. When they are older and well, they can return to the Zhou family, can they not? I assure you they will still bear the Zhou surname. And you can visit them whenever you wish, they will long for you." Zhou Laohan and Zhou Bozi's emotions were complex, as they harbored resentment towards the second son's family. The children needed their mother, who had indeed nurtured them well. However, would the second son still desire her? If he truly wished for her, why had he not returned home for so many years? "Second son, this is your matter. What do you have to say?" Zhou Laohan inquired, smacking his lips and looking up at Zhou Yanlang. Zhou Yanlang's frown deepened, his voice icy. "Let her be." Zhou Bozi glanced at Lin Yike and then at the 3 children, her heart unwilling to part with them. "Erlang, you truly wish to cast aside all 3 children? Regardless of their worth or flaws, they are still yours. You haven't fathered another child outside, have you?" Fearful that Zhou Bozi might persuade him further, Lin Yike quickly interjected, "Mother, rest assured. When the children grow, they will still be your grandchildren. Tomorrow, I wish to accompany you all. It's just that we will no longer live under the same roof. Do not worry. I will ensure the children remain close to you. If Erlang has children outside, it will not trouble the 3. I can manage. You take the children. I will provide for them." Zhou Yanlang felt a weight in his heart, overwhelmed by the absurdity of it all. What manner of people were these? All the women, young and old, were the same. What did they mean by children outside? What was this fade of generosity from his wife? Could he not raise the 3 children himself without her pretending to be magnanimous, belittling herself in the process? Lin Yike quickly rose, expressing her gratitude, relieved at the turn of events. Zhou Bozi and Zhou Laohan felt helpless in the face of this. With a sigh, Zhou Laohan turned to Lin Yike, stating, "Regardless of what happens tomorrow, you must take the 3 children with us. In this chaos, if you do not come with us, I fear I shall never see the children again. Father, you need not worry. I will certainly accompany you. I even wish to ask if my brother and younger sibling can join us." Lin Yike was resolute about leaving with them. To remain with her frail brothers would be to invite disaster. Let them come. After all, they are the children's uncles, even if not by blood. The bond cannot be severed. As for the Zhang family and your stepmother, I wish not to see them. As for your father, you may arrange that as you see fit. Lin Yike nodded in agreement, while Lin Yuan and Lin Yun listened in confusion to their conversation. Lin Yun anxiously glanced at Lin Yike, wanting to inquire about their intentions and destination. Chapter 38. The wrath of Lin Ping. Zhou Bozi felt powerless to alter her second son's decision. He had changed significantly, emanating an unsettling coldness that frightened her. Remembering Lin Yike's mention of Zhang Ju, a surge of anger coursed through her. Today, she could not leave these wretches unaccounted for. She needed to settle the score. "Dabao, bring me your mother's dowry list. I shall confront that wicked woman and reclaim what is rightfully yours." Lin Yuan promptly handed over the dowry list. Realizing that retrieving his mother's dowry alone would be a daunting task, it was better to have the Zhou family assist. Zhou Bozi grasped the list, waving her hand. "Let us go find that vile Zhang Ju. If she dares to harm my grandchild, I shall either ruin her or make her suffer." Huang Qiu and Zhang Dahua lay trembling on the ground, Huang Qiu wishing to intervene, but too fearful to speak, dreading another beating. Pain coursed through her body, every inch of her aching. Zhou Bozi led a group of women forward, followed by Zhou's sons, marching resolutely towards the Yuan family. Zhou Yanlang, Yang Si, Zhou Meng, and Hu Yun remained motionless, as did Zhou Laohan. Lin Yuan invited the men into the main hall, while Lin Yike desired to accompany Zhou Bozi and the others to Zhang Ju's home. She wished not only to confront Zhang Ju, but also to seize opportunities from her family. Eldest sister Wang Ting discerned Lin Yike's intentions and said to Su Ying, "Sister-in-law, we must confront Zhang Ju. We cannot rely solely on the Zhou family to seek vengeance. This grievance has festered for over a decade. It is time to release it." Lin Jin, maintain order at home with the younger siblings. Upon hearing Wang Ting's words, Su Ying turned and picked up a hatchet from the ground, casually retrieving a shovel as well, handing it to Lin Yike. "Let us smash the Yuan household. It's time to vent these years of frustration." Lin Yike accepted the shovel, instructing Bao to keep an eye on the younger siblings and cousins at home. She too wished to unleash her pent-up anger. Her time in this ancient world had been stifling. In the memories of the original owner, Zhang Ju had never performed a single virtuous deed. The 3 women strode out of the house with determination. In the Lin family's hall, Zhou Yanlang remained silent. The Bao, Heir Bao, and San Bao recognized that he was their father, yet they were uncertain whether he was their true father or merely the originals. In their innocent minds, a father was simply a dad, and now they had one. Yet, this father seemed indifferent, having just returned to send their mother and them away. Sanbao timidly approached Zhou Yinlang, her eyes filled with trepidation. Father, do you not like us? Will you truly not keep us? I, along with the Bao and Air Bao, can be good. Can you not let us stay with you and our mother? If you have other children, does that mean you do not want us? Zhou Yinlang quietly regarded the small girl before him, who appeared to be 9, yet bore the appearance and intellect of a 5 or 6-year-old. I do not wish to abandon you. It is merely that your mother cannot part from you. You may seek me whenever you desire, and if you need anything, do not hesitate to ask. Can I call you father? Sanbao anxiously gazed at Zhou Yinlang, who nodded in affirmation. This was a request he could not deny, as they were indeed the original's children. Father, can Bao and Air Bao also call you father? Certainly. I am your father. You may all call me as such. As Zhou Yinlang's words lingered in the air, Bao and Air Bao rushed to his side, incessantly calling out father, causing Zhou Yinlang's temples to throb. Zhou Laohan looked on with a pained heart, realizing the children longed for their father. Yet, the second son was intent on severing ties with Lin Yike. What could he do? These innocent children had been harmed by that wicked woman, leading to the disintegration of his second son's family. Zhou Laohan's resentment boiled. He wished nothing more than to flay Lin Ping alive. Lin Ping sat in despair, aware that his children now loathed him. And the wicked woman had brought ruin upon his 3 grandchildren. His daughter sought to sever their ties, and the situation had escalated beyond control. Soon the entire town would be aware, and his reputation would be tarnished. Suddenly, Lin Ping felt lost. Living this way seemed worse than death. He had spent his life maintaining a facade of integrity, only to face such an ending. Zhou Laohan glared at Lin Ping, his rage consuming his very essence. Lin Scholar, this matter is far from over. First, tell me how you intend to resolve this. Lin Yuan, fetch me paper and pen. I shall divorce that vile woman. Zhou He, I have been blind, endangering the children and dragging your Zhou family into this mess. I will divorce that wicked woman and offer my life as atonement. Are you satisfied? Zhou Yinlang scoffed coldly, his eyes icy as he stared at Lin Ping. Who do you think you owe your life to? Live on and redeem yourself. I have no interest in your life. Do not seek to find significance in your existence through death. The children have suffered a lifetime because of you. Thus, you must live on and face the consequences of your sins. Lin Ping's lips quivered slightly. It seemed that his son-in-law was determined not to let him die peacefully. Observing the predatory glint in his eyes, Lin Ping closed his own. Alas, debts born from a moment's folly could not be blamed on others. Lin Yuan, witnessing his father's despondency, felt a pang of sorrow, yet it was eclipsed by a deeper rage and loathing. He had vehemently opposed that woman entering their home. Yet his father, resolute as iron, disregarded his objections and welcomed a pack of wolves into their midst. He had managed to protect his younger brother but failed to safeguard his sister, who had endured a life of hardship under the cruel hands of their stepmother. The grievances she had suffered over the years, who could possibly understand them? Lin Yun averted his gaze from his father's defeated demeanor. In his heart, only his elder brother was family. What was a father to him? In his memories, that figure was Zhang Dahua's father, not his own. Father, your demise will not spare your 3 children from suffering. Do not assume that the misdeeds were solely perpetrated by your young wife. Your complicity is undeniable. The affection you lavished upon her over the years, wasn't Zhang Dahua your son too? The wickedness wrought by your son and your daughter Zhang Ju demands an explanation from you. The father. Lin Ping looked up at his youngest son, astonished to discover the depth of his hatred. Do not regard me with such eyes. Regret, perhaps? Alas, it is too late. For years, you have turned a blind eye to us 3 siblings, your heart and mind consumed by your young wife and her children. Do you even remember us? What became of my mother's dowry? You truly do not know? What did you bestow upon my sister when she married? How much did you give Zhang Ju upon her wedding? Do not shift all blame onto your young wife. Without your tacit consent, she would not dare be so brazen. Zhou Yinlang furrowed his brow, unwilling to clean up Lin's family's mess. Their affairs were of no concern to him, and he had little patience for their sordid tales. Chapter 39. Whose calamity is it anyway, Yang Si? Hu Yunlai, take that mother and son outside and throw them into the beggar's den. Zhou Meng, break Zhang Ju's legs and toss her into a brothel. Zhou Yinlang, unwilling to hear another word, swiftly decided the fates of Huang Qiuming and her kin. Huang Qiu never anticipated Zhou Yinlang's ruthlessness. Not only did he intend to cast her and her son into the beggar's den, but he also sought to sell her daughter into prostitution. Unable to accept such a fate, she wept, shouted, and cursed. Lin Ping, you wretched creature. How can you allow them to treat us this way? Zhou Erlang, you should have died 10 years ago. You deserve to have 3 imbecilic children, you vile scoundrel. Cut out her tongue. Zhou Yinlong's visage was that of a demon, instilling terror in all present, including Zhang Dahua's trembling wife and children. Huang Chou's piercing scream shattered the stillness of the night, causing the nearby residents of the Lin family to cower in fear. Zhang Dahua watched helplessly as his mother's tongue was severed by Hu Yunlai's scissors. He clenched his lips and gritted his teeth, suppressing any sound of pain. Hu Yunlai glared ominously at Zhang Dahua, the scissors still dripping with blood. "We have been too lenient. Perhaps your son should also be rendered a fool." "Ha, Zhang Dahua. Do you dare to eradicate the roots of this problem?" Zhang Dahua, terrified, shook his head vigorously, while his wife instinctively shielded their children behind her. 12-year-old Zhang Zhu's eyes blazed with hatred as she glared at everyone in the courtyard, ultimately fixing her gaze on Zhou Yinlang in the hall. Yang Si, noticing Zhang Zhu's expression, chuckled arrogantly. "Little wolf cub, do you wish for revenge? I await you, haha. But let's see if the offspring of this malicious person can survive in such chaotic times." As he spoke, Yang Si dragged Zhang Dahua towards the door, with Hu Yunlai following closely behind, clutching Huang Qiu. Lin Yun rushed forward, thrusting Lin Ping's divorce letter into Huang Qiu's arms, turning back to confront Zhang Dahua's family. "You are to leave my Lin family at once. Every stitch and thread in this household has no relation to you. Begone." Chen, emboldened by her mother-in-law and husband, who had often bullied and insulted others, now trembled as she pleaded, "Little brother, may I take a few pieces of clothing?" I only need a few." Lin Yun scoffed coldly, his eyes flashing with ice. "Your clothes were purchased with the money of the Lin family. Did Zhang Dahua earn a single coin? Do you truly believe you are entitled to a dowry? You, who once bullied my wife and insulted my sister and nephew. Where is your audacity now? Leave." As Lin Yun's anger escalated, his fists clenched tightly, veins bulging at his temples. The Yuan family was ablaze with light. Zhang Zhu had been pulled from her bed by Zhou Pozi and was being beaten mercilessly by the women of the Zhou family, her face marred with countless red welts. Qiu Lan, brandishing the dowry list, scoured the area with the Zhou boys. The elder Yuan couple, initially intent on confronting the situation, fell silent upon hearing Zhang Pozi's anguished cries and the indignant shouts from the crowd. They quickly shut their mouths and glanced fearfully at Zhang Zhu, hastily instructing their son Lai Quanping to write a divorce letter, for they dared not keep such a venomous woman in their family. Lin Yike was indifferent to the Yuan family's stance. In the original owner's memories, Yuan Quanping had been her betrothed. Lai Quanping had clandestinely colluded with Zhang Zhu, repeatedly slandering and defaming the original owner, causing her to suffer in silence. The original owner resigned herself to marrying Zhou Erlang, thanks to their machinations. Had her maternal family been a welcoming haven, she would never have wed at 15. She had never even met Zhou Erlang, yet they had conspired to portray her as having an illicit relationship with him. What leverage did Zhou Erlang hold over them? The original owner had no idea. After their marriage, Zhou Erlang remained indifferent, harboring resentment towards the original owner, whose life was more miserable than that of a bitter gourd. Lin Yike felt the weight of the original owner's hatred, particularly towards the scoundrel Yuan Quanping. Qiu Lan, accompanied by the Zhou boys, uncovered a significant portion of the original owner's maternal dowry, while Zhang Pozi urged them to continue searching. The elder Yuan couple quickly approached, offering to compensate for the remaining items. Lin Yike chuckled coldly, slowly articulating, "Compensation is all well and good, but what of the collusion between Yuan Quanping and Zhang Zhu, who conspired to slander and defame me? My children have been reduced to their current state by these two vile individuals. What then? I have not harmed your child. I know nothing of this." Yuan Ke protested, his eyes reddened, his room a wreck, and Zhang Zhu's dowry completely pillaged. Lin Yike had no intention of letting him off the hook. How could this woman be so ruthless, so devoid of any gratitude for their former betrothal? You claim you had no part in it. Yet how could you be so certain? How did you ensnare Zhou Erlang? Why was it necessary for him to marry me when he could have pursued his studies? Shouldn't we settle these old scores today? Zhou Erlang was once a favored student among several scholars in town. Why did he not take the exams, but instead marry me? Can you explain that? Wasn't it you and Zhang Zhu who orchestrated this? Chapter 40. The events of yesteryear. Lin Yike's inquiries left Lai Quanping pale. He recalled that he and Zhou Erlang had studied together in a private school. After only 2 years, their teacher had encouraged Zhou Erlang to take the student examination, boasting that he would surely excel, perhaps even achieving the top rank. The teacher often lamented that Zhou Erlang's late start due to the Zhou family's interference had deprived him of several years' worth of potential. Before attending the private school, Zhou Erlang had been the one in the spotlight. Overcome with jealousy, Lai Quanping had enlisted Zhang Zhu to seduce Zhou Erlang, never expecting that Zhou Erlang would genuinely fall for her. He had then threatened Zhou Erlang with Zhang Zhu's reputation, compelling him to abandon the examination. To his surprise, Zhou Erling acquiesced. Zhang Ju, desperate to marry him, tearfully confided that she was constantly bullied by Lin Yike. And Lai Quanping insisted that Lin Yike was to blame for everything. Zhang Ju urged Zhou Erling to marry Lin Yike to disrupt Lai Quanping and Lin Yike's engagement, seeking revenge while simultaneously punishing Lai Quanping. Though Lai Quanping had not wished to divulge this, Zhou Pozi learned that the reason for Zhou Erling's failure to sit for the student examination stemmed from this duplicitous pair's machinations. Her fury blazed even more intensely as she placed one hand on her hip and pointed accusatorily at Yuan Quanping. How dare you conspire against my son? If you do not clarify this today, I will ensure that the Yuan family lives in turmoil. Yuan Quanping, reluctant to jeopardize his future, pressed his lips tightly together in silence. Old Lady Zhou was not swayed by his stoic demeanor. She had her methods to extract the truth from him. Very well. You choose silence? Then I shall no longer listen. You have turned my grandchildren into fools. I will ensure that your children meet the same fate. Debao, bring the poison meant for the foolish and force it down their throats. Lin Yike promptly complied, retrieving milk tablets from her pouch and hastening towards the children of the Yuan family. The elderly couple of the Yuan family were thrown into a state of panic. Their son had been involved with another woman 2 years prior, which had been discovered by Zhang Ju, a vengeful woman who had cruelly administered sterilization drugs to him. Their son was now incapable of fathering children, and if their grandchildren were rendered foolish, the Yuan lineage would face extinction. Yuan filial son, will you not speak? Yuan's father trembled as he pointed at Yuan Quanping, who remained silent with his head bowed. Observing Yuan Xuanping's continued silence, Lin Yike noted the tension in Zhang Ju's body as she quickly embraced their youngest son. Do not be afraid. I shall give you some candy. Zhang Ju could not believe Lin Yike would dare to attempt poisoning her child in plain sight, scrambling desperately to thwart her actions. Meng Kaiping stepped forward and kicked Zhang Ju to the ground. Zhang Ju's eyes widened with fury as she shouted, I will speak. I will tell everything. Just do not give my son that poison. In a disjointed manner, she recounted all the details, and Lin Yike merely smiled coldly. She knew Yuan Quanping was not a good man, but she had not anticipated that he would entrap her in such a scandal. If I am not mistaken, your eldest son must be Zhou Erling's, correct? Lin Yike's icy gaze fixed on Zhang Ju, determined to ensure this malicious woman would never recover from her actions. Lin Ke, I will fight you, Zhang Ju exclaimed. How dare you slander me? Nothing ever transpired between Zhou Erling and me. Zhang Ju attempted to lunge at Lin Yike, but Meng Kaiping intervened once more, sending her crashing to the ground. Do not show your fangs before me. My father slaughters pigs. If I can kill a pig, you had best behave around me. Meng Kaiping's fierce demeanor made Lin Yike's eyes shine with admiration. Zhou Meng arrived at the Yuan residence and was taken aback to learn that Zhang Ju's eldest son was indeed the second brother's. He hesitated to send Zhang Ju to a brothel, realizing this matter required consultation with the second brother for a decision. Old Lady Zhou learned that Zhang Ju and Yuan Quanping had colluded to ruin their second son, not only destroying his future but also rendering his children foolish. Such an immense grudge was unbearable for Old Lady Zhou. For 10 years, she had mourned her son's absence, suffering in silence. How could she ever settle this score? She searched for a weapon to exact vengeance on the treacherous couple. In the Yuan family's woodshed, she discovered a chopping knife and stormed into the room. Today, I shall kill you 2 wicked scoundrels. You have caused my son great suffering. You have brought devastation upon the Zhou family. With the knife raised, she charged towards Yuan Quanping, instilling terror in his parents. Zhou Dashan swiftly embraced Old Lady Zhou, refusing to let her become a murderer. Calm down. Such filth is not worth your hands being stained with blood. Let the authorities handle it. Let me go, Dashan. I cannot remain calm. 10 years. My son has been away for 10 years. He has ruined his future for that wretched woman. My son has suffered. Oh, my son, for these 2 scoundrels. He has endured more torment than bitter herbs for over a decade. Old Lady Zhou lamented, struggling against Zhou Dashan's hold. The Zhou family's young men glared at the Yuan family with burning hatred, wishing to annihilate them. Zhou Yanlang, feeling a headache coming on, entered the Yuan household, lamenting that the original owner's wife was a true troublemaker. She had stirred discord in the Lin family and now wreaked havoc in the Yuan family. As a mother, she had failed to protect her children, only to bring matters to light after more than a decade. Why did she not act sooner? Why create chaos in the Yuan family only to wear a tarnished reputation herself? He had prepared to support her 3 foolish children, and now she sought to produce an illegitimate child. This woman must be tired of living. Mother, that's enough. Zhou Ming insisted as he prepared to send Zhang Ju to the county's Welcome Spring building. Zhou Yanlang entered the Yuan family home. Witnessing Zhang Ju's wild demeanor as she brandished the chopping knife, threatening violence, he realized that if this continued, he would surely lose his mind amid the chaos. Chapter 41. Zhang Ju. Zhang Ju was utterly shocked to discover that Zhou Erlang was still alive, and even more so that he intended to send her to the Welcome Spring building. She scrambled toward Zhou Erlang, clinging to him as if he were her last hope. Erlang, how could you treat me this way? I made a grave mistake that harmed both you and me. Please, can I come with you? Will you forgive me? Erlang, if I did not care for you, how could I harbor such hatred for Lin Ku? Why would I wish to poison her child? I cannot bear the thought of you having a child with her. I admit, jealousy clouded my judgment when I learned of your engagement to her. I regretted it deeply. I truly regret it, and I have told you so. But why did you refuse me? Why must you marry Lin Ku? Zhang Ju's desperate inquiries left everyone in the room silent, their eyes fixed on Zhou Erlang. Zhang Ju had secretly loathed Lin Yike, believing all misfortunes stemmed from her. Little did she know, the true mastermind behind the chaos was herself, bringing disaster upon her 3 children through Zhou Erlang. Lin Yike observed the unfolding drama with an air of indifference, perceiving all 3 as unworthy of sympathy, having ruined the original owner's life. All of them cut from the same cloth. Zhou Yanlang noted Lin Yike's expression but chose to disregard what she was thinking. In his eyes, a mother who could not protect her children deserved her husband's disdain and her in-law's disfavor. They were now at odds, each detesting the other. Do you truly believe I am unaware of your schemes with Yuan Quamping? You are deluded. I merely sought an excuse to avoid examinations and furthering my studies. Zhou Yanlang coldly regarded Zhang Ju, his eyes filled with contempt and murderous intent, devoid of any affection. This gaze plunged Zhang Ju into despair, igniting a flicker of loss within her. She had believed Zhou Erlang loved her, that he had always cherished her. He had sacrificed his own ambitions, even abandoning his studies for her sake, marrying Lin Ku only for her, and going to war in her name. During the years of hardship, her thoughts had been consumed by Zhou Erlang, his name echoing in her heart each night as she drifted to sleep. Yet now, there was no trace of love in his eyes. He was prepared to send her to a brothel. Lin Yike remained oblivious to Zhang Ju's despair, while Zhou Yanlang paid her no mind, and Zhou Meng dragged Zhang Ju away. That's enough, let us all head back, Zhou Yanlang declared expressionlessly to those in the room, his gaze narrowing slightly as it fell on Lin Yike. He was thoroughly exasperated by the incessant bickering of these ancient figures. If they wish for revenge, they should eliminate their enemies rather than create this chaotic spectacle. The uproar had drawn attention everywhere, and with no vengeance served, the situation had devolved into utter disarray. He could not fathom their intentions. Zhang Ju was sent away, her dowry loaded onto carts by the Zhou family men, and the Yuan elders compensated the remaining value. Everyone followed Zhou Yanlang, whose demeanor was fraught with tension. As they exited the Yuan residence, old lady Zhang instructed the Zhou family to deliver the dowry to the Lin family, handing the remaining silver to Lin Yike. Lin Yike expressed her gratitude to old lady Zhang, pressing the silver into the hands of her sister-in-law, Wang Ting, who initially refused but eventually accepted. Old lady Zhang cleared her throat, intending to address Lin Yike, but Zhou Yanlang shot her a warning glance. Sensing her son's displeasure, she swallowed her words. Upon reaching the Lin family, the group unloaded the cart without lingering, departing swiftly. After an entire night of commotion, dawn finally broke. Lin Yuan allowed Lin Yike to rest in the study, and it was then that she recalled her purpose for visiting the Lin family. She promptly summoned Lin Yuan, Lin Yun, Wang Ting, and Su Ying to the study. Lin Yike shared the news of King Chen's uprising and the mass exodus of prominent families from the county town, detailing the plans of Zhou family village. Lin Yuan's expression turned grave, while the others were visibly shaken, their faces pale with fear. Brother, we cannot hesitate. We must flee with the people from Zhou family village. None know what perils we may encounter on the road. You and the younger brother are scholars. If we face any trouble, we can only await our demise. At that point, it will be as if the heavens do not answer our cries for help. Lin Yike understood the reason for Lin Yuan's hesitation. After the embarrassing incident the previous night, he surely felt that joining Zhou family village would be a loss of face. But was this truly a time to worry about appearances? They were on the brink of losing their lives. What did pride matter then? Wang Ting shared Lin Yike's sentiments, believing that maintaining dignity at this juncture could very well cost them their lives. Do not hesitate any longer. Do you still care about your reputation? The lives of so many are at stake, far more important than your face. Hurry and gather what we need. We must procure food, medicine, oil, and salt. Younger sister. Sister-in-law, we must leave. Trust my judgment. This afternoon, we will head to Zhou family village, and we shall cast aside our pride. Having spoken, Wang Ting swiftly pulled Lin Yike and Su Ying away. Just as Lin Yuan attempted to call them back, Lin Yun could no longer contain himself. Brother, do not call out. Sister-in-law is right. We must swallow our pride and go with them. Are we supposed to rely on the two of us to protect an entire family of the elderly and children? Sister just mentioned we are scholars. I see she wishes to imply we are frail and in need of a semblance of dignity. Lin Yuan sighed deeply, sitting down in a daze. One crisis followed another, each more overwhelming than the last. Chapter 42. Preparing to flee, Lin Yike followed her sister-in-law and sister-in-law's sister as they scoured the town, purchasing everything they might need for their journey. Fortunately, the price of cattle had not yet been affected in the town, and they managed to buy 3 cows, each for 35 taels, which included carts. Considering the Lin family owned 2 horse-drawn carriages, Lin Yike thought it prudent to switch to ox carts for a more discreet escape. She urged Lin Yuan and Lin Yun to hurry and exchange the horse-drawn carriages for ox carts. Once they had gathered their supplies, they began selling off unnecessary items and loading what they could take with them. Lin Ping remained in his room, as silent as a corpse. As dusk approached, Lin Yun grew increasingly anxious, yet he could not rouse Lin Ping. Lin Yike contemplated leaving him behind, allowing fate to decide his destiny. However, as children, Lin Yuan and Lin Yun could not abandon him, no matter the resentment they felt. Ultimately, the 2 brothers broke down Lin Ping's door with an axe, while Wang Ting and Su Ying swiftly gathered his belongings. They all hurriedly set off with the ox carts toward Zhou family village. By this time, a long line had already formed at Zhou family village. Zhou Wulong and his family had arrived at noon, and the Gao family had 3 ox carts. Gao Jiao's elder brother, Gao Sinian, was in charge of one, while Gao's father and a servant drove the other 2. Meng Caiping's family, butchers from the neighboring village, had 1 ox cart and 4 handcarts. Her father sat at the reins, the cart loaded with grains, while her 4 brothers pushed the wheelbarrows. Zhou Sanling anxiously scanned the village entrance. He had long wished to depart, but Zhou Old Man insisted on waiting for Lin Yike and her children, fearing that once they left, he might never see the 3 children again. As Lin Yike's ox cart slowly appeared on the main road outside the village, Zhou Sanling signaled, and the long procession began to move. Lin Yike boldly inserted her ox cart behind Zhou's family cart, with Lin Yun following suit. Wang Ting, without hesitation, squeezed in behind Lin Yun. Lin Yuan hesitated, but Su Ying simply bypassed his cart and joined the queue. With no other choice, Lin Yuan followed Su Ying's lead. Zhou Old Man, seated atop his cart, observed this scene and could not help but nod in approval. He then turned to Zhou Yanlang, who was riding beside him. Yanlang, look at Daobao's mother. She is quite shrewd, understanding that her weak brothers cannot protect her and the children. She shamelessly insists on accompanying us. Such resolve is rare indeed. Zhou Pozi sighed deeply, wiping away her tears. Yanlang, I did not stop you from divorcing Daobao's mother last night because I believe the suffering of the children stemmed from her. But that is not the case. It was your entanglement with that vixen that caused their hardship. For you to abandon Daobao's mother would be most unjust. Zhou Old Man nodded, taking a puff from his pipe. What your mother says is true. It is you who has harmed them. Daobao's mother owes you nothing. Rather, it is you who owes her. These past years have been a trial for her. You vanished without a trace, and the county office informed us that you had died in battle, leaving no remains. On the day Daobao's mother gave birth to Sanbao, your mother was heartbroken, directing all her resentment towards her. For years, she has raised the children alone, working tirelessly both at home and in the fields. Your mother, filled with bitterness, could not go a day without scolding her, either striking or berating her. She bore it all, managing everything while carrying 1 child, holding another, and keeping the 3rd close at hand. When working in the fields, she placed the children nearby. While washing clothes by the river, she tied them to her wrist to keep them safe. As the children began to thrive, she never once spoke ill of you to them, instead teaching them to honor their father. As Zhou Old Man reminisced, he recalled the sweet voices of his grandchildren calling him grandpa, filling his heart with warmth. He glanced around and beckoned Zhou Yanlang closer. Yanlang, come here, I need to tell you something. Zhou Yanlang, reluctantly guiding his horse closer to the cart, listened as Zhou Old Man spoke softly. A few days ago, Sanbao discovered a century-old purple Ganoderma. There were several decades-old ones as well. They sold for a total of 2,000 taels. Daobao's mother had the shopkeeper exchange it for gold and stored it with me. What do you think? Should we give her a share? Zhou Yanlang was aware of their discovery, as their excitement had echoed throughout the mountains. He could not help but wonder how things might have been had he not frightened the villagers away. However, he was taken aback by Lin Yike's choice to demand gold instead of cash, recognizing her cleverness. Give it all to her. I can provide for all of you. Zhou Pozi looked up at Zhou Yanlang, wanting to argue against giving so much, yet unwilling to see the 3 children suffer alongside Lin Yike. She opened her mouth but said nothing. Yanlang is determined to divorce Daobao's mother. Zhou Old Man sighed heavily, lamenting the unfortunate turn of events. Chapter 43. The flight begins. Lin Yike guided her ox cart, swaying gently behind Zhou Silang's cart. Though they were fleeing, she felt an unexpected lightness in her heart. Free from Zhou Erlang and the entire Zhou family, she envisioned a life where she could raise her 3 children peacefully. Had she known Zhou Erlang would return with such fortune, she would have eagerly anticipated his arrival. For days, she had been on edge, cautiously protecting her children and refraining from taking any risks. She dreamed of finding a safe place to settle, building a small courtyard, and enjoying a simple life with her children, hunting with Daobao and Erbao in the mountains, while Sambao gathered ginseng and picked Ganoderma. Life could be idyllic. As Lin Yike drove the ox cart, she envisioned a bright future, nearly laughing out loud in joy. Alas, others might think she was raising 3 foolish children, but little did they know she was already enjoying the benefits of their future support. Zhou Yanlang, noticing Zhou old man's words, turned to look at Lin Yike, who was smiling radiantly. He could not help but frown. The sight of a recently divorced woman smiling so freely was unsettling. What was she plotting? Had she already strayed from her marital vows? Whose green hat was it, hers or his? As Lin Yike's smile grew ever more radiant, Zhou Yanlong's expression darkened to a somber hue. Zhou Laohan, perceiving the discontent upon Zhou Yanlong's visage, followed his gaze. Dabao's mother beamed with delight, while Erlang's face was as black as ink. What could possibly be the cause of this situation? Why could he not comprehend the dynamics between these 2 individuals? The procession had journeyed for over an hour when Zhou Sanlang led the group, circumventing several miles outside the county town. A hill, not overly imposing, emerged before them. Zhou Sanlang ordered a half-hour rest, as they would need to traverse the mountain that very night. Lin Yike gazed wearily at the looming hill. Ascending it would necessitate leading the ox cart on foot, for the path was treacherous and uneven, posing a risk of overturning. The village chief, alongside the villagers trailing behind on foot, approached Zhou Sanlang, expressing their vehement opposition to his decision to scale the mountain. Sanlang, you cannot speak of this without feeling the burden. You have been riding in ox carts this entire journey, while we adults carry baskets and the children walk. We are utterly exhausted, and now you wish for us to climb the mountain overnight? Are you seeking to take our lives? Zhang Tiniu, panting heavily, confronted Zhou Sanlang, his eyes ablaze with indignation. Is it my fault that you lack ox carts? Did I not suggest you procure livestock? Zhou Sanlang retorted coldly, offering no leniency to Zhang Tiniu. You, how dare you speak to me in such a manner? Sanlang, by seniority, you ought to address me as uncle. Is this how you choose to speak to me? Zhang Tiniu trembled with anger, his finger shaking as it pointed at Zhou Sanlang. Enough. I do not have the time to engage in your trivialities. Second uncle, please relay the message. We shall ascend the mountain in half an hour. We must conquer this peak tonight. Zhou Sanlang, exasperated, addressed the village chief. The village chief, brow furrowed, was acutely aware of Zhou Sanlang's impatience, but pressed on nonetheless. Must we truly traverse the mountain? Cannot we pass through the city gate tomorrow morning? Zhou Sanlang scoffed, replying icily. Are you naive enough to think that so many will pass through the city gate tomorrow? To appear at the city gate is akin to delivering soldiers and provisions. Starting tomorrow, every household will send 2 able-bodied individuals to Xiangyang to excavate roads, channel the river, and inundate the path from Xianyang to Linshan Prefecture. If you wish to go, you need not scale the mountain tonight. Having uttered his words, Zhou Sanlang spared not a glance back and sought a place to rest. The village chief and Zhang Taiju exchanged glances, their faces pale. They had labored tirelessly, disregarding the reduced harvest, solely to keep pace with Zhou Sanlang. Since childhood, Zhou Sanlang had possessed a sharp intellect. As he matured, he roamed from one village to another, astute and ruthless. Everyone believed that following Zhou Sanlang was imperative. He was not only skilled in combat, but also shrewd. Now it was evident that their decision had been remarkably astute. Had they not kept up with Zhou Sanlang, the village would surely be engulfed in sorrow by morning. The village chief wiped the cold sweat from his brow, seized a gong from the ox cart, and struck it several times, bringing silence to the villagers. Rest well, we must ascend the mountain behind us tonight. Those who do not wish to go need not feel compelled, and those who hinder us will not be waited upon. Tomorrow, every household must send 2 individuals to Xiangyang. Those who wish to go may turn their carts around, return home, or wait at the city gate. Those who are not fatigued may continue to converse, while those who feel weary may take a moment to rest their eyes. Listening to the village chief, Lin Yike felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth. The chief continued to imitate Zhou Sanlang. Finding a place to settle, Lin Yike dreaded the thought of facing his wrath. The 3 children on the ox cart clamored to relieve themselves, prompting Lin Yun to come over and take Dabao and Erlang away. Lin Yike took Sambao to find a secluded spot to address their needs. After wandering for a while, she found herself amidst a throng of people. Darkness had enveloped the surroundings, and she dared not venture too far with Sambao. Deciding against further searching, Lin Yike retrieved a rain cover from the ox cart to encircle it, allowing Sambao to crawl beneath the cart to relieve himself. Nearby, Zhou Yanlang observed this scene. His expression taut with anger. Was this how a woman raised her children? His daughter was 9 years old, on the cusp of becoming a young lady, and she could allow her child to urinate in plain sight of others. Moreover, they were in ancient times, where girls were married off in their early teens. How could she possibly instill proper values in her children? The more Zhou Yanlang pondered, the angrier he became, and he stormed over to Lin Yike. If I see you raising your children in this manner again, you may as well not bother bringing them at all. Do you realize how old your daughter is? Have you noticed the gazes of those around you? This is your one warning. Should I catch you doing this a second time, keep your distance from the children. Lin Yike stood in bewilderment. It was pitch dark. How could he possibly see the gazes of others? How could he possess such keen eyesight to discern the stares in this night? Chapter 44. Whose fault is it? Lin Yuan, having witnessed Zhou Yanlang's explosion of anger directed at Lin Yike, stepped forward to intervene. What is the matter? He began, but before he could finish, Sambao emerged from beneath the cart. Uncle, I was just going to the bathroom. I heard Daddy scolding Mommy, and it was so funny, Sambao exclaimed, sticking his tongue out at Zhou Yanlang. Is this how you educate your children? Are you oblivious to her age? Do you treat her as a normal child? Or do you think she is a fool? You are truly noble, unwavering in your commitment to the children, moving others and yourself with your sentimentality. With a mother like you, I genuinely pity those children. Lin Yike was left dumbfounded by Zhou Yanlang's direct tirade. Lin Yuan furrowed his brows. Although he did not condone Lin Yike's actions, he felt a surge of frustration at witnessing his sister being scolded so thoroughly. What gives you the right to criticize Lin Yike? Do you have any authority to judge her? Regardless of her faults, she raised those children, while you have taken no responsibility. For 10 years, Lin Yike has played both father and mother. Where were you? Lin Yuan's words only served to stoke the fire. For Zhou Yanlang despised those who, despite their faults, refused to acknowledge their misdeeds and instead sought to deflect blame. Does it matter where I was? Is this how a girl should be raised? Do you even comprehend what you are saying? After 10 years, you have not nurtured or taught her. As a father, have you ever felt remorse? Did you not keep your distance from those who would lead you astray, and now you bear the consequences, resulting in 3 children in this predicament? Do you feel any guilt for the life you have burdened my sister with? You display no regret nor remorse. Do you harbor even a shred of apology? Even if she has erred, it does not justify your harsh criticism. Lin Yuan had just heard Wang Ting recount the events at the Yuan family, and he was eager to confront Zhou Yanlang. Zhou Yanlang found himself at a loss, feeling he could not communicate with these ancient individuals. They were supposed to be discussing the inappropriate education of girls. Yet they dragged him back to events from 80 years prior. Enough. Let them be. I will provide them with a little living expense in the future, but beyond that, I shall not concern myself. Zhou Yanlang resolved to detach himself from the situation, yet Sambao would not let him off that easily. The child approached Zhou Yanlang and, seizing his hand, bit down hard. Bad daddy, I'll bite you to pieces for scolding my mommy. Zhou Yanlang's temples throbbed. What had become of the girls? And now they were resorting to biting? Before he could even gather his thoughts, Dabeo charged towards him, leaping in an attempt to kick Zhou Yanlang down. Hearing the sounds of an impending attack from behind, Zhou Yanlang sidestepped, evading Dabeo's kick, and swiftly lifted his leg to retaliate against Dabeo's incoming assault. If that kick landed, it would surely incapacitate Dabeo. Zhou Erlang, you dare? Lin Yike's shrill voice pierced the air, and only then did Zhou Yanlang realize the assailant was indeed Dabeo. He quickly retracted his foot, while Lin Yike brandished a wooden stick, one end affixed with a glimmering blade. Lin Yike raised the knife high, preparing to strike Zhou Yanlang. Zhou Yanlang stood frozen, transfixed by the blade upon the stick. He was certain that such a knife could not have been crafted in this era. It resembled a stainless steel cleaver, seemingly designed for butchering bones, a technology far beyond what this age could produce. Zhou Silang assumed Zhou Yanlang was paralyzed by fear, failing to evade, and lunged forward to embrace him, leaving his back exposed beneath Lin Yike's blade. Hearing Lin Yike's outcry, Wang Ting rushed over, and in a hair-raising moment, she embraced Lin Yike. Zhou Pozi, witnessing this spectacle, was so frightened that she collapsed onto the ground. Zhou Sanlang, Zhou Dalong, and Zhou Laohan approached. In an instant, Lin Yike's ox cart was surrounded tightly by a crowd. What was happening? Zhou Laohan frowned. He had hoped to reconcile the two, but unexpectedly, the situation escalated to violence so quickly. Grandfather, father scolded mother, and even wanted to hit Dabeo. Sambao swiftly reported to Zhou Laohan. You want to hit Dabeo? Zhou Laohan looked at Zhou Yanlang in disbelief. unable to fathom that his second son harbored such disdain for the child. No wonder he wanted to divorce Debao's mother and leave the child to her. A tiger does not eat its cubs. Zhou Laohan was so enraged that he didn't want to say another word and turned to leave. He felt utterly disillusioned after 10 years of absence. He returned only to see a wife abandoned and a child rejected. Was he really contemplating harming Debao? If not, how could Debao's mother be so furious that she was prepared to fight? Zhou Pitsi collapsed onto the ground, and upon seeing her husband return, she attempted to rise. Sit down and rest for a moment. Where are you going? I need to check on Debao's mother. Is she truly trying to kill Erlang? How dare she? I must ask her if she borrowed courage from the heavens. Zhou Pitsi was infuriated, feeling that Debao's mother had grown weary of life. Well done. Fourth should not have shielded him. A decisive blow would have been better. Zhou Laohan trembled with anger. Zhou Pitsi sensed something was amiss and quickly inquired. What is going on? What exactly happened? I just heard Debao's mother shout that she wanted to confront Erlang. Nothing happened. He wants to kill Debao. Zhou Laohan gritted his teeth, his body shaking with fury. Zhou Yanlang approached just in time to hear this, and he felt a surge of rage threatening to consume him. What nonsense was this? Why was he again accused of wanting to harm Debao? His initial reluctance to return had been well-founded. Perhaps it was still not too late to leave. Never mind, he would just send them to their destination. Once he settled them, he would owe nothing to the original owner. Eldest brother, you truly want to kill Debao? Why are you so ruthless? Debao may be a bit foolish, but that does not justify wanting to end his life. Meng Kaiping shook her head, clucking in disapproval. Zhou Dalong furrowed his brow. He sensed his younger brother emanating a terrifying aura since his return. Zhou Sanlang did not believe that Zhou Yanlang would want to harm Debao. Zhou Silang remained silent, lost in thought. The fury boiling within Zhou Yanlang could have ignited the mountains behind him. He felt it was unlikely he could escort these people to safety. He was not afraid of killing. Rather, he feared being driven to madness by these ancient folks. Zhou Sanhai, Zhou Sihai, and a multitude of relatives accompanied by their children quickly gathered around. One asked what was happening, another inquired about the situation. The resting place of the Zhou family was suddenly surrounded by dozens of people, creating a cacophony that left Zhou Yanlang with a throbbing headache. Upon learning that Zhou Yanlang intended to harm the foolish child, Zhou Daguai struck Zhou Yanlang with her cane. Erlang, you are committing a sin. How could you act this way? The child may be a bit slow, but is that not manageable? Zhou Ergong incessantly nagged Zhou Yanlang. Erlang, how could you even think of killing a child? If you do not wish to care for him, he is with his mother, is he not? If you want to avoid seeing him, couldn't you just keep your distance once we settle down? Zhou Sanhai and Zhou Sihai also chimed in, each taking turns lecturing Zhou Yanlang. Zhou Yanlang felt as though his ears were ringing. 6 or 7 voices clamored at once, causing his head to throb painfully. Chapter 45. Crossing the mountains. Zhou Sanlang initially intended for everyone to rest for only half an hour. But who could have predicted that Zhou Yanlang and Lin Yike would create such a ruckus? Lin Yike was held tightly by her sister-in-law Wang Ting, while Zhou Yanlang was taken away by several men from the Zhou family. The village women whispered among themselves, and the village men expressed their dismay. Lin Yike was filled with a mix of anger and fear, grateful that Zhou Yanlang had withdrawn his leg. Had he truly broken Debao's leg, she would not have hesitated to retaliate against him while he slept. Steadying her nerves, she called her 3 children to her side, hugging one and patting another, continuously soothing them, fearful that they might have been frightened. Gao Jiao sat not far from Lin Yike, observing her distress, and felt overwhelmed as she too had to comfort the 3 children. Chen Xiaochao remained nearby, silently supporting Lin Yike. Gao Ting and Suing gathered the children around them. Lin Yuan let out a long sigh, tears brimming in his eyes. He could not fathom how his sister would manage, struggling alone with 3 foolish children until old age. Lin Yun hung his head, devoid of spirit, feeling that his sister was enduring too much hardship. As the farce concluded, the villagers shook their heads, and family members were heartbroken. After nearly an hour of rest, Zhou Sanlang reorganized the group, preparing to depart. He instructed the village chief to assign 1 strong laborer from each household to clear the path ahead. Zhou family village was not large, comprising only 40 to 50 households. So with 1 laborer per family, they set off with around 50 people leading the way. Armed with torches, scythes, and axes, some even carried shovels. They began to ascend the mountain. Although the mountain was not high and the paths were frequented, they were not particularly wide. Dense weeds flanked the narrow paths, necessitating the clearing of both sides to allow the ox carts to pass smoothly. The rugged terrain was filled with pits and hollows that required some tidying. Any protruding stones and branches along the way needed to be removed. The 40 torches illuminated the dark forest as the villagers slowly made their way up the mountain. Debao held a torch while Lin Yike guided the ox, trailing behind Zhou Siling's cart. The road was uneven, making progress exceedingly slow. Bao and Sanbao fell asleep atop the cart, and Lin Yike's heart ached with worry that they might tumble off. She bound the two children to the cart with a blanket, but there was too much cargo, leaving them atop the items. Each jolt of the cart sent Lin Yike's heart racing. The cart's movements mirrored a pulse, shaking with each step, driving her to the brink of madness. The other children walked along the ground, and although Lin Yike wished for them to climb aboard, they were merely 4 years old, too tired and weary to manage. Regret washed over Lin Yike. She shouldn't have bought an open cart. After stopping, she had to devise a way to create a simple canopy to allow the children to rest securely. It was far too perilous and frightening. The cart swayed violently, and the children teetered precariously. Lin Yike's heart was nearly shaken out of her chest. In the end, she had Lin Jin and Lin Shi move Bao and Sanbao to the driver's seat. Bao, eyes closed, held a torch as he walked beside Lin Yike. While Bao and Sanbao squinted, their little heads bobbing. The cart continued to sway. One will slip this way while another hit a stone. Thankfully, Bao and Sanbao were secured with the blanket, but it only prevented them from falling off. The swaying loosened the binding. Lin Jin and Lin Shi would soon rush over to retie it. Lin Yike felt on the verge of tears. Bao kept stumbling, and she had already discarded the torch. Bao and Sanbao were on the brink of falling, and she was filled with anxiety, fear, and exhaustion. Finally, at her breaking point, Lin Yike cried out, "Zhou Erlang, are you even human? Can't you help me for once? Even if it's just to carry Bao for a bit?" Lin Yike shouted through her tears, feeling she was about to collapse. If this continued, she truly could not go on. Zhou Yanlang, leading the ox cart ahead, furrowed his brow upon hearing Lin Yike's desperate cries. Surely, he could not let Zhou Laohan take the reins. Women are indeed women. Is this merely the beginning? Why the cries and shouts? The first step of the long march has yet to be taken. Upon hearing Lin Yike's wails, old Zhou and his wife hurriedly ran towards her. Only when they reached her side did they realize that Daba was climbing the mountain with his eyes closed, while the other two children were securely tied to the cart, swaying in their sleep, enough to frighten anyone. Old Zhou took Daba's hand, and old Zhou's wife quickly tightened the blanket around Bao and Sanbao. The elderly couple decided to stay by Lin Yike's ox cart instead of heading forward. Whenever the cart shook violently, Zhou's wife would quietly hold onto the blanket, and Lin Yike's heart finally began to calm. The cart was finally making its ascent toward the mountaintop. Old Zhou shook Daba awake and asked him to help Lin Yike push the cart from the back. The path was too steep for the ox to ascend on its own. Zhou's wife also woke Bao and Sanbao, then untied the blanket, allowing them both to disembark from the cart. Daba, defying old Zhou's instruction, ran to the front of the cart, grasped the wooden handle, and began pulling it up the mountain with all his might. Lin Yike feared he might topple the cart and hurried to catch up. It was only when she reached the mountaintop that Daba was finally stopped by Zhou Sanlang. Upon reaching the summit, everyone collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted. Daba, seeing Lin Yike had arrived, declared, "Mother, I'm going to help my aunt with her cart." Lin Yike, worried he might tire himself out, attempted to dissuade him, but he was already out of sight. Moments later, Daba returned, having pulled Wang Ting's cart up the hill, astonishing everyone with his remarkable strength. Daba, eager to assist Lin Yun and the others, was promptly halted by Lin Yike, who insisted he first take a drink of water. Unable to remain seated any longer, Zhou Yanlang rose to help Lin Yun retrieve their cart. Those resting could no longer do so. They formed a line to relay each cart to the top of the mountain. Chapter 46. Can a living person suffocate from holding in their urine? Lin Yike sat on the grass, seizing a moment when no one was watching to quietly remove her shoes. She felt as though her feet were ruined. Under the dim light of the torch, she could see that the blisters on the soles had burst, leaving her feet in a dreadful state. Her left foot had twisted at an awkward angle, revealing a large bruise. She took out the ointment she had prepared earlier and applied it, bandaging her foot afterward. However, putting her shoes back on caused excruciating pain, nearly bringing her to tears. Wang Ting and Su Ying approached, and Lin Yike offered them the ointment. "You should check your foot injuries and apply this as well." The two did not hesitate, as they were not accustomed to such toil. Fortunately, Wang Ting's eldest son, Lin Jin, and her second son, Lin Shi, were able to assist somewhat. The two children dashed back and forth, clearly exhausted. The thought of descending the mountain was daunting. Su Ying gazed anxiously toward the downward path. Lin Yike felt a headache coming on. She didn't want to dwell on it. Whatever would be, would be. If worse came to worst, she would abandon the cart and walk down. The trio had barely sat for long when several children arrived at the summit. Lin Yike quickly retrieved bamboo tubes, handing one to each person, including old Zhou and his wife. The tubes contained the rock candy water she had prepared. enhanced with a pinch of salt, an excellent means of replenishing energy. Her two nieces sipped cautiously, while her nephews finished theirs in just a few gulps. Seeing they were still thirsty, Lin Yike went to fetch more from the cart. Lin Yun consumed 3 tubes by himself, while Lin Yuan drank 2. Noticing everyone drinking, Erzhan and Sanshan rushed over. "Aunt, we want to drink too." Lin Yike, feeling too lazy to move, merely gestured for them to help themselves. Erzhan and Sanshan each took a bamboo tube, and soon Sisan, Dahua, and Erhua joined in. Lin Yike waved her hand, indicating they should take their drinks and not forget to return the tubes afterward. Old Zhou glanced at Lin Yike's cart, noting that each cart was adorned with bamboo tubes. Wang Ting and Su Ying's carts were similarly equipped. Yet, in the short span of time, Lin Yike's cart had lost 1/5 of its contents. Frowning, Old Zhou realized that the tubes filled with sugar and salt had been depleted by the children, leaving little for the mothers. After resting for half an hour at the summit, Zhou Sanlang instructed everyone to prepare for the descent. Zhou Yanlang frowned, his expression blank as he remarked, "Are you not going to prepare anything before letting them head down?" Zhou Sanlang looked at him in confusion, unaware of what preparations were required for the descent. Frustrated, Zhou Yanlang considered the elderly and children who were both tired and sleepy. Did no one fear they might tumble down the mountain? He could only delegate to Yang Si and the others. "Go and fetch ropes from the villagers. If there are no ropes, start tearing old clothes to make some." Lin Yike overheard Zhou Yanlang's instructions and recalled seeing a large bundle of hemp ropes in the corner of the fabric shop that morning. Understanding he was trying to ease the descent for everyone, she quietly moved away from the crowd. As she ventured further, Lin Yike slipped into the bushes and accessed her space, retrieving the large bundle of hemp rope and placing it in her backpack. Upon returning, she acted nonchalant, placing the backpack onto the ox cart. Yang Si approached Lin Yike, inquiring if she had any rope. Lin Yike nodded towards her backpack. Yang Si's eyes widened at the sight of the ample hemp rope she had brought, which was equivalent to half of what he had gathered. Zhou Yanlang arranged the ropes collected, binding 3 together and testing their weight to ensure they were suitable. He instructed Yang Si and Zhou Ming to tie one end of the rope around their waists and descend, while the other end was secured to a sturdy tree. After half an hour, the rope was taut, and Zhou Sanlang began directing everyone down the mountain. "Be cautious of your footing. The rope merely provides something to hold on to. The children and elderly should grasp the rope during the descent." Lin Yike felt despondent. All their efforts had been for the sake of the elderly and children. What about her cart of supplies? She had no confidence in her ability to haul it down the mountain. She feared she and the cart would tumble down together. The elderly and children grasped the rope with one hand and held torches with the other as they cautiously made their way down. Meanwhile, the villagers began their descent, unhooking the oxen from their carts. Whether it was the elderly or children, they led the oxen down. The majority of those pulling the carts were men, who struggled to control the speed of the carts as they descended the slippery path. Their wives and children assisted from both the front and back, reaching out to help manage the carts when the men lost control of the speed. Observing this scene, Lin Yike was not the only one feeling overwhelmed. Wang Ting and Su Ying were equally distressed. The brothers had too many belongings, with 4 carts to manage. Their eldest, Lin Jin, was 14, and Lin Shi was 12, barely able to help. Yet they still had 4 oxen to lead. Together with Lin Yike's carts, the Lin family had 5 carts in total. Seeing Lin Yike's anxiety, Old Zhou rose to unhook the ox from the cart. "Daba, don't worry. There are plenty of us at home who will look after you and your mother." Old Zhou's words finally relieved Lin Yike's tension, and she turned to see Wang Ting and Su Ying wearing worried expressions. "Sister-in-law, consider hiring someone." Lin Yike glanced back at the villagers. Although most of the strong laborers were busy with the carts or small push carts, many families could not even afford a cart and were carrying burdens on their shoulders. Lin Yike's suggestion eased the frowns on Lin Yuan and Lin Yun's faces, prompting them to hastily approach a family carrying burdens. The 2 brothers negotiated with 2 families, and 4 men helped load their belongings onto the Lin family's 4 carts. The 4 oxen were burdened with the luggage of 2 families, led by 4 teenagers. Lin Yike's cart was taken over by a man in his 30s. The 2 families were quite amiable, not asking for any payment, and after descending the mountain, one family merely requested 5 pounds of coarse grain. Lin Yike and the Lin family's brothers and wives finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Yike's ox was not led by the old man Zhou, but was taken over by a boy of about 12 or 13. Granny Zhou chattered on about their inability to manage life, questioning how a family could survive on just 5 pounds of grain. The Zhou family was large, yet no one had come to lend a hand when they climbed the mountain. Now, she thought, even if it were 10 pounds, she would gladly give it. The crucial point was that the families Lin Yuan and Lin Yun had found each had a dozen or so members, with each cart carrying 7 or 8 people. Lin Yike felt that they could hardly lift the carts themselves. Chapter 47. The disguise must fall. Lin Yike was not pulling a cart. 3 children held torches in one hand and grasped the rope in the other, leading the way, with the Lin family following closely behind. The descent was more arduous than anticipated, with frequent tumbles caused by the slippery rope, requiring everyone to tread carefully to assist the rapidly sliding carts. After more than an hour of laborious walking, Lin Yike had lost count of how many times she had fallen, her feet throbbing with pain. The 3 children fared better. Yet Lin Yike's heart was heavy with worry. At last, they reached the mountainside, but there was no rope left, and they had only covered half the distance. There was no place for such a large group to rest, so they had to grit their teeth and continue down the mountain. The path below was somewhat easier to navigate, but the lack of handholds made it feel precarious. Zhou Yanlang appeared quite at ease. The Zhou family had only 5 livestock, excluding his horse. He no longer assisted with the cart, as Zhou Dashan and Zhou Erzhan pulled one cart together while he drifted between the carts, helping whoever needed a hand. Zhou Yanlang had also observed Lin Yike and her children, shaking his head each time she stumbled. He mused that those 3 foolish children were far superior to her. What could this woman possibly do? Lin Yike remained unaware of Zhou Yanlang's disdain for her. Had she known, she would have unleashed a torrent of curses. The absence of handholds on the descent proved unfortunate for Lin Yike and the 3 children. Only the eldest, Dabao, had the strength to persist, while Erbao and Sanbao cried incessantly from exhaustion, and Lin Yike felt she could barely move. She suppressed her fatigue and the pain in her feet, hoarsely soothing them. The trio moved forward, stumbling frequently. Lin Yike wanted to curse the heavens. Her heart ached for her children, who cried as she felt utterly drained and in pain. Lin Yuan and Lin Yun carried 3 or 4-year-old children on their backs. Even if they weren't carrying children, who would carry a 9 or 11-year-old child in such circumstances? At their age, they were already helping with the carts. Lin Yike thought about asking Zhou Erlang to carry Sanbao, seeing him bustling about among the Zhou family's carts, tugging and blocking as needed. Yet, she could not bring herself to speak. Watching him stroll nonchalantly down the mountain path, she felt an intense resentment. The cries of Erbao and Sanbao finally pushed Lin Yike to her limit. She shouted hoarsely, "Is there anyone willing to carry Erbao and Sanbao down the mountain? I will offer 2 pounds of coarse grain." Zhou Yanlang frowned and turned to Lin Yike, questioning her intentions. They were not far from the foot of the mountain, and he wondered what she was trying to achieve. Did the children have issues with intelligence or health? Could they not endure this minor hardship? Walk on your own. No one is allowed to assist. Zhou Yanlang barked, his voice deep and commanding, echoing throughout the group. Villagers with similar thoughts, as well as those who had already taken a step forward, halted in their tracks. Lin Yike was thoroughly exasperated, glaring at Zhou Yanlang. She did not expect his help, as the 3 children were, truth be told, no longer his responsibility. But who was he to stop her? "Zhou Erlang, how dare you?" she retorted angrily. The crowd was taken aback by Lin Yike's outburst. Oh, this foolish woman. Zhou Erlang thought, how outrageous. Women began to whisper amongst themselves, while the men smirked. A few of the Zhou family members, who had not yet been deemed fit to inherit, looked displeased. Lin Yike's words became a topic of conversation among them. The clan leader and elders of the Zhou family were relieved that Zhou Yanlang had divorced her. A woman like her was not fit for their family. Lin Yuan handed his youngest son to Wang Ting and walked a few steps to Lin Yike. "Sanbao, come. Uncle will carry you." Lin Yuan's face was dark as he squatted before Sanbao, his expression ominously grim. Lin Yun, carrying her daughter and clutching her son, attempted to pass the youngest to Su Ying, who was already struggling with her eldest. After surveying the situation, Lin Ping concluded that it was a miracle his daughter could walk down the mountain at all, let alone carry the youngest. He sighed deeply. Lin Yike's words had caused Zhou Yanlang to furrow his brow, as they sounded strangely familiar. Women in ancient times would never dare utter such phrases. A thought crossed his mind, startling him with its implications. He suddenly recalled the machete Lin Yike had wielded that evening. Lin Ku, Lin Yike, 2 similar names danced in Zhou Yanlang's mind. He rifled through the memories of the original Zhou Erlang, noting that Zhou Dashan had now been named Zhou Daba, and Zhou Erzhan had become Erbao. This perplexed Zhou Yanlang. If Lin Ku was indeed Lin Yike, where had her 3 children gone? Could they be those 3 children? Had they traversed through time alongside that woman? If so, the innocent eyes of the 3 children did not resemble those of fools. Their behavior was more akin to that of children around 5 or 6 years old. This notion took root in Zhou Yanlang's mind, prompting a sense of urgency. If the 3 children had truly traversed time, then with their 4-year-old intellect, perhaps it was indeed possible. Zhou Yanlang considered the possibility that Dabao, Erbao, and Sambao might genuinely be his children, and he swiftly made his way toward Lin Yike and her group. As Lin Yike noticed Zhou Yinling approaching, her heart raced with anxiety. What do you want? Leave my children out of this. You are not allowed to scold them. Ignoring Lin Yike, Zhou Yinling squatted down, allowing Bao to climb onto his back, then standing up to lift Sambao as well. Lin Yike was taken aback. She had not anticipated Zhou Erlang would carry both Bao and Sambao. Bao looked on with envy as Lin Yike's expression mirrored his. Mother, I want you to carry me too, he exclaimed. I want your father to carry me too, Lin Yike murmured, while behind her, Lin Ping looked up at her. Throughout the journey, his daughter had not spared him a glance. Had he been able to carry her, he certainly would have. Lin Yuan, half squatting before Sambao, paused for a moment before standing and frowning at Lin Yike. You were well versed in literature since childhood, displaying grace in your every word and deed, yet now, as a mother of 3, look at what you've become. Mother, let me carry you. I can manage. Bao interjected loudly, his eyes sparkling with excitement upon hearing his mother wished to be carried. Lin Yike longed to agree, but how could she allow her 4-year-old son to carry her? Was she so heartless? She was not a wicked stepmother. Chapter 48. The descent. Seeing that his mother did not respond, and with uncle still prattling on, Bao suddenly bent down and lifted Lin Yike onto his back. Elated, he dashed down the mountain path. Lin Yuan's words caught in his throat as he stared blankly at Bao and Lin Yike's departing figures. Wang Ting and Suing looked on with envy at Lin Yike. I believe our younger sister is about to shine. They say the 3 children are fools, yet I see them as far superior to ordinary children. Each one knows how to cherish their mother. We may not be able to surpass her. Suing nodded vigorously, while Lin Yun chuckled, feeling content in her heart. It was reassuring to see their understanding of filial piety. It would alleviate some of their worries in the future. The villagers turned their gazes towards the mother and daughter, with Lin Yike awkwardly burying her head into Bao's neck. The children, of similar age to Bao, sensed something amiss in their parents' eyes, particularly the ominous gaze of their mother. The village women kept their eyes fixated on Lin Yike, pondering, what if she was divorced? Her brother bore no disdain, and the sister-in-law was affectionate with her siblings. Their maternal family was affluent, having even purchased a cart, and their provisions far surpassed those of the old Zhou family. With no mother-in-law to scold her and no need to deal with a fiery sister-in-law, even her foolish son now understood how to cherish his mother, carrying her down the mountain. Life is truly unpredictable. One can never ascertain what constitutes a good existence. As Bao passed by Zhou Yinlang, he shouted loudly, Father, let us see who reaches the foot of the mountain first. I can definitely run faster than you. Zhou Yinlang's anger flared, veins bulging. This heartless woman, if Bao were truly his son, was merely a 4-year-old child. The wretched woman dared to exploit her own child. Was she courting disaster? Bao, carrying Lin Yike, reached the foot of the mountain in less than half an hour. After setting Lin Yike down, he turned and ran back up the mountain, calling out, Mother, I'm going to carry Grandma down. Lin Yike wanted to call out to Bao, but her hoarse voice failed her. She could only watch helplessly as he sprinted up the mountain. Once Bao disappeared from sight, she found herself alone, surrounded by the eerie sounds of the wind at the dark foot of the mountain, sending shivers down her spine. Ignoring the pain in her feet, she quickly searched for a place to conceal herself. After walking several hundred meters, she finally discovered a thicket of dense bushes and swiftly slipped into the space supermarket. Upon entering, she drank a bottle of milk and retrieved a basin for washing her feet. Not finding any hot water, she had to settle for cold. The instant her feet touched the water, a piercing pain shot through her, causing Lin Yike to jump up. When her feet hit the ground again, the pain surged anew, and she was soon in tears. Enduring the excruciating discomfort, she washed her feet and applied ointment. Outside, the darkness still concealed any signs of light from torches. Filthy and overwhelmed, Lin Yike grabbed a yoga mat and lay down on the ground, falling asleep. When Bao reached the foot of the mountain carrying Grandma Zhou, he found no sign of Lin Yike. Grandma Zhou reassured him, Don't worry, your mother must have gone to find a place to relieve herself. Bao knew in his heart that his mother had likely entered the space while no one was around. He, too, wished to enter the space, for he was quite hungry. However, his mother had once said that as long as someone was present, one could not enter the space in front of anyone. Bao hung his head, unwilling to return up the mountain to carry old Zhou, and sat down grumpily beside Grandma Zhou. Worried about Bao running back and forth, Zhou Yinlang carried Bao and Sambao, hastening down the mountain. Upon reaching the foot, he only saw Bao and Grandma Zhou. He set down Bao and Sambao, frowning as he asked Bao, Where's your mother? Bao blinked innocently, chuckling as he replied, My mother went to relieve herself. Father, please stay with Grandma. I'm going to look for Mother. Without giving Zhou Yinlang a chance to respond, he turned and dashed off. Zhou Yinlang, feeling uneasy about Debao, stood up and followed him. Debao wandered for a while, but could not shake off Zhou Yinlang, ultimately sulking as he returned to Grandma Zhou's side. Bao and Sambao were utterly exhausted, leaning against Grandma Zhou and falling asleep. Grandma Zhou dozed off as well, her head bobbing. Several times, she nearly toppled over. Zhou Yinlang, still not seeing Lin Yike, felt anxious about leaving the elderly and children alone at the foot of the mountain, so he found a spot to sit. The torch's light from the mountain finally illuminated the base, and the villagers gradually began to arrive. After sitting at the foot of the mountain for nearly half an hour without spotting Lin Yike, Zhou Yinlang grew increasingly concerned, wondering where that reckless woman had gone. In the pitch darkness, a solitary woman in the wilderness could encounter unforeseen dangers. Rising to his feet, he surveyed the area, his anxiety mounting. Meanwhile, Lin Yike, fast asleep in the space, had long forgotten her surroundings, blissfully unaware of the chaos she had caused. As the villagers gradually arrived, Zhou Sanlang informed the village head that they would depart in an hour. Families gathered together, each too weary to converse, laying on the thatched ground, indifferent to the insects and uneven terrain, spreading out their straw mats to sleep. Lin Yike had yet to appear, prompting Zhou Yinlang to entrust the 3 sleeping children to old Zhou and Grandma Zhou as he began searching for Lin Yike. Lin Yuan and Lin Yun, disregarding their exhaustion, joined in the search. After a fruitless search, Zhou Yinlang instructed Lin Yuan and Lin Yun to rest while he, along with Yang Si, Zhou Meng, and Hu Yun, rode off to seek Lin Yike on horseback. Meanwhile, Lin Yike finally awoke from her slumber, oblivious to the frantic search outside. Upon waking, she glanced outside the space and noticed that the villagers were all comfortably asleep. Time had flown. She had slept for over 20 hours in the space. Her heart brimmed with joy. What a delightful respite. With the extra time, she could truly relax. Lin Yike hobbled toward the cooked food area, indulging in a hearty meal and grabbing some inconspicuous snacks before exiting the space. As she approached the children, Lin Yuan was wide awake, his red eyes fixed on her. Brother, you're still awake? Where have you been? We've been frantic searching for you. How could I sleep without you? Lin Yuan was both angry and anxious, glaring at Lin Yike. Lin Yike remained silent, realizing she had completely forgotten about that. Exhausted, she had slept too soundly. Zhou Erling has gone with Yang Si and the others to find you. Lin Yike twitched her mouth. She hadn't expected Zhou Erling would come looking for her. The sun had risen, villagers still sleeping soundly. Brother, take a quick nap. I'll go chop some bamboo. Lin Yuan, fatigued and drowsy, paid no heed to Lin Yike's words and dozed off against the ox cart. Chapter 49. Eating from another family's pot. Zhou Yinlang and the 3 men rode for over 10 miles without catching a glimpse of Lin Yike. Frustrated, Zhou Yinlang turned the horses around and returned. Upon arrival, he spotted Lin Yike dragging several bamboo poles down the hillside. Zhou Yinlang's chest ached with anger. He wanted to confront her, but feared that speaking to that wretched woman might infuriate him further. Yang Si, noticing Lin Yike, intended to approach her with questions about her whereabouts, but Zhou Yinlang shook his head, halting Yang Si's inquiry. The 4 men sat in silence beneath a large tree. Lin Yike had cut 3 slender bamboo poles and dragged them to her cart, chopping 8 more pieces, each over a meter long. She secured the bamboo poles to the cart with iron wire, wrapping cloth strips around the wire. After half an hour, the framework was established, with 4 vertical and 4 horizontal poles. Yet, Lin Yike felt it was still unstable. A gentle shake caused the structure to wobble. With no alternative, she fetched 2 longer bamboo poles to reinforce it. Finally satisfied with the stability, she took out a rain cloth and wrapped the framework completely. By the time she finished, the village head had sounded the gong, and villagers began to stir from their slumber. Let us pack up and eat something. We'll be on our way. The village head called, prompting villagers to gather firewood, set up stoves, and boil water to cook. Lin Yike put down the rain cloth and hurried to assist Wang Ting with the stove. 3 stones were arranged in a triangle, securely holding the iron pot above. Lin Yike fetched the basket from her cart, filled with the shepherd's purse and half a pound of sliced lean meat she had retrieved from the space supermarket. Sister-in-law, I've cleaned the shepherd's purse. Let us make some porridge. Add the meat slices in as well. Wang Ting nodded repeatedly as she added water to the pot. You go about your business. I can handle making a pot of porridge on my own. Lin Yike felt there was nothing else to assist with, so she returned to her cart to continue setting up the rain cloth. Lin Jin and Lin Shi soon joined her to lend a hand. With the vegetable porridge ready, Lin Yike's simple cart was also completed. Wang Ting added a pinch of salt to the vegetable porridge, which contained both vegetables and meat. pleasing both children and adults alike. Lin Yuan had 3 children. His eldest son Lin Jin, aged 14, his second son Lin Shi, aged 12, and his daughter Lin Ling, aged 4. Lin Yun also had 3 children. His eldest son Lin An, aged 6, his youngest son Lin Kong, aged 3, and his daughter Lin Xian, aged 3. Together, 6 adults and 9 children formed a circle on the grass, sipping the vegetable porridge and gnawing on the hard, dry cornbread. The cornbread from the Lin family was far tastier than that from the Zhou family, made with more cornmeal and a touch of white flour, with only a small amount of mixed grains. Lin Ping lowered his head, drinking the vegetable meat porridge, his heart filled with mixed emotions. The children were reluctant to speak with him, and Lin Yi had not even spared him a glance. Since they first met, Dabao's 3 children had never once called him grandfather. He overheard his daughter's conversation with the 3 children when Sanbao asked, "Mother, what do I call Lin Jin's grandfather?" His daughter replied, "Keep your distance from him. He could abandon his own daughter. Who knows when he might fancy another wicked woman and sell you off." Did he sell his daughter? Was he not good to her when she was little? He simply placed too much importance on reputation and was deceived by that woman. Did his daughter wish for his demise? The neighboring villagers, drawn by the aroma of the vegetable porridge, struggled to drink their thin porridge that was barely able to reflect a human silhouette. They nibbled on hard cornbread that could break bones, accompanied only by a mouthful of old salted vegetables. The little ones cried for vegetable porridge, only to be met with fierce glares from their mothers, some of whom raised their hands to smack the children on the head. If you want to eat, eat. If not, get lost. Dabao, Bao, and Sanbao, uninterested in gnawing on cornbread, hardly touched the porridge either. Lin Yi, embodying the persona of a wicked stepmother, mischievously suggested to them, "You can take the cornbread and a bowl of vegetable porridge to any household and savor their food's aroma to enhance your meal." Lin Yuan glanced at Lin Yi in confusion, while Suing chuckled, saying, "Sister, you really know how to jest. What good food do the villagers have to offer? Isn't it all just a pot of thin porridge? You don't understand. They don't mind the taste of the food. Only by witnessing others in greater suffering can they truly enjoy their meals," Lin Yi replied. Wang Ting and Suing burst into laughter at Lin Yi's antics. The 3 little ones, puzzled, asked Lin Yi, "Mother, why do we have to eat while watching others suffer? Don't you think our food is bad?" Lin Yi explained, "When you see others eating even worse food and suffering more than you, it makes your own meal taste better." Lin Yuan furrowed his brow at Lin Yi's words, while Lin Yun chuckled lightly. Dabao, inspired by Lin Yi's suggestion, actually took his bowl and cornbread and ran off, with Bao and Sanbao following closely behind. Seeing the 3 children genuinely run off with the food, Lin Yuan shot a cold glare at Lin Yi. "Is this how you teach children? Look at what you've instilled in them." Lin Yi had merely been joking. She never anticipated the children would actually run off. Turning back, she saw the children squatting by one household, taking bites of cornbread and sipping porridge. Lin Yi face-bombed. These 3 little rascals were truly embarrassing. Zhou Yanlang noticed the 3 children, continuously watching the villagers eat, his anger causing the veins on his forehead to bulge. What kind of upbringing had that wretched woman given them? Were they truly watching others eat? No, the children could not stay with that woman. He must bring them back to raise them himself. Zhou Yanlang approached the 3 children, who were squatting in front of the poorest family in the village. Their 3 pairs of eyes stared incredulously at the pot before them, which held not a single grain of rice, only a few wild vegetables freshly dug up. The adults had half a cornbread, while the children had a quarter, the cornbread so hard it was barely chewable. They soaked it in the freshly made vegetable soup. Sanbao squatted before a 3-year-old, eyes wide as she watched him happily eat the cornbread soaked in soup, unable to resist asking, "Little one, is it delicious?" The 3-year-old nodded vigorously. As Zhou Yanlang approached them, he saw this scene, Sanbao's throat unconsciously mimicking the swallowing motion of the child, her eyes wide open. "What are you doing here?" Zhou Yanlang gritted his teeth, trying to keep his tone calm, feeling as if he had traveled back in time, surviving the iron hooves of cavalry only to be driven to madness by Lin Yi and her children. Eating, Sanbao bit into her cornbread, her gaze fixed on the bowl in the child's hands. Zhou Yanlang swiftly picked her up, and as Zhou Zhuanju was about to say a few polite words, he had already taken Sanbao in his arms and was leading Bao, calling for Dabao to follow. Zhou Zhuanju's wife spat a few times at Zhou Yanlang's retreating figure. "Who does he think he is? Just look at that short-lived ghost. Shut your mouth. If you don't want to be left behind, keep quiet." Zhou Zhuanju roared at his wife, his gaze dark as he looked at the back of Zhou Yanlang. Chapter 50. The divorce papers in hand. Zhou Yanlang brought the 3 children to the resting place of the Zhou family. After seating them in a row, he asked, "Why did you go to someone else's house to watch them eat?" "My mother said that if we find our food distasteful, We can enjoy it better by watching others eat worse, the Bao replied, shaking his head vigorously. Zhou Yinlang felt fortunate that he hadn't exploded from anger yet. My mother said as long as we see others eating worse and suffering more, it makes our food taste better, Bao chimed in confidently. What she said is true. I could hardly eat the cornbread before, but look, I've nearly finished it now. It's really not bad, and I've finished the vegetable porridge too. Sanbao added, looking up expectantly for praise from Zhou Yinlang. Zhou Yinlang felt as if he might shatter his teeth from clenching them so tightly, while the Zhou family members were left dumbfounded by the children's words. From now on, you will follow me, and you are not allowed to seek out your mother, Zhou Yinlang declared, his face pale with fury, his eyes blazing. His words not only frightened the three children into tears, but also left the Zhou family members in shock. Lin Yike, witnessing Zhou Yinlang take the children to the Zhou family, initially thought he was taking them for a meal, only to find that they had been scolded to tears shortly after arriving. Furious and with a throbbing headache, Lin Yike thought to herself, that despicable Zhou Yinlang. If he is wretched, then let him be. How dare he scold the children? The thought of it filled her with rage, and she rushed to the Zhou family's resting place. Zhou Yinlang, you bastard, what right do you have to scold them? Have they eaten even a pound of your rice? Or 2 pounds of your white flour? You scoundrel, if you dare point fingers at my children again, I will make you pay. Zhou Yinlang didn't even spare Lin Yike a glance, coldly stating, from now on, the children will stay with me, so they won't need your rice or white flour. What nonsense is this? Are you trying to take my children away? You ruined the original owner's life without an ounce of remorse. And now you want to harm my children? How could I let my children fall into the hands of such a scoundrel? Lin Yike's anger grew as she thought, and she leaped forward to berate Zhou Yinlang. Who do you think you are, claiming the children for yourself? If you want children, head to the Incheon building. Zhang Ju is waiting for you. You scoundrels are a perfect match. Let her bear you 10 or 8 children. You can raise them however you please. You think you have the right to take my children? You don't deserve them. Zhou Yinlang, I haven't settled the score with you yet. You should be secretly enjoying yourself. You're asking for trouble, and you're the first one. As Lin Yike continued her tirade, Zhou Yinlang stepped forward, reaching for Lin Yike's chin, but she quickly stepped back. What do you want? Do you want to strangle me? Go ahead, try it. Don't throw a tantrum with me. It won't work. When I say the children are with me, they are with me. I'm informing you, not negotiating. Zhou Yinlang said coldly and dominantly, his icy gaze fixed on Lin Yike. Lin Yike was taken aback by his appearance, suddenly gripped by fear. This was ancient times, a patriarchal society, and if Zhou Yinlang truly refused to give her the child, she would be at a loss. If you desire the child, you must also accept me. Wherever the child goes, I shall follow. Otherwise, you may as well kill me. Lin Yike began to act stubbornly, thinking that if it came to the worst, she could simply return to the Zhou family. She was determined. If all else failed, she would end the life of that scoundrel and continue her existence as a widow. Erlang, you haven't even written the divorce decree, so you may as well make do. The child cannot be separated from its mother. Zhou Laohan hurried to mediate, insisting that Lin Yike had done nothing wrong, and thus, there was no reason for the second son to divorce her. The 3 children were thriving, and over the years, the Zhou family owed Lin Yike a debt. They needed to have a serious discussion with the second son. Was it difficult to write a divorce decree? I can write it right now. Zhou Yinlang cast a scornful glance at Lin Yike before turning to Zhou Dashan. Dashan, fetch me some paper and ink. Write whatever you like. As long as my child remains in the Zhou family, you can write 100 copies, and it won't matter. I will simply refuse to leave the Zhou family. Write as you wish. Lin Yike appeared resolute in her defiance, infuriating Zhou Yinlang. What do you want? I want nothing. If you want the child back to the Zhou family, I will undoubtedly return with you. If you do not wish for me to return, then it will be as before. I will raise the child myself, and you may observe as you please. If I am not allowed through the Zhou family doors, how can you enter? If I cannot go through the gate, I shall climb the wall. If I cannot climb, I will block your doorstep with my ox cart. Living and eating right there. I have said it before. If you want the child, you must take me as well. However, you do have another option. You may kill me. If you cannot kill me, we shall continue this stalemate. Lin Yike exuded an air of defiance, determined to play the rogue to the end. Take the child away. Zhou Yinlang truly did not want to witness Lin Yike's shameless demeanor. He would prefer to invest more care in the child than to be entangled with such a woman. Lin Yike flashed a victorious smile and quickly led the 3 children away. After a few steps, Zhou Yinlang called after her, wait. Lin Yike's heart tightened as she turned stiffly. What else do you want? You wait here for a moment. I will bring you the divorce decree. As Zhou Yinlang spoke, he rummaged in the ox cart for pen and ink. Lin Yike followed eagerly behind him, fully aware of his extreme distaste for her, and she decided to provoke him further. Darling Daba, don't be impulsive. Let us calm down, shall we? Daba, acting rashly will lead to regret. Zhang Ju has gone to the Welcome Spring building. Why don't we just make do? Zhou Yinlang was thoroughly disgusted by Lin Yike's antics. He found the pen and swiftly scribbled the divorce decree, tossing it at Lin Yike's face. Get lost. Lin Yike picked up the decree and hurriedly fled with the 3 children. Darling Daba, I'm leaving now. You are free from now on. Feel free to go to the Welcome Spring building to find Zhang Ju. If you run short on silver, just borrow from me. Zhou Yinlang, having lived 2 lives, had never encountered a woman like her. He was certain Lin Ku was indeed Lin Yike. This wretched woman had stolen his essence, thrust him into this chaotic era. And now she sought to ensnare him further. Zhou Laoan sighed deeply, while Zhou Pozi, witnessing Zhou Yinlang write the divorce decree, attempted several times to intervene, but was silenced by Zhou Yinlang's fierce demeanor. The others in the Zhou family lowered their heads, afraid to speak, intimidated by Zhou Yinlang's expression. Zhou Sanlang remained indifferent. The affairs of his second brother were not his concern. Chapter 51. Zhou Yinlang probes Sanbao, unaware that her disguise had been shed. Lin Yike kissed the divorce decree in her hand, a radiant smile illuminating her face. She mused. Finally, everything has settled. With the decree in hand, I can walk through the world with my head held high. No longer must I be wed to an ancient man, especially a scoundrel. Observing her from a distance, Zhou Yinlang seethed with barely contained rage. The village chief's gong sounded, prompting everyone to gather their weary bodies for departure. Lin Yike tucked her 3 children into the makeshift shelter of the ox cart, whispering to them to play in their space later. The children squealed with excitement, each envisioning their favorite toys. The ox cart had not traveled far before the children entered their space supermarket. Lin Yike leisurely guided the cart, following Zhou Silang's ox cart. With the canopy in place, she no longer worried about the children, feeling a wave of relief wash over her. The procession moved at a snail's pace. Not only were most villagers walking, but the previous night's trek had left both people and beasts exhausted. After about 20 miles, the villagers found themselves unable to continue. The sun beating down mercilessly as they sweated profusely, adults swaying unsteadily, and children crying out in fatigue and pain. Village Chief Tang realized that if they pressed on, even the strongest would struggle to endure, and if the elderly fell, it could spell disaster. After much deliberation, he approached Zhou Sanlang. Sanlang, if we continue on, everyone truly cannot bear it any longer. An elder falling could be fatal. Zhou Yinlang surveyed the crowd, recognizing their plight, and could only nod in agreement. Upon receiving Sanlang's response, Tang Village Chief struck the gong, announcing, "Stop and rest. We shall depart in 1 hour." Before the village chief's words had fully settled, most villagers had collapsed onto the road. Those with livestock led their carts to the roadside, quickly unyoking their animals to provide them water and grass. The 3 children, having slept soundly in their space, were now brimming with energy, racing around excitedly. Lin Yuan and Lin Yun, along with Lin Ping, took a few children to the riverbank for a drink. Meanwhile, Lin Yike and her sisters-in-law busied themselves preparing a meal and gathering firewood. Just as Lin Yun returned with water, Daba ran back holding 2 wild rabbits. Not seeing Erbao and Sanbao, Lin Yike quickly urged Daba to help her find them. As they searched, Daba dashed ahead, and from a distance, Lin Yike spotted Zhou Yinlang conversing with Erbao and Sanbao, prompting her and Lin Yun to turn back. Had Lin Yike known what Zhou Yinlang had discussed with the children, she would not have left so easily. Erbao, Sanbao, let me give you new names. Dad, we already have names. I used to be Lin Hai, but now I'm Zhou Lin Hai. I used to be Lin Ling, but now I'm Zhou Lin Ling. Daba is Zhou Lin Tian. Zhou Yinlang had initially intended to probe the little ones to see if they knew Lin Ku's name, but was taken aback by their response. Though he had suspected the truth, the confirmation only fueled his anger. Oh, so you all have names now? I thought you didn't. What is your mother's name? Surely, she has a name? Zhou Yinlang struggled to suppress his fury, his fists clenched, yet he forced a cordial inquiry towards Sanbao and Erbao. Who said my mother has no name? My mother is called Lin Yike. Erbao huffed, glaring at Zhou Yinlang. Upon hearing that familiar name, Zhou Yinlang nearly wished to cleave Lin Yike into pieces. Lin Yike. Zhou Yinlang gritted his teeth, pronouncing each syllable with venom. Yes, my mother is called Lin Yike. But you may now call me mother. Lin Ku. My mother has 2 names. Sanao chimed in, nodding enthusiastically, her eyes sparkling with joy at the thought that Zhou Yinlang might remember Lin Yike's name. Dad, shall we go hunt? Sanbao proposed, eager to showcase his prowess. After sleeping for 14 or 15 hours in the space, he was now bursting with energy. Daba rushed to join them, excitedly calling out about hunting. Zhou Yinlang's heart was a tumult of emotions. He had not anticipated that he would find himself in the original owner's body. while his 3 children occupied the original children's forms, leaving Lin Yike occupying the body of their wife. Shouldn't their family be reunited by now? Yet what is this situation? 3 4-year-old children, on the brink of adulthood, lacking the intellect to survive in this merciless era. Upon solidifying these thoughts, Zhou Yanlang found himself in a state of melancholy, observing the 3 children before him. He had initially intended to block Lin Yike from taking them back to the Zhou family, but now they had inadvertently been transported to ancient times. The children had indeed traced their lineage back to their ancestors, albeit to the venerable forebears of the Zhou family. Driven to distraction by the incessant demands of the 3 children, Zhou Yanlang summoned Yang Si and the others, mounting their horses to venture over 10 miles to the mountains. He also informed Zhou Sanling not to wait for them, assuring him they would catch up shortly. Ershan gazed enviously at Dabao, Erbao, and Sanbao, while Sanshan, Sishan, and Wushan cried and clamored to join, but Zhou Yanlang had already ridden away, with the children accompanying Zhou Yanlang. The adults and children gathered for lunch, sharing a meal of stewed wild rabbits with radish. Wang Ting had intended to prepare 1 rabbit, but Lin Yike insisted she cook both. With food available, it was best for everyone to eat well rather than scrimp and divide the meal into 2 inadequate portions. Once the rabbit stew was ready, Lin Yike ladled a bowl for Granny Zhou, who hesitated to accept it. Do not feel shy. With Dabao, Erbao, and Sanbao here, our bond remains unbroken. Lin Yike placed the bowl down and hurried off, realizing she would need the Zhou family as support in this unfamiliar land. After all, the 2 brothers from the Lin family would eventually need to settle alongside them, so it was essential to foster good relations. Lin Yike was calculating her next moves, unaware of Zhou Yanlang's own thoughts of settling the score with her. Meanwhile, the Lin family relished their meal, their lips greasy with delight, drawing envious glances from the villagers, especially upon seeing the Lin brothers with 4 oxen. Those with ulterior motives began to scheme, thinking that since Lin Yike had been divorced, the Lin family would be easy prey in Zhou's village. Lin Yuan and Lin Yun, not fools, sensed the scrutinizing gazes and resolved to stay close to the Zhou family. Chapter 52. The return from hunting. Zhou Yanlang and Yang Si, along with the 3 children, galloped swiftly to the foot of the nearest mountain. Yang Si carried Erbao on his back, while Zhou Yanlang bore Sanbao. Dabao led the charge, running ahead, with the others close behind. Erbao, perched on Yang Si's back, shouted excitedly, "Brother, there's a wild chicken nest ahead. 2 wild chickens are laying eggs. Father, there's a rabbit burrow behind you, with 3 holes. There, and over there soon." The commander of the mountain became Erbao, who pointed and directed everyone with enthusiasm. Zhou Yanlang, Yang Si, Zhou Meng, and Hu Yun, seasoned veterans, found themselves transformed into obedient subordinates to Erbao's commands. As they traversed the battlefield, Erbao became the center of attention, with Yang Si, Zhou Meng, and Hu Yun almost at odds over who would assist him. Meanwhile, below the mountain, Zhou Sanlang sternly informed village head Tang that they must exit Lianhua County today. Village head Tang rang the copper gong to relay Zhou Sanlang's message to everyone. The villagers trudged forward, heads drooping, pushing carts and carrying willow baskets, while elderly walkers leaned heavily on their canes, their steps faltering. Children either wailed loudly or sobbed softly from exhaustion. Lin Yike, driving the ox cart, kept her gaze straight ahead, unwilling to look at the weary villagers, especially the elderly and children, who she could easily imagine were worn out, their feet blistered and sore. The thought of blisters made her own feet ache. The 3 children had just received treatment for their blisters in the morning, and now, accompanying Zhou Yanlang up the mountain, she dreaded their return filled with cries of pain, certain they would each receive a stern reprimand. Lin Yike admired the resilience of the ancients. Having scarcely slept the previous night, yet now they were to travel all day. The younger children, with their short legs, struggled to keep pace, occasionally bursting into tears before sprinting to catch up with the adults. Around 6 in the afternoon, they finally crossed the county line, and both the village head and the villagers sighed in relief. As the village head struck the gong, most villagers collapsed onto the ground in exhaustion. The Zhou family formed a circle with 5 carts, leaving a space in the center for resting that night. Lin Yuan and Lin Yun took advantage of the moment to encircle a nearby area with their own ox cart. Once the carts were secured, Lin Ping led several children to the riverbank to water the oxen and let them graze. Lin Yuan fetched water while Lin Yun and Su Ying carried the twins to gather firewood and forage for wild vegetables. Lin Yike moved 3 stones to set up a cooking area. Wang Ting cleared the resting area within the cart circle, before Lin Yike's pot of water could boil. The sound of galloping hooves echoed down the road, accompanied by the excited shouts of De Bao and Air Bao and the gleeful laughter of San Bao. She rose to see them waving and calling out, "Mother, we caught up with you. We've caught so many game. We'll have meat to eat tonight." The villagers turned their gazes towards them, for horses were laden with their catch, and the 4 adults wore their spoils as well. Envy flickered in the villagers' eyes, while the children swallowed their saliva in anticipation. De Bao dismounted, cradling a small wild boar in his arms, racing towards Lin Yike as he shouted, "Mother, I want roasted suckling pig." Yang Si jumped down, handing over 2 more small wild boars, saying, "Sister-in-law, De Bao says your roasted suckling pig is delicious. We didn't even catch a wild boar for these. Can you roast them for us tonight?" Zhou Yanlang remained silent as he tossed the wild boar from his horse to Lin Yike's feet. She glanced at the 5 small wild boars without lifting her eyelids. "If you don't handle these, do you expect me to? I suggest you give up on the idea of eating. Be practical." "Sister-in-law, wait a moment. I'll deliver some game home and be right back to help with the processing," Zhou Ming said as he grabbed a few wild chickens and rabbits and dashed towards Zhou Eri. Yang Si and Hu Yun were still busy sorting their game when Yang Si's sisters-in-law approached. Yang Si expressionlessly handed a basket to his elder sister-in-law, who received it but remained silent, her eyes fixed on the remaining game on his horse. "Are you dissatisfied? If you are, don't take it. Leave it for me." Yang Dasa looked at Yang Si in confusion, wondering why he only offered her 1 basket when there was so much more on the horse. "Old 4. We've come all this way. We can take some back without you needing to make an extra trip." Yang Ersa grinned brightly, her eyes sparkling as she surveyed the game on each horse. Yang Si scoffed coldly. "Don't even think about the other game. I only caught this much. The rest is from Ergu and De Bao. De Bao can hunt." "Old 4, you must be joking." Yang Sensa looked on with disbelief at the heaps of game nearly piled on the ground. Zhou Ming hadn't brought much back either, and Hu Yun's mother had only taken 1 basket. Were these all meant for the Zhou family? Why should Zhou Yanlang receive so much? De Bao can't hunt? De Bao can easily take down a wild boar with a few punches on the village's back mountain. Don't even think about taking advantage of my grandson. Not only can De Bao hunt, but Air Bao can too. Granny Zhou observed the Yang sisters-in-law and recognized their ill intentions. Mentioning De Bao's prowess silenced them, as they had also enjoyed the pig soup. Impatient, Yang Si shot them a glance and coldly declared, "Aren't you going back to cook? Why are you still standing here? If you want more game, you'll have to go up the mountain yourself tomorrow. I've only caught this much. If you think it's too little, then good luck. Then give it back to me. Don't take it away." Yang Si said as he attempted to snatch the basket from Yang Dasa's hands. In a flurry, Yang Dasa clutched the basket tightly and fled. Seeing the murderous gaze of their brother-in-law, Yang Ersa and Yang Sensa hastily made their escape. Zhou Ming returned to the resting place of Zhou Erhei's family with 5 or 6 wild chickens and rabbits, handing the game over to Zhou Erhei. Just as he was about to turn away, Zhou Erhei's wife, Li Yuexia, called out to him, "Third brother, you've caught so much game, yet you bring back only this little? What are you doing trailing behind Erlang every day? Are you his servant? He tells you to do something, and you do it? After catching so much, you only return with this?" Ever since returning home, Zhou Ming had found his mother exceedingly bothersome, her incessant nagging preventing him from forging a bond with his second brother. "Mother, the reason I have my life is that I am his cousin. Aside from the 3 of us, do you know who else he associates with? Those people are either skilled fighters or exceptionally clever. If Yang Si and Hu Yunlai were not from Zhoujia village, Ergu would never have brought them out. Look at me. Can I match Yang Si's intellect or Hu Yunlai's strength? In Ergu's eyes, they are utterly useless. Why do you think he brought me along? Why? Mother, think carefully." With that, Zhou Ming turned and walked away. Li Yuexia stared blankly at his retreating figure, so enraged that words eluded her. Zhou Erhei glanced at Li Yuexia and, after a long pause, said softly, "If you can maintain a good relationship, then do so. Don't overthink it. Your elder brother's family will eventually rise. If you continue down this path, it will be too late for you to seek favors." Li Yuexia wore a dismissive expression, a smirk playing at the corners of her mouth. "Oh, spare me. Your elder brother can rise? With that long-faced sister-in-law of yours, how can she possibly make it? Don't make me laugh so hard I lose my teeth." Chapter 53. The confrontation. Zhou Erhei furrowed his brows and sighed before continuing. "You woman. Every time I try to speak to you sincerely, you never listen. Let us set aside Delang for now. Think about Erlang. If he were truly incapable, could he have brought a group of people to escape and even secured household registration? Now look at San Lang. He always thinks ahead. Do you really believe he would fail? Let us not even mention Si Lang. What about Wu Lang? Everyone knows if he were to take the exam, he would likely pass with flying colors. And if he becomes a successful scholar, can't the Lang's family rely on him? Out of 5 children, 3 have already shown promise. If you don't build a good relationship now, do you intend to wait until they succeed to befriend them? Li Yuexiao fell silent upon hearing Zhou Erhei's words, chewing her lips in contemplation before finally saying, "From now on, I want to stop the third from seeking out Erlang." Zhou Erhei shook his head and sighed again, wondering if this woman could truly be deterred. Lin Yike had set up a campfire, and Yangxi, Zhou Yinlang, and Hu Yunlai had prepared a wild boar for roasting. Wang Ting was busy with the chickens while Lin Ping handled the rabbits, and the children scoured for firewood. Lin Yike marinated the small wild boar, placing it aside to absorb the flavors, using seasonings she had brought from her space. Zhou Yinlang sat quietly, observing Lin Yike, who cast him several fierce glares upon noticing his gaze. She had just finished drafting a divorce agreement that morning. What more did he want? Regret? It was too late for that. Wang Ting steamed a pot of steamed buns, while Lin Yike set up a clay stove to prepare potatoes stewed with wild chicken and radishes stewed with wild rabbits, alongside a pot of wild vegetable and egg soup. She began roasting the wild boar, a specialty of hers. Though the conditions were humble, she made do. Lin Yike placed the marinated pig on stones heated by the campfire, adding thicker branches beneath and around it. Soon, the enticing aroma of roasting pork wafted through the air. The Lin family's ox cart was surrounded by adults and children, particularly the children and some opportunistic women peering in. Zhou Pozi took away more than half of the catch, and Zhou Yinlang instructed her to share some with families they wished to befriend. Little remained of the wild game on the Lin family's premises. Noticing the crowd, Wang Ting asked Lin Yuan to deliver a wild chicken and a rabbit to village chief Tang. After flipping the roast pig 3 times, it was finally ready. Lin Yike offered a portion to Zhou Pozi. The 6 adults and 6 children of the Lin family devoured 1 pig, and later, Yangxi brought them half of another. Lin Yike divided the dishes, sending 3 children and Zhou Yinlang to eat on the other side. Dinner was a messy affair, with everyone enjoying their meal. Afterward, Da Bao and Air Bao were taken by Zhou Yinlang and his companions to wash by the river. Lin Yike prepared warm water and fashioned a simple enclosure using cloth and bed sheets around the handles of the 2 carts to bathe Lin Ling, Lin Xian, and San Bao. The 3 sisters-in-law quickly set up a mat and laid down grass mats for the children to sleep on. Night had fallen, and the villagers were deep in slumber, with occasional snores echoing through the night. Just as Lin Yike finished settling the 3 children, Zhou Yinlang approached the perimeter of the Lin family's ox cart. "Lin Yike, we need to talk." Zhou Yinlang's voice startled Lin Yike, leaving her momentarily speechless. She stared at him, bewildered, not understanding why he called her. After much contemplation, Zhou Yinlang felt it necessary to have a serious conversation with Lin Yike. The 3 children, though only 4 years old, had traversed into bodies more than twice their age, with the eldest, Da Bao, having entered the body of a 13-year-old, a thought that was utterly staggering. Lin Yike stood in a daze, slowly recalling that Zhou Yinlang had addressed her as Lin Yike. She followed him to a secluded area, her heart racing with uncertainty. Who was Zhou Yinlang? What did he mean by calling her Lin Yike? How much had he gleaned from the children's conversations? Lost in her thoughts, Lin Yike was unaware of Zhou Yinlang silently observing her changing expressions from beneath the tree. Did Lin Yike even recognize who he was? Zhou Yinlang believed that if he remained silent, this woman would stand there lost in her musings all night. "Lin Yike, do you think I have any respect for anyone? The only person I admire is you utterly," Zhou Yinlang exclaimed. 5 years ago, you plotted against me, and then you ran away, only to surprise me by giving birth abroad. Your game is truly impressive. If you hadn't crossed into this ancient era, what were your intentions? To use the children to coerce me? For money? Or to marry into the Zhou family? Lin Yike was taken aback, her mouth agape in disbelief as she gazed at Zhou Yinlang. You were Zhou Yinlang? The black-faced demon Zhou Yinlang? Please tell me you didn't die from exhaustion after that night." Zhou Yinlang had never realized that some people could provoke such anger with mere words. Clearly, this Lin Yike was not meant for him. The crux of the matter was that he was the one being affected. "Lin Yike, do you believe I could end your life right now? From now on, you will do as I say. Don't let me hear your voice again." Zhou Yinlang's teeth were clenched, his expression terrifying, which genuinely frightened Lin Yike. Remembering the tales she had heard about him 5 years ago, she quickly covered her mouth with her hands and nodded vigorously. "The 3 children are mine, right? They crossed over with you? I will take care of the children from now on. It's too dangerous for you to be with them. You must understand that in this chaotic time, one misstep could lead to total annihilation. With the turmoil around, I cannot trust you to care for them properly." Lin Yike nodded and shook her head, refusing to speak. Zhou Yinlang, seeing her prolonged silence, furrowed his brows again. "I'm asking you a question. Speak." Lin Yike shook her head, remaining silent. "Damn it. We're in ancient times now, and you still want to act like a big shot? You startled me earlier, and now you want me to talk? No way. We're both new to this. Who was afraid of whom? Zhou Yinlang found himself at a loss when faced with Lin Yike. He felt that confronting her alone was far more exhausting than managing the entire conglomerate. Do not test my patience. Believe it or not, I could easily break your legs and toss you into the mountains. With that, Lin Yike turned on her heel, incensed by his audacity. Dare to threaten me? I can just as readily break your third leg. Seeing Lin Yike attempt to walk away, Zhou Yinlang's blood boiled. He strode up to her, seizing her by the throat. Do you think I wouldn't dare to kill you? You prance around on my territory day in and day out, and I must simply endure? You believe that because I am without money or connections in this era, your plans can proceed unchallenged? Lin Yike struggled for breath, her body thrashing against his grip. Yet with each movement, Zhou Yinlang's fury intensified, his grip tightening. In the distance, Zhou Sanlang, and Yang Si noticed the commotion. Zhou Sanlang rushed towards them, with Zhou Sanlang right behind him, and Yang Si soon followed. Second brother, what are you doing? Let her go? Zhou Sanlang shouted as he ran. Chapter 54. Reality is ruthless. Lin Yike was nearly suffocated by Zhou Yinlang until Zhou Sanlang and the others arrived, prompting him to release her. Finally able to breathe freely, Lin Yike touched her neck and let out a cold laugh. She turned to leave again but was yanked back by Zhou Yinlang. Did you hear what I said? I am informing you, not negotiating. Although Lin Yike had no desire to engage, the flames of anger ignited by Zhou Yinlang compelled her to respond. Her eyes ablaze with fury. In your dreams. Let me be clear, if you do not leave, I will raise the child without you. If I feel displeased, I will take the child away, and you will never see him again. Test me if you dare. Zhou Yinlang, witnessing the certainty in her eyes, recognized that she was resolute in her intent to keep the child. His mind flashed back to the striking image of the cleaver and the small undergarments he had seen earlier. The notion of a mustard seed space suddenly surfaced in his mind, and he fell silent. If this woman truly possessed such power, she could easily take the child and disappear, leaving him forever searching. Return for now. I have matters to discuss with her, he instructed Zhou Sanlang and the others, his gaze darkening with an unfamiliar sense of insecurity. Zhou Sanlang hesitated, but was pulled away by Zhou Sanlang, with Yang Si and the others following suit. Do you possess a mustard seed space? Zhou Sanlang asked in a lowered voice once they had distanced themselves. Lin Yike let out a cold snort, replying, Are you still thinking of killing for treasure? Unfortunately for you, you cannot take it. I'm sorry to disappoint you. Zhou Yinlang struggled to contain his rage, reminding himself that engaging with this woman would only lead to his own demise. 5 years ago, you plotted against me and secretly bore my child. 5 years later, you've recklessly thrust me into this chaos. Lin Yike, how shall we settle our accounts? Am I wrong to claim the child? Huh, you think I plotted against you? Did you resist? What do you mean by secretly bearing your child? I gave birth openly in a hospital. If I were to give you the child, would that not be my loss? Why should I? Zhou Yinlang took a deep breath, repeatedly telling himself to remain calm. The child is mine and must be returned to me. Regardless of whether we are in the modern or ancient world, you have never had a choice. Do not test my patience, or you will find the consequences dire. How thick-skinned you are. Do you truly believe you are still the wealthy president of a conglomerate? Here, I hold no fear of you. You think you can kill me? It won't be that easy. In modern times, you may have ruled the roost, but here, it is I who calls the shots. Do not test my patience. Lin Yike glared at Zhou Yinlang with disdain. In her previous life, she lacked the confidence to contest him for the child. Now, why should she concede? If he wished to kill her, he must first reckon with his own will to live. Zhou Yinlang closed his eyes, striving to suppress the anger roiling within him. When he opened them again, he regarded Lin Yike with a quiet intensity. What do you truly desire? Do you think your mustard seed space can shield the children from harm? Are you unaware of the superstitions that permeate this ancient society? Do you realize that the era you inhabit is rife with war, where people suffer and resort to cannibalism, exchanging their children for survival? Do you understand the horrors that await on the path of escape? Can you imagine the desperation of a society that consumes its own? Zhou Yinlang's words drained the color from Lin Yike's face, and she was unable to listen further, even feeling nausea rise within her. She understood the truth in his statements, yet relinquishing her child to him was beyond her. For 5 years, she had lived alone in a foreign land, evading Zhou Yinlang. The solitude and uncertainty she faced during her pregnancy were incomprehensible to anyone else. The fear and danger she encountered during childbirth were faced in isolation. The life of a single mother for 4 years held countless sorrows and tears. Upon returning to her homeland, she was thrust into a tumultuous era by a capricious deity. Her once adorable triplets now appeared unrecognizable, lost, frightened, and anxious. Yet even weeping was a luxury she could not afford. She refrained from crying, fearing that her distress might unsettle her children. She dreaded confronting their altered appearances, worried about damaging their tender psyches. But that was not the entirety of her burdens. She had to constantly worry about the safety of her young ones, fearful of exposing her secret. She needed to maintain her composure, carefully guiding the children to keep the secret, tirelessly safeguarding them, even refraining from stepping outside her room. The tragic fate of the original Lin Erlang now weighed heavily upon her shoulders, a widow, a mother to 3 innocents, a harbinger of misfortune, a family member scorned, and a sister-in-law who perpetually wore a mocking smile, just as she began to establish a better rapport with her in-laws. Preparing to entwine her fate with the Zhou family to escape the chaos, Zhou Yinlang appeared, and she found herself cast aside once more. She accepted the label of a cast-off wife, but why? Just as the divorce papers arrived, did Zhou Erlang transform once again into Zhou Yinlang? Why pursue her across time to wrest her child away? Why lay bare the brutal realities of life before her? Lin Yike's last vestige of strength crumbled under Zhou Yinlang's relentless pressure, and she collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Her sobs drew the attention of Lin Yuan and Lin Yun, who hurriedly approached but were intercepted by Yang Si and the others seated on the ground. Do not worry. Everything is fine. They are merely discussing the child. Let them talk, Zhou Sanlang said stoically to Lin Yuan and Lin Yun. Zhou Laohan, who had been lying down, sat up abruptly, his brow furrowed in concern. Zhou Posey rolled over, continuing to lie down, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. Her second son had changed upon his return. He called her mother with reluctance, often referring to her as you instead. She wished to comfort him, to urge him not to trouble Dabao's mother, yet dared not speak. Lin Ping lay on the ground, staring vacantly at the sky, his daughter's heart-wrenching cries piercing his own. He realized the profound errors he had made over the years, now finding himself alienated from kin, with children who resented him, living a life more unbearable than death itself. He had contemplated ending his own life multiple times, yet his 2 frail sons still required his assistance during their arduous escape. He feared that if he were to perish, they would struggle to cope, and his heart was heavy with concern over the myriad dangers that surrounded them. He resolved that he could not rest in peace until he witnessed his children settled in safety. Zhou Yinlang was taken aback by Lin Yike's collapse. As he watched her weeping inconsolably at his feet, his usual cold and domineering demeanor softened with a hint of compassion. All right, take your time to think, he said. I am not demanding the children back immediately. They are with me, and you may see them whenever you wish. Lin Yike sobbed for a considerable time while Zhou Yinlang stood silently by. Eventually, her tears rendered her dizzy, and she sat down in a daze. Neither spoke, and the topic of the children was left unmentioned. They remained in silence, one seated on the ground and the other standing beneath a tree, observing the cessation of their quarrel. Zhou Sanlang and the others nearby rose to return to their rest. Chapter 55. Bowing to a circle of grass paper, Lin Yike's throat burned painfully. Glancing around to ensure no one was watching, she slipped behind a large tree into her personal space. Inside the apothecary, she retrieved some throat lozenges, popped 2 into her mouth, discarded the empty box into a trash bin, and exited the space. Zhou Yinlang watched in astonishment as Lin Yike vanished before him, only to reappear moments later with lozenges in hand. Surely you have men's undergarments in your mustard seed space? Please, give me a few pairs, Zhou Yinlang awkwardly requested, as he truly could not bear to wear ancient-style undergarments. Lin Yike glanced at him, her initial intention to retreat into her space thwarted by his voice echoing in her ears again, and some socks and grass paper as well. Reluctantly, Lin Yike returned to her space, fetching 2 boxes of men's underpants, a roll of grass paper, and 3 or 4 pairs of socks. She handed the items to Zhou Yinlang and turned to walk toward the resting area when his voice called out from behind. Do you have any handy weapons? Please bring some out for me. Lin Yike felt an urge to curse. If her throat were not burning, she would have leapt up to scold him. She had seen shamelessness before, but Zhou Yinlang's was unparalleled. With so many escaping together and no proper tools at hand, the journey ahead promised to be challenging. I thought of a solution, but the management of iron goods is too stringent, making it difficult to procure, she replied, her frustration mounting. Zhou Yinlang displayed no hint of embarrassment, his gaze steady upon her. With gritted teeth, Lin Yike turned back into her space. After wandering through the miscellaneous area for a while without discovering any suitable weaponry, she finally ceased her deliberation and gathered 2 or 3 of each: shovels, hammers, axes, cleavers, and daggers, discarding them at Zhou Yinlang's feet. He stared at the array of items for quite some time in silence. When Lin Yike noticed his lack of response, she turned to return to her resting place in the Lin family compound. The following morning, the village chief's gong echoed resoundingly, awakening everyone to rise from their slumber. Prepare meals, tend to the cattle, gather firewood, forage for wild vegetables, and ready the carts. Instantly, the foot of the mountain became a hive of activity. Lin Yike boiled the wild chicken eggs brought by Daba and the others the previous day, anxious that the bumpy road would ruin them. Wang Ting steamed some for Lin Ling, Lin Qian, and Lin Kong, but the three children clamored for steamed eggs as well, leaving Wang Ting in a bind since Lin Yike had already boiled all the eggs, and they had not brought any. Hearing the children's cries, Lin Yike suggested they seek Zhou Yanlang, who could procure eggs from the market, though this was currently impossible. Furthermore, she thought, if Zhou Yanlang believed he could manage the children better than she could, he might as well endure their pestering. Wang Ting felt embarrassed as Lin Yike sent the three children to Zhou's house. Lin Yike waved dismissively, urging her not to take it to heart. With her throat discomforting her, she attempted to refrain from speaking. The village chief announced that everyone had prepared ample provisions for their journey, declaring that there would be no rest at noon. This proclamation incited discontent among the villagers, who had already departed from Lianhua County and were quite dissatisfied with the chief's decision. Yang Cs' mother cried out, "We have traveled for 2 days and nights without resting. Now we must continue for another day? You have ox carts and mule carts to ride in. Do you not feel weary? What about us? Our feet are blistered, old blisters burst, and new ones form. Do you seek to take our lives?" Her words resonated with the villagers, many nodding in agreement. Those with ox carts were already laden with belongings and provisions, while others pushed handcarts or carts filled with their families. Only Zhou Liahan's family, the Lin family, and Zhou Wulong's father-in-law's family had sufficient space. Zhou Sanlang observed the commotion with a stoic expression, raising his voice to cut through the clamor. What is there to argue about? This is merely a notification. If you wish to follow, do so. If not, proceed at your own pace. Oh, and I forgot to mention, Lianhua County surely echoed with cries yesterday. And who knows how many will successfully escape in the coming days. Those who lag behind must beware of being overtaken by others escaping. They are ill-prepared and may rob you of your provisions. Zhou Sanlang's words effectively silenced the villagers. A few quick-witted individuals hurry back to their resting spots to prepare food. Daba and the other children rushed to Zhou's resting area, crying for steamed eggs, which made Zhou Yanlang frown. The wild chicken eggs he had found the previous day had all gone to Lin Yike, and Zhou's family had not brought any eggs either. He especially detested their loud lamentations over mere food. Quiet down. Who taught you to cry and fuss over a little food? Zhou Yanlang's stern demeanor frightened the children into silent sobs. Zhou Posey pulled Daba and Erbao close, inquiring gently, "Didn't your father give your mother many wild chicken eggs yesterday? Why not ask her to steam some for you? Is it your aunt who refuses to give you any?" Erbao wept. Mother boiled all the wild chicken eggs, and Annie steamed eggs for Lin Ling, Lin Qian, and Lin Kong, but not for us. Zhou Posey, hearing this, was at a loss for words. If the Lin family had deliberately withheld food from the children, she could have scolded them without hesitation. Yet, how could she chastise them when they provided steaming eggs for toddlers while a 6-year-old boy went without? Sanbao clung to Zhou Yanlang's leg, sniffling softly. "Father, I am only slightly older than Lin Kong, and I want to eat steamed eggs too." Zhou Yanlang regarded her quietly, his voice remaining firm. "First, tell me why you are crying. Daba, Erbao, come here and explain yourselves. Why are you crying? Is it just for steamed eggs? Is this how your mother teaches you?" Instantly, the three children hung their heads, ceasing their tears, their faces flushed with embarrassment. "Do you realize how shameful this is? If you dare to cry and fuss again, you will eat only steamed corn buns for 3 days. Nothing else will be allowed." As soon as Zhou Yanlang finished speaking, Daba and Erbao quickly wiped their tears away with their small hands, while Sanbao rubbed her little head against Zhou Yanlang's clothing. Qiu Lan, who was organizing their belongings, stared blankly at the scene, while Ming Kaiping was too intimidated to breathe. Gao Jiao held Lushan, her eyes sparkling as she observed Daba and the others. Shen Xiaoqiao kept her head down, kneading mixed grain flour without lifting her gaze. Zhou Laoan sat nearby, puffing on his pipe, his eyes reflecting newfound hope as he watched the three children. Zhou Dashan approached Daba and Sanbao, taking one of each by the hand. "Come, let us wash your faces by the river. You're big kids now. There is no shame in shedding a few tears." Chapter 56. Catching the cart, the three children had breakfast at Zhou's house, and Lin Jin and Lin Shi intended to fetch them back. But Lin Yike did not allow it. With their biological father present, she felt reassured. After breakfast, Lin Yike boiled a pot of hot water, adding sugar and salt. Looking up, she saw that the Zhou family had already harnessed the oxen, and the villagers stood ready to depart. She hastily instructed Lin Jin and Lin Shi to fill the bamboo tubes with the sugar-salt water. There were still many items to be packed. The Lin family was in a flurry of activity when the village chief's gong rang out. Zhou Sanlang, driving an ox cart, was just about to set off when Zhou Yanlang called out to him. "Wait a moment." Zhou Sanlang turned to glance at the Lin family, remaining silent as he patiently sat on the cart, awaiting their preparations. Once Lin Yike had finished organizing, Zhou Sanlang cracked the whip, and the 5 livestock from the Zhou family began to move forward slowly. The Lin family followed closely behind, gradually joining the procession. The throng moved along the road. The Zhou village was not particularly large, with fewer than 50 households counted. However, in this era where families remained intact until the death of parents, and without family planning, each household typically had at least 20 members, including the elderly and children. This group numbered not less than 800, and with the addition of livestock, the dust from the dirt road was kicked up into a cloud. The swirling dust enveloped the surroundings, rendering everything a gray haze, making it difficult to speak without swallowing a mouthful of dirt. Lin Yike drove the ox cart, her lips pressed tightly together, parched and reluctant to take a sip of water. She felt particularly grateful for the makeshift cloth shelter, even if the three children did not enter the space. They wouldn't have to choke on dust. Zhou Yanlang was unable to ride his horse today. Early that morning, Aunt Zhou had approached him with a request. My dear nephew, with only the one cow you sent, the children can hardly move today. Could you lend me Erlang's horse to pull a cart and provide me with another beast of burden? Zhou Laohan, with a heavy heart, discussed this with Zhou Yanlang. You know Aunt Zhou has many children, right? Though Zhou Yanlang harbored a dislike for Aunt Zhou, she was nonetheless the original owner's aunt. And he could only suppress his irritation and allow her to take the horse. Without the horse, Zhou Yanlang had no choice but to help Zhou Laohan drive the ox cart, which carried Zhou Laohan, Zhou Paozi, and Zhou Qiaoyan. Throughout the journey, Zhou Qiaolin complained about the discomfort of the items and fretted about the suffocating dust, her chatter relentless. Mother, my legs are numb from sitting. And there's too much dust. Even a shooting star would have thought to set up a shelter. Why didn't you think of it, father? That shooting star must have thought ahead and didn't he tell us? She is a cold-hearted woman. And you and father still hope she'll support you in your old age. Even Urge doesn't he want her anymore. Your hopes are dashed. Zhou Yanlang was already exasperated by Zhou Qiaoyan's incessant whining. If your legs are numb, then get off the cart and walk, he shouted in frustration. Zhou Qiaoyan's eyes brimmed with tears, her protest unyielding. Why should I get off and walk? Did you buy this ox cart? What right do you have to order me off? For all these years, you've survived while the family has raised your three foolish children. Even that cold-hearted daughter-in-law of yours has been supported by the family. What are you, to come home and bark orders? Zhou Yanlang jumped down from the cart without a word and turned to leave. Zhou Laohan, stunned for a moment, quickly climbed into the driver's seat, seizing the whip to urge the oxen forward once more. Zhou Paozi, eyes filled with tears, pounded on Zhou Qiaoyan. You're a troublemaker. If your second brother leaves because of your words, I'll arrange for you to be married off immediately, even to a cripple or blind person. Heirs Han, crouched on the ox cart, noticed Zhou Laohan driving and promptly jumped down to run to the front of the cart. Grandfather, sit there. I'll drive. Zhou Laohan relinquished the driver's position to Heirs Han, quietly taking a seat on the other side, his heart heavy with mixed emotions, sighing intermittently. Suddenly, Zhou Yanlang leaped onto Lin Yike's cart, where she gazed at him in disbelief. Without uttering a word, he took the whip from her hands and began to drive the ox cart with a stoic expression. Lin Yike was delighted to have an additional driver and quickly moved to the shelter, yielding the driver's position to him. As she climbed into the cloth shelter, Lin Yike intended to enter the space, but Zhou Yanlang's voice interrupted her. Don't be too blatant. Let the children come out. How do you know the children aren't in the ox cart? Lin Yike asked anxiously. Zhou Yanlang had gleaned information from the children that morning and had intended to engage in a serious conversation with Lin Yike. However, with so many people around, this woman was indeed quite bold. Do you even know how old they are? Just ask them a question, and their inconsistencies will be evident. If someone with a discerning mind converses with them, your secrets will eventually be uncovered. Lin Yike fell silent. Who would take an interest in three foolish children? Humph. This old fox seeks to pry information from the children. It won't be easy for him. Who does he think he is? Lin Yike suspected his heart was riddled with holes. Ignoring Zhou Yanlang, she turned and entered the space where the three children were wreaking havoc in the supermarket. Snacks were strewn about, and plush toys lay scattered everywhere. With hands on her hips, Lin Yike shouted hoarsely, Dabao, Erbao, Sambao, come here at once. The three children hurried over upon hearing her call. The Ultraman organization just sent a message. If you don't clean up the supermarket in 20 minutes, the space will be reclaimed. Mother, will we lose our other rewards too? Erbao asked nervously, while Dabao and Sambao stared wide-eyed at Lin Yike. Yes. All will be taken back. Now hurry and clean up. Lin Yike, suppressing her anger, urged the three children. They scrambled to tidy up the mess. Lin Yike opened a bottle of drink, sipping slowly as she observed the three rascals. Seeing them create more chaos, she waved her hand. All right, you can go. The Ultraman organization will punish you. You cannot enter the space today. Now go. After expelling the three children from the space, she secretly thought that they could no longer enter at will. It was all their father's fault, not hers. Once the children exited the space, Lin Yike tidied up the supermarket, pushing a wooden bathtub to the aquatic section, filling it with cold water for a refreshing bath. After bathing, she changed into sleepwear and collapsed onto the large bed. Chapter 57. Lice and Fleas. Lin Yike slept soundly in the space. While Zhou Yanlang was driven nearly mad by the three children, Sambao had directly burrowed into his embrace, while Dabao and Erbao occasionally climbed onto him. If they were 4-year-olds, it would be one thing, but Sambao appeared to be a 9-year-old girl, and Dabao was 13, old enough to consider marriage in this era. Zhou Yanlang felt utterly frustrated. They were still children, yet their antics were unbearable. Having enjoyed a restful sleep, Lin Yike awoke and went to the fabric shop to make herself a complete outfit. She had arrived with the intention of sewing clothes, but had not found the time. Now, standing at a 1970s sewing machine, a proud smile spread across her face as she operated it with ease, excited by her newfound skill. Lin Yike crafted a deep blue coat and a light blue skirt. And once completed, she donned them, layering the skirt over the leggings she had bought in the supermarket. Standing in front of the mirror, Lin Yike observed her reflection. Her face was sallow, her skin rough, her hair dry and brittle, and her body devoid of any flesh, resembling a mere husk. Lin Yike felt utterly dejected. While others traversed time as princesses or queens, or at the very least, noble young ladies, she had come to this? Farming? She had no land, merely 3 foolish children. They had a father, but he was a scoundrel. If Zhou Yanlang had not crossed over, she would still be burdened with the title of a widow. Was there truly nothing to her name? If so, could she not at least avoid looking this pitiful? Was this still human? A flat chest and behind were one thing, but could it be flatter than an airstrip? As she touched her backside, she feared that if she sat down, she might leave a dent in the stool. After gazing into the mirror, Lin Yike found no joy in her new attire. She returned the mirror to its place and proceeded directly to the skincare counter, haphazardly patting her face with various products, as if in a frenzy, relentlessly dousing her skin with copious amounts of toner. Zhou Yanlang's patience had been thoroughly exhausted by the 3 children, and he instructed Sambao to fetch Lin Yike. Go call your mother to hurry the cart. Sambao, with wide eyes, replied, but mother said that Ultraman's organization punished them, and we can't enter the space today. Quietly, Sambao wriggled out of Zhou Yanlang's embrace, and the 3 children tiptoed back into the fabric tent. Observing their demeanor, Zhou Yanlang speculated that they must have stirred up trouble in the mustard seed space and were now facing consequences. Lin Yike finally emerged from the space just as the group came to a halt. Zhou Yanlang glanced at her, now dressed in new clothes. The scent of skincare products overwhelming, and her face nearly swollen from excessive patting. He smirked slightly. Seeing Zhou Yanlang's expression, Lin Yike shot him a fierce glare. Eldest brother. Don't mock second brother. If you lack a mirror, go relieve yourself and take a look. You can't see anything else? First, examine your hair. Good heavens. What is that? Lice? Your hair is infested with them. What is all this white stuff? Nits. Disgusted, Lin Yike quickly jumped off the cart, keeping her distance from Zhou Yanlang, genuinely fearful that the lice might jump onto her. Zhou Yanlang's face darkened. Was he not vexed? Despite washing daily, the problem persisted. And many times he had contemplated cutting off his long hair. After securing the cart, Zhou Yanlang sat beneath a tree, grim-faced, leisurely consuming the provisions brought by Granny Zhou. Each member of the Lin family received a steamed bun and 3 wild chicken eggs. Lin Yuan took the wild chicken eggs that Lin Yike offered, glancing back at Zhou Yanlang sitting under the tree. Are there any more wild chicken eggs? Lin Yike, sensing Lin Yuan's hunger, handed him the remaining 5. Lin Yuan approached Zhou Yanlang with the eggs. Observing his gesture, Lin Yike shook her head, pouting as she nibbled on her bun. The 3 children had not stopped eating in the space. They rejected the buns, each taking 3 wild chicken eggs to rest at Zhou's family's shelter. After a brief rest, the group continued their journey. Lin Yike lifted her gaze to the sky. The sun had already begun its descent, indicating it was past 2:30. Perhaps close to 3 when they had set out that morning. Ah, these ancient people can indeed walk. As the procession resumed, Zhou Yanlang once again took his place on Lin Yike's cart. She sat on the opposite side, secretly musing that he might as well be a free coachman. Do you have a comb in your mustard seed space? Suddenly, Zhou Yanlang's words left Lin Yike feeling flustered. Reflecting on Zhou Yanlang's once mighty demeanor, she couldn't help but chuckle. Zhou Yanlang shot her a glance, prompting Lin Yike to burst into laughter. She shifted closer to him and teasingly remarked, Zhou Dong, imagine if in the future you sat in a boardroom with a comb, picking lice. Wouldn't that be a splendid sight? Zhou Yanlang flicked the whip lightly against the ox, contemplating delivering a more forceful strike, but fearing the beast might bolt and collide with the cart ahead. Tonight, you must help me with the lice on my head. Prepare some shampoo in a bamboo tube, and don't forget conditioner. Just as Lin Yike was about to retort, Zhou Yanlang leisurely added, as for your compensation for driving the cart, don't say you don't need it. I help you drive the cart to conceal your movements. which makes it easier for you to enter the space. Lin Yike, momentarily speechless, conceded that he had some merit after all. It wasn't such a significant matter. After walking for another 2 hours, darkness enveloped the sky, and the group halted at the edge of a village. Zhou Sanlang and several young men from the village ventured into it. Watching Zhou Sanlang's retreating figure, Zhou Yanlong's expression darkened. He had intended to call out to them but ultimately remained silent. The villagers wore expressions of exhaustion, and the children appeared listless. After a long day of travel, everyone was reluctant to move, yet inactivity was not an option. Hunger growled in their bellies, meals needed preparation, bedding laid out, and firewood collected. Even in the dark, they had to forage for wild vegetables to conserve rations. Dragging their weary bodies, they began to labor, while the children slumped to the ground, some falling asleep right there. Families who were particularly sympathetic toward their children refrained from assigning them chores. However, such families seemed scarce, especially among daughters who were often scolded and ordered by elder family members to gather firewood and forage for vegetables. Lin Yike dared not raise her gaze to witness the scene before her. It was too horrifying. What was most disheartening was how the village women berated their daughters as if they were enemies, devaluing them to the utmost. The vitriol of their words knew no bounds. They expressed every grievance they could think of without hesitation. Chapter 58. Where is the path to survival? In the Lin family. Lin Ping took 6-year-old Lin in to feed the cattle, while Lin Jin and Lin Shi went to gather firewood. Lin Yike instructed Daba and Erba to join them in collecting wood. Xiaobao insisted on joining the firewood gathering as well, so Lin Yike allowed her to take Lin Ling, while Lin Xian and Lin Kong played on the grass mat. As the meal was being prepared, Lin Yike looked up to see Zhou Sanlang and his companions returning from the village. After their return, they sat vacantly by the riverbank, exchanging not a word. Their silence alarmed the village chief, who sensed that something was amiss. The villagers were equally anxious, their fatigue forgotten as they desperately sought to understand the situation. After 2 days and nights of travel, had they truly abandoned their homes only to be forced to turn back? Zhou Sanlang remained silent for a long while, finally lifting his gaze to the worried expression of the village chief and sighed deeply. Uncle, I had intended to travel to the Stone City in Jiangnan, but now it seems that will not be possible. My mind is in disarray, and I do not know where to go from here. The village chief furrowed his brow, squatting beside Zhou Sanlang. What on earth has happened? Why can we no longer go to the Stone City? Zhou Sanlang stared vacantly at the river's surface, weakly responding. The king of Luo and the court are conscripting soldiers everywhere. If we continue toward the Stone City, we might meet the same fate. The village head has received word that they will also be conscripting in Huitian County. To reach the Stone City, we must pass through the capital. And it seems every county is drafting men. If even our capital is conscripting, I fear we might be sending ourselves to our doom. The news from Xingzhou Prefecture, Liantu Prefecture, and Wuping Prefecture all indicated that they would be conscripting soldiers. Zhou Yanlang, expressionless, abruptly interrupted Zhou Sanlang's words. His remarks darkened the faces of the village chief and villagers, and Zhou Sanlang's expression grew even graver. It's over. This time we are truly finished. They are driving us to despair. The village chief collapsed to the ground, his exclamations alarming the villagers who were eating nearby. The crowd erupted into chaos, wailing and cursing, denouncing the heavens, the earth, King Chun, and even King Xian of Qin. Zhou Yanlang furrowed his brow, still lingering outside the village. Nearly 1,000 people cried and raged, certain to attract the attention of the villagers. If someone were to secretly report this, there would be no chance of escape. And conscription would be inevitable, with the entire village's elderly and young sent off to Xiangyang to repair dikes and dredge rivers. Zhou Yanlang was truly exasperated. These villagers acted without a shred of thought. When others spoke of fleeing, they did not consider their own capabilities or the reasons behind their decisions. They blindly followed, crying and lamenting without reflecting on their own choices. He was genuinely annoyed by the cacophony of the villagers and could only endure the throbbing in his temples. Coldly observing the uproar, allowing the villagers to continue their ruckus would only escalate the situation further. Soon even the livestock would join in, making it impossible to restore order. He strode over to the village chief, seizing the gong from his hands. A few resounding clangs finally drew the villagers' attention. Silence! Zhou Yanlang bellowed with authority, summoning the heads of each household to gather, while instructing others to attend to their own affairs. Anyone who continues to wail shall turn the cart around and go wherever they please. His cold gaze swept across the crowd, silencing the previously lamenting villagers, who hastily wiped their tears and returned to their meals. Zhejiazhuang comprised a total of 46 households, with the majority bearing the surname Zhou. The remaining families were, at most, distantly related to the Zhou lineage. For instance, Yang Xi's grandfather was a Zhou before marrying into the Yang family. The Yang surname also held prominence in Zhejiazhuang, comprising more than 10 households. The village leader, surnamed Tang, represented another significant family within the village. Soon, all 46 heads of households had assembled. Zhou Yanlang then proceeded directly to the matter at hand. The Southeast Xingzhou Prefecture, Northwest Liantou Prefecture, and North Wupiang Prefecture will be conscripting men in the near future. If you wish to reach Shitu City, that is certainly unfeasible. Heading directly south will lead you to the Qianhai Sea, even if there were boats to cross. None can afford the fare. The only path left is to head southwest towards Pingwang Prefecture, where it borders the territory of the Qinhuang. This area has become a lawless zone, neglected by both the court and the Qinhuang. It is notorious for its bandits. Yet if you seek an escape from the north, this is your sole avenue. To traverse through this perilous route, one must be prepared to risk their life. Each family must send out 2 able-bodied individuals to reform the group. Upon concluding his remarks, Zhou Yanlang turned to leave, but village leader Tang seized his hand. Unwilling to let him depart without further discussion, Zhou Sanlang furrowed his brow, contemplating Zhou Yanlang's words, and began nodding, his eyes reflecting a newfound clarity, free from confusion. The other 40-plus heads of households remained bewildered. However, one phrase resonated clearly: the bandits are particularly numerous in the Pingwang area. The mere thought of these ruthless marauders sent a chill through the assembly, their faces paling at the prospect of confronting such merciless foes. They were mere civilians, unarmed and defenseless. How could they possibly contend with the bandits? The notion of fleeing seemed synonymous with courting death. Erlang, one elder lamented, those bandits are merciless killers. How could we dare to confront them? Zhou Liahan's cousin, Zhou Liang, shook his head in disagreement, his complexion ashen. Indeed, how can we, simple folk, stand against those brigands? This path is undoubtedly perilous. Zhou Arai frowned, refusing to meet Zhou Yanlang's gaze, outright dismissing his suggestion. As Zhou Arai spoke, others echoed his dissent, with many proposing to retreat homeward. Zhou Yanlang surveyed the assembly with a cold demeanor. Returning is a one-way road to doom. Within 3 days, the area will be inundated with refugees. First, they will conscript men, then requisition grain, and eventually levy soldiers. These are the visible threats, but soon, the refugees will flood into Lianhua County, bringing chaos and violence. You received this news earlier than anyone else but failed to seize the opportunity. Battling the bandits may indeed carve a bloody path to survival. It is your only chance to endure. To return means starvation. Without the pillar of strength in your homes, you will only find yourselves fleeing again. In that scenario, you will not merely be refugees, you will become the very disaster you fear. Zhou Yanlang's words were chilling, leaving the assembly in profound despair. The heads of households felt as if the heavens were collapsing upon them. The thought of turning back was fraught with dread. Not only would each household lose 2 men to conscription, but the aftermath of the autumn harvest would see the government seize their grain. And with the ever-increasing taxes amidst turmoil, who could bear such burdens? The thought of refugees invading their village, bringing with them destruction and plunder, was haunting. Would the memories of the past 30 years be forgotten? Indeed, returning home meant losing able-bodied men, with their resources stripped bare by officials and refugees alike. Without food or drink, the elderly, women, and children would once again be forced to flee. In that dire situation, who would remain to bury the dead? The thought of dying in the fields, with no one to send them off, only to become a feast for wild dogs, was a grim reality that loomed over them. As the men pondered these grim possibilities, their anxiety intensified, their faces drained of color, and many felt tears welling in their eyes. Village leader Tang lifted his gaze to the night sky. September's warmth had turned into an unrelenting chill. A short while later, the sound of a gong echoed through the village, followed by earth-shattering cries, and soon chaos ensued as villagers scurried from their homes towards their fields. Outside, men, women, and children were fervently harvesting crops. In the wheat fields, both adults and children were hastily gathering ears of grain, while in the cornfields, the sound of ears being snapped off resonated. Carts trampled through the sorghum fields, crushing the stalks, while villagers wielding sickles, hatchets, and even kitchen knives gathered the fallen sorghum into baskets. Outside the village, the fields buzzed with activity as they prioritized gathering the harvest, leaving their crops on the ground, racing against time to salvage what they could. After fetching a bucket of water from the river, Zhou Yanlang sat down, requesting Lin Yike to assist him with washing his hair. Lin Yike, gritting her teeth in frustration, knew the road ahead would be fraught with challenges. Yet she felt compelled to endure, perhaps needing to rely on him in the future. Let us wash, she thought. Consider it a moment of servitude. Zhou Yanlang, accustomed to having servants, adopted an air of superiority, directing Lin Yike to wash his hair, critiquing her technique, insisting she apply more pressure, and demanding multiple washes. After 3 rounds of washing, Lin Yike had nearly emptied half a bottle of shampoo, with an equally generous amount of conditioner required to detangle his hair. Finally finished, She took out a comb to remove the lice from his hair. 3 torches flickered around them, illuminating the lice in Zhou Yinlang's hair. As she washed his hair, Lin Yike was nearly horrified by the sight of the lice crawling about. "You should go to the county seat," she jested. "Find a corner with a broken bowl and sit there. You could easily pluck a louse from your head and pop it in your mouth. You'd make a perfect beggar leader." Amused, Lin Yike spontaneously composed a light-hearted song. "I long to be a Ji-gong. My mind is not deranged. I am not a beggar, merely a wanderer lost. I have no wine, no dishes. Lice are my favorite treat, a crisp crunch, worth a fortune. I once basked in glory, now I scavenge for food. You don't give. I want to be angry. I'll sit in the corner and continue searching. Don't mind my sackcloth attire. I once knew the splendor of jewels, when beauties would throw themselves at me, yet I remained aloof. Now, those beauties ignore me. And I keep lice as my delicacy." As Lin Yike sang with increasing merriment, Zhou Yinlang felt an urge to submerge her in the basin of water. Lin Yike placed a basin of water in front of him. Each time she combed from his scalp to the tips, she rinsed the comb in the basin, where a dark layer of lice floated. Zhou Yinlang repeatedly requested a change of water, but Lin Yike, relishing the opportunity to tease him, refused. Ultimately, Zhou Yinlang overturned the basin, exasperated by her antics. He found her behavior utterly revolting. How could she wash the comb in such a disgusting water? Each time he saw her rinsing the comb in the basin before using it on him, he felt a wave of revulsion wash over him. "Oh, Shodong. Do I have talent?" she exclaimed. "Quick, learn from me. How realistic. Perhaps you could even become a beggar leader in this ancient world." Lin Yike busily combed Zhou Yinlang's hair, her mouth never ceasing its chatter. Zhou Yinlang, closing his eyes in indifference, thought that if he weren't truly in need of her assistance to rid him of lice, he would relish the thought of strangling her. "Ah, Zhodong. Do you know the alternative name for lice? They are called old sows, with so many old sows on your head. If you were to sell them at the price of old sows, you would be quite wealthy, perhaps even richer than your future estate." Lin Yike continued, "Zhodong, you are truly remarkable. Regardless of past or present, one cannot underestimate you. You have employed so many in your former life, and now you have accumulated so many lice. It is difficult not to admire you. My admiration for you flows like an unending river." In order to persuade Lin Yike to assist him further, Zhou Yinlang bore the torment of her incessant prattle. What choice did he have? He lacked shampoo, conditioner, and even a comb, which was Lin Yike's. Although the old woman held a comb, he dared not use it. Who knew how many had used it before? The dark gaps between its teeth were utterly revolting. After Lin Yike had combed his hair twice, she insisted she would do no more. Zhou Yinlang demanded another round. "You are being unreasonable. I have already washed your hair thrice and combed out the lice thrice. Do you expect me to also comb out the nits? Am I to forego sleep tonight? Help me with 3 rounds of lice and 3 rounds of nits, and I shall take you to a secluded place where you can sleep in the mustard space." This temptation was too enticing for Lin Yike to resist, and she resigned herself to continue assisting Zhou Yinlang with the lice. After 3 successful rounds, Lin Yike produced a fine thread, wrapping it around the comb's teeth. After meticulously combing out the nits, Zhou Yinlang felt a wave of relief wash over his scalp. Lin Yike then awakened the 3 children, and together they headed toward the eastern mountains. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, they found it deserted, and Lin Yike, along with the children, slipped into the space. The 3 enjoyed a restful slumber, and upon waking, Lin Yike instructed them to each take only 1 bottle of milk and 1 bun. Nothing else was to be touched, or they would no longer be allowed into the space. After drinking a bottle of milk herself, she went to the fabric store to make fresh clothes for the children. She managed to make just 1 set for the 3rd child, and feeling the time was right, she led the children out of the space. As Zhou Yinlang rested in a tree, he saw Lin Yike and the 3 children emerging and jumped down to lead them toward the resting area for the villagers of Zhoujia village. The 3rd child handed Zhou Yinlang a box of milk, saying, "Father, drink this, but do so discreetly." The 2nd child offered him a bun, while the eldest, glancing at Lin Yike, stealthily slipped him a tea egg. Lin Yike shot a glowering look at her 3 offspring, deeming them ungrateful, eating from her hands, yet conspiring with their father. She felt that her years of maternal devotion had been in vain. They had only known Zhou Yinlang for a few days and were already stealing for him. Zhou Yinlang, oblivious to her thoughts, felt warmth in his heart. His children were well fed and still thought of him, far better than that wretched woman. He could tell by her expression that she had no idea the children were bringing him food, which only added to his satisfaction. Enjoying his meal, he cast a sideways glance at Lin Yike, causing her to feel a surge of frustration. Chapter 60. A stage everywhere. Zhou Yinlang and Lin Yike walked with the 3 children toward the resting area of the Zhoujia villagers. In the fields, villagers hurriedly harvested, with old women and children scurrying about. An anxious elder, her voice hoarse from shouting, urged others to work faster. lamenting that they could still gather more crops. Occasionally, one could hear a woman scolding her daughter-in-law, "You lazy woman, hurry up, or you'll starve when we run out of food." Lin Yike pondered why. Whether it was a grandmother or a mother, the scornful words directed at girls seemed universal across villages. Why was it that only women scolded girls? It seemed one could stand anywhere and hear the lamentations directed at girls. "You worthless child, are your hands and feet broken? If only I had known. I should have smothered you at birth." Zhou Yanlang found the villagers' incessant complaints tiresome, quickening his pace in annoyance. Lin Yike shared his sentiments, wishing to shield the third child from the harsh words of these villagers, quickly taking his hand and leading him to a faster path. The villagers of Zhoujia had not rested well. The night had been filled with noise, wailing, shouting, and the cries of livestock. Each person carried their worries, tossing and turning in their sleep, and with the previous night's uproar, most had only managed to doze fitfully. Before dawn, the villagers, not waiting for the sound of the village chief's gong, rose early to prepare breakfast. Exhausted children were roused to gather wild vegetables and firewood. Men, filled with pent-up frustration, exploded at the slightest provocation, scolding their children and wives. Those with mothers-in-law faced even more chaos, as they were berated and scolded in turn. Zhou Yanlang felt a headache coming on. These people complained incessantly during their journey, yet when they stopped to rest, they were lively and chatty, as if they had not labored at all. Lin Yike, too, found herself troubled, fearing that the three children, at their impressionable age, would pick up the foul language of the villagers. "Look closely, children. These people lack education and culture. They mistake insults for conversation. You must not emulate them. Remember, you have a mission to fulfill. You are to change them when you grow up, not let them change you. Failing in your mission will result in consequences." The three children nodded earnestly, promising, "Mother, we understand. They're uncivilized ancients, and we will certainly not imitate them." Their earnestness nearly caused Lin Yike's heart to skip a beat, and she quickly glanced around, fearing their words might be overheard. "If anyone hears you, we will be in great trouble. Consider this a serious warning." Zhou Yanlang's expression soured as he turned to see Lin Yike's pale face. He furrowed his brow, contemplating the children. For the first time, he realized that life held such unavoidable dilemmas. Unlike Lin Yike, he could not deceive the children. If he were to educate them in his usual manner, would it be too harsh? Breakfast was ready at the Lin household, though the children were still waking up. Wang Ting and Suing hesitated to rouse them too early. Looking up, they spotted Zhou Yanlang and Lin Yike returning with the children. They exchanged glances, bewildered. What is happening? Did Zhou Yanlang truly divorce his sister-in-law? The divorce papers are written, and the villagers have witnessed it. Yesterday, he helped her with the ox cart, and last night she washed his hair and combed out his lice. Now he is taking her and the children away. Are they reconciling? Can Zhou Yanlang be trusted? He says he will divorce, yet here he is, seemingly together again. Wang Ting sighed deeply. Your brother wanted to talk to Zhou Yanlang last night. After 10 years away, he returns only to divorce our sister, and now he wishes to reconcile? Yet we still do not know how our sister truly feels. We must ask her. By the river, Lin Yuan fed the cattle, his face green with distress. Had it not been for Wang Ting pulling him back, he would have confronted Zhou Yanlang. The audacity of Zhou Yanlang to divorce his sister so decisively, and now, what was he doing? The villagers whispered among themselves. Some old women deliberately raised their voices. Have they reconciled? How impatient. Where did they spend the night, and why are they bringing the children? Do not speak ill of children, for they are not foolish and possess understanding beyond your perception. You may chatter away, but rest assured that the villagers will not hesitate to scorn you should you cross them. I find your claims unfounded. It is evident that they sought refuge elsewhere for the night. Do you truly believe they are blind? Old Shou still overheard the gossip of the village women, the clang of her iron pot resonating in the air. She remained perplexed by her second son's intentions, yet this did not deter her from engaging with the local women. Mind your own affairs. Our family's matters do not require your interference. Tend to your own loose tongues. My second son is still wed to Dabao Nyang, and they may go wherever they wish. What are the divorce papers? They have not been registered at the government office. Should I hear further gossip about my second son, I shall not hesitate to silence you. Are my grandchildren foolish? Nonsense. Are your eyes deceived? Look closely at Dabao, Bao, and Sanbao. Do they appear foolish to you? Old Shou felt an overwhelming irritation. The uncertainty of the road ahead weighed heavily upon him. Yet these women continued their idle chatter. Enough. Silence yourselves. Do you not realize the gravity of the situation? Life is unpredictable. How can you afford to bicker at a time like this? Upon seeing her husband's troubled expression, Zhou Pozi sighed deeply and returned to her tasks. Lin Yuan approached Zhou Yanlang, intent on understanding his intentions, for he could not allow his sister to be demeaned in such a manner. However, before he could proceed, Lin Ping caught up with him, pulling him back. What are you planning to do? Are you seeking out Zhou Erlang? Do you not see the current circumstances? Can you care for 3 children? Or can Lin Yike? Zhou Posey speaks the truth. Without official divorce papers, they remain husband and wife. You cannot rely on your sister. We must wait until we reach our destination and establish a home. Lin Yuan sighed, acknowledging the truth in his father's words, yet feeling an ache within. He turned to see Zhou Yanlang assisting Lin Yike with the ox cart, and in frustration, he crouched by the riverbank, splashing cold water onto his face. After breakfast, the villagers of Zhoujia village, without waiting for the village chief's command, prepared provisions for the day ahead. As they resumed their journey, uncertainty loomed over them, and each household had to designate 2 strong laborers for the task of pushing carts and carrying loads. In families with fewer able-bodied men, middle-aged women were required to take on the work of men. Those with small carts fared better, with provisions stacked high, while the burden was heavier for those without carts, necessitating a redistribution of labor among family members. The Lin and Gao families were unable to spare anyone suitable. Gao Fu and his eldest son, Gao Xinian, approached the Lin family's south resting place, concern etched on their faces. Lin Xiucai, what are your family's plans? Lin Ping sighed, and Lin Yuan gazed at the nearly 100-strong group with worry. Gao uncle, let us consult the village chief. Perhaps we can offer money instead. If that fails, we may need to hire villagers. Regardless of our numbers, we are unable to carry or shoulder the burdens ourselves. Gao Fu and Gao Xinian nodded in agreement, and together they sought out the village chief. Gao Fu glanced at Lin Yuan, unable to suppress a sigh. Once renowned as a scholar in Huaxian, Lin Yuan had failed to pass the examinations in subsequent attempts, causing Gao Fu to shake his head in disappointment at Lin Ping's perceived neglect of his children as futures. Gao Xinian, a few years younger than Lin Yuan, had modest academic talents, achieving only the rank of scholar before being appointed as a teacher in Suihua County under the tutelage of a learned elder, who unfortunately passed away after 3 years of guidance. Gao Xinian struggled to pass the examinations thereafter, and Gao Fu no longer held out hope for him, allowing him to teach while pursuing his own studies. Along the riverbank, around 100 strong men, armed with shovels, axes, or hoes, stood in a line, awaiting direction from the village chief and Zhou Sanlang. Their faces bore expressions of anguish and confusion, hands trembling around their tools. Zhou Sanlang frowned, weary at the sight of the gathering. Could they truly rely on this group to confront bandits? Their hands shook with as the group of nearly 100 people prepared to embark. Zhang, the village head, along with several villagers, hurried over. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhou Sanlang reflected on how village head Tang had already caused distress by fleeing, and it would be prudent to divulge their plans. He not only shared his intentions and destination with Zhang, but also offered numerous suggestions. Zhang and the villagers expressed their heartfelt gratitude, tearfully bidding farewell, leaving one to wonder about the depth of their emotional ties. Lin Yuanka and Gao's family reached an agreement with village head Tang as well, deciding that they would not contribute manpower but would provide 2 men's rations daily, thus balancing the scales. Zhou Yanlang reorganized Lin Yike's ox cart, stacking food and various items high from the back to the front. The rudimentary canopy offered some space, with luggage piled thickly beneath. The 3 children huddled together, managing to find a place to sit. Zhou Yanlang drove the ox cart, with Lin Yike seated beside him. Zhou Dashan took over Zhou Silang's duties, leading the ox cart in front of Lin Yike's. At just 13, Zhou Erzhan was a diligent worker, stepping up to drive the ox cart at the forefront of the procession. Zhou Yanlang remained indifferent to the elder Zhou's struggles, who had to manage the ox cart alone. Swaying along behind the group, Zhou Sanlang and Zhou Silang carried shovels, walking alongside the village's strong laborers. Lin Yike observed the nearly 100 people marching with a spirited demeanor and couldn't help but murmur. Zhou Sanlang had indeed proven himself. It hadn't taken long for these individuals to fall under his influence. Zhou Yanlang, with his eyes fixed ahead, cracked the whip, embodying an air of aloofness. Lin Yike gritted her teeth, unable to suppress a scoff. Even in ancient times, he maintained his haughty demeanor, as if he were still the esteemed Zhou Dong. The 3 children seemed to possess more wealth than he. One wondered where his sense of superiority originated. Meanwhile, sitting atop the grain on the mule cart, Zhou Posey sighed. Her daughter had spoken out the previous day, and her second son had turned away without a glance, abandoning his parents midway, not returning for dinner or even for the night. This morning, he had eaten breakfast at the Lin household, and when Zhou Dashan was sent to call him, he did not come back. Zhou Posey, filled with sorrow, noticed Zhou Qiaoyun perched high on the cart, glaring at Zhou Yanlang and Lin Yike, occasionally muttering derogatory remarks. Her second brother was a heartless ingrate, and that vixen was shamelessly enticing him, a disgraceful woman. Irritated by her incessant chatter, Zhou Posey shot her a fierce glare. Keep acting out. When your father and brother tire of you, you'll find no solace for your tears. None in this family meets your expectations. Once you marry, you'll have a sister-in-law just like yourself. Let us see how you manage then. If you're mistreated in your new home, your brother and sister-in-law 1T come to your aid, and then you'll have something to cry about. Zhou Qiaoyun coldly retorted. Why on earth would I marry into a family with a sister-in-law? Once fifth brother passes the imperial examination, I'll be a lady from a scholar's home. Why would I settle for anything less? My mother's standards are appalling. I want to allow my parents to choose my husband. I'll have fifth sister-in-law help me find a suitable match. If that fails, I'll have fifth brother scout for a promising scholar at the school. Who knows? He might even succeed before fifth brother. Unbeknownst to Zhou Wulong, who was driving the ox cart behind them, his sister was plotting to have him find her an exemplary husband. He mused that his little sister was becoming increasingly outrageous. He refrained from commenting during their escape. But her expression was hardly fitting for a young lady, sharp-tongued and mocking, with an arch of her brows that surpassed even the village's older women. Zhou Laohan sighed, lamenting the fate of his daughter. His second son had vanished, presumed dead, leaving behind 3 foolish children. He and T visited the old tree by the village to chat with the villagers for many years. Once the village's only bachelor, he now felt his spirit crushed by his son's disappearance and the burden of 3 ignorant children. He had long ceased to engage with the villagers, merely nodding in passing. His daughter, raised under the favoritism of her mother, had evaded his scrutiny. He believed that as long as he kept a close watch on the male children, they would not stray off course. Alas, now that his daughter had grown into such a figure, her prospects for marriage seemed less about alliances than enmities. Today, the villagers appeared either frightened or exhausted from the long journey. As the afternoon wore on, no one complained, their fatigue evident in their weary steps. The younger children, unable to endure any longer, would begin to cry only to be scolded by their families, forced to stifle their tears and shuffle along, their blistered feet dragging behind the group. Lin Yike felt a pang of sympathy for the children. After a lengthy morning on the cart, she too was weary, her back and rear aching, fearing she might develop sores if they did not stop soon. Zhou Yanlang, resembling a stern taskmaster, had repeatedly rejected her pleas to allow the children to rest in the space. After much insistence, he finally permitted Lin Yike to lead the children on foot for a while, with blisters still fresh on their feet. Lin Yike was reluctant to inflict further discomfort on herself. Amidst their incessant chatter, the group finally halted. Lin Yike and the children promptly jumped down. While Zhou Yanlang warned them against complaining of fatigue or heat, Lin Yike surveyed the villagers, nodding seriously at the children after their long journey. It would be unbecoming to whine in front of those whose feet were raw. Once the procession stopped, the villagers collapsed onto the ground, indifferent to the uneven terrain beneath them. Those with livestock hurried to tend to their animals, ensuring they had water and fodder. Lin Yike couldn't help but think to herself, life is indeed worse than that of beasts. The 3 children, having eaten on the cart, dashed off to find Zhou Laohan and Zhou Posey. Aware they had brought snacks, Lin Yike did not intervene. She would not permit them to eat anything not meant for outside consumption, though the treats were from their own time. The children's desire to show filial piety stemmed from their own longing for affection, something Lin Yike had been unable to provide before, and now could not hinder. Standing beneath a tree, Zhou Yanlang raised his eyebrows, signaling Lin Yike to fetch him something to eat. Confused, she turned to head towards the river, but was met with his gritted teeth. Lin Yike. Perplexed, she spun around to face him, wondering what had provoked his ire. His expression suggested he was ready to devour her. Zhou Yanlang, incensed, ground his teeth. Had this woman and the children feasted the whole way while he starved? If he weren't truly unable to eat, he wouldn't be reduced to begging for a morsel. I'm hungry. Bring me something to eat. Lin Yike couldn't help but stifle a laugh at Zhou Yanlang's frustration. Oh Zhou Dong, who would have thought you'd end up like this? The memory of the lively song she had sung the previous night brought her further amusement. Zhou Yanlang's face darkened at her laughter. Who had brought him to this state? Did she expect him to gnaw on coarse bread and drink river water like the common folk? What was she thinking? From now on, he would be reliant on her and the children for sustenance. Lin Yike brandished a letter of divorce, fluttering it in the air, casting a knowing glance at Zhou Yanlang that seemed to say, look at you, cast aside, yet still yearning for my provisions. Dream on. Chapter 63. Each with their own predicament. Lin Yike smiled with such delight that tears welled up in her eyes. Zhou Yanlang narrowed his gaze and turned to leave. The old show couple kept their eyes fixed on the two of them, with Zhou Posey tightly clutching the pastries gifted to her by Sambao. Unexpectedly, Ertzi asked Debao's mother what she wanted to eat. Just as she was about to offer Zhou Yanlang the pastries in her hand, she noticed him walking away with Sambao, followed closely by Debao and Erbao. Zhou Laohan sighed deeply, slowly savoring the pastries sent by the 3 children, while several grandchildren watched him eagerly. He sighed again, not out of a lack of desire to share the pastries with the children, but because the treats he held were the remnants left by Debao's 3 children, which they had saved for the elderly couple. He could not, in good conscience, take their heartfelt offering and give it to other descendants. Zhou Qiaoyan incessantly nagged Zhou Posey for the pastries. "Mother, I want some too. This steamed bun is too hard to chew." Zhou Posey did not even lift her eyelids, taking a fierce bite of her pastry and scanning the others around her. "These pastries are mine and mine alone. Not even the mountains shall claim them. Don't accuse me of being heartless or greedy. You can see with your own eyes that these 3 fools saved these from their own mouths to give to your father and me. Are we eating pastries, or are we consuming their filial piety? Which of you has ever saved anything from your own mouth to graciously offer it to us? You all seem to want to pry our mouths open and shove the food from our mouths into your own bellies. I am not foolish. If I hurt the 3 children's feelings, there may be nothing left to eat in the future." Zhou Laohan remained silent, chewing the pastries slowly as a mix of emotions swirled within him. He did not wish to admit his failure in parenting, despite their poverty. He had gritted his teeth to ensure that all 5 sons received at least 2 years of education. In the past, he had reveled in pride. For though none of his sons had achieved fame, none were illiterate either. Yet, these sons of his truly paled in comparison to Debao's 3 children. Who would have thought that Debao's mother, so unassuming, could raise her children so well? Erzi seemed to regret his choices. He too would have to make an effort. He could not allow Erzi to part ways with Debao's mother. A wise marriage must not be lost. Gao Jiao, while feeding Lushan, nodded with a smile at Zhou Posey's words. "Mother, you are absolutely right. We must cherish the children's filial piety. Do not overthink it. The children may not understand, but we adults are well aware." Meng Kaiping shot a sharp glance at Gao Jiao, thinking her self-righteousness was unwarranted. Her own family was in dire straits, and she had denied her 3-year-old daughter any good food, letting her watch as others feasted. How cruel indeed. Xiaolan kept her head down, gnawing on her steamed bun, fearful of expressing any thoughts, with Zhou Dalong sitting beside her. Any hint of dissent could result in a swift slap from him. Zhou Yanlang took the 3 children to a secluded spot, handing Debao a basket and asking him to retrieve some steamed buns from their space. Debao not only brought back buns but also several chicken legs and a few bottles of milk. Zhou Yanlang found a flat area, spread some leaves, and sat down to eat the buns with a heavy heart. If it were not for his inability to endure the local fare, he would never have sent the children to fetch food from that space. That wretched Lin Yike dared to ignore him. Had he been too lenient? Was he truly reduced to a beggar? The 3 children squatted before Zhou Yanlang, watching him eat with difficulty. Sambao quietly asked, "Father, don't you like the buns? What do you want to eat? Just tell me, and I'll get it for you." At that moment, Zhou Yanlang remembered he was being observed by his children. Hearing his daughter's sweet voice, he pulled her into his embrace. His daughter was meant to be the little princess of the Zhou family. He had envisioned a life of luxury for her, yet fate had thrust them into this chaotic era. Now, not only could he provide nothing for his children, but he also had to worry about their well-being. Delicious, how could a white bun not be tasty? Father is just deep in thought. Sambao, what do you desire most? Tell father, and I will buy it for you in the future. Sambao wrapped her arms around Zhou Yanlong's neck and planted a kiss on his cheek. What I want most is you, father. Debao and Erbao too. Debao and Erbao nodded vigorously, fearing Zhou Yanlang might not understand, and chimed in unison. What we want most is you, father. Listening to his children's heartfelt words, Zhou Yanlang could not help but feel tears welling up in his eyes as he tightly embraced Sambao, overwhelmed by a bittersweet sensation. Wang Ting had intended to call Lin Yike and the children for food, but in the blink of an eye, their figures had vanished. And even Zhou Yanlong's whereabouts were unknown. Lin Yuan assured her not to worry about them, mistakenly believing Zhou Yanlang had brought food. Little did he know that his sister and nephew were currently sustaining Zhou Yanlang. Village Chief Tang's gaze remained fixed on Zhou Yanlang, observing the 4 young men from the Yang family and Zhou Ariai's 3rd son, who had not even joined the guard team. The 3 boys were clearly unlike the others. They had battled on the battlefield and taken lives. In a confrontation with mountain bandits, the guards would surely not measure up to these young men. However, it seemed the 3 boys only heeded Zhou Yanlong's commands, while Erlang appeared indifferent towards them. Tang, deep in thought, pondered how to encourage Zhou Yanlang to willingly lend his strength to their cause. Old Niu, squatting beside Tang, followed his gaze towards Zhou Erlang, who was leading the 3 children toward the Lin family Esok's cart. Tang Laotu, what are you thinking? Why do you keep watching Zhou Erlang? Tang cast a sidelong glance at Niu, nicknamed Niu Shatsi. His real name was Niu Konghan, but due to his cunning nature, he was dubbed Niu Shatsi. He had moved to Zhoujia village 40 years ago after marrying a daughter from the Zhou family, acquiring land and settling there. After a moment of contemplation, Tang realized that Zhou Erlang might be a valuable ally. "Niu Shatsi, you must devise a plan for me." Zhou Erlang and that young man from the Yang family seem to be detached from our village's affairs. Without needing to say it, you can feel they are not ordinary. Help me figure out how to persuade them to take us to Liang Wang's territory. Niu Shatsi nodded, his gaze fixed on Zhou Erlang. "Do you sense that Zhou Erlang has no intention of traveling with us?" Niu Shatsi's words darkened Tang's expression, yet he nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I believe Zhou Erlang's return is merely to assess the situation. Once he has ensured the Zhou family is settled, he may very well depart. Sanlang's foul temper is not one that allows for much patience. Once he exhausts the villagers' goodwill, he will take his family and leave us to our fate." Niu Shatsi nodded gravely, his expression turning serious. "If that is the case, we must find a way to keep Erlang here. The villagers must also be reprimanded." "Do not rush. Let me think this through." Tang nodded, his brow furrowed with worry as anxiety became increasingly evident in his eyes. Niu Shatsi stood, patting Tang on the shoulder. "For now, do not dwell on it too much. Focus on enlightening the villagers about the gravity of the situation. As long as we avoid provoking Sanlang, Erlang and the others will likely stay. We will consider our next steps later." Tang reluctantly acquiesced, rising to ring a bronze gong. Chapter 64. Debts must be repaid with the sound of the gong. There was no need to ask where the path lay, whether beast or man, they must simply proceed. Fatigue was no longer a concern. The pressing matter was whether they could protect their families and the meager rations they possessed in the face of refugees tomorrow. The children, aware that their cries would not ease their burdens, dragged their aching legs and blistered feet to keep pace with the procession. Crying and wailing served no purpose. Did they not notice how their grandmother glared at them fiercely? Should they dare to continue their lamentations, she would declare, "Whoever cries in front of me shall be sold off to procure grain. If you linger, I shall abandon you to fend for yourselves." The adults felt a sense of trepidation, while the children were weary. The afternoon procession was unusually silent. The village women ceased their incessant chatter, and the sounds of wailing and lamenting had vanished. Each person trudged along with their heads bowed, mechanically following the larger group, their eyes fixed on the path ahead. When night enveloped the sky, the sound of the village chief's gong finally echoed, not because he wished for them to walk for so long, but because there had been no suitable place to rest along the way. Without locating a river, they could not cook, nor could the livestock quench their thirst. The procession halted by a small river, where those with livestock promptly unburdened them, attending to their needs first. Not only were the people exhausted, but the animals too had nearly reached their breaking point after days of toil. Each household set about preparing their cooking spots, while the slightly older children were sent by their families to gather firewood. As darkness fell, those wishing to forage for wild vegetables had to brandish torches in groups. Villagers reluctant to seek out wild greens could only hastily prepare a meager meal, eating quickly before succumbing to sleep. Old Lady Zhou instructed her fourth daughter-in-law to stew wild chickens and rabbits. During lunch, as the children watched the elderly couple enjoy pastries, she felt a pang of discomfort in her heart. However, she simply could not spare the trifling morsels saved for her 3 grandchildren for the sake of others. The fourth family roasted the wild fowl and hares, each one a glutton, saying, "Eat up. Once it's gone, there will be nothing left to tempt you." Meng Kaiping, upon hearing that her mother-in-law was cooking meat that night, rushed to the mule cart to fetch a wild chicken and a rabbit, exclaiming, "Mother, I will help my sister-in-law with the cooking." Old Lady Zhou cast a sidelong glance at her, and then shot her a few more disdainful glares. "You lazy, greedy woman. May your gluttony be your undoing. Now that there's meat, you're bustling about. I've never seen you so busy before. Go away, don't bother me." Qiulan lowered her head, mentally cursing Meng Kaiping. With over 20 individuals in the household, a single wild chicken and rabbit would scarcely suffice. The third family was particularly foolish, rushing to claim their own without considering the need for more. The Lin family prepared a pot of wild chicken that night. With Lin Yike adding plenty of potatoes, she preferred a hearty serving of potatoes to gnawing on cornbread. Zhou Yanlang took the 3 children to the riverbank, requesting shampoo from Lin Yike, and began washing the children's hair. He had been tormented by lice and was anxious that the children might also harbor them. Their hair had to be washed daily. At the riverbank, old Zhou was tending to the cattle and approached Zhou Yanlang. "Erlang, what are your thoughts now? No intention of resuming with Dabao now, I hope? Your father doesn't he wish for you to part with her? She is a good woman. Let bygones be bygones. She has had her struggles, playing both father and mother. Let us live well." Zhou Yanlang continued his task, his expression inscrutable, his eyes dimming. He currently harbored no particular thoughts. He had intended to return and arrange matters for the original owner's family, to fulfill his duty to him. However, he hadn't anticipated that Lin Yike and the 3 children would occupy the bodies of the original owner's wife and children. adding to the debt owed to the Zhou family. As for his relationship with Lin Yike, he had never considered it. He held no attraction for women of ancient times, and remaining unmarried was not an impossibility. In this chaotic era, he was uncertain about his future ambitions. However, abandoning the children was out of the question. He could only take it one step at a time. Father, we shall discuss this later. Let us proceed cautiously. Old Zhou fell silent, exhaling a heavy sigh as he turned away. He could not comprehend his second son, who since returning had not engaged with the family. The tales he gleaned of the boy's experiences were only from Zhou Ming and Hu Yunlai. As the children grew, they became unmanageable, and he could only allow him to be. The Zhou family prepared their meal, and old lady Zhou hurried to the riverbank, hoping her second son would return for dinner. Having cooked wild chicken and rabbit at home. Lang, your mother has asked your sister-in-law to prepare wild chicken and rabbit. Why not return home for dinner and bring the 3 children with you? No need. Dabao has also stewed wild chicken, with so many family members. We will not impose. We will manage to eat a few more bites. Zhou Yinlang could have said, is your boiled wild chicken and rabbit merely seasoned with salt? I do not linger at Lin S for mere culinary pleasures. Lin Yike owes me. And that woman who thrust me into this ancient realm lacks the qualifications to cook for herself. Old lady Zhou clicked her tongue, pondering why her second son had such a thick skin. She had seen Dabao waving the divorce papers before him at noon. Had he regretted his decision? Did he now wish to entangle himself with Dabao? Let him pursue her. But how could he shamelessly dine at the Lin household every day? That eldest son of the Lin family looks at him as if he could spit ink. Alas, she felt a sense of shame for her second son. Yet, one cannot dine at the Lin's table every day. Food is precious now. Have you not noticed how Dabao's uncle gazes at you with an appetite? It matters not. Dabao owes me. She must provide for my needs, so fret not. Old lady Zhou could not fathom how Dabao owed him. Why did she feel that Lang was the one indebted to Dabao? It mattered little. She could neither control nor comprehend her second son. If he chose not to return, so be it, provided it was not due to the youngest daughter. Very well, you know your own mind. So I shall return to dinner. Zhou Yinlang observed old lady Zhou's cautious demeanor, feeling an uncomfortable sensation in his chest. The 3 children had finished washing their hair. Watching old lady Zhou's somewhat despondent figure, he softly called out, Mother, wait a moment. Oh. Old lady Zhou quickly halted, not turning around. The way he called mother pierced her heart, and tears streamed down her face. She wiped her tears vigorously, yet the tremor in her voice betrayed her emotions. She pressed her lips tightly together, striving to regain her composure. Zhou Yinlang sighed, stepping closer to her. Wait here, I have something for you. Zhou Yinlang approached Lin Yike's cart, retrieving 5 or 6 steamed buns from the midday bounty Dabao had brought back from the space market, and asked Dabao to fetch over a dozen tea eggs. Carrying the modest bundle, he returned to the riverbank. Mother, here are a few white buns for you and father to eat during your journey tomorrow. There are no more, so only the 2 of you can partake. He was unsure how long the food from Lin Yike's space would last, but he felt the need to care for the original owner's parents. Tomorrow, he would inquire with Lin Yike about the extent of provisions available in the mustard seed space. Old lady Zhou stood in a daze, receiving the package Zhou Yinlang offered. Here was her son, not only consuming the Lin family's food, but now sharing it with her and her husband? How could this be? Was he not exploiting them? Zhou Yinlang seemed to perceive her thoughts. Mother, rest assured, this is not from the Lin family. If you ever face difficulties, do not hesitate to tell me. I have the means to provide for you and father. For now, it was Lin Yike who would sustain them, but the Zhou family owed more than just him. Old lady Zhou's voice grew heavier with emotion, realizing her second son still cared for them. He intended to support them, and her heart felt constricted at the thought. Tears threatening to spill. Lang, I shall accept this. Yes, let us go back. Zhou Yinlang gazed blankly at old lady Zhou as she departed. The original owner's mother was filled with flaws, a mere peasant woman who could not speak without cursing. Yet why did this weathered elderly woman affect him more profoundly than the elegant lady from his memories? To call her mother truly stemmed from the original owner's essence. Did it not? Zhou Yinlang shook his head, pondering whether he had truly begun to see himself as one of them. How could that be? If an opportunity arose, he must find a way to return. He had fought tooth and nail for this life, and he could not leave it to the wolves. No, his possessions could never be left to them. After dinner, the night had grown late, and everyone had truly exhausted themselves over the past few days. They hastily tidied up and prepared for sleep. Lin Yike longed for rest, yet Zhou Yinlang would not relent. The lice still clung to her hair. During the day, while rushing to catch a ride, she could distinctly feel the lice crawling on her head, leaving her nauseated and covered in goosebumps all day long. Lin Yike, in a state of despair, was dragged by Zhou Yinlang to the riverbank to wash her hair and rid herself of the pests. Alas, her hands were busy, but her mind raced even more. Was the heavens truly toying with her? Who would have imagined that Zhou Erlang was actually the fearsome Zhou Yanlang? Having avoided him in her past life, she now found herself entangled in a former marriage upon traveling back in time, ensnared effortlessly by him. The crucial point was that she dared not free herself. In this chaotic time, she could not rely on him, and her own heart was filled with uncertainty. Alas, it was her fate. After all, who could blame her for her past desires? Meanwhile, village head Tang and Niu Shizi were secretly convening with several elderly villagers in an isolated spot. The agenda of their meeting was to devise a strategy to bind the Zhou brothers to their ship. The elderly, wise from experience, spoke fervently. United by a single resolve, the Zhou family must never be allowed to depart alone. Starting tomorrow, these elders would admonish their younger kin and collaborate with the village head to reprimand the villagers. Niu Shizi proposed that Tang should publicly delegate authority to Zhou Sanlang in front of all the villagers, allowing him to lead from that point onward. Anyone who dared to defy Zhou Sanlang would receive a warning the first time and be sent on their way the second time. The village head was to support Zhou Sanlang in this endeavor, and the elders would align with him, so long as the villagers were adequately chastised. Zhou Sanlang would find it impossible to escape. By binding Zhou Sanlang, Zhou Erlang would also be effectively trapped, for he would not simply stand by in the face of refugees and bandits. That night, village head Tang felt satisfied with the results of the meeting and gazed at Niu Shizi with fervor. This meeting had been Niu Shizi's proposition, and now the burden on his shoulders was heavier than ever. They had not only ensnared the Zhou brothers, but also the old ones. Over the past few days, he had worried so much that he had lost clumps of hair, only to have Niu Shizi resolve the matter with a mere suggestion. Niu Shizi was indeed a clever man. He would be indispensable for future consultations. That night, Lin Yike slept outdoors with her 3 children. Zhou Yanlang refused to grant her any freedom. Had she forgotten the events of the morning? What an inconsiderate woman. She was not afraid of the gossip from those old hags, but she certainly did not want to hear their foul words. Zhou Yanlang dried his hair, arranged it neatly, and went to rest at Zhou's household. He did not sleep with his family, but instead laid down on a cart filled with grain. At dawn, the clang of the gong startled everyone from their slumber. As the villagers awoke, just as they were about to prepare for the day, the village head's gong rang out once more. The villagers looked at the head in confusion, who cleared his throat to signal for silence. Niu Shizi quickly raised his voice. Be quiet. The village head has something to say. All work ceased as everyone perked up their ears, waiting for the village head to speak. He did not keep them waiting long, striking the gong twice more before addressing the crowd. I hereby announce that from today onwards, everyone must obey the orders of Zhou Sanlang. I too will follow his arrangements. Anyone who displeases Sanlang will be dealt with as he sees fit. I must warn you in advance. Should you provoke him, you will have to face the consequences on your own. If he tells you to stay, you stay. If he tells you to leave, I will not intercede on your behalf. The village head's words caused Zhou Sanlang to furrow his brow. What was this old man up to? Did he expect him to babysit these people? That was a task he would refuse. Just as the village's women began to voice their dissatisfaction, the elderly from last night echoed loudly in agreement, each making fierce declarations. Anyone from the Zhou family who disobeys will be banished. Women who do not comply, regardless of age, will be divorced and sent away. Once the clan leader had spoken, most of the women quickly fell silent. Clan leader Yang and village head Tang also quickly expressed their support, each speaking more harshly than the last. The elders from the previous night reiterated their stances, weaving through the villagers and sternly admonishing them. Zhou Sanlang twisted his neck. He had yet to express his own position. Were they really trying to force him into compliance? Uncle Tang, esteemed elders, I, Zhou Sanlang, have not agreed to this arrangement. If you wish to thrust me into this role, you must first ensure my consent. Village head Tang glanced at Niu Shizi, realizing that Zhou Sanlang was indeed a stubborn individual. If he refused, what would they do? Would the meeting from the night before have been in vain? Niu Shizi pursed his lips at the clan leader, who instantly understood. Uncle Zhou, please step up. This young lad is not respecting an outsider like me. You must speak to him. Zhou Sanlang followed the gaze of village head Tang to Niu Shizi, realizing that it was he who had suggested this plan. Was he attempting to bind him? How naive. Did they think he could easily be manipulated? He was eager to see how many of these pitiful villagers would endure. Sanlang, whether you agree or not, you must comply. Blackie, speak to Sanlang. Can my words not hold weight? Is there no room for negotiation? The clan leader, leaning on his cane, struck the ground forcefully several times. Today, he was laying bare his dignity. If he could not bind Sanlang, how many of the Zhou clan would survive? Their lineage was already diminished. He could not allow them to falter again. How could the old man not understand the clan leader's intentions? Good or bad, he would never relinquish any member of the Zhou family. But could his Sanling truly manage this? Could he safeguard them all? Uncle, if you want Sanling to lead, let him do so. But do you genuinely believe he is capable? Chapter 66. Good steel is forged through practice. If he cannot lead, then who can? Just ensure that he agrees. For if Sanling dares to abandon this, I will hold you responsible. Zhou Sanling's brows twitched. This was absurd. It was clear that Niu Shizi was setting a trap for him. Fine. If you wish to bind me, then prepare for the consequences. If I do not discipline these people, I am not Zhou Sanling. Very well. It seems you have reached an understanding. I can no longer shirk this responsibility. If you want me to lead, starting today, everyone, regardless of gender, must follow my orders. Anyone who dares to complain can leave. From now on, both the guard team and those not part of it must rise half an hour early for training. All men aged 12 to 50 must participate. Brother, arrange the training schedule for me. Zhou Yanlang cast a glance at Zhou Sanlang, sensing an instinctive understanding that these ancient folk were not merely seeking to bind Zhou Sanlang. They intended to ensnare him as well. He nodded in agreement. Training would commence, without distinction between men and women, for refugees and bandits often targeted the vulnerable. The exchange between Zhou Sanlang and Zhou Yanlang finally eased the worries of village head Tang and Niu Shizi, who released quiet sighs of relief, as did the other elders. With a decisive wave of his hand, village head Tang declared, "Let the training commence. All who are able, rise and train at dawn." Zhou Sanlang's forehead twitched. He had not anticipated such determination from the elders. It appeared he had indeed fallen into Niu Shizi's scheme. The villagers, wishing to voice their displeasure, could only grumble internally, recalling the village heads and clan leaders' words, as well as their elders' admonishments. Is there no end to this? Each day is exhausting enough. And now we must endure half an hour of training? Are they trying to wear us out? Zhou Sanlang was well aware of their sentiments. Did they truly believe that half an hour of morning training would yield significant results? It was merely to remind them that relying on others was futile. They should not wait until faced with refugees and bandits, only to find themselves trembling and paralyzed by fear. Enough. Let us prepare our meals. This afternoon, we may encounter refugees. It is best if we are well fed. Do not encounter refugees while famished. Even the refugees cannot outrun hunger. Sanlang cast a sweeping glance over the crowd before turning to leave. Village Chief Tang seized upon Sanlang's words, hastily issuing orders. Did you hear? Today, everyone must fill their bellies. You womenfolk, remember, do not skimp. Prepare extra rations so that both the adults and children at home can eat their fill. If anyone tries to conserve food, they will find themselves unable to flee from the refugees, ultimately rendering their provisions useless. Hurry and prepare the meals. We will be delayed by half an hour today, so be swift. What the villagers thought of the morning meeting, Lin Yike could not discern. Yet her mind was teeming with thoughts. What does it mean for women to participate in training? What does Zhou Yanlang intend? How does he plan to conduct this training? While Zhou Sanlang believed such drills were futile, Lin Yike held a contrasting view. The military exercises of the future and the rumors surrounding Zhou Yanlang in W country were daunting. If he truly implemented such methods, she felt she might perish from the prospect. With a look of lament, Lin Yike gazed at Zhou Yanlang, wondering if the Lord of Death intended to transform them into a special forces unit. Zhou Yanlang had long noted the fluctuating expressions on Lin Yike's face. He raised an eyebrow, unable to suppress a smirk. Did this woman truly think she had nothing to fear? Seeing Zhou Yanlang's attention upon her, Lin Yike scampered to his side and whispered in his ear, "Lord Zhou, how do you plan to train us? You do not intend to turn us into a special forces unit, do you? What are your intentions? Do you wish to seize the throne? Listen here. Being an emperor is no easy feat. You rise before the rooster crows and retire later than the dog, with 3,000 beauties in the harem demanding your relentless effort. Consider it well. Is being an emperor not the most arduous existence?" As Lin Yike spoke, her gaze roamed over Zhou Yanlang. "You with your slight frame? TSK. I shall fetch some earth essence pills from my space for you to bolster your strength. We must ensure you are not left wanting when the time comes." Zhou Yanlang thought it unnecessary to seek a way back to the future. This woman would surely drive him to madness. What could they possibly be trained to become? He was certain she would emerge as a standard female soldier. Zhou Yanlang's ominous tone sent shivers down Lin Yike's spine. The Lord of Death was indeed a formidable figure. And how could she have forgotten his notorious reputation? "Hey, Zhou Dong, as fellow townsfolk, do give me some consideration. I shall not partake in tomorrow's training." "Huh. Anyone may abstain, but you cannot escape," Zhou Yanlang retorted before turning away, a hint of amusement gleaming in the depths of his inscrutable gaze. Watching Zhou Yanlang depart, Lin Yike felt a chill wash over her. In her heart, she lamented her fate. The Lord of Death was intent on making her life miserable. She hastily pursued him, grasping his sleeve, and with a conciliatory smile implored, "Zhou Dong, Zhou Laoda, Dabao's father, I was wrong. Please spare me. Look at my frail frame. Not only could I not endure difficult training, but I might even dream of a peaceful end. Let me tell you, the original owner of this body birthed 3 children without even a bowl of hot water to drink, and then promptly returned to work. Alas, I fear this body will not withstand 2 or 3 years. I wonder if when it finally perishes, I will return to my former self or simply fade away. Thank goodness you have also crossed over. If I were to meet my end, my 3 children would have to rely on you." Lin Yike's words held a kernel of sincerity, yet Zhou Yanlang could only glance at her before his gaze darkened. "Is there nothing of value in your spatial realm? Find a way to remedy your condition." Lin Yike pouted. Did she not wish to improve her health? She had sought to enhance her nutrition since arriving. Yet no meat seemed to grow on her bones. What could she do? No matter her efforts, her body remained emaciated. Is there anyone else as unfortunate as I? Others who cross over become princesses or empresses. At the very least, they find themselves as favored concubines or daughters of wealthy families. What have I become? A widow, a harbinger of misfortune, the mother of 3 fools. Now, with your arrival, I have acquired yet another identity, a cast-off. Count me, count me. Is there any woman more wretched than I? Truly, I have met with a most unfortunate fate. Zhou Yanlang had initially thought her plight was indeed dire. Yet, as Lin Yike uttered her favorite exclamation, his expression darkened. In his vexation, Zhou Yanlang resolved that rigorous training was imperative. The atmosphere today was fraught with tension. The villagers departed slightly later than usual, yet they were exceedingly obedient, bringing forth the little provisions they had been reluctant to consume. Those with preserved meat set it to boil, while those without added extra coarse grains to their thin porridge, ensuring that both adults and children were well fed. Lin Yike finally heard the jubilant laughter of children, their mirth ringing clear, piercing her heart. Meng Dahu sent a pound of preserved meat to the Zhou family, and Zhou Posey brought some to the Lin household. Wang Ting insisted on refusing it, but Zhou Posey left the meat and turned to leave. With 3 grandsons being cared for by the Lin family, and now even the second son relying on them for sustenance, she felt an overwhelming sense of shame. The 5th son and his wife dined at the Gao family's home from time to time, while the second son's family dined at the Lin family's. Their offspring were being raised by others. Though they had saved on provisions, the sting of embarrassment was far more acute. Lin Yike cast a glance at Zhou Yanlang, signaling him, "What will be done about this? After all, she is your mother in this body. Should you not say something?" Zhou Yanlang shot her a look, gesturing for her to prepare the meal. "You think you can claim a portion of that pound of meat? Just a sliver, and you will owe it back." Lin Yike pursed her lips, realizing that Zhou Yanlang had indeed made her his prey, likely due to the Zhou family's meager cooking. Did he truly hold her responsible for the accident that had befallen her? Alas, the world revolves around might, and the one with the strongest fist holds the truth. Lin Yike did not cook the meat, but instead steamed buns. 1 pound of meat was insufficient for so many adults and children. With buns, she could surreptitiously add an extra ½ pound of meat, alleviating the need for her nieces and nephews to gnaw on simple dumplings at noon. Wang Ting thought her sister-in-law was exceptionally capable, going out with a basket and returning with a bounty of shepherd's purse. Upon her return, Zhou Erling chopped the meat. While the sister-in-law prepared the dough, they worked in tandem, and it seemed their bond surpassed that of any couple she had ever seen. She had never witnessed a man so willingly engage in cooking. She exchanged glances with Su Ying, and they decided to let the 2 handle breakfast. With a shared smile, they tacitly led their respective husbands away. Lin Yuan and Lin Yun were reluctant to leave, but their wives pulled them along, baskets in tow, to forage for wild vegetables. Lin Yike, now unrestrained in her cooking, fetched some white flour from the ox cart along with several ounces of meat. The Lin family's breakfast consisted of porridge paired with shepherd's purse meat buns. The children devoured their meal, exclaiming that their aunt's buns were the most delicious they had ever tasted. Zhou Yanlang savored a bun alongside a bowl of porridge. How could it not be delectable? He could not fathom how that woman thought. She dared not add more meat, yet she poured in ample oil and even added gelatin made from pig skin, resulting in an unrecognizable dish. Was it meant to be a soup bun? There was scant broth, yet it retained some semblance of flavor. When the first batch of buns was ready, Sam Bao was tasked with delivering them to Zhou Laohan and Zhou Posey. Lin Yun playfully brushed her nose, saying, "You are so eager to share with your uncle's family, yet you have not even tasted them yourself?" Sam Bao blinked, contemplating for a moment before replying, "Uncle, Grandma's house has nothing good to eat." Then, clutching the buns that Lin Yike had prepared for her, she dashed away. Before the team set off, Zhou Sanlang urged the village chief to remind everyone that if they encountered refugees today, they should not consider themselves as saviors. For the responsibility of alleviating suffering was not theirs to bear. Anyone who acted on a misguided sense of goodwill and caused trouble would be left behind. No one should expect the group to risk their lives for the sake of another's misplaced kindness. As the captain's gong clanged, the villagers of Zhezhuang began their journey anew, blindly following the procession without questioning the distance they would travel or the blisters forming on their feet. Their only concern was to stay with the group, moving when prompted and halting when instructed, and even if murmurs of discontent arose, they were only whispered in hushed tones. Today, the escort team had already received Zhou Sanlang's stern words after their meal, and the momentum from yesterday lingered, though their expressions had grown more solemn and their gazes resolute. Lin Yike murmured to Zhou Sanlang, "Your third brother is quite impressive. He's done well in instilling a sense of urgency. Oh, we must not underestimate the wisdom of the ancients." Zhou Yanlang unexpectedly replied, "This is merely the beginning. The true trials of fleeing have yet to commence." Without experiencing harrowing scenes or witnessing bloodshed, and without taking lives, how can this group hope to survive in such chaotic times? Beyond the favor of heaven, it would be but a fool's dream. Lin Yike shivered at the thought, her complexion shifting with unease. It seemed she must cling tightly to the Zhou King of Hell. For even with her own space, it was impractical to remain there indefinitely. Today, a deeper silence enveloped the group, as the village elders had admonished them earlier, and everyone was acutely aware of the gravity of their situation. Moreover, this escape was not of their choosing. Zhou Sanlang had not initially intended to include them. They were not naive. They knew their own limitations, and their survival depended on following those more capable, resolutely refusing to be cast out from the group. Not long into their journey, just around noon, the village chief's gong resonated, signaling an unprecedented early rest for the group. After consuming their fill, they sought to catch a brief respite. After calling out, Chief Tang quickly jogged over to Zhou Sanlang, who was addressing the escort team. He advised continuing forward for another 10 miles, where they should reach the official road. On the southeastern official road of Linshan Prefecture, they would undoubtedly encounter numerous refugees. Whether they could safeguard their families and provisions would depend solely on their own efforts. Refugees, deprived of food and water, would resort to theft or begging. I can only advise you to be prepared to fight when necessary. If you falter, losing money and provisions will be the least of your worries. You might not even know how many of your family will survive. Return and make it clear to your families. When refugees are begging for food and water, do not assume the role of a savior. We are familiar with refugees. Those who act on misplaced kindness should not blame me for my indifference in their time of need." Upon hearing Zhou Sanlang's admonitions, the expressions of the escort team grew grave. Zhou Sanlang approached Zhou Yanlang, who was sitting on a cart sipping salt water. "Second brother, you must assist me. I feel uncertain with so many people." Zhou Yanlang raised his eyelids to glance at Zhou Sanlang, studying him for a moment. "Have you ever been to Qinshan County?" Zhou Sanlang nodded. "I've passed through there several times while trading livestock on the grasslands. Go find Yangtze. Have them ride ahead to scout the route." Zhou Sanlang's eyes brightened at Zhou Yanlang's words, and he turned to seek out Yangtze. Zhou Yanlang watched his retreating figure for quite some time, formulating an initial plan in his mind. Yangtze and his companions hastily rode off to scout the road. Chief Tang and the villagers' gazes remained fixed on Zhou Sanlang and Zhou Yanlang as they watched Yangtze and his group depart. Niu Shizhi exchanged glances with Chief Tang, who was filled with admiration for him. "Brother Niu, you truly bear the brunt of this. Let us not dwell on that. I have a family to consider." Niu Shizhi waved his hand, acknowledging that everyone has their own self-interest. "At this moment, we must collaborate. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. In this chaotic era, losing one's home could lead to more than just personal ruin. Many would find themselves without a burial place. Today, I have prepared 10 chapters for everyone's anticipation. For those who enjoy this tale, please encourage updates. Today marks the first day of our premiere. The more encouragement, the more updates will follow." Chapter 68. Encountering the refugees. Yangtze and his companions reached the official road shortly after setting out. The thoroughfare, stretching from north to south, was teeming with refugees. Some in small groups of 3 to 5, others in larger clusters of 10 or more. Their tattered clothing hung loosely on their emaciated frames, and every step seemed labored, their hollow eyes betraying the intensity of their hunger. Scattered along the roadside lay those who could not rise, men weeping as they cradled their children, children kneeling in despair, and elders beseeching the heavens for mercy. Having journeyed over 2,000 miles from southern Jiangxi to Lianhua County, Yangtze and his companions had witnessed countless tragedies, their hearts rendered numb by the suffering they had encountered. They trotted southward along the official road for over 20 miles before turning back toward the resting place of their companions. After Yangtze and his group departed, the villagers fell into a deeper silence. In the wilderness, under trees, beside rivers, and across grassy patches, many villagers squatted or sat in despair. The older men, smoking their pipes, wore faces etched with sorrow, their dry, vacant eyes gazing into the distance. The village women discreetly wiped away their tears, while the children, sensing the oppressive atmosphere, remained obediently by their sides. Lin Yike sat under a tree, cradling Sambao, with Daba and Erbao seated beside her. The somber mood compelled her to repeatedly wish for the three children to enter her space. Yet Zhou Yanlang remarked, "This is merely the beginning. You can evade danger for a time, but can you avoid it forever? If we can return, that is one matter, but what if we cannot? In this era of chaos, where man devours man, do you still fantasize about preserving their innocence? The mustard seed space is not meant for such frivolities at critical moments. It may only serve to protect your lives. Do not be too greedy." When Yangtze and his companions reappeared in the villagers' line of sight, the elders rushed to meet them. Yangtze bore news. The official road was crowded with refugees, many traveling in groups, though none were excessively large. However, if the villagers did not unite in purpose, even a moment's carelessness could lead to the entire group being overwhelmed by desperate refugees, resulting in losses far beyond mere provisions. The news brought forth muffled sobs from the women, their fear breaking through the surface, while the men's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Zhou Yanlang scanned the crowd and directed Yangtze and his companions to assist Zhou Sanlang. "Please help Sanlang. Do your utmost to escort these people swiftly to Zhuyuan village." Yangtze, Zhou Ming, and Hu Yunlai exchanged glances, nodded in agreement, and set off to find Zhou Sanlang. A sense of relief washed over them. Zhou Yanlang was finally willing to lead the villagers to safety. They understood his intentions well. He had initially aimed to save only his family, perhaps including the families of Yangtze and Hu Yunlai. Zhou Ming was certainly not to be counted among them. Zhou Yanlang could not simply abandon the Zhou family's relatives. However, for Yangtze and his companions, who had grown up in the village, the bonds of neighborliness and kinship made it difficult to forsake those they had known since childhood. As they stepped forward, not only did Chief Tang and Niu Shizhi feel relieved, but Zhou Sanlang also felt bolstered by their presence. Yangtze seized the village chief's gong and struck it with a resounding clang. As long as there was even the slightest murmur, the sound of the gong would not cease. Yangtze's imposing presence swept over the crowd, his cold gaze scanning each villager who dared to speak after he had struck the gong. Under his penetrating gaze, the villagers felt an involuntary chill, and the crowd fell silent, holding their breath in anticipation. From now on, when the gong sounds, anyone who continues to speak, regardless of age, will be required to leave the ranks and step 2 miles away. Yangtze paused momentarily, his gaze sweeping across the crowd. On the official road 10 miles away, groups of refugees clustered together, at least 80% of whom had not seen food for 10 days or half a month. They had survived on wild vegetables, tree leaves, and roots. Once we hit the official road, upon seeing your provisions and supplies, these starving souls, driven by desperation, would not hesitate to resort to violence for survival. Before our departure, each individual must be armed. Remember, every single person. Do not expect anyone else to protect you. At the slightest hint of chaos, we must charge forward, striking fiercely and relentlessly. The journey ahead will be a matter of life and death. If you wish to survive, muster every ounce of determination. If you wish to perish, consider my words unspoken. After delivering his message, Yangtze turned and left. Zhou Yanlang instructed Lin Yike to bring out several banners. Zhou Ming handed one to village chief Tang, directing him to raise it at the front, middle, and back of the procession. The group began to reorganize, with households possessing livestock leading the way, while others followed behind. Ox carts were interspersed throughout the formation, with villagers carrying burdens positioned in the center. Zhou Yanlang, driving the ox cart, brought up the rear, his expression impassive, seemingly unaffected by the surrounding atmosphere. Lin Yike observed him several times in secret, but Zhou Yanlang grew irritated by her scrutiny. "What? Are you afraid now? Weren't you quite formidable? Have you forgotten what you said that night?" Lin Yike straightened her posture, her gaze fixed on the procession ahead. "I have said many things. Who knows which one you refer to?" Zhou Yanlang could not help but chuckle at her expression. Amidst the palpable anxiety, the procession gradually ascended the official road. The refugees on the road fixed their eyes hungrily on their supplies. The members of the guard raised their weapons high, while the villagers brandished their own weapons from carts and burdens. The refugees stared at them, wielding hoes, shovels, axes, and machetes. Even the women had kitchen knives tucked into their clothing, and children clutched sticks. Many refugees thought to themselves, "You come in such a grand procession of over 1,000, we wouldn't dare rob you unarmed. Alas, if we cannot steal, perhaps we can at least plead for some food." They approached, hoping for a morsel, believing some among the well-fed would relent and share a bit of sustenance. Elderly individuals, children, and women drew closer, while the guards promptly attempted to disperse them. Occasionally, a woman would be knocked down, immediately resorting to theatrics, crying out, "What do you want? Are you going to harm me? Murder." Such scenes unfolded throughout the lengthy procession, as disoriented guards found themselves clung to by desperate refugees, unable to move forward. Mengda kicked one elderly man aside, sending him sprawling into the wasteland by the roadside. Most guards hurriedly shook off the refugees clinging to them and continued onward. Meanwhile, some women, children, and the elderly knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing in supplication to the procession. "We beg you, please, give us something to eat." Their foreheads were bloodied from incessant prostration, yet they continued their desperate pleas, their voices weak and weary. Lin Yike bit her lip, sitting dazed atop the ox cart, holding her breath, afraid to look askance. Despite her efforts to avert her gaze, the scene was heart-wrenching. The refugees on the road, the kneeling supplicants, the elderly and children lying motionless, uncertain of life or death. The haunting images choked her throat, stung her nose, and brought heat to her eyes, rendering her unable to speak. As the procession passed more refugees, they encountered even more kneeling in prayer, some throwing tantrums. Yangxi, Zhou and Hu Yunlai rode back and forth along the sides of the group, sternly addressing hesitant members. You hear them shouting about murder. What are you hesitating for? One swing of the axe, and they will be silenced. But what did it matter in the face of survival? When confronted with despair, morality becomes secondary. Only instinct remains. What is instinct? It is the will to live. Each desperate soul as singular thought is survival, whether for themselves or their kin. Everything else pales in comparison. At the forefront of the procession, a burly man, 8 feet tall, knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing and pleading. "I implore you, please, give us something to eat. My son is on the brink of death. I beg you, give us something to eat." A multitude of children from north to south knelt in supplication, their parents or grandparents lying nearby, barely clinging to life. Their voices lacked the clarity and innocence of youth, each word soaked in anguish and tears. Their pleas painfully uniform. "Uncle, auntie, uncle, grandma, grandpa, kind-hearted souls, please, have mercy and save my father, my mother, my grandfather, my grandmother, please give us something to eat." Lin Yike wept as she watched the kneeling refugees, whether throwing tantrums or being kicked aside by the guards. All stirred profound discomfort within her. In that moment, she felt a striking sense of empathy. She envisioned herself among those refugees, imagining if her 3 children knelt pleading for just a morsel of food. If they were on the verge of starvation, what would she do? She too would hope that those with provisions might grant her children sustenance. If denied, how could she bear to watch her children starve? No, she would not allow it. Anyone obstructing her children's survival would be deemed a villain. Would she harbor resentment? Certainly. She would cast a hateful gaze upon those with food, unwilling to spare even a morsel, coldly watching as her children perished. Yet what would she do? Would she resort to theft? Surely. In the face of survival, what do stealing and robbing matter? Driven to desperation, she might even resort to murder and arson. Any act devoid of moral boundaries would become a viable option. As long as her children could live, notions of right and wrong would dissipate, replaced by humanity's primal instinct to do whatever it takes to ensure their survival. Just as Lin Yike contemplated this, the refugees erupted into chaos. After Yang Sanzhou had just kicked an old man to the roadside, a group of refugees at the edge of the road began to shout at the top of their lungs, "We're fighting back. Let us all fight together. They have food, and without it, we will surely starve. Anyone who wishes to live, join us." With someone leading the charge, a portion of the refugees surged forward, while others lingered at a distance, observing. Some stood silently, waiting for the opportune moment to act or planning to take advantage of the chaos. Zhou Samling's furious shouts echoed from the front of the procession. "Those who can fight, strike. Hit them hard." In the face of the advancing refugees, Yang Sanzhou was ruthless, swinging his machete into the crowd. Villagers and other guards, witnessing his aggression, rushed to join him. The center of the procession erupted into chaos as the guards wielded hoes, shovels, and machetes, striking fiercely at the encroaching refugees. Men from Zhou's family, positioned at both the front and rear, rushed forward with their weapons raised, while those refugees who had initially been merely observing began to retreat in fear. Meng and his 3 brothers swung their cleavers, shouting fiercely, "Hit them hard." Brothers, do not spare that instigator. He rallied these people to steal our food. If one family loses supplies, many more will follow. We cannot let them escape. Amidst the turmoil, the villagers and guards steadily moved toward a scene of chaos and bloodshed. For the villagers, this was a battle for survival, a trial of humanity. They had to confront the desperate and starving refugees and make excruciating choices. After Yangtze, Zhou Ming, and Hu Yunlai had felled nearly 7 or 8 refugees. Some began to kneel and plead for mercy. As Yangtze and his companions journeyed home from the southern lands, they had come to understand that in dire straits, there exists neither good nor evil, nor any moral boundaries. Without decisive action, the situation could spiral further into chaos and peril. Their sole resolution was to adopt a stern approach to maintain order and safety within their ranks. The sun blazed fiercely upon the earth, where two factions clashed violently. The air filled with anguished cries and curses, while the ground had long been soaked in blood. Most refugees, terrified by the villagers of Zhujiakan, scattered in all directions, while those who remained were mercilessly assaulted by the villagers, with the ringleader of the chaos already lying in a pool of blood. Some refugees, who had followed the leader in a desperate attempt to seize food, knelt in supplication. "Spare us, please. We beg you, spare us. We are starving, truly starving. We do not wish for this, but our children, our mother can no longer walk. Please, do not strike us. Just give us something to eat, something to sustain us. We implore you." The men of Zhujiakan halted their raised farming tools, gazing at the emaciated refugees, whose eyes reflected a desperate grasping for a final glimmer of hope. They wished merely to survive. The villagers fell silent. They too did not wish to harm these starving refugees, yet whose provisions could afford to be spared. They had all been uprooted from their homes, fleeing with whatever meager possessions they could carry, whether on their shoulders or in carts. Before the harvest, they themselves had endured hunger, and now the refugees sought to take their very lifeblood. To abstain from striking the refugees would mean allowing their own sustenance to be seized. As the Zhujiakan group departed amidst the pleas and wails of the refugees, several villagers had sustained injuries, though none had perished. As for the scattered grain on the ground, they could only salvage a portion, leaving behind the blood-soaked remnants, their hearts heavy with regret as they clenched their teeth and relinquished the rest. The refugees who had been watching from the roadside rushed toward the abandoned grain as soon as the group turned away. In an instant, dozens of them pounced upon the meager supplies. "This is mine. Do not take it from me. I will fight you for it. It is mine. Father, wake up. I found food. I found food. Son, I have something to eat now." The procession moved slowly forward, while behind them, the refugees cried out in despair, cursing and calling for their children and parents, fighting and scrambling over the scant food. That bloody grain offered no glimmer of hope. Rather, in their desperation, it only served to inflict further wounds upon their already frail bodies. Lin Yike kept her head down, unable to bear the sight of the refugees. From behind, she could vividly sense the harrowing scene unfolding. Her stomach churned, and images of the recent bloodshed flashed through her mind, the fallen refugees, bloodied and lifeless, and the cries of despair echoing around her. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Chapter 70. The harshness of reality. Yang Yaba had also been injured. Though his wounds were not severe, a blow from the leader had struck his forehead, and his wife wept, not out of sorrow for her husband, but for the grain scattered upon the ground. Yes, that grain, stained with blood, belonged to them. Yang Yaba had no parents. His elder brother, Yang Qianzhou, had raised him and arranged for his marriage. After marrying, Yang Yaba moved out of his brother's home. Now, he had 4 children, the eldest just 9 years old, the second daughter 6, and the youngest 2, one aged 3 and the other only 1. Yang Yaba and his wife each carried 2 wicker baskets, with the 2 younger children seated inside one of the baskets, while the 4 wicker baskets held their meager belongings and provisions. How much could those 4 baskets hold? After accounting for pots and pans, tattered clothing, only their food remained, their family's rations, amounting to no more than 200 pounds of unthreshed grain. The loss of 20-odd pounds of grain weighed heavily on Yang Yaba's wife. As the group distanced itself from the tumultuous refugees, the cries behind them grew increasingly muffled. Lin Yike's tears flowed freely. She could not forget the bloodied refugees. She saw no good or evil in their eyes. Yet their expressions of despair struck a chord deep within her, leaving her heart heavy with sorrow. "Why are you crying?" came a voice, devoid of empathy. "Do you pity them? Or do you think Yangtze and the others are too cruel? You dare to lift your head and look at these refugees? Conceal your self-righteous sympathy. This is an era where lives are worth little. Even if you possess an abundance of food, you cannot be the savior of this age." Zhou Yanlang drove the ox cart with an expressionless face, his cold voice suggesting he was devoid of compassion. He was not a true ancient individual. How could he bear to observe all that transpired before him without feeling distressed? Where was his pity and compassion? Along the official road, refugees stumbled in groups, supporting one another, while the weak lay collapsed along the roadside. Elderly, children, women, and men, all subjected to the relentless cries of anguish. This was no mere drama or video. It was the grim reality unfolding before their eyes. You must be cursing me in your heart, deeming me callous and devoid of compassion. Lin Yike, remember, this is a time that consumes lives. You possess the memories of the original owner. You know these villagers from Zhujiakan, who are akin to distant relatives compared to those unfamiliar refugees. In such dire conditions, have you considered how many of them will ultimately survive? Is this what you deem as my cruelty? If I were to tell you that I have no intention of aiding the villagers of Zhujiakan, how would you then judge me? Lin Yike raised her tear-filled eyes to Zhou Yanlang, who remained impassive. She had intended to say, "Do you realize your own coldness? Those lying by the roadside, barely clinging to life, are human beings. Those struggling to move, barely able to walk due to hunger, are human beings. They are all human, on the verge of starvation." Yet Zhou Yanlang's countenance conveyed that he felt no connection to anyone, not even to the villagers of Zhujiakan walking ahead of their cart. Their fates held no significance to him. He was merely a detached observer, indifferent to the hellish suffering surrounding him. Ah, Lin Yike, stow away your pitiful sympathy. Do not think that, before long, the villagers of Zhujiakan will not find themselves in the same dire predicament. In chaotic times, lives are as worthless as grass. Do not view this era through the lens of modern society. First, ensure your survival and that of your children, and then consider all else. Zhou Yanlang was typically a man of few words, reluctant to explain or persuade others. However, Lin Yike's sorrowful demeanor weighed heavily on him. Were it not for the 3 children, he would not have uttered a word to her. For the sake of the children, he felt it necessary to make Lin Yike confront reality. He did not wish for her dangerous ideals to endanger herself and her children on their already perilous journey ahead. His words struck her like a thunderclap, making Lin Yike realize how absurd her tears truly were. The pent-up frustration within her was even more lamentable. Did she not have food? No, she did. Within her spatial supermarket lay countless bags of rice, flour, and grains. An abundance of brands and varieties, all stacked high in her storage. Yet would she bring any of it forth to aid these refugees? No, she would not. So, what was the purpose of her tears? Why was she suppressing her emotions? Lin Yike arrived at a singular conclusion. She was, in fact, a profoundly selfish person. She could feel sorrow and pain for the refugees before her, but she would not sacrifice her own security and that of her children to assist these strangers in need. Lin Yike lifted her gaze towards the villagers of Zhujiakan, the long line particularly silent. The villagers, though less desperate than the refugees by the roadside, were filled with confusion and panic in their eyes. The heart-wrenching cries of the mute Yang's wife faintly echoed. 2 small children sat in a wicker basket, their mother's sobs unsettling them, prompting them to wail in unison with her. The 6-year-old daughter, trembling with fear, grasped her 9-year-old brother's hand as they staggered alongside their parents, their shoulders quaking incessantly. Behold, where is there no sorrow, no tragic drama? It exists everywhere. Not only do the refugees suffer, these villagers of Zhujiakan endure their own hardships, lost and terrified about what the future holds. They are unaware of what awaits them tomorrow. Instinctively, they think that following the wise is their sole path to survival, leading them to exhaust every effort to stay close to Zhou Sanlang. They are simple farmers, fearing abandonment, wielding their farming tools against the refugees, merely in search of a place to sustain their existence. Are they at fault? No, they are not. Are they ruthless? Raising their tools in a brutal assault on the starving refugees, they only wish to survive, striving to protect their meager rations. Are the refugees at fault? Is it wrong for them to seize food? If they do not, they face starvation. Are they to be blamed? What truly defines right and wrong? In the face of survival, what is good? What is evil? Yet Lin Yike contemplates, if her children were truly on the brink of starvation, she would find it impossible to take a life, but stealing food would be an act she would certainly undertake. She even envisions her father in the afterlife. If she were to starve, would he not be akin to those kneeling refugees, perhaps even akin to the desperate ones seeking food? If he were to procure sustenance, he would surely smile through tears, saying, "My girl, I've obtained food. Eat up. Do not fear, my dear. I shall procure more from the wealthy when the opportunity arises." As twilight descended, Zhou Sanlang and Yang Si urged the weary villagers onward, who trudged forward with difficulty. All around were refugees, struggling along the main road, some slumped by the roadside, others lying down or sitting, while the wilderness beside the road yielded only roots. Where could they find a place to rest in peace? Zhou Sanlang's brows furrowed. The elderly and children were exhausted, and even the livestock could not endure much longer. Sanming, you and Yun Lai should ride ahead to scout for a resting spot. If we continue, the animals surely cannot hold out. Zhou Ming and Hu Yunlai surveyed their surroundings from horseback, nodded softly, and rode off. Zhou Old Man accepted the half-steamed bun from Zhou Old Woman, exchanging a silent glance. Stealing food was not their intention, yet their second son had explicitly stated that the food was only for the two of them. These buns were brought from the Lin family. They could not expect the Lin family to support the entire Zhou family. Alas, if they must steal, it would at least save them some rations. Zhou Old Woman clasped her hands beneath her nose, secretly nibbling on the bun. How fragrant! This white bun was indeed extraordinarily delightful. Zhou Old Man raised his hand, shielding his lips, as he took a covert bite. Delicious, even more so than he remembered. The two elderly individuals, having stolen a white bun, dared not raise their heads to look at their children and grandchildren ahead. Nor could they glance back at their little granddaughter sitting on the cart. The enticing aroma of the bun filled the air, yet they struggled to swallow. Zhou Qiaoyan, resembling a dog, sat among the luggage, sniffing, then exclaimed, "Father, Mother, what are you eating?" Zhou Old Man, with a stoic expression, flicked the whip, halting his swallowing. Zhou Old Woman, caught in the act, nearly choked on the bun, stretching her neck to stifle a burp, her right hand pounding her chest. Zhou Old Man, observing his wife's embarrassment, silently passed her a bamboo tube. Alas, such a poor woman, nearly choking on a small half of a bun. Zhou Old Woman drank from the bamboo tube, finally swallowing the bun lodged in her throat. Behind them, Zhou Qiaoyan, realizing her parents were indeed stealing, began to shout, "Father, Mother, you are stealing food? What are you eating? I want some too." Ahead, Zhou Dalong driving the donkey cart, along with Qiu Lan, Dahua, and Erhua, turned to look at them. Zhou Dashan, steering the ox cart, wore a face of disbelief, while Chen Xiaoqiao, Sanhua, and Wu Hua gazed on in astonishment. The eyes of their grandchildren and daughters-in-law made Zhou Old Man's face flush red, and Zhou Old Woman, smacking her lips, began to scold. "What are you staring at? Unfilial children, heartless wretches. Yes, I've eaten, and it's a white bun. What do you intend to do about it? Did you provide this for me? No. It was my second son's thoughtful gift to us. You want to eat? Dream on. I haven't asked for your heartless offerings. Be content with the small joy of your second son's generosity." Zhou Dashan, tucking in his neck, slowed the ox cart. While Chen Xiaoqiao cradled 2-year-old Wu Hua tightly in her arms, and Sanhua edged closer to her mother. Sanhua longed to ask her mother if the white bun was delicious. But upon seeing her mother gently shake her head, she leaned her little head forward, wide-eyed, eager to glimpse what the white bun her grandmother spoke of truly looked like. Zhou Dalong turned his head, driving the donkey cart earnestly. He did not believe his mother was in the wrong for scolding. He felt no fault in her words. His second brother could afford white buns for their parents, yet he could not. When would he be able to provide his parents with white buns? Qiu Lan's thoughts diverged entirely from Zhou Dalong's. She lowered her head, choosing not to look back at Zhou Old Man and Zhou Old Woman. Her eyes darkened, and a sneer played upon her lips. Caught stealing, they claimed it was their second son's kindness? For the past decade, has he cared for your well-being? Aren't those three fools being supported by everyone else? Shouldn't he share his white bun with everyone? Who is truly heartless? It is Zhou Erlang who is the heartless one. He is no good. Dahua's thoughts mirrored her mother's. She kept her head down, her thumbs constantly tapping together. It is the second uncle who is heartless. Grandma is biased. Every time their father returned from town, did he not bring something for those three fools? Why is it that the bun brought back by the second uncle is not shared with them? Erhua's thoughts were simple. Grandma and Grandpa had stolen a white bun without sharing it with her. In the future, when she has something good, she will surely hide it away and not share it with anyone, especially not Grandma and Grandpa. Zhou Qiaoyun paid no mind to her outburst, which had drawn the attention of the siblings and cousins in the carts ahead and behind. Their opinions mattered little to her. Zhou Old Man's embarrassment and Zhou Old Woman's defensive scolding were of no concern. She only desired to obtain the half-eaten white bun from her mother's hands. "Mother, let me have that half of the white bun. I'm so hungry." Zhou Qiaoyun tugged at Zhou Old Woman's shoulders, her eyes fixed on the morsel in her grasp. Zhou Old Woman paused for a few seconds, glanced at the bun in her hand, and sighed deeply. She forcefully shook off her granddaughter's hands from her shoulders and boldly bit into the bun. "This is the white bun your second brother saved from his own rations for your father and me. I won't share it with anyone." Zhou Qiaoyun glared resentfully at her mother, relishing the fragrant white bun. She too longed to taste it, very much so. For all her years, she had never tasted a white bun, nor had she ever seen such a pristine white bun. How cruel her parents were. Her mother's past kindness was but a facade. When she marries into a good family and enjoys rice and refined flour, she will not share a morsel with her parents. Chapter 72. Difficulties abound when Zhou Meng and Hu Yunlai returned on horseback. It was already around 8 in the evening. Both man and beast were utterly fatigued, and the prospect of continuing their journey filled Zhou Sanlang and Yang Si with dread, fearing the animals might collapse at any moment. Lacking suitable resting spots, their only option for the night was to head to the orchard outside Qin County. Zhou Meng paused momentarily before continuing. Noting that refugees were scattered everywhere, Qin County had long since sealed its gates, with many fleeing from the direction of Linshan Prefecture. The growing number of refugees was alarming, with groups of 3 to 5 becoming increasingly prominent. With provisions and belongings in tow, their only hope for a safe night lay in the orchard on the outskirts of Qin County. The orchard was surrounded by mountains on 3 sides and bordered by a river on the other. A wooden bridge spanned the river, guarded by local villagers who would only permit passage in exchange for food or silver. After a brief silence, Zhou Sanlang and Yang Si, recognizing both the exhaustion of the people and the animals, deliberated and ultimately decided to rest for a moment before making their way to the orchard. The clang of a gong echoed along the official road as Yang Si, Zhou Meng, and Hu Yunlai rode through the ranks, conveying their collective decision. They would rest for half an hour before hastening to the orchard. How far are we from the orchard on the outskirts of Qin County? Zhou Sanlang inquired. My leg is badly injured from those ruffians' kicks. Each step is excruciating. Yang Sanzhou grimaced at Yang Si, having pushed himself to the limit. His blistered feet and repeatedly kicked ankles had left him limping, and with the need to travel through the night, he feared he might not endure much longer. It's not too far. Let us press on for another hour. Yang Si replied. Refugees are everywhere, and more lie ahead. If we do not reach the orchard, we may find no place to rest tonight. Let us take a moment to recover our strength and allow the animals to rest as well. Once we arrive at the orchard, we can rest properly. Glancing at Yang Sanzhou's injured leg, Yang Si raised his voice to address the villagers. Village Chief Tang promptly dismounted from the ox cart, instructing the group to draw closer together. Finally, the villagers could sit down and rest, collapsing onto the ground in groups of 10 to 20, huddling together to keep their provisions and belongings secure. The children, weary and sleepy, trudged along barefoot, their small soles marked by blood from the blisters that had burst. The wilderness flanking the official road was barren, devoid of grass or water, with even the roots picked clean by the refugees. Villagers with livestock could only retrieve the pre-prepared water and hay to feed their animals. While the children dozed, the villagers remained vigilant, wary of the desperate refugees surrounding them. Their eyes remained fixed on the hungry crowds, hands gripping farming tools tightly, fearful that the refugees might suddenly pounce to seize their food and belongings. The pleas of the kneeling refugees echoed around them, each word laced with desperation. Yet the similarly afflicted villagers could offer no assistance, their own futures uncertain. They could not afford to pity anyone who would show them compassion in return. They were unable to spare anything, unsure of how long their own provisions would last. What if the day came when they had no food and were abandoned by Zhou Sanlang and his companions, ultimately becoming refugees themselves? Lin Yike found refuge in the makeshift ox cart shelter, unable to bear the sight of the kneeling beggars. She felt the urge to discreetly toss some food to the elderly and children lying on the ground, seeking to ease her conscience, but was stopped by Zhou Yinlong's stern glare. If you wish to survive, keep your head down. The 3 children huddled in the cart, their innocent minds unaccustomed to such sights. Sanbao, particularly shaken, had tears staining her red-rimmed eyes. She longed to share her snacks with the vulnerable children and the elderly. But her father had warned her against it, claiming those people were dangerous. Giving them food would only invite more demands and could lead to harm befalling their family. The children did not wish for their grandparents to starve nor for their uncle's provisions to be taken. Yet they could not help but feel pity for the suffering children and the tearful elders. Lin Yike embraced Sanbao, with Daba on her left and Bao on her right. Their mother sat silently in the cart, and Lin Yike stuffed cotton into the children's ears to shield them from the cacophony outside. Yet, could cotton truly muffle the noise? The lamentations of the needy intensified, their cries piercing the air. Please, kind sir, spare some food. My brother needs help. A boy's sobs emerged from outside the cart, accompanied by the sound of his head striking the ground in supplication. My parents have starved to death. My grandfather sacrificed his own meals for us, and has perished as well. Please, save my brother. You could take us in, just provide us 1 meal a day. I can work, truly. I'll do anything, please. Lin Yike felt Sanbao trembling beside her, while Daba and Bao pressed closer, tears streaming down Lin Yike's cheeks. Her heart ached as she longed to shout from the cart. Take this food for your brother. Yet she could not find her voice. For Zhou Yinlong's warnings echoed in her mind. Don't be foolish. How much can you truly give? A single bun or two won't save their lives. You must understand that it is a mere drop in the ocean, and you cannot rescue them. But giving even a morsel to any refugee may endanger the villagers of Zhejiazhuang, leading to chaos and bloodshed. Lin Yike recognized the truth in Zhou Yinlong's words. She was rational enough to know that food could not be given. Even if she offered that child something, it would not reach his brother, and might even seal their doom. But emotionally, she found it unbearable. The sight of a child, no more than a teenager, kneeling and begging with tears of blood, created an internal struggle between rationality and emotion, tearing at her soul. All she could do was shed a few inconsequential tears, feeling utterly helpless. Please kindly leave a 5-star review for my beloved work. This is my debut, and I am uncertain if it meets your expectations. I am simultaneously working on 2 stories, and I would appreciate your encouragement. Chapter 73. Helplessness along the official road to Qin County. The villagers of Zhejiazhuang had temporarily halted to rest. The refugees, both able and unable to walk, seemed to see a glimmer of hope and rushed toward them. The refugees knelt, crying out their tales of woe and pleading for the villagers' compassion, begging for a morsel of food. Though the villagers may have been moved, reality had numbed their hearts. They had witnessed and heard too much along this road. They too were pitiable souls, their own conditions slightly better than those of the refugees before them. The villagers anxiously observed the gathering refugees, torn between empathy and helplessness, wishing they could assist, but knowing they could not. They prayed that these refugees would not resort to violence like those earlier that afternoon, who had turned to robbery when their pleas went unanswered. Overwhelmed and weary, they wished to avoid conflict with the desperate refugees. Couldn't everyone conserve their strength? As the number of refugees swelled, Yangtze furrowed his brow, realizing that the villagers had only just settled down to rest, and the livestock had just been fed. However, these desperate refugees pose a significant danger. If conflict were to erupt this night, it would be exceedingly difficult for the villagers to escape unscathed. Village Chief Tang and Niu Shizi sensed the delicate situation surrounding them, and the 2 elderly men approached Zhou Sanlang and Yangtze. This cannot continue, Chief Tang remarked, concern etched on his face. The refugees are gathering in ever-increasing numbers. If they cry long enough, they may well come to resent us. It is already pitch dark, and should these refugees resort to looting, we may not be able to protect our provisions. Chief Tang looked anxiously at Yangtze and Zhou Sanlang, sincerely hoping they would reassure him, saying, Uncle, do not worry. We can safeguard everyone and the food. However, Chief Tang's hopes were dashed. Zhou Sanlang's response was far from reassuring and struck a blow to his chest. If these refugees truly began to plunder, it would not only be impossible to protect the food, but the casualties could be beyond imagination. As Zhou Sanlang's words faded, Niu Shizi seized the gong from Yangtze's hands and struck it loudly, urging everyone to move. Quickly, we must leave. Everyone, stand up as swiftly as you can. We are departing at once. Niu Shizi bellowed to the villagers. Zhou Sanlang and Yangtze exchanged a glance, both nodding in agreement. They truly could not afford to delay any longer. Yangtze, Zhou Meng, and Hu Yunlai mounted their horses and weaved through the villagers, announcing the urgent need to depart. The members of the guard also raised their voices in a rallying cry. Let us set forth. The villagers were not oblivious, as Niu Shizi struck the gong. They hurriedly stood, forming a line as quickly as possible. With weary bodies, they prepared to embark. Niu Shizi and Chief Tang ran to the villagers with livestock, hoping that the elderly and children under 10 could squeeze onto the carts. Being from the same village, neighbors and kin, the negotiation between Chief Tang and Niu Shizi proceeded smoothly, with each cart accommodating an elderly person or a child. On Lin Yike's cart, 2 children, coincidentally those who had assisted in bringing the Lin family's cart down the mountain, managed to squeeze in. The makeshift cart was crowded with Lin Yike's mother and 2 additional children aged 8 or 9, forcing Lin Yike to sit outside the cart alongside Zhou Yinlang, who was driving the ox cart. Once again, they set off, yet the pace did not quicken despite the arrangement for the elderly and children. Instead, they moved at a painfully slow rate. The delay was not due to the exhausted villagers, but the obstinate livestock, which stood stubbornly still, unyielding to the whip. The desperate cries of the refugees transformed from pleas into accusations. How cruel you are! Why can you not save us? You have grain, carts, and livestock. Is it so difficult to assist us? Just a morsel of food. Why is it so hard? Save our mothers. Can't you spare a little grain? Just a tiny bit could save our dear mothers' lives. Why are you so heartless? The shift in tone was instantaneous. The once kneeling refugees began to hurl accusations. They cursed the heavens, denounced the government for leaving them without a path to survival. condemned the treachery of the rebel Chun Wang that had destroyed their homes and led to their ruin, and berated the villagers of Zhou family village for their cold-heartedness. The villagers of Zhou family village felt their nerves tighten, particularly the men of the guard, who gripped their tools tightly and raised their weapons in unison, waving them in the air. The reluctant livestock received harsh lashes, 1 whip, 2, 3. The villagers driving the carts were drenched in sweat, no longer caring for the welfare of the animals. If they refused to move, they had no choice but to strike them heavily, forcing them to proceed. In agony, the stubborn beasts finally began to move, albeit slowly. The procession, now charged with tension, finally quickened its pace, and the villagers, having held their breath, exhaled in relief. Without the burden of the elderly and children, and fueled by a collective sense of urgency, the group advanced with unprecedented speed. They eventually passed wave after wave of refugees, the scattered accusations and desperate curses fading into the distance. As the villagers eagerly anticipated their arrival, the orchards on the outskirts of Chunshan County finally came into view. Surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, a wide river spanned before them, where refugees stood, some sighing heavily, others seated on the ground weeping softly, and still others squatting or lying down, forming clusters along the riverbank. Groups of 3 to 5, or even dozens, gathered densely by the water's edge. Only a rudimentary wooden bridge spanned the river, wide enough for a single ox cart to cross. At the entrance to the orchard on this side of the bridge stood 2 rows of burly men, each accompanied by a hunting dog. To enter the orchard via the bridge, one would need to pay 2 pounds of coarse grain or 50 copper coins. Ox and mule carts required an additional 2 pounds of grain. Zhou Sanlang and Yang Si approached these robust men, with Chief Tang and Niu Shizi in tow. They hoped to negotiate a reduction in the grain fee, but were met with derisive laughter. Is 2 pounds of coarse grain too much? 50 copper coins. Is that not a fair price? You lot have grain, livestock, and belongings. If you refuse to cross the bridge, don't expect to survive tomorrow. They scoffed. To gain entry to the orchard, you must pay. This is a matter of your lives. If you find our price exorbitant, feel free to find somewhere else to linger for the night. Yang Si and Zhou Sanlang stepped forward simultaneously, shielding Chief Tang and Niu Shizi behind them, both clasping their fists in salute to the burly men. Esteemed heroes, while your asking price seems reasonable, it is important to note that we are bringing the entire village across the bridge. In these chaotic times, we have hastily gathered unripe crops. Though we may possess some grain, it pales in comparison to the needs of our families, which often include 6 or 7 mouths to feed. We humbly request, given our considerable number, that you might consider a slight reduction in the fee. Our gratitude would be immeasurable. The leader of the burly men, illuminated by the flickering torchlight, scrutinized Zhou Sanlang and Yang Si, who had initially been met with mockery. After a moment of surprise, he hesitantly called out, Yang Si. Yang Si squinted, recognizing the man before him, and chuckled. Ma Kuei, is it truly you? I never expected you to have survived. What brings you to this life of banditry? Ma Kuei stepped closer, his lips trembling with excitement. And Zhou Urge? Is he still alive? I owe my survival to Zhou Urge's protection back then. I have been hiding for years, grateful to still be alive. Zhou Urge is just behind us. But now is not the time for reminiscing. There are far too many refugees by the river, and it is perilous for our villagers to linger. Let them cross the bridge first, and we can discuss the price afterward. Ma Kuei laughed heartily, clapping Yang Si on the shoulder. Very well. If Zhou Urge is present, then everything can be arranged. Let your villagers cross the bridge, and we shall share a few drinks to celebrate, for we must commemorate not meeting at the Naya Bridge. Ma Kuei's words caused Yang Si to furrow his brow. The brutish man spoke without a hint of decorum. Hearing the exchange, Chief Tang and Niu Shizi rushed to inform the villagers to cross the bridge. The sound of the gong ringing resonated with a melody that had never before been so pleasing to the villagers. As the villagers of Zhoujiao village approached the wooden bridge, Ma Kuei raised his hand decisively, commanding, Brothers, let them pass. The villagers, already frightened by the refugees lurking by the riverbank, hastened their steps onto the bridge, moving with a speed that eclipsed their earlier pace. Lin Yike, somewhat dazed, mistakenly believed that they had undergone special training, sensing an atmosphere akin to a military assault. In their frantic rush, only a third of the villagers had crossed the bridge when small groups of refugees began to stir on the riverbank. We cannot allow them to cross and seize our provisions. Our survival depends on it. A shout pierced the night, rousing the sleeping refugees and instilling further panic in the villagers still on the bridge. Those nearest to the wooden bridge ran toward it in a frenzy, while the guards, under the shouts of Yang Si and Zhou Sanlang, raised their farming tools high, forming 2 lines to shield the remaining villagers. Zhou Yanlang squinted, thrusting the cow whip into Lin Yike's hands before grasping the axe on his back. In a single leap, he soared over the crowd. No one could discern how he had vaulted over their heads. It appeared as though he was gliding, his feet deftly treading upon the heads of the refugees below. Within mere minutes, he reached the instigator among the refugees, cleaving the leader's head with a single strike and raising it triumphantly above his own. Anyone who wishes to live, stand still, dare to move, and you shall face a gruesome end tonight. The timid refugees recoiled in fear, while the bolder instigators began to incite the crowd even more fervently. Without food, we are doomed. Rather than starve to death, we must fight for their provisions and livestock. That is our only hope of survival. The cries among the refugees grew louder, with Zhou Yanlang hurling his axe at the first of the shouting instigators. The gleaming axe soared through the air, striking true. The instigator, who had sought refuge among the crowd, was caught off guard and met with a fatal blow. His head cleaved in two. Others who had joined the instigator in riling up the refugees met similar fates, as Yang Si, Zhou Ming, and Hu Yunlai leapt into action, each decapitating the leaders who had stirred the crowd. Anyone who dares to shout again shall be the first to meet their end. Hu Yunlai's harsh voice rang out, sending the rioting refugees into retreat. Amid the chaos, a pale-skinned middle-aged man observed Zhou Yanlang and his companions with furrowed brows. As he murmured to those around him, several refugees slipped away into the crowd. Zhou Yanlang smirked coldly, his eyes flashing with anger as he fixed his gaze on the pale man. Noticing the attention, the man attempted to vanish into the throng, only to be met with a dagger that plunged deep into his throat. Grasping his neck in disbelief, he could not fathom that his life would end this night. He had harbored ambitions of rallying the refugees, aspiring to become a local tyrant, even dreaming of contesting the Su dynasty for dominion over this land. Yet, with dawn yet to break, his life began to fade, his body growing cold. Chapter 75. All our talents. Ma Kuei, leading his hunting dogs through the crowd of refugees, retrieved his axe from the severed head, wiping the blood upon the leader's garments. He then approached the dreamer of a middle-aged man, removing the dagger from his neck and similarly cleaning it on the man's clothing. A cold, derisive laugh escaped Ma Kuei's lips. Fools who know not the height of heaven or the depth of earth, continue to shout. Let your Ma Yi hear your cries. Who among you has been instigating? You, and you, step forward. Do you think Ma Yi is unaware of your schemes? I've been watching you lot, waiting for you to self-destruct, and here you are, seeking death at my hands. As Ma Kuei pointed, several refugees emerged into view, precisely those who had been by the pale man's side. Yang Si, Zhou Ming, and Hu Yunlai, armed with their bloodied axes, advanced toward the sycophants, who stared at them in wide-eyed fear. With their leader slain, what use was there in continuing to incite the others? Two astute lackeys fell to their knees, pleading for mercy. Ma Yi, spare us. We were only following orders, seeking merely a scrap of food to survive. The four brothers, Meng De Hu and his companions, navigated through the throng, having finally freed a majority of the villagers onto the wooden bridge. Spare you? You were the ones who instigated the refugees to seize our provisions, weren't you? I may not be as skilled in killing as the others, but I assure you, when it comes to dealing with the aftermath, no one is better than my brothers and I. Do you know what I do? I butcher pigs, clean their insides, and cut their meat. I am well versed in this. Meng De Hu brandished his butcher's knife, his face fierce, his eyes wide as saucers. His imposing figure resembled that of a mountain bandit, even more so than Ma Kuei. Who else wishes to take our provisions? If you dare to shout again, let me see how many of you truly wish to forfeit your lives. The refugees, already terrified by Zhou Yanlang and Yang Si, were further unsettled to discover that Ma Kuei was among their ranks. The food carts had nearly all crossed the wooden bridge. The elderly, children, and the weak had vanished, leaving only sturdy laborers armed with weapons. What do we gain by fighting? Do we wish to report to the King of Hell? Not to mention the ferocious men before us. Even the villagers would overpower us. After 3 days without a proper meal, our bodies are weak. How could we stand against them? We would only be slaughtered, left to their mercy. We lack the strength to run, let alone resist. As the refugees murmured among themselves, those able to withdraw hastily retreated, while others, cornered with no escape, fell to their knees in supplication. The remaining lackeys were brought before Zhou Yanlang, who stood resolute. Brother, these men are the ones who followed that leader, inciting the others. Ma Kuei, with his hunting dogs in tow, scampered to Zhou Yanlang's side. Brother Zhou, it has been far too long. You have grown even stronger. He offered the axe and dagger to Zhou Yanlang. Their leader is dead. You should deal with them accordingly. Zhou Yanlang, expressionless, accepted the weapons and turned toward the wooden bridge. He had no desire to take the lead, but with Lin Yike and the 3 children still in the ox cart, He recognized the urgency of the situation. If he did not quell the chaos swiftly, the night could spiral into a tragedy far greater than mere casualties. His lack of emotional attachment to the villagers was overshadowed by concern for the children. Should any familiar faces perish, the psychological toll on them would be immense. Moreover, Lin Yike, already appearing as if she were on the brink of death, would undoubtedly spiral into madness should widespread violence ensue. Hearing Zhou Yinlong's words, Zhou Ming and the others' eyes sparkled with determination as they dragged the pallid, middle-aged man along. Ma Kuei, unwilling to forfeit this opportunity, summoned several men to escort the captives to Zhu Daquan's dungeon, bringing along a few hunting dogs for thorough interrogation. Having arranged for the captured leader, Ma Kuei quickly invited Zhou Yinlang to join him. Zhou Yinlang waved his hand in refusal, genuinely disinterested in meddling with such trivial matters. If it weren't for the children, he would not have intervened at all. Yangxi and a few of you can go, he stated. But how can that be? You should accompany us to the courtyard. It has been years since we brothers last met, and it would be wonderful to share a drink and chat. Not today, perhaps another time. The three children were frightened today, and I must go check on them. Yangxi sensed Zhou Yinlong's impatience and hurriedly pulled Ma Kuei away. Ma Kuei, the second brother's children are somewhat special. Let's not bother him. The rest of us brothers will accompany you. Let's go. The rudimentary wooden bridge was constructed with sticks beneath, with planks laid flat on top, devoid of railings on either side. Lin Yike cautiously drove the ox cart, trembling as she managed the reins. As an inexperienced driver, one misstep could easily send the cart tumbling into the river. Initially, she sat in her seat, her heart racing as she navigated the path with great care. Eventually, overwhelmed by anxiety, she decided to dismount and lead the ox instead. Fortunately, Zhou Yinlang had hung 2 homemade lanterns in the barn, sparing her the need to juggle a torch like the other villagers. After traversing the wooden bridge for nearly 20 minutes, they finally arrived at the orchard. Here, carts of all kinds, horse-drawn, mule-drawn, donkey-drawn, and ox carts, were scattered about. The scene suggested a gathering of prosperous families who had formed a circle around the orchard, leaving a central space for rest. Villagers, including village chief Tang and Niu Shizi, had paused by the river to rest, wary of the throng in the orchard that might hinder mutual support. Exhausted from the day's journey and tense from the earlier fright, they finally found a safe place to relax, collapsing onto the ground without a care for tidiness. Lin Ping and his 2 sons led 5 oxen to the river for a drink, while the 3 women quickly prepared a resting spot. The riverside was damp, and Lin Yike first spread out an oilcloth, followed by a thick layer of grass. Wang Ting initially intended to place the oilcloth atop the grass, but upon seeing Lin Yike's actions, she couldn't help but speak up. Sister, why did you put the oilcloth underneath? The grass isn't afraid of dirt. And one that soil the oilcloth? The riverside is too damp. Placing the oilcloth underneath makes a significant difference. We cannot waste the grass, Lin Yike replied. We sleep under the open sky daily. We need the grass. Wang Ting and Suing sighed upon hearing Lin Yike's words, and no further words were exchanged. They felt a deep sense of relief regarding their earlier decision. Had they not fled alongside the Zhou family, what fate might have awaited them? The thought was too dreadful to contemplate. Once the 3 women had arranged their resting spot, Wang Ting considered waking the children to wash up by the river before sleeping. However, Lin Yike stopped her. Sister, let the children rest. A simple wipe down is enough. It's already midnight, and they've been quite frightened today. Wang Ting gazed at her half-grown son and then at the village children. Alas, our children cannot be compared to those from the village. Lin Yike followed Wang Ting's gaze, observing the village children engaged in various tasks, feeding oxen, fetching water, and collecting firewood by the dim light of the fire. Chapter 76. Staying in the orchard finally settled on the ground to rest. It was nearly 1 or 2 in the morning. The exhausted villagers soon drifted into slumber. That night, the guard team began their shifts, with over 20 members assigned to keep watch. Before dawn broke, the villagers rose to tidy up, their chatter filling the riverside as they tended to their oxen, called their children, and washed clothes. Lin Yike was awakened by the clamor, groggy and reluctant to open her eyes. Don't these people ever tire? They slept so late last night, and after a long day, they even fought with the refugees. Where do they find such energy? Wang Ting, seeing Lin Yike's dazed expression, couldn't help but chuckle. Sister, have you been woken by the noise? They have been walking for days, and yesterday they didn't sleep until late at night. How can they not feel tired? They're up before dawn, calling the children to forage for wild vegetables in the orchard. They must not be that tired. Lin Yike retorted through clenched teeth. If the villagers overheard their conversation, they would surely exclaim, how can we not be worn out? We can hardly lift our legs, yet you don't see the wild vegetables, firewood, and water plants by the river? If we don't prepare food for the livestock, are we supposed to compete with the refugees across the river for roots? The roots have already been stripped bare by the refugees. After breakfast, village chief Tang announced that they would rest for the day in the orchard. This news brought immense relief not just to Lin Yike, but to the villagers as well, who were utterly fatigued from their relentless journey. Their feet were blistered and on the verge of callousing. While calluses were not a concern, they dreaded the unhealed blisters that had yet to toughen. The previous day's events had left a significant impact on the children, who appeared listless upon waking. Lin Yike coaxed the 3 children to eat their breakfast. But even after the meal, they remained devoid of energy. With no other choice, she decided to take them for a stroll in the orchard. Eldest, second child. Mother craves meat. Would you accompany me to hunt? The eldest and second child nodded gently at Lin Yike's words. She then turned to the third child, who looked even more dejected. Third child, will you join mother and your brothers? Keep an eye out for medicinal herbs. It would be helpful for mother. The third child merely nodded in silence, lacking the spirit to respond. As Lin Yike led her 3 children up the mountain of the orchard, she noticed Lin Jin and Lin Shi trailing behind. Zhou Han, having spotted them, discreetly followed as well. Before long, the 2 younger boys had merged into their group. With the addition of a few children, the mood of the trio brightened considerably. The second and eldest children demonstrated their skills, leaving Lin Jin and Lin Shi astounded in place, while the 2 younger boys leaped with excitement, their voices of surprise and joy echoing through the orchard. The orchard did not harbor large game, yet wild chickens, hares, and doves were plentiful. Whatever the second child spotted was almost invariably caught by the eldest. Remarkably, the third child even gathered several snakes that the eldest had killed, stowing them in his own basket. Lin Yike collected over 10 nests of wild chicken eggs, and the children adorned their waists with their catches, nearly filling their baskets with spoils. The eldest and second child wished to continue climbing the mountain, but Lin Yike promptly intervened. That's enough. This is already quite a haul. If we don't leave tomorrow, perhaps mother will bring you back here again. With heads drooping, the eldest and second child followed Lin Yike back down. Lin Jin and Lin Shi, the young boys, beamed with excitement from their first hunting experience. The third and second younger boys, bursting with joy, felt incredibly fortunate to have secretly accompanied their aunt up the mountain. Their grandmother had preserved the game brought back by their uncle with salt, hanging it daily on the ox cart to dry, making their mouths water in anticipation. Upon returning, they insisted that their mother first slaughter a few wild chickens and hares for a hearty feast. The third child's basket contained only a handful of medicinal herbs. Lin Yike, unfamiliar with herbal medicine, had no idea of their benefits. The third child babbled excitedly, but Lin Yike understood nothing, prompting the third child to stamp her foot in frustration. Mother, you're so foolish. How can I have such a silly mother? With the children finally showing some spirit, Lin Yike exhaled deeply, relieved to see them animated again after their earlier despondency. She shot the third child a playful glance, pinching her nose. Giving birth is quite the skill. The fact that I managed to bring you 3 into the world, each so clever and adorable, is nothing short of remarkable. Lin Jin looked on speechlessly at his playful aunt, surprised by her lightheartedness. The second and third younger boys whispered to each other, plotting how to secure more meat for the day. Let us head straight to the riverbank. You go back and call mother and third aunt, asking them to come over and prepare the chickens and rabbits. The notion of taking the prey back home first was dismissed. It was clear that any food brought back would merely be pickled again. Lin Yike couldn't help but chuckle quietly as she overheard Han and Sanshan's whispers. She found it difficult to comprehend Granny Zhou's perspective. Having fled from danger, why not consume whatever food they could quickly secure? Filling their bellies would surely fortify them for the trials ahead. Saving scraps for later seemed futile when they might be robbed by refugees at any moment. In recent days, Lin Yike had taken charge of the cooking for the Lin family, with Wang Ting and Suing relegated to assisting roles. Unbeknownst to her, every time she prepared a meal, her sisters-in-law bore their discomfort in silence, repeatedly convincing themselves that their men and children deserved the nourishment. After all, as the younger sister-in-law, her cooking was favored by the men and children alike, regardless of the oil and grain it consumed. It was a matter of survival in these dire times. Upon returning to the riverbank with the children, Lin Yike was met with envious glares from the villagers. Han and Sanshan scuttled away discreetly, and Granny Zhou, not seeing the 2 children, eagerly anticipated what her grandchildren might bring back, hoping for a few wild chickens or rabbits. To her surprise, upon Lin Yike's return, all the game was handed over to Lin Yuan, leaving the children with nothing but feathers and fur to offer. Granny Zhou couldn't help but grumble. Time reveals a person's true nature. Just look at them, already focused on themselves. As Granny Zhou lamented, Qiu Lan and Ming Kaiping turned the riverside into their kitchen. swiftly dispatching 3 wild chickens and 4 rabbits, even tending to the 3 snakes that Sanshan had collected. Sister-in-law, have we overdone it? These snakes are rather large. Mother will surely scold us, Meng Kaiping said, glancing nervously at the pile of meat before them. Overdone? If we listen to our mother, we won't even get a single bite. The Lin family surely prepares more than we do. The second brother hasn't he returned for dinner, has he? That's because the Lin family knows how to cook, Xiaolan remarked, her mind racing with thoughts of their mother hanging wild chickens on the ox cart. Seemingly unconcerned about the refugees lurking about. That old hag will regret it when the refugees come for her. Why doesn't she worry? Do you know how to make snake soup? If not, I could ask my brother for his technique. His snake soup is quite delectable, Meng Kaiping offered, having just finished cleaning the 3 snakes. As she made her way toward the Zhou family's resting area, Xiaolan followed, her thoughts wandering to the aroma of the legendary dragon and phoenix soup, which made her mouth water. Chapter 77. The Fault of Meat. Xiaolan and Meng Kaiping returned to the Zhou family's kitchen with their bounty, nearly driving Granny Zhou to the brink of despair. You 2 gluttons. How can you possibly consume so much in one sitting? 3 wild chickens, 4 rabbits, and 3 large snakes. Are you trying to burst? She had mistakenly accused Dabao's mother of being heartless for not allowing her children to bring her any game, only to find these 2 had intercepted it instead. Have you both reincarnated as starving ghosts? No one eats like this. Are you preparing to face execution tomorrow? Mother, it's not just us. We're not the only ones eating, Meng Kaiping retorted with a grin. If I get to eat this much meat today, who cares about your scolding? Perhaps I'll be reborn into a wealthy family in my next life. Granny Zhou, exasperated, struck Meng Kaiping with a branch in frustration. You think you can feast on what my grandchildren have provided? Dream on. After chastising Meng Kaiping, she turned her steely gaze on Xiaolan, who was unusually busy in the kitchen. What has gotten into you? You never worked this hard. Mother, Sanshan mentioned Dabao's group ISNT using the snakes. Should I send one over? Meng Kaiping inquired, unperturbed by Granny Zhou's outbursts. Granny Zhou, weary of the antics of her family, decided it was better to check on Dabao's children instead. Bring me the largest one. I'll deliver it myself. Lin Yike prepared a large pot of wild chicken stewed with mushrooms, encircling it with corn cakes. She had initially intended to cook some pheasants and doves as well, but Wang Ting insisted otherwise. We already have 2 large iron pots cooking. Need we prepare more? Your cooking is too extravagant. The rich aroma wafted through the air, drawing the attention of the villagers, who were left with only foraged greens for their meals. Lin Yike's determination to cook multiple dishes could incite jealousy. If she continued, she feared the villagers might resort to theft before the refugees even had the chance. Granny Zhou arrived at the Lin family's home, unable to resist the tantalizing scent of meat. Ah, how delightful. No wonder the second son always lingers here for meals. She approached Lin Yike with a snake in her basket. I've prepared this for you. Your sister-in-law is making some dragon and phoenix soup. You should make a pot for the children as well. Lin Yike was about to decline, but Zhou Yinlang snatched the basket from Granny Zhou's hands. I'll take care of it. Lin Yike rolled her eyes, thinking, if you want to cook, then go ahead. I have no intention of cooking either. After dinner, she decided to marinate all the game and wild chicken eggs in an iron pot. The savory aroma filled the air, causing unease in Wang Ting, who frequently glanced toward the Zhou family. She had warned her sister-in-law that simple salting would suffice, yet Lin Yike insisted, sister-in-law, everyone saw us hunting today. The aroma has already spread, so let it linger a bit longer. If we dry it on the ox cart, we risk attracting the attention of the refugees. Besides, if we prepare it now, we can eat conveniently on the road. Wang Ting and Su Ying found merit in her reasoning. Yet the increasingly fragrant meat brought them a sense of foreboding. That night, as everyone prepared for bed, they could not shake the enticing scent from the iron pot. The village children encircled the Lin household, drooling, with some even crying out for meat as their parents dragged them away. Lin Yike remained unaffected. While the villagers struggled to sleep, their bellies empty, tormented by the fragrant meat. Not only the children longed for meat, the adults did too, yearning for a meal. The scent penetrated the air, making it impossible to ignore their hunger. The village women could no longer contain their frustration. The Lin family is a disgrace, gluttonous and shameless. They eat themselves to death. Zhou Erlang has cast off that troublesome woman, yet they still dare to share in our misfortune. Now, they're scheming to keep Zhou Erlang with their endless meals. Who do they think they are? A family with no shame. In the dead of night, Yang Si and others returned, taking a significant number of guards with them, leaving everyone uncertain of their intentions. The following day, the guards had yet to return, prompting village chief Tang to allow everyone to rest for another day. In the orchard, the trees were predominantly pear and apple, ripe for the picking in this season. However, The children and the fleeing villagers hesitated to pluck the fruit from the trees. This reluctance stemmed from the warning given by the burly guard at the bridge, who had stated that one could pick as many apples and pears as one wished, as long as they paid a fee of 100 copper coins. Having finally secured a day of respite, Lin Yike was determined to ensure the children enjoyed themselves. She cared little for the 100 copper coins, even if she were penniless. She would still take the children to gather fruit, allowing them to play freely and strive to forget the unpleasant memories that plagued their minds. Yet, she understood she was being unrealistic. Who could predict what challenges awaited them the following day? Last night, while she was nitpicking lies from Zhou Yanlang, they had discussed whether the children could be allowed into the space while traveling. She truly wished to shield the three children from the horrific scenes they might witness. However, Zhou Yanlang had refused, stating, "I too do not wish for the children to endure such experiences, but we live in a time that consumes its own. To survive here, one must abide by its rules. Shielding them from reality is not beneficial. They are young yet bear the bodies of older children, and they are spoken of as fools. Do you not feel pity for them? I have no intention of forcing them to mature prematurely. What they must experience should be akin to what other children face. If you have a way for us to return, I will concede to your wishes. But what if we cannot go back? Have you contemplated that? The children may very well have to marry and bear children here. What then shall we do? It is fortunate that Debao and Erbao are boys. They can afford to marry a few years later and find younger brides. But what of Sambao?" Lin Yike had never considered this issue before. The child was merely 4 years old. Zhou Yanlang's inquiry was beyond her comprehension. Chapter 78. The dark and unappetizing steamed bun. Lin Yike approached the burly guard and handed over 100 copper coins, leading the children to gather fruit. Lin Kong finally caught up with his aunt and brothers, his small face flushed with excitement. Lin Yike instructed them not to waste any fruit, even if it was unpalatable, as she would make preserves for them that evening. The children were even more elated, their joyous laughter resonating throughout the orchard. When Zhou Yanlang found them, he was frowning deeply. The apple and pear trees in this orchard seemed utterly neglected. The apples were sour, the pears lacked sweetness and crunch, and a bite revealed their mushy texture. He could not fathom why Lin Yike would gather such unappetizing fruit. Ma Kuei and Yang Si arrived at the orchard and observed Zhou Yanlang with the children climbing trees to pick fruit. Zhou urged, "Do you enjoy eating fruit? The fruit here is terrible. Let me take you to the back mountain to gather some later." This orchard belonged to the local landowner of Qinjiago, whose poor soil yielded inferior fruits. Recently, the family had hastily liquidated their estate, leaving this orchard abandoned. Thus, it became a boon for their group. Zhou Yanlang jumped down from the apple tree and scrutinized Ma Kuei. "The children are merely playing. Has everything been resolved?" Before Yang Si could respond, Ma Kuei burst into laughter. "Everything's settled. My goodness." Zhou urged, "You wouldn't believe it. I've been here for a month, working from dawn till dusk, sometimes without a wink of sleep, and my total earnings don't even amount to 1/5 of that pathetic little sum. Who knows how many wealthy households they've plundered? The food consists solely of fine rice and white flour, not a grain of coarse grain in sight. They haven't even managed to haul away 2 carts of gold and silver." Zhou Sanlang wiped an apple on his clothing and took a hearty bite, grimacing at the sour taste. "After toiling day and night with hardly a drop of water to drink, I didn't expect the apple to taste so terrible." "Second brother, the grains and valuables have arrived at the orchard. You should check how they are being handled. I have no idea where that scoundrel hid the coarse grains." Halfway through the interrogation, he perished. "We've gathered all we could. The livestock have all been slaughtered, and we brought back the carts and their compartments, intending to distribute them to the villagers carrying burdens. You and Brother Ma can take a look." Ma Kuei clapped Zhou Sanling on the back, feigning camaraderie. "Of course. It can't be a problem. What do I need a cart for? Is 1 cart sufficient? If not, I can have the brothers help gather more." "No need. Whatever we have is sufficient. Let us go." Zhou Yanlang glanced at Ma Kuei and turned toward the riverbank. Ma Kuei reached out to stop Zhou Sanling, but a mere glance from Zhou Yanlang made him shudder involuntarily. Zhou Er's stern demeanor was indeed intimidating. The villagers of Zhejiazhuang were genuinely elated today. Each guard member received 10 pounds of rice, 20 pounds of white flour, and an ample amount of clothing, quilts, and miscellaneous items, along with 20 taels of silver to take home. Yang Daba's wife wept once more as their family had no one in the guard. Yang Si gifted them a cart laden with various items and presented Yang Daba with 10 taels of silver. Although they did not receive rice, they were given 5 pounds of white flour. Yang Daba's wife sat on the cart, quietly sobbing. Had they possessed a cart from the beginning, would the 20 pounds of grain have gone to waste? Could they have salvaged more items to escape? Yang Daba gazed at the cart, his eyes reddening, gesturing frantically. Yang Si understood his gestures and waved him off as he turned to leave. Yang Dabo wished to tell Yang Si that they now had a cart, allowing his wife to carry the grain and children, and he could join the guard. However, Yang Si refused, leaving him with a parting remark: "Take good care of your children and wife." The two families that helped the Lin family bring down the ox cart each received 2 carts in return. The elderly Huang Kezi, over 50, squatted in front of the cart, weeping. Once a hunter for Zijia's Wang, his family had lived comfortably until, after turning 30, both his parents passed away, and he encountered a pack of wolves while hunting. His left leg was bitten off by the wolves, leaving him maimed and unable to hunt to support his family. Life had grown increasingly difficult. Though 2 carts did not seem like much to others, for the impoverished commoners, it was a remarkable fortune. Especially for those who could only carry willow baskets while fleeing, the carts represented invaluable assistance. Another family that received 2 carts did not only see the elder weep, but even the daughters-in-law had reddened eyes. Zhu Tubin circled the 2 carts several times, suppressing his tears, yet they flowed freely. Good, good. The children won't have to squeeze into other families' ox carts anymore. We don't have much to carry. 2 carts will suffice. The poorest family, Zhou Xuanzhu, also received 2 carts, and his 2 sons brought back 40 taels of silver, 20 pounds of rice, and 40 pounds of white flour. How could Zhou Xuanzhu not weep? Even his wife cried, her hands trembling as she clutched the silver, sobbing heart-wrenchingly. After her tears, she slapped herself hard. "Oh, I shouldn't have scolded Erlang. I shouldn't have. From now on, I won't scold him again. I swear I will treat Erlang and Sanlang as my own children." That afternoon, the villagers no longer envied the Lin family's fragrant meat. They gritted their teeth and prepared a hearty meal. The children sipped on rice porridge, chattering and laughing, as the steamed buns contained half a pound of white flour, causing them to frolic about, shouting joyously, "Our family is making white flour buns. I am eating white flour buns." Zhou Qiaoyan curled her lip, observing the rambunctious children. Muttering softly, "What nonsense. These so-called white flour buns are dark as coal. How can they be called white flour buns? The ones my second brother gave to my parents are true white flour buns. White flour buns are whiter than snow. The ones you have are darker than dog feces. To call them white flour buns is a mockery." At the Zhou household's dinner, Grandma Zhou nearly shattered a tooth as she insisted that Chen Xiaoqiao directly steam a pot of buns using white flour. What compelled her to resolve to steam buns using white flour was not merely because of the flour brought back by Zhou Sanlang and Zhou Sailang, nor the additional 50 pounds given to her by Zhou Yanlang, but rather due to the clandestine indulgence in white flour buns shared with the old man, Zhou, over the past few days. Alas, growing old yet still sneaking indulgences. A lifetime of frugality, and yet, the morsels that entered her mouth seemed too precious to part with for her descendants. The daily secret feasting left her and the old man Zhou with a certain heaviness in their hearts. Tonight's dinner at the Lin household saw Lin Yike refrain from assisting, leaving Wang Ting and Su Ying to their own devices. Instead, she busied herself with the children, Lin Jin, Lin Shi, Lin Kong, and De Bao, preparing fruit preserves. After dinner, Zhou Yanlang led Lin Yike to the thatched cottage within the orchard. Once inside, he gestured towards the contents of the cottage. "Gather these items into your mustard space." Lin Yike circled the wooden boxes, filled with gold and silver utensils, jade ornaments, and exquisite porcelain. "Is all this what you've gathered?" "There is quite a bit. But not much that can be exchanged for money, is there?" Zhou Yanlang shot her a sidelong glance, exasperated by her short-sightedness. "These items come from a future world. Can you not discern their value? Are you to be as foolish as Ma Kuei, who mistook a few glass trinkets for treasures? Should I retrieve these and trade them back with Ma Kuei?" "What did Ma Kuei receive?" Lin Yike inquired hastily. "A few sets of glass cups and some small mirrors. He took all the silver notes, while we only accepted cash." Lin Yike's eyes widened, unblinking as she regarded Zhou Yanlang. Her gaze spoke volumes. "Well, Zhou Yanlang, you truly are something. You exchanged a mere 100 or so for half a room of heirlooms. One might say your heart is not devoid of greed, but your conscience surely is. What kind of look is that? Quickly gather everything. Should anyone arrive, you won't have the chance to do so." Zhou Yanlang turned to exit the cottage, intending to stand guard for Lin Yike. She seized his arm, her eyes fluttering. "Let us be clear. Will there be any cost for storing your belongings here? I want to do it for free." "Humph, that is all you can muster? It's all yours now." With that, Zhou Yanlang freed himself from her grasp and stepped outside to keep watch. Lin Yike's mouth hung open, her mind racing. Were all these treasures truly hers? She had struck it rich. The exhilaration surged within her. "I must shout in the space first. Oh my, has this truly happened?" She exclaimed, "Oh heavens, when will you allow me to return? If I could go back, I'd be a wealthy woman." Lin Yike frolicked around the space supermarket before swiftly collecting each item from the thatched cottage. Once everything was secured, she danced about in a frenzy, marveling. Is this a hairpin? Let me try it on. However, upon gazing into the mirror, she was met with a gaunt and unfamiliar face, the excitement evaporating in an instant. Despite all I've consumed, why am I so emaciated? My face is nothing but skin and bones. The three children had all grown plump. Yet this original body of hers seemed never to have gained an ounce. From now on, she vowed to avoid mirrors. It was truly unbearable. Exiting the space, Lin Yike wore a bitter expression, her struggle evident. How could she reconcile this stark reality of her frail figure? Zhou Yinlang, mistaking her for someone struck by fortune, observed her troubled demeanor as she emerged from the cottage. Weren't you just excited? You don't truly prefer makoe as glass trinkets, do you? Am I insane? There are countless glass items in the space supermarket. Space supermarket? So that's what it is. Zhou Yinlang finally comprehended that Lin Yike and the children's realm was indeed a space supermarket. I meant to ask you, do you have plenty of grain in your ring S space? Today, we didn't take much grain, aside from sharing some with the villagers. Everything else went to makoe. It should suffice for us for several years. What's the matter? You don't intend for me to use it to help the villagers, do you? That's out of the question. The supplies in the space are finite. Do not covet the grain. Do you believe the three children can adapt to the food from this era? Lin Yike suddenly recalled that Zhou Yinlang had just asked her to store those items. He couldn't possibly want to exchange them for grain, could he? No, absolutely not. In times of chaos, nothing is more vital than sustenance. Listen, Zhou Yinlang, let me clarify. Do not think of the grain in the space supermarket. That is our lifeline. I'll return your items to you. Lin Yike pulled at Zhou Yinlang anxiously, only to notice that his expression had soured. She quickly released him. Oh right. You can't conveniently store it now. Whenever you need it, I'll return it to you without any storage fees. This woman, with her incessant ramblings. What chaotic thoughts plagued her mind? Did he ever suggest he wanted to trade? No wonder he looked so displeased earlier. Zhou Yinlang shook his head, saying nothing as he strode away towards the riverbank. As they traveled, the villagers cried out, eager for rest. After just 2 days, they had forgotten the exhaustion of their journey. Under the darkening sky, men, women, and children gathered around the bonfire by the river, chatting animatedly. Village Chief Tang, Nyoshitsi, and several elders sat by the fire, engaged in a self-congratulatory meeting. We escaped without being robbed by the refugees, and even managed to retrieve so many items. Those white flower buns were truly delectable. To be honest, after buying the cattle, I was left with barely 5 taels. Zhou Zhuozhang smacked his lips, reminiscing about the 40 taels his 2 grandsons had returned with, feeling that a day's journey was hardly taxing. Brother Zhou, your family has 2 ox carts, while we only have 1, and no silver to speak of. Now, it seems we have some wealth. Goodness, did nearly every household receive 40 taels? Just how much silver was seized? Don't even mention the white flour buns. Wasn't that rice porridge quite delightful too? My family even received a cotton quilt. Thankfully, we had that meeting and let Samling lead us. Did you see how Erling dealt with those refugee leaders? Yang Zhuozhang listened to the villagers recount Zhou Yinlang's exploits, still perplexed by how he had managed such feats that night. In the next chapter, thoughts diverged and goals clarified among the villagers, as they found solace in each other's company. As we crossed the bridge, makoe demanded 2 pounds of coarse grain from each person. Now that we are all jointly seizing the bandits' goods, surely 2 pounds of coarse grain will no longer be required. Neo Shizi's eyes sparkled with excitement. With over 20 mouths to feed in his family, they needed 40 to 50 pounds of grain. Not only would they no longer need to pay in coarse grain, but they would also acquire a substantial quantity of rice and flour, amounting to over 100 pounds of food. Very well. Let this matter be entrusted to us old fellows. As for other affairs, you can discuss with Bazi. If there is indecision, we shall hold a clandestine meeting. We must not allow the 2 Erlang brothers to escape. Tang Zhuozhang nodded in agreement, knowing that it was imperative to secure Zhou Samlang and Zhou Yinlang. Those brothers would undoubtedly lead them to Liang Wang's territory, ideally bringing the entire village along without exception. The other elders readily concurred, for they were all astute villagers, each keeping a mental ledger. While these elders held their secret meeting and reached a consensus, they began to sing their own praises. One claimed to possess discerning vision. Another professed to act decisively, and Neo Shizi, too, relished in self-adulation. Meanwhile, the villagers gathered around a bonfire, their spirits lively. Zhou Xuanzhu's eldest son, Zhou Raoqi, squatted by the fire, occasionally adding firewood. The flames danced in his eyes, flickering with the light of the fire. When will we reach Liang Wang's territory? Our family could earn 40 taels of silver. Once we arrive at Liang Wang's land, we could acquire 4 acres of fertile land. Sitting beside him, Huang Keizi's second son, Huang Eryong, was fiddling with his toes, occasionally bringing his hands to his nose to sniff. Enough of that. After we set off, wherever we find cattle for sale, we must buy a cow for our family. Zhou Raoqi tossed a branch into the fire and turned to Huang Er-yang, reminding him that purchasing livestock was a momentous decision for farming families. It was worth a lifetime's effort to acquire a single cow, but considering their current situation, how could he even think of buying one? It would be wiser to invest in good land. After all, walking a bit more isn't tiring, and they shouldn't squander their silver. If he buys a cow now, it may ease their journey, but what will they eat and drink once they reach Liang Wang's territory? It's best to heed my advice and purchase good farmland. My father has also said to buy land upon arrival. Huang Er-yang paused, sniffed his fingers, and shot Zhou Raoqi an exasperated glance. What do you know? Did you not see that Zhou Sange has bought several head of livestock? Zhou Sange said that buying as many as possible is prudent. Once they reach their destination, they can sell them without incurring losses. Why should I endure this hardship? You may not tire from walking, but what of my mother and children? Mengda, who rubbed his hands together, his eyes wide, his voice booming. Indeed, Zhou Tai too speaks wisely. I shall buy a cow when I see one, and sell it upon reaching Liang Wang's territory to purchase land. Then, my family will follow suit. I will discuss this with my father. It seems that we shall not only break even but profit significantly. Haha, we shall heed every word from San Lang from now on. Has Niu Shizi approached you? Our clan leader mentioned to my father that in order to survive in these chaotic times, we must closely follow San Lang. If San Lang abandons us, we will be of no use. Oh, how could it be otherwise? Just think of the refugees across the river. It is terrifying. Zhou Yanlang can subdue those people, not only eliminating their leaders, but also leading everyone to prosperity. Such a pillar of strength must be closely followed. Perhaps he can help us thrive as well. That night, the villagers' hearts burned with enthusiasm, fueled by the wealth they had just acquired, the cattle they had yet to buy, and the fertile lands awaiting them in Liang Wang's territory. Yet, to reach Liang Wang's land alive, their thoughts converged. They must obey Zhou San Lang and cling tightly to Zhou Yanlang. Their parents had all said that Zhou San Lang and Zhou Erlang were capable individuals. If they were displeased, they might abandon them and continue on with Zhou Hei's family, leaving them to fend for themselves, which could make survival exceedingly difficult. Alas, is it not difficult? Just envisioning the plight of those refugees across the river is horrifying. Zhou Yanlang can manage those individuals, and not only can he subdue their leaders, but also help everyone prosper. Such a formidable ally must be sought after. He may well lead them to wealth. That night, the villagers' hearts burned brightly, their gazes occasionally drifting toward the Lin family's direction, eager to engage Zhou Yanlang in conversation and forge connections. However, Zhou Yanlang's demeanor was aloof, his proud posture rendering him unapproachable. The villagers felt that the Zhou Erlang they once knew had transformed entirely, his presence even more intimidating than that of the wealthiest families. They dared not approach Zhou Yanlang. Yet they felt emboldened to seek out Zhou San Lang and Zhou Pizi. The village women gathered around Zhou Pizi, sharing bowls of pickled vegetables and beans, engaging in endless chatter. Their words were laden with implication. We have been neighbors for generations, and our bond is strong. We are grateful. Meanwhile, the Zhou clan members maintained a united front, asserting that they were one family, and that the name Zhou could not be divided. They must ensure that Erlang and San Lang take them along, lest they be abandoned midway. That night, Zhou Yanlang lay beside Dabao, openly sleeping on the Lin family's shared bedding. After several uncomfortable nights on the ox cart, he felt increasingly fatigued. Lin Yike was vexed, unable to drive him away or confront him, resigned to her fate. Fortunately, Dabao, Erbao, and San Bao lay between them. As Lin Yike lay on the ground, she couldn't help but ponder Zhou Yanlang's intentions. Why must she wash his hair daily, rid him of lice, feed him, and now he has taken refuge on the Lin family's bedding? Is it solely because they share a hometown? Surely, she must not overthink this, given her current appearance. She wouldn't dare look in the mirror. What could Zhou Yanlang possibly see in her? Chapter 81. A chaotic dance before dawn, the clang of a gong resounded, awakening the villagers who had rested for 2 days and celebrated through the night, unaware that disaster was imminent. Yang Si struck the gong, coldly observing the villagers roused by the sound, flanked by Zhou Meng and Hu Yunlai. Upon seeing Yang Si ringing the gong, the villagers immediately fell silent, hastily retreating behind the members of the guard. Over the past 2 days, they had not been summoned for drills, but starting today, regardless of circumstances, they must rise half an hour earlier. After today's departure, those with livestock should quicken their pace. Those without livestock, whether pulling carts or walking, must jog ahead. Those riding in carts must dismount and run for an hour. Lin Yike's face darkened upon hearing Yang Xi's decree about running for an hour. She did not hear the subsequent words he spoke. Shortly thereafter, Zhou Ming and Hu Yunlai began sparring, and the guards paired off to fight. The villagers soon joined in. While Lin Yike was bewildered, Zhou Yinlang brandished a slender twig toward her. She dodged while muttering curses. Zhou Yinlang ignored her, continuing to swing the twig. Lin Yike, in a flurry, darted this way and that, occasionally feeling the sting of the twig on her arms, back, and legs. Initially, Lin Yike could still voice her complaints, but as fatigue set in, she could only focus on evading Zhou Yinlang's strikes. After half an hour, Zhou Yinlang finally discarded the twig, leaving Lin Yike exhausted and slumped on the ground. That morning was truly an eye-opener for everyone. The strong men guarding the orchards and the wealthy young men resting nearby were left questioning their existence. Nearly 1,000 people were paired off, especially the women, who fought while hurling insults, many releasing years of pent-up frustrations. Yang Xi's final words had unleashed chaos. You may find those you have longed to strike, but never dared to. At these words, the women went wild. Sisters-in-law and daughters-in-law instantly clashing. Simultaneously, Yang Xi's declaration terrified the older women, for they genuinely feared their daughters-in-law would disregard them and retaliate. After all, as elders, the daughters-in-law refrained from striking their mothers-in-law, even if they yearned to. They feared that even if they struck, their lives would become even more unbearable afterward. With a sigh of relief, the mothers-in-law began seeking out their peers to settle old scores. Today, past grievances must be resolved. The exchanges among these women preparing for a brawl are indeed quite amusing. Granny Zhou, with an air of aggression, hurried over to Aunt Zhou, Wang lady. Today you must face me. I've longed to give you a thrashing. Aunt Zhou, rolling up her sleeves with a fierce demeanor, retorted, Zhao Yinmei. I think of nothing but thrashing you daily. For years, you have tarnished my reputation, calling me cowardly. I've endured your slander for far too long. Today, I shall not let you off the hook. I have harbored this grievance for many years. Granny Zhou shot back, you talk nonsense. Are you not cowardly? Your father-in-law is still alive, yet you incite your husband to divide the family. You go around claiming your family is starting anew. Is that truly the case? Did you build your house by yourself? Did your father-in-law not provide you with funds? With your fourth and fifth sons unmarried, yet you expect us to handle everything. You are nothing but a heartless schemer. I won't leave without delivering a proper beating to you, as I cannot bear the pent-up frustrations of all these years. As Granny Zhou lunged at Aunt Zhou, the latter was quick to respond, not letting her words falter. Why should I not divide the family? Dallin has been studying diligently, and your father-in-law has always said the good land is reserved for your family. The entire household has toiled for your benefit, while we labor tirelessly for a whole year without a single coin to our name. Why should I be responsible for the marriages of your fourth and fifth sons when all the good land has gone to your family? On another front, Yang Xi's mother pointed at the village chief's wife. Tang Posey, I challenge you to a duel. Years ago, you snubbed my son Si, leading him to enlist, and he barely returned without a family of his own. Today, I shall strike you. Tang Posey, hands on her hips, spat defiantly. Yang Posey, you dare speak? Did I ever look down on your son? You spread the rumor that I would never consider your daughter. Had your husband not been the village chief, you would not have even glanced at her. The chaos continued as Huang Keizi's wife pulled the hair of Niu Shizi's wife, declaring, Today, I shall beat you. Years ago, I begged you for a loan, and you refused, insisting I abandon my father. I shall never forget that, especially since you are my own cousin. As the women fought, they aired out old grievances amidst the brawl. Meanwhile, the younger women and girls were equally engrossed in the commotion. To everyone's surprise, Meng Kaiping confronted Qiu Lan, elder sister. I've longed to thrash you. You treat me like a fool, but today, we shall settle this. Even the usually quiet Chen Xiaoqiao seized Zhou Qiaoyun, launching an unprovoked attack, growing increasingly fierce until she pinned Zhou Qiaoyun down, exclaiming, See, I can defeat you. From now on, cease your sneaky pinches. If you dare to strike my daughter again, I will challenge you once more. The men were not much better off, with their own quarrels brewing. Zhou Suado and Zhou Luji exchanged blows, with Zhou Suado declaring, Old man, I've longed to hit you. When I visited your home with my youngest son, your new son-in-law didn't even offer him a piece of candy. You have no respect for me. Zhou Luji countered, I've wanted to strike you as well. You spread the word about my 6 toes, didn't you? Everyone calls me Zhou Luji because of you. Yang Shitu and Shou Qiang also squared off. Let's fight, Zhou Qiang. I was the first to apprentice, only for your family to bribe the master and take him away for jobs elsewhere. I was nearly suffocated by my frustration. Zhou Sanlang observed the chaotic scene with bewilderment, unable to comprehend what purpose this training served. As he watched the villagers tear at each other, he noted that no one seemed idle. To his astonishment, Dabao, or Bao, and Sambao had not only dealt with the children from their eldest brother's family, but also took on the village children one by one. Sambao, hands on her hips, declared, "You all bullied us and called us fools. Today, we shall beat you, and those past grievances will be resolved. If you dare to call me or my brothers fools again, we will retaliate." As the scene unfolded, Lin Yike focused solely on evading Zhou Yinlong's blows, oblivious to the surrounding commotion. After inspecting her bruises, she looked up at the villagers and was utterly bewildered. What on earth had happened? Men and women of all ages bore disheveled appearances, with women sporting visible scratches and men with torn clothing and bruised faces. What was Zhou Yinlang trying to achieve by reducing them to this state? After half an hour of chaotic training, everyone rushed to prepare meals or hurried to the river for personal tasks. The clang of Yangtze's gong signaled the villagers, who were uncertain of their next actions, scrambling toward the assembly point. "We set off in half an hour." I said half an hour, and I mean it. Anyone who cannot prepare in time or fails to keep up need not explain. That is your own concern. Overcome your difficulties without seeking me out. This morning's training is merely the beginning. We will depart promptly at dawn every day. If you feel you cannot keep up, you may leave on your own or form your own groups. Those wishing to accompany us must comply with the rules. Yang Xi's stern voice resonated through the crowd, leaving no room for contradiction, which instead galvanized the villagers into a flurry of activity. Despite their earlier exhaustion from the brawl, the villagers were now filled with renewed vigor, packing their belongings with alacrity, and the men rushed to fetch water. Lin Yike, observing this transformation, felt bewildered. The pain from her injuries throbbed with each movement, and she harbored a desire to secretly slip laxatives into Zhou Yinlong's meals. Before Yangtze's gong could ring out, the villagers had already prepared themselves, forming a long line. Lin Yike, wishing to avoid Zhou Yinlang, had Dabao sit beside him while she slipped into the makeshift ox cart. As they crossed the wooden bridge, Ma Kuei brought over a horse-drawn cart. "Zhou urged, how about this cart? My old horse's nephew and niece cannot ride in an ox cart. This is the vehicle I set aside yesterday, and I procured this horse overnight. The two have signed a contract with me, binding them to serve you." Zhou Yinlang, seated at the front of the ox cart, was quite astonished by Ma Kuei's unexpected generosity. He had not anticipated receiving two servants. "Leave the cart. But the people can go," he remarked. The two young men, around 17 or 18, knelt hurriedly, pleading, "Sir, please take us. We will not burden you. Just a bun a day will suffice." Ma Kuei waved his hand and frowned at the two young men on the ground. "These two have traveled with me and demonstrated their skills. Let them assist you with the cart. It gives them a chance at life." Zhou Yinlang, with no other option, accepted Ma Kuei's goodwill. "All right, thank you. Why thank me? You two get moving." Ma Kuei gestured, giving one of the young men a kick. They quickly scrambled to their feet, and the taller one took the whip from Zhou Yinlong's hands, adeptly climbing to the driver's seat. "Sister-in-law, take the children in the cart." Ma Kuei smiled at Lin Yike, who nodded and helped the three children into the cart. Ma Kuei turned back to Zhou Yinlang and clasped his fists in gratitude. "Zhou urged, thanks to your guidance and protection, I survived. Currently, I have this business to manage, and I cannot accompany you. I know this venture won't last long, but my brothers have only recently joined me, and they all depend on me. I plan to keep this going for as long as possible, and when it comes to an end, whoever wishes to follow me, I will take them to you." Zhou Yinlang glanced back at the row of men on the bridge, each offering him a fist salute. "Take care." Zhou Yinlang cupped his fists in farewell, urging them to take care. He then turned to pat Ma Kuei on the shoulder, repeating his well wishes and expressing hopes for a future reunion. Afterward, Zhou Yinlang boarded the cart. Today, the pace of their journey quickened, perhaps due to Yang Xi's words or the fact that the villagers carrying willow baskets had nearly vanished. Indeed, every household now possessed a cart, and even those few who still carried willow baskets bore only light luggage. The carts retrieved by the escort team yesterday afternoon were insufficient for everyone, prompting Ma Kuei to generously allocate over a dozen carts to the villagers. Though Yangtze initially intended to refuse, Ma Kuei insisted, stating that his intention was not to aid the villagers, but rather to prevent them from hindering the progress of Shou Er and the others. "Rest assured, my brother, a dozen carts are nothing to me. I can easily find more any day." As they set off once more, the villagers, upon seeing the refugees by the roadside, shed their previous unease and trepidation. When confronted again by the beseeching refugees, they learned to turn a blind eye. Familiarity breeds numbness. They understood the suffering of others and felt pity. Yet who among them did not have families to feed? "We know your plight. We understand your pain," they thought. "But your family has lost a man, and your children are on the brink of death, begging for food. You claim your mother is starving, pleading for sustenance. It's not that we are unwilling to help, But we do not know how long our provisions will last either. If we give you food, we too will find ourselves in your position tomorrow, begging on our knees. So, please, do not ask us for food." Leading the group today were Yang Si, Zhou Meng, and Hu Yunlai, who were no longer merely supporting Zhou Sanlang as they had in previous days. Today, they asserted themselves. "The ox carts have picked up speed. You all need to keep up. If you can't go fast, then run." Lin Yike had barely settled in when Zhou Yinlong's cold voice echoed through the cart. Just as she prepared to voice her frustration, the young driver halted the cart, prompting De Bao and Air Bao to obediently disembark. Lin Yike, holding San Bao, intended to call the older boys back, but San Bao swiftly slipped from her grasp, hurriedly climbing down the cart. She reached out to catch her, but the little girl was already on the ground, leaving Lin Yike staring at her outstretched hand in confusion. Why were the three children so compliant with Zhou Yinlang? They had only known him for a few days. What had he done to them? "Are you not getting down?" Zhou Yinlong's icy tone once again permeated the cart, his irresistible presence sending a shiver down Lin Yike's spine. Chapter 83. Hurry and run. Threatened by Zhou Yinlong's imposing demeanor, Lin Yike swiftly descended from the cart. She was reluctant to admit to herself that she had been frightened, much less that she recalled the legends of the King of Hell from later times. The sight of Zhou Yinlang gripping a tree branch, veins standing out and his skin marred by angry red welts, compelled her to remind herself that those who recognized the situation were the wise. Unprepared, the women at the back of the group began to jog. Upon seeing them, Yang Si clanged a gong, signaling the message down the line to quicken their pace. "Everyone off the carts and start running. At least run for an hour. The young and the old, arrange for yourselves to ride the carts." As Yang Si's command echoed, the escort team members began relaying the message, ensuring that children under 5 were also placed onto the carts. Lin Yike thought the people had truly lost their minds. Those carrying goods, balancing baskets, and hauling carts began to sprint. The surrounding refugees were bewildered by this sudden frenzy, especially those kneeling in prayer. They would bow their heads, only to find that the group had vanished upon looking up, their cries and pleas caught in their throats. More refugees, their bodies weak with hunger, stumbled and followed suit, running with unsteady steps. Those unable to keep up gritted their teeth, questioning familiar faces among the crowd. "What is going on? Is the King of Qin attacking? Perhaps. Did you not see those with carts and provisions? They abandoned their carts to run. Stop asking and just run." The urgency of this phrase spread like wildfire among the refugees, compelling those who had been kneeling to scramble to their feet and chase after the Zhou family's group. On the road, clusters of refugees surged forward. Some hastily lifted elderly relatives onto their backs, desperately running, while others clutched their children, rolling and scrambling to keep up with the crowd. There were even those frail elders, supporting one another as they managed to cover a considerable distance. In essence, upon sighting the Zhou family's group, every refugee exerted themselves to run, even spreading rumors in their haste. The tales grew increasingly exaggerated, culminating in a singular conclusion: hurry and run. The villagers from Zhou family village remained oblivious to the fact that their actions had incited the refugees behind them to also take flight. When they found themselves breathless and drenched in sweat, they suddenly realized the surrounding refugees were all in motion. When had the cries and prayers ceased? Could it be that the King of Qin was indeed attacking? Were the officials conscripting laborers? No, they could not afford to be captured. They ran, urging one another to increase their speed. Zhou Sanlang was at a loss as the villagers became animated. In the morning drills, those who usually appeared amicable could easily come to blows over trivial matters, with some even brawling over words spoken years prior. The women, too, held grudges over the most insignificant details. Yet now, when Yang Si commanded them to run for an hour, they did not complain of exhaustion or hardship. They sprinted forward, especially the older women carrying baskets who ran with remarkable joy. Zhou Sanlang found himself questioning his own leadership. Had he truly been so ineffective? After days of arduous travel, he had heard complaints of sore feet and fatigue. Yet now, everyone was running fervently, covering more distance in an hour than they had in an entire morning. Damn it! If I had known they enjoyed running so much, I would have let them sprint long ago. Zhou Sanlang sat atop the ox cart driven by Zhou Er's-han, darkly observing a spot by the roadside. That had been the planned rest area, but given the villagers' exuberance, he decided against interrupting them. If the breathless villagers were to discover his thoughts, many would seek him out for a fight come morning. "We're exhausted. Do we want to run?" "It's not that we want to. We thought the King of Qin was coming." No, we didn't think the King of Qin was coming. We thought they were conscripting laborers. We left home precisely to avoid being conscripted. We've been on the road for days now, and now we're being conscripted? Is this not unjust? How can we not run? Even if we die of exhaustion, we must run. Lin Yike had no time to ponder why the villagers and refugees were running. Running for an hour nearly took her life. She longed to board the cart. But Zhou Yanlang, the scoundrel, had forced the young driver down and taken the reins himself, insisting that she and the children run ahead. A single whip would be their punishment for lagging behind. After enduring that grueling hour, Zhou Yanlang finally brought the horse to a stop. Lin Yike, seething with anger, gathered her 3 children onto the cart. If looks could kill, Zhou Yanlang would have been dismembered by her gaze. The moment the 4 of them boarded, they wasted no time and collectively entered the space, not uttering a word to Zhou Yanlang. Inside the space, 4 bathing tubs were neatly arranged. The women, donning only their undergarments, jumped into the tubs. Thankfully, they had secretly boiled plenty of hot water over the past few days to fill the space. After bathing the children in warm water, Lin Yike collapsed onto the large bed in the space with her 3 children, utterly exhausted. Moreover, she truly did not wish to lay eyes on Zhou Yanlang, whose skin bore angry red welts from the branches, igniting her resentment. If she could, she truly wished to part ways with Zhou Yanlang. Alas, she must endure. She would settle the score with him once they reached the family's residence. Inside the space, Lin Yike and her 3 children slept soundly, while outside, the villagers were far less comfortable. The clanging of a gong echoed, signaling that Yang Si was about to speak again. All those driving the carts disembarked to switch with the pullers. There was a gap, and the guard team took over. The villagers and guards relayed Yang Si's orders one by one, prompting the drivers to alight and replace the pullers nearby. Those without livestock carts saw their handcarts taken over by the guards. The procession continued to march briskly. There was no choice but to keep moving. Did they not see the throngs of refugees running about? Upon learning of the villagers' peculiar thoughts, Zhou Yanlang remained silent and did not expose them. He and Yang Si shared an unspoken understanding, feeling that this arrangement was quite satisfactory. As the refugees fled, so did the villagers, sparing themselves much trouble. Who knew if they would encounter clusters of refugees along the way? It was better to avoid any conflicts if possible. Moreover, they could hardly bear the heart-wrenching cries of those refugees, their words soaked in tears. After hearing such lamentations repeatedly, one becomes desensitized. In these chaotic times, tragedies were nearly identical. Listening too long, one's heart hardened, and there was a genuine fear that they might all turn into stone-hearted individuals. It was indeed better to keep running, each on their own path, allowing everyone to mind their own business, without hearing the refugees' pleas for help, nor the refugees needing to kneel in supplication. Chapter 84. Sioux Family Village. Yang Si was surprised by the villagers' remarkable speed. After another change of team, they had bypassed Chinshan County and arrived at Sioux Family Village. The gong's sound indicated a halt for rest. Once the procession stopped, the villagers engaged in no idle chatter. Those with provisions ate, while those without took a sip of water first. Suddenly, nearly 1,000 people appeared outside Sioux Family Village, frightening its inhabitants. At the village entrance, over 100 farmers, tools in hand, stared anxiously at the newcomers. Zhou Yanlang, village chief Tang, and Niu Shizi approached to explain. Upon seeing the trio approach, Sioux Family Village's chief mustered his courage to step forward. "You must leave quickly. There is nothing left to take in our village." If you... Understanding the misunderstanding, village chief Tang hastily waved his hand to interrupt Sioux village chief, his expression earnest. "Brother, we are not refugees and shall not disturb you. We are merely weary travelers seeking a moment's respite on your land. I am the village chief, and these are all villagers from my community. Rest assured, we will leave after a brief pause." Sioux village chief looked up, carefully observing the villagers of Zhou Family Village. Each household had carts, every family had provisions, and livestock was plentiful. Apart from the elderly and children, the rest were drenched in sweat, gasping for breath as they collapsed onto the ground. He sighed with relief. Yet his mind was troubled. Where was this village from? How could they be so affluent? Every household had carts, and every family had food. Yet they were all fleeing en masse. What were they to do? If they were robbed by refugees 2 more times, few families would manage to keep their pots boiling. They would be left without supplies for their escape. As Sioux village chief pondered this, he did not remain idle. He took a few steps forward to inquire of village chief Tang. "Brother, are they all villagers from your community? Where have you come from? And where do you intend to go? Are you all fleeing together?" Village chief Tang also stepped forward, coming directly before Sioux village chief. "Brother, to be honest, these are all villagers from my community, some of whom are relatives who have sought refuge with us. We hail from Lianhua County, heading to Liangwang Fan. What else can we do? We are not merely relocating. We are escaping. Every household must send out 2 able-bodied men. And we have heard many more refugees are heading our way. What else could we do but flee? Upon mentioning the refugees, Sioux village chief felt a kinship. Grasping village chief Tang's hand with a face full of sorrow. Brother, you say the refugees have not yet reached you, and yet you are already fleeing? Alas, we are being ravaged by those refugees. They have ruined our crops, and we do not know what to do. There are many families in our village already running out of provisions, and those refugees loiter at our village entrance every few days. It is driving me to despair. Hearing that their crops had been ruined, village chief Tang felt a pang of sympathy and patted Sioux village chief's shoulder, exhaling deeply. Brother, you must leave quickly. The number of refugees will only increase. We are already conscripting able-bodied men back home. If you are not conscripting, then surely you cannot escape conscription after the autumn harvest. The government will demand grain. What will you do? Village chief Tang's words widened Sioux village chief's eyes, causing those villagers behind him to gasp in shock. Many in the village were already going hungry. After the autumn harvest, how would they pay the government's grain tax? Would they have to sell their children? Zhou Sanlang was at a loss for words with village chief Tang. What had they come here for? He had intended to inquire about news, yet now, village chief Tang was advising everyone to flee. Where was he leading them to? However, Sioux village chief perceived it differently. This was an experienced refugee, surely wise. And everyone was watching. A village that could manage to bring out all its inhabitants to flee was undoubtedly clever, deserving of a good conversation. Brother, let us go home. We should have a proper talk. Without further ado, Sioux village chief pulled village chief Tang toward the village, instructing the men as they walked. Day. Go ask if anyone is in need of water. Take them to our village's old well for water. Su Day and the other villagers headed towards the Zhou family villagers sitting on the ground. He understood the deeper meaning behind the village chief's words. They needed to gather more information. Why were they heading to Liangwang Fan? If it were not for the attack on Linshan Prefecture, they would not have brought them along. After passing through Qinshan County, they would reach Pingwang Prefecture, where there were dangers of bandits everywhere. The reputation of both Qinshan County and Pingwang Prefecture was already tarnished. After a brief exchange, the villagers shared a wealth of information. Zhou Sanlang felt satisfied as he departed with village chief Tang and Niu Shizi from Sioux village chief's home. However, perhaps only Zhou Sanlang felt satisfaction. Sioux village chief was troubled. What was to be done about their village? With no carts or provisions, how could they escape? Where could they flee to? To Liangwang Fan. If they did not flee, how would they handle the grain requisition after the autumn harvest? The court would surely conscript soldiers, wouldn't it? It had to be. As the younger generation had said, more refugees were coming from behind. If they did not flee, how could they avoid conscription? The number of refugees would only increase. They were as desperate as to resort to cannibalism. If they waited too long, they might not even be able to protect the little they had left. Alas, with wolves in front and tigers behind, where was there a way out? Upon learning of the news, Su Day and the villagers of Su family village were even more panicked, their faces etched with despair and their eyes bloodshot. The refugees had ravaged their fields, and now their food supplies were dwindling. They had resorted to consuming their winter stock of vegetables, barely managing to scrape by with 1 or 2 meals a day. To flee or not to flee? If they did not escape before the autumn harvest requisition, 2 more waves of refugees would leave them unable to survive. Zhou Yanlang was also troubled. Lin Yike had taken the 3 children into the mustard seed space and had not emerged, preventing him from daring to stop. Yet where could he drive the cart? All around were refugees. Even if he had the means for self-preservation, what if that woman suddenly brought the children out? After wandering for a while, Zhou Yanlang had no choice but to scowl and park the cart outside the procession, forbidding anyone from approaching the horse cart. What was Lin Yike doing inside the space? She had finally found the travel gas canister and set up a small kitchen. The supplies in the space supermarket would be depleted once consumed, and she needed to prepare buns and steamed bread for the future. All the game she had secretly stored in the space must be cooked. Alas, Lin Yike was starting to worry. Though the supermarket was vast, food would run out eventually. What was to be done then? Grain could be dealt with later. She could purchase several acres of good land to cultivate. But what about ice cream, snacks, drinks, pastries, and fruits? What would happen once they were all gone? Chapter 85. The tiger returns to the team. Additional update. When Lin Yike emerged from the space with her 3 children, the procession was nearing Zhuyuan village. Zhou Yanlang, upon hearing that Lin Yike and the children had come out, called over Wang Tian, who had been sent to drive the ox cart, to take charge of the horse cart. McKay presented 2 young men to Zhou Yanlang. One was named Wang Tian and the other Wang Mil. They were cousins, hailing from a family that operated a security agency in Linshan Prefecture. When Prince Chen launched an assault on Linshan, the 2 brothers, along with a group of their fellow disciples, managed to flee. In their haste, they carried away only a meager supply of food, although they took with them a considerable amount of valuables. Unfortunately, their escape route was misguided, rendering those valuables virtually useless, as they could not procure enough food in exchange. Most tragically, they had escaped with only the younger generation, the descendants whom their elders had fiercely protected. Along the way, they lost a portion of their belongings, and the majority was seized from them. McKay was able to purchase them not because of their skills, for in this era, who would casually buy a person? He had long coveted their elder brother, Ding Kun, who had consistently refused to join McKay's gang solely due to the presence of Wang Tian and Wang Mu. Ding Kun was capable of thievery and robbery on his own, but would not allow his two younger brothers to tread a path of no return. Before dawn, McKay located Wang Tian and Wang Mu, inquiring whether they would like to accompany a nobleman. Without a moment's hesitation, they agreed. They believed that their elder brother would certainly thrive. Freed from the burden they posed, he would be able to survive wherever he went. They did not wish to continue being a hindrance to him, who risked his life daily to support them by escorting wealthy individuals across treacherous terrain. Fearing that one day he might not return, Zhou Yanlang sat beside Lin Yike with a stern expression, causing the three children to shrink back in silence. Lin Yike furrowed her brow, displeased by the fearful demeanor of her own children. They were her flesh and blood, raised by her. How could Zhou Yanlang instill such fear in them? She thought to herself, if my children continue to regard you with such trepidation, we shall have to part ways. Zhou Yanlang glanced at the children. Had he truly been unkind to them? In both past and present, he had devoted all his patience to these three. What was the matter? Were their expressions not indicative of guilt? Did they forget their father simply because of the enticing offerings and the space he provided? Debao, do you fear me? He asked. Debao quickly shook his head, while Bao and Sanbao, without waiting for Zhou Yanlang to inquire further, also vigorously denied it. Zhou Yanlang, with utmost seriousness, addressed the three. Your mother claims that you fear me and are planning to run away, never to see your father again. You ought to clarify this with her. Sanbao rushed into Zhou Yanlang's embrace, her voice tinged with childlike innocence as she said, Father, you must take good care of Mother. I don't want to be without you. Are you hungry? Mother made many delicious dishes, and I forgot to bring you some. Shall I go get them for you? As she spoke, she entered the space and returned with her favorite soup dumplings and braised chicken legs. Debao and Bao each grabbed hold of one of Lin Yike's hands, shaking them eagerly. Mother, please don't run away with us. We love Father. He takes us hunting and teaches us to ride. He promised to teach us martial arts. Lin Yike felt increasingly exasperated. Her warm clothing felt inadequate against the chill. Why was it that after only a few days of knowing their father, the children seemed to dismiss her? Zhou Yanlang accepted the dumplings and chicken legs from Sanbao, a smug smile crossing his face as he glanced at Lin Yike. Internally, he reveled in his triumph, thinking, foolish woman, thinking she could whisk the children away. Did she believe she could take them for a lifetime? Yet, this woman had indeed managed to evade him for years, fleeing abroad, and now she had returned with the children to ancient times. Had she not collided with him? He mused, he would have searched tirelessly to find her. Lin Yike glared at Zhou Yanlang, feeling the weight of his arrogance. Choose between your father and me, she challenged. Children never choose, they desire both. The burden of choice always fell upon adults. The three children gazed at Lin Yike with longing, and Zhou Yanlang, chewing on a dumpling, felt his own ire rise. Lin Yike, don't go too far. Realizing her misstep, Lin Yike felt the weight of her words. She had intended to provoke, but was met with the hurt in her children's eyes, leaving her speechless. Mother, I want you and I want Father, Sanbao said softly, her voice quivering with emotion. Father promised to teach me martial arts. We don't want to leave him behind. Debao clung to Lin Yike, tears welling in his eyes, which broke her heart. Weavy, never had a father. I long to have one. Bao wrapped his arms around Lin Yike's neck, his small face pressed against hers, tears rolling down as they slipped past her cheeks. She thought to explain that this man was not truly their father, that he was still on another planet. Yet before she could voice this, Zhou Yanlang, as if anticipating her words, shot her a fierce glare. Your mother, who could not defeat your father in a contest this morning, is merely trying to scare me. Enough of the tears. Sit up straight. The children's expressions shifted, and laughter bubbled forth. Lin Yike, unwilling to harm her children, yet feeling stifled, turned her gaze toward the window. By 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the convoy had arrived at Zhuyuan village, a pace that even Zhou Sanlang had not anticipated, nor had Yangtze. The front of the convoy had already come to a halt, and upon seeing Yangtze and his group, Zhao Yijuan, Li Ergu, and Sun Erqian rushed over. Why have you just arrived? We've been waiting for 3 days. Where's Urch? Where's he? Sun Erqian shouted as he walked, his voice booming and echoing far, eliciting mixed emotions from the villagers. Indeed, the village chief was right. Zhou Erlang has made arrangements with others and never intended to bring us along. Goodness. These people must be with Erlang. They all look rather intimidating. Traveling with such company could frighten away the refugees. They suspected that Erlang and his fellows had merely grown weary of their company. Zhao Yijuan approached Yangxi, scanning the area before inquiring, "Where's Urge?" Yangxi dismounted his horse, nodding at over a dozen brothers before asking, "Have you been here long? Is the boat ready? Will we cross the river tonight?" "Everything is nearly prepared, but we didn't expect you to bring so many people. We may need to devise a plan," Zhao Yijuan replied, surveying the villagers and observing their expressions. Li Ergu, feeling impatient, spoke up, "We didn't anticipate this many people. We only brought our own family. My sisters-in-law wanted to take their relatives with them, but I refused. Who would have thought you'd bring an entire village along? How could we possibly prepare enough boats? You know this isn't a small stream. The river is 5 miles wide. Is there no other solution? Now that we are here, we must cross the river. If necessary, we can make multiple trips," Zhou Ming chimed in, addressing Li Ergu. As the village chief and Niu Shizi exchanged glances, they both felt a sense of urgency. It was clear that Erlang had made arrangements, and they had never intended to carry everyone along. Fortunately, no one hesitated. When Sanlang declared it was time to depart, everyone hurriedly followed suit. Those who lingered would find no solace in their tears now. It was easy to say, but with so many people, how could they? Enough of that. Let us meet Brother Zhou first. Zhao Yijuan promptly interrupted Li Ergu, striding towards the rear of the group. He had many thoughts swirling in his mind. He doubted Brother Zhou would willingly include the entire village. A man capable of venturing alone would hardly take on an extra burden. Since the entire village had come along, there must be compelling reasons behind it. The next steps or Brother Zhou's intentions could only be clarified by asking him. Li Ergu's incessant chatter was rather exasperating. If Brother Zhou caught wind of his impatience, he would surely be dismissed. Zhao Yijuan couldn't fathom what Li Ergu was thinking. No matter how troubled he was by personal matters, it was unwise to let such emotions surface. If he couldn't rein in his temper, Brother Zhou would inevitably cast him aside. As the cart came to a halt, Lin Yike's ire had yet to dissipate when unfamiliar faces appeared at the window. One head leaned in, and Lin Yike found herself locked in a gaze with Zhu Wu, both momentarily stunned. "You must be my sister-in-law, yes?" Zhu Wu stammered, suddenly realizing, and quickly greeted Lin Yike. She nodded vacantly, unsure how to respond. She wanted to clarify that she wasn't but with Zhou Yanwang currently residing with her and refusing to return to the Zhou family, she felt constrained in this ancient setting where she could say little. It was best to remain taciturn and wait until she could secure a permanent residence, at which point she would promptly file for a divorce and obtain her household registration. Hearing Zhao Wu and the others speak, Zhou Yanlang dismounted the cart. "Brother Zhou." More than a dozen men clasped their fists in salute. Zhou Yanlang nodded in acknowledgement. "I didn't expect you to bring so many people. We might not have enough boats." Zhao Yijuan approached Zhou Yanlang, slightly embarrassed. "Take me to the river to have a look," Zhou Yanlang said, tapping on the cart window. "Get down. I'll take you to the river." Lin Yike was perplexed about why they needed to check the river and drag her and the children along. Did Zhou Yanwang think she had a grand vessel hidden in her space? The group of over 10 people made their way to the riverbank, with village chief Tang and Niu Shizi trailing closely behind, knowing full well that the village elders would manage themselves. They were not foolish. It was evident that this group was not pleased with the villagers' arrival. They needed to stick closely to Yanlang and prevent this group from inciting discord that would lead to their abandonment. After surveying the river, Zhou Yanlang turned his gaze to Lin Yike. "What do you think?" The 10 or so men looked at Zhou Yanlang in confusion, unable to comprehend why he would seek the opinion of a mere woman. Lin Yike wanted to retort that she could only see with her eyes. The river was wide, and she had no knowledge of how many boats there were or what they looked like. "Where are the boats? Why haven't I seen a single one here?" Zhao Yijuan quickly pointed downstream. "You were just walking this way. I didn't mention it, but the boats are over there. Do you want to go take a look?" The villagers say that it's the narrowest spot, and the current is relatively calmer there. Let us go check it out. At the stopping point, there were over 20 wooden boats and more than 30 bamboo rafts. The wooden boats were not large, with some compartments barely accommodating people, making it difficult to transport livestock. Upon seeing the boats docked by the river, Yangxi and the others finally understood why Li Ergu had been so irritable. Village Chief Tang and Niu Shizi remained notably silent. "What do you think, Brother Zhou?" Li Ergu squatted down, overwhelmed by the multitude of personal troubles weighing on him. He felt increasingly restless. "Is there no other village with boats besides Zhuyuan village? How long have you been here?" Zhou Yanlang was quite displeased with their lack of initiative. It was absurd to claim there were too many people, yet only a handful of rickety boats capable of transporting livestock. Don't they think at all? There's a village called Shursinjia nearby, with several large boats. But Zhao Yijun trailed off, noticing Zhou Yanlang's disapproving glance. Reluctantly, he continued, Zhuyuan village has a large boat as well, said to accommodate over 100 people, but it's been sealed off in the ancestral tomb. That's the reason for the existence of Shursinjia. As the name suggests, Shursinjia consists of just 13 households, each headed by a brother of the same grandfather. The large boat in Zhuyuan village was built by their ancestor, the boat elder, and was initially borrowed by the clan, but gradually became clan property. Unfortunately, over time, the descendants of the boat elder were sidelined, and they could no longer command the vessel. Eventually, the elder's eldest grandson, unable to bear this injustice, attempted to destroy the boat, even considering severing ties with the clan. In the end, the boat remained intact, and the elder's descendants were not expelled. But Zhuyuan village could no longer use it, as it was sealed within the ancestral tomb. The elder's grandsons chose not to reside in Zhuyuan village any longer and moved to a hillside instead. After settling in Shursinjia, the boat elder's craftsmanship was lost to them, and they sold their boats elsewhere, refusing to sell to Zhuyuan village. Additionally, Shursinjia had a ferry, and those wishing to cross the river would go there, but the waters were treacherous, making crossing perilous. Currently, affluent refugees were fleeing via that route, often employing guards to escort them across to Xiakou. Chapter 87. Shursinjia. Zhou Yanlang gazed intently at the river's surface before slowly speaking. Elaborate on why you chose not to utilize Shursinjia. Li Yike stood, turning to face Zhou Yanlang, his previous impatience replaced by a solemn demeanor. Brother, I was the one who suggested we avoid the Shursinjia ferry. In the past, the wealthy would hire escort teams, ensuring a fair exchange. However, that is no longer the case. Now, the wealthy hire refugees, offering little compensation and treating them poorly. The Shursinjia ferry is situated in a turbulent section of the river, where capsizing is common. In the middle of the river, if the boat wobbles, the wealthy youths may unceremoniously toss the hired refugees overboard. A refugee uprising is only a matter of time. The leaders of Shursinjia are aware of this issue. They are willing to provide as many boats as we need, but they have two conditions. First, we must negotiate with Zhuyuan village ourselves. Second, they require that the 13 households accompany us on our journey. Upon hearing Li Yike's words, Lin Yike thought to herself, what a bunch of foolish individuals. Believing they have leverage, a long-winded explanation for merely two trivial conditions has them all distressed, as if the sky is falling. Zhou Yanlang shot a glance at Lin Yike before addressing Li Yike and Zhao Yijun. You both go and summon the heads of Shursinjia and Zhuyuan village. Li Yike hesitated for a moment, but ultimately gritted his teeth and walked towards Shursinjia. Soon after, the village chief of Zhuyuan village and the head of the boat clan arrived at the riverbank. When they arrived, Lin Yike was still in a daze, fishing by the shore with her 3 children. Zhou Yanlang nodded at them and instructed Zhou Meng to call Lin Yike over. When Zhou Meng beckoned her, Lin Yike was still bewildered. What do you want me for? Are you not going to negotiate with them? Who do you expect will do it if not you? Zhou Yanlang's imperious demeanor left Lin Yike grinding her teeth in frustration. Oh, this man is so accustomed to issuing orders. Does he think I am simply his employee or subordinate? In the future, it appears that I only worked for a single day at his company. How frustrating it is to have labored in vain. During Lin Yike's moments of contemplation, 3 young men arrived from the 13 families village. Upon sighting the boat clan leader, a flicker of anger ignited in their eyes, and their fists clenched tightly. The clan leader regarded them with a chilling gaze, a sneer curling at the corners of his mouth. Lin Yike cast a glance at the clan leader, noting his advanced age yet devoid of any elder's benevolence. Internally, she couldn't help but scoff. This clan leader hardly seems virtuous. It is no wonder that he could drive people to willingly relocate, severing ties with their clan. It is important to recognize that in this era, the power of clans is formidable, often rendering the intervention of government offices unnecessary. Elder brother, this is the boat captain. The first mate, the second mate, and the third mate, Li Yike, who arrived later than the boatman brothers, hurriedly introduced. Brothers of the boat, this is our brother Zhou. Zhou Yanlang clasped his fists in greeting towards the boatman brothers, then pointed at Lin Yike, saying, this is the mother of my child. She will resolve your matters. Lin Yike politely nodded, a composed smile gracing her face, yet her thoughts churned. Damn it. Is this yet another attempt to make me work for free? I've provided for you, and now you wish to enslave me. If I were to transmigrate to a peaceful era, even as the daughter of nobility, I would have long since sent you packing. The boatman brothers, momentarily stunned, greeted Lin Yike with a hearty sister-in-law. The term made Lin Yike's thoughts wander. Sister-in-law? A dark sister-in-law? How absurd that the song crossed my mind. Surely I am not that dark. Well, not dark, just too thin and sallow, indeed, resembling a worn-out woman. While her mind raced with thoughts, Lin Yike maintained a decorous smile, resigned to the fact that she could not escape the obligation of laboring for free. Brothers of the boat, I have heard you wish to leave with us? The captain of the boat, momentarily dazed, nodded quickly, perplexed as to why this woman would be discussing matters with them, feeling somewhat disrespected. The clan leader's expression darkened as he observed Lin Yike and the boatman brothers, a mocking smirk playing on his lips. Lin Yike scanned the expressions of those present and, smiling, addressed the captain. We have agreed to your requests. How many boats can you mobilize? The captain, feeling a surge of excitement, glanced at Zhou Yinlong's expression before ultimately fixing his gaze on the clan leader. Have you decided to cross the river from here? Our 13 families each own boats, and we can also assist in mobilizing at least 30 additional vessels. Lin Yike nodded. Calculating in her mind that even that would not suffice, she began to contemplate the idea of a larger vessel. Initially, she had no desire to engage with the clan leader, yet reality demanded confrontation. Crossing from here is feasible. Please mobilize as many boats as possible. We have over 1,000 individuals to transport, along with livestock and belongings. The vessels are still insufficient. As Lin Yike conversed with the captain, the clan leader incessantly coughed. Lin Yike intended to discuss the matter of the larger vessel with him, but growing irritated, she bypassed the clan leader and turned to the village leader. Village leader, is it acceptable for us to cross the river from here? The village leader glanced at the clan leader, hesitating briefly before reluctantly complying with the clan leader's silent directive. This may not be possible. Lin Yike was not surprised and shot a cold glance at the clan leader. Oh, I wonder if the village leader has considered whether the refugees are aware of the ship you have blocked in the ancestral graveyard? Do you think that the 13 families ferry will continue capsizing without them thinking of Bamboo Garden Village? Village leader, one must think carefully before taking action, especially in these unsettled times. The village leader, taken aback by Lin Yike's threatening tone, felt his face flush crimson. The clan leader, brandishing his cane, jabbed it forcefully into the ground. What a vicious woman. Speaking nonsense as if our village has perished. Lin Yike met the clan leader's gaze with a cold smile. How am I being vicious? The truth may be unpleasant, yet have you truly not considered it? You merely fear confronting the reality. Do not presume too much, nor rely on luck. Our ground is not pure. If you wish for a win-win situation, let us converse amicably. If you continue with such presumptions, there is no need for further discussion. The boatman brothers, witnessing the clan leader and village leader's anger, felt a rush of satisfaction. Hearing Lin Yike's words, the tension within the village leader dissipated. As the number of refugees swelled, they had begun to plague their village. He found it difficult to deny Lin Yike's assertions. After all, hadn't they been worried that the refugees would target Bamboo Garden Village for passage? The bamboo rafts had already been seized once by refugees. It was only a matter of time before they sought after the large ship in the ancestral graveyard. The village leader ignored the clan leader's expression, his thoughts resonating with Lin Yike's notion of a win-win situation. Pray tell, how do we achieve a win-win? Lin Yike directed her gaze toward the clan leader, then earnestly addressed the village leader. Can you make decisions? Regardless of your authority, allow me to be direct. I have no time for games. Is it laborious to transport the large ship from your ancestral graveyard to here? If not, ferry us across, and your village shall compensate the boatman brothers with 50 pounds of coarse grain and 13 head of livestock. The large ship and their vessels shall be at your village's disposal. What audacity! A mere woman daring to dictate the affairs of another clan. Fetch your clan leader. Such a woman deserves to be cast into the depths. The clan leader raised his quivering cane, nearly striking Lin Yike. With age comes confusion. Do not hide behind your years, village leader. If you are unwilling to negotiate, take your clan leader away. If he wishes not to listen, I have no desire to speak further. The terms I just proposed are a boon for anyone willing to engage. The boatman brothers swore silently, recognizing that they had finally vented their frustration. Indeed, with him as clan leader, they are destined for ruin. No, I can make decisions. Speak, I implore you. Our ancestral graveyard lies at the river bend. It is quite easy to send that ship downriver. Truly, uncle, please refrain from interrupting. The village leader, having contemplated a few ideas, was caught off guard by the clan leader's outburst, his words becoming jumbled. Can you truly make decisions? Zhou Yinlang questioned, his displeasure evident. The presence of a larger ship had become inconsequential to him, feeling that the clan leader was utterly oblivious. Yes, I can, the village leader assured, no longer casting a glance at the clan leader. You were the captain, correct? Did you hear the words of the mother of my child? 50 pounds of coarse grain from each household, 13 head of livestock, in exchange for your current vessels and the usage rights of the ancestral graveyard's large ship? The boatman brothers pondered Zhou Yanlong's proposal for a moment, hesitated briefly, then nodded in agreement. We consent. Excellent, they have agreed. But I have one condition. He must not remain clan leader. Village leader, please return to the village, consult with them, and elect a new clan leader before coming to negotiate with us. Zhou Yanlang cast a glance at the village leader, not even affording the clan leader a look, then turned to lead Sanbao in watching the eldest and second children fish. The boatman brothers felt their eyes welling with emotion. Had they known that the mere suggestion of changing the clan leader would suffice, they would have agreed without hesitation. The clan leader was left breathless, nearly fainting from the pressure mounting in his chest. Lin Yike, with a mischievous glint in her eye, began to tally the accounts for the village leader. Village leader, perhaps you have not calculated correctly. Allow me to assist you. In contemporary times, the act of crossing the river has become a privilege of the affluent. It is rumored that at the 13 house, the toll for a person is 100 coins, while for livestock, it is 200. It is said that a large vessel can ferry at least 100 people across in a single trip, amounting to 10 taels of silver, not including the fees for the animals. Furthermore, given the enhanced safety of larger boats, prices could certainly rise. When one considers the 13 boats from the 13 house, one can readily calculate the potential daily income. The village chief's mind raced with these thoughts, overwhelmed by the calculations. Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired, "Could you tell me the total earnings from one trip of the large boat and the 13 smaller ones?" Lin Yike, with a sly grin, raised a single finger. The village chief stared in disbelief at Lin Yike's hand, swallowed hard, and turned to head back to the village, leaving the boatmaster behind. The village chief, though not adept at complex arithmetic, suddenly grasped the implications of the income per trip, 50 taels of silver. It seemed plausible to make 5 or 6 round trips in a day. Indeed, it was more than plausible. It was exceedingly favorable. The calculations of the woman must have been erroneous. The large boat would be reserved exclusively for the wealthy, and they intended to charge 30 taels of silver per trip, solely for the affluent clientele. Additionally, they would require 30 pounds of fine flour, making the total 30 taels of silver along with 50 pounds of fine flour for the boat charter. My goodness, wouldn't that mean earning the equivalent of a cow and a pound of flour for each family with just one trip? If they crossed 5 times a day, that amounted to 5 cows and 5 pounds of flour for each household. Within 2 days, they could recoup the expenses for the coarse grain and livestock for the boatmen. And that was not even factoring in the 13 boats belonging to the boatmaster's family. Uncle Chief, you cannot blame me. You truly cannot continue in this position. The village chief's heart raced as he began to jog, eventually breaking into a full sprint back to the village. He and the villagers, along with the clan elders, conferred about the lucrative enterprise and the potential ousting of their chief. Meanwhile, the boatmaster seethed with rage, his nostrils flaring as he glared at Lin Yike and the boatman's brothers. He wished to unleash a torrent of curses, relying on his seniority, yet found himself surrounded by intimidating figures, all watching him with keen eyes. You brothers are traitors to your ancestors. Do you not fear the wrath of heaven? The boatmaster dared not confront Lin Yike directly and instead directed his ire towards the 3 brothers. No, grandfather, you are mistaken. It is not we who are traitors, but you. One of the brothers retorted with a laugh. You believe that today, not only will you be removed from your position as chief, but the villagers would also agree to expel you from our clan. Look at the clan you have led. They are selfish and driven solely by profit. It is only when the knife cuts into their own flesh that they truly understand pain. You should have experienced this long ago, so that when you descend to the earth, you will know how to repent to your ancestors and seek forgiveness from my grandfather. The invisible boatman stepped forward, laughing loudly, though his smile did not reach his eyes, which were filled with tears. The sound of the brothers' kowtows made Lin Yike realize that 2 young men, both in their 20s, were already weeping uncontrollably on the ground. Thank you, sister-in-law and all my brothers. You are our benefactors from the 13 house, and we will heed your guidance from now on. Seeing his elder brothers kneeling, the boatman was about to follow suit when Lin Yike waved her hand to stop him. Quickly, get up and prepare. Gather your belongings, mobilize the boats. If we are not careful, we may not cross the river tonight. The boatman chuckled, confidence radiating from him as he replied, Sister-in-law, it will be swift. The boats are already at our ferry. I will return and instruct everyone to bring the boats over. Our family is already prepared. All our belongings and grain are on board. We have longed to leave, but we needed companions brave enough to travel with us. And we have set our sights on Brother Li and his companions. Thus, who truly is the fool? The seemingly simple boatman brothers, though appearing honest, possess a shrewdness that must not be underestimated. Chapter 89. Crossing the river while the village chief gathered resources, the villagers of Zhoujia village had already relocated to the riverbank. Zhou Yanlang assisted Lin Yike in retrieving several fishing nets from the space. He, along with Lin Yike and her mother, took to the boat to fish, while also providing Yangxi and Zhao Yijuan with a few nets. The White Wave River teems with fish, yet the locals lack suitable fishing tools, even basic nets. Their rudimentary homemade nets yield meager catches. This abundance of fish has truly benefited Yangxi and his companions, as each cast of the net brings in a bounty of large fish, leaving the villagers awestruck, particularly those from Jiwan village, who were tasked with delivering coarse grains. That afternoon, the village chief and Niu Shai were exceedingly busy, overseeing the weighing of the coarse grain sent from Jiwan village, while also distributing the fish caught by Zhou Yanlang and his party among the villagers. Zhou Yanlang's generosity in sharing the fish was not merely an act of kindness. Rather, the river was overflowing with fish. Each net could yield 30 to 50 pounds, and the sweltering heat necessitated immediate consumption of the catch. The children, exuberant and eager, clamored to catch more fish, turning fishing into a delightful pastime for Zhou Yanlang. Why are the refugees on the brink of starvation while the river is abundant with fish? The answer is simple: they lack fishing tools. Even those who own boats have makeshift nets that are hardly effective. Many others attempt to catch fish in smaller streams, using mud to create barriers that trap fish in a confined space. In larger rivers like the White Wave, however, such efforts are futile. The fish are simply beyond the reach of the villagers and refugees. Because the White Wave River has not been overfished for years, its aquatic life flourishes. With 5 or 6 large nets cast, dozens of fish are caught, resulting in an impressive haul of 200 to 300 pounds in just an afternoon. As the villagers prepared fish for dinner, the village chief arrived with the clan elders and the newly appointed clan chief. Behind them, villagers led 13 cattle, most of which had been acquired on credit from neighboring villages at inflated prices. The coarse grains had already been weighed and delivered to the 13 brothers. They had successfully crossed the river, bringing their belongings, food, and families to the other side. Some villagers from Zhoujia village had also crossed with their families. The 13 brothers, having received the cattle and grains, bore the weight of suppressed anger in their reddened eyes as they followed the village chief and the new clan chief to the ancestral tomb of the boat clan. Yangxi, Zhao Yijuan, and over 20 men from Zhoujia village accompanied them. As a large boat sailed towards the shore, Daba stood at the bow, waving enthusiastically at Lin Yike and the others. At that moment, numerous boats, carrying the luggage and provisions of many villagers, traversed the surface of the White Wave River. The village chief and Niu Shai watched the river with bated breath, excitement bringing tears to their eyes as they observed the approaching large boat. Since entering Jiwan village and encountering Li Ergu and his companions, their concerns had persisted. As long as not all villagers had crossed the river, they could not feel at ease. Li Ergu and his company harbored disdain for the villagers, making them anxious about Zhou Yanlang being swayed by their words. If Zhou Yanlang were indeed swayed, regardless of whether the villagers could cross, they would be left behind like burdens. At that point, the villagers of Zhoujia would find themselves truly trapped, relying on them to lead the entire village of elderly and young to safety. The village chief feared that they would eventually share the same fate as the other refugees, lost and starving, with no clear path ahead. The fate of those who might survive was uncertain. As the large boat docked, Yangxi and his companions directed the remaining villagers to lead the livestock aboard. The village head, Tang, and the old man, Niu Xuanzi, continuously darted through the throngs of villagers, their voices rising above the din. Are you dawdling because you no longer wish to cross the river? Look at your pitiful state. What else can you accomplish? Internally, they muttered to themselves, you worthless beings. If those dozen or so people remember your sluggishness, you'll soon find yourself tossed aside by Erlang. By then, there will be no place left for your tears. The unwilling old women in the village gazed longingly at the large boat, signaling their children and husbands to maneuver their carts towards the vessel's docking point. We must take the big boat. There is no need to unload our carts, and it's safer too. We can't risk the small boats. Unloading is just the beginning. And if we capsize, it would be the end. Niu Xuanzi, weaving through the crowd, felt a surge of frustration and anger. These foolish women only sought to exploit the situation. Their useless scheming would inevitably lead to their abandonment by Erlang and Sanlang. Squeeze in all you want. You're making a ruckus here. If you annoy Erlang and his associates, just wait and see if those ferry operators will take you across. You clearly have no awareness. Can't you see how those dozen men regard you? As if they wish to toss you into the river? Keep causing a ruckus. And if Erlang and the others abandon you, you'll have the whole village to answer to. Yangxi's wife and the other women paid no heed to Niu Xuanzi. Their sons were in league with Erlang, and they were confident they would not be left behind. They scoffed at the villagers around them, saying, with so many of us fleeing together, it's utter chaos. It would be far better for everyone to split up. Our family will undoubtedly journey with Erlang. You all should quickly find your own companions. Mark my words, we will soon be divided. My son, the fourth, is bustling about, and it pains me to watch. The villagers standing around Yang's family wore awkward expressions, and Niu Xuanzi glared at them, thinking, go ahead, keep making a fuss. Sooner or later, you will be forced to separate. Just wait for your demise. By the riverside of Zhiyuan village, several bonfires and countless torches illuminated the water with a crimson glow, amidst the cacophony of villagers and the cries of livestock, punctuated occasionally by the shouts of Tang and Yo. Dozens of wooden boats ferried back and forth, while those yet to board called out to one another, shouting for their children or lamenting over misplaced belongings. The scene was chaotic, startling the chickens and dogs of Zhiyuan village, exhausting Tang and Niu as they rushed about. Chapter 90. Another group of refugees amidst the turmoil of crossing the river at Zhoujia village. A ragged band of refugees, brandishing torches, approached from the outskirts of Zhiyuan village. Zhou Sanlang noticed the flickering lights from afar. The hurried footsteps alerted him to the considerable number of people arriving. Frowning, he instructed his two cousins to quietly scout outside the village. The Meng, Gao, Xiao, and Lin families had not yet boarded the boats, lingering instead in the nearby bamboo grove. The Meng brothers assisted at the riverbank, while Qiu's mother engaged in light-hearted banter with Zhou Pozi, and Qiulan diligently catered to her. Gao Fu, Gao Sinian, and Lin Yuanlin sat conversing, their expressions remarkably awkward. They had lingered here at Zhou Yinlang's behest, who advised them to wait until all others had crossed before they made their move. No one was foolish. The implication of Zhou Yinlang's words was clear. They would be the last to board the large boat, ensuring it was reserved solely for them. Consequently, Zhou Pozi became quite sought after, and nearly all of Zhou's relatives remained in the bamboo grove. In a display of melodrama, Zhou old man's siblings and sisters, especially Zhou Meng's mother, Zhou Erzhang, insisted on remaining behind, declaring that they were true Zhou family members and must board the boat alongside Zhou old man, who truly constitutes family. We are the Zhou family. Wildcats and monkeys can board with you. Yet you expect me to squeeze in with everyone? I refuse. Zhou Erzhang, aware of Zhou Yinlang's arrangement, hurriedly sought out Zhou old man. Whether intentional or not, her words cast a pall over the faces of Zhou old man's relatives. Chun Xiaocao's family, simple and honest, pushed their cart forward, insisting on crossing with the villagers, and stubbornly queued for the small wooden boat. Gao Fu and Gao Sinian found themselves in a particularly awkward position, unable to leave or stay, and could only sit outside chatting with Lin Yuan and his son, who shared their discomfort. Meng Kaiping was not one to indulge Zhou Erzhang's antics. With a fierce glare, she confronted her. Who do you call wildcats and monkeys? My family has come to seek refuge with me. What concern is it of yours? I care not for others. My parents and brothers must board the boat last. Zhou Pozi wholeheartedly agreed with Meng Kaiping's words. Since the onset of their plight, the children had frequently sought help from their maternal families. Several relatives who cared for their children did so with genuine affection. Even those from the Qiu family, whom she disliked, showered love upon the children of Dushan. Zhou Pozi, with drooping eyelids, offered Zhou Erzhang not a glance, her lips curled in a cold smile. Zhou Sanhai, Zhou Sishi, and Zhou Wuhai stood there unabashedly. They ignored the words of the second sister-in-law and her daughter-in-law, but as Erlang's uncles, how could they not bring their own kin along on the boat? It was simply unreasonable. Zhou old man grew increasingly anxious, caught between his in-laws and his own siblings. Naturally, he leaned towards his brothers and sisters. However, if he did not allow his in-laws to board, his daughters-in-law would undoubtedly create a scene. Zhou old man, in a bind, could only lament that the boat was too small to accommodate everyone. Zhou Yinlang had no intention of involving himself in such disputes. As Zhou old man fretted without resolution, he sought out Zhou Meng and Zhou Sanlang. The older generation of Zhou siblings enjoyed certain privileges, as several families, including Zhaojuans, boarded the large boat first to cross the river. Almost all villagers had crossed, and the majority of the small ferry boats were docked by the shore when Zhou old man and several in-laws finally boarded the large vessel. Dabao Bao and Sambao had already scampered into the cabin, with Zhou Yinlang following closely behind. Lin Yike, cradling 6-year-old Lin Kong, was among the last to board. As the large boat prepared to depart, a group of torch-bearing individuals hurriedly arrived at the riverside. Zheng Lichang led over 200 villagers in a frantic rush to the riverbank. Spotting Zhou Sanlang standing on the boat, he called out urgently, Zhou Xinzi, Zhou Xinzi. Zhou Sanlang furrowed his brow deeply. He had not anticipated that Zheng Lichang and the others would catch up. The villagers were scarcely better off than the refugees. With little luggage or provisions, and over 200 of them appeared utterly disheveled. Zhou Sanlang braced himself and disembarked from the boat. Ah, Tang, your loose tongue has led them to hastily flee. Look at how bedraggled the entire village has become. This is truly a dilemma. Zhang Lichang dashed to the dock where the large boat was moored, and as Zhou Sanlang stepped down, he spoke with a choked voice, tears glistening in his eyes. Zhou Xianzi, we finally caught up to you. We were robbed by the refugees, and everyone got scattered. Zhou Sanlang glanced at the villagers behind Zhang Lichang, noting women quietly weeping and men with reddened eyes. Zhengbo, what are your plans? Wiping away his tears, Zhang Lichang's weathered face was etched with confusion as he gazed at Zhou Sanlang. Zhou Xianzi, we are uncertain. Our provisions and belongings were taken. The refugees scattered us. I wanted to travel with you, but our families, children, wives, parents, were all separated. We wish to wait here for a while. Zhou Sanlang nodded, contemplating the situation for a moment before addressing Zhang Lichang. Zhengbo, do you still have any silver? Zhang Lichang nodded. His eyes reddened as he replied, yes. We have some silver on us, but we cannot purchase any grain at the moment. Without grain, survival is impossible, Zhou Sanlang insisted. Gather your silver, and send some strong laborers to the outskirts of the county to seek out a man named Ma Kuei. I cannot guarantee that grain can be procured, but there are plenty of sour fruits in the orchard that could temporarily alleviate your immediate predicament. Zhang Lichang promptly dispatched his son to make arrangements. Zhou Sanlang then took him to meet the village headman, Zheng Bo, saying, I will guide you to the village head here. When you arrive, tell them we are relatives from the neighboring village and inform our brothers heading to the county that a large boat awaits. Lin Yike was unaware that Zhou Sanlang had calculated a scheme to exploit the situation for the benefit of Zhu Yuanxuan, delaying the departure of the boat, and even bringing along several young men from Zhang Lichang's village. He had secretly confided his unscrupulous intentions to Zhang Lichang, urging him to send trustworthy villagers to find Ma Kuei. Zhang Lichang felt as though he had encountered a benefactor if Zhou Sanlang's plan succeeded. Acquiring fruits and coarse grains would likely be resolved. At last, we can survive, he thought, knowing that any villagers still alive would surely converge at Zhuyuan village. Grasping Zhou Sanlang's hand, Zhang Lichang trembled, tears welling in his old eyes as he repeatedly expressed his gratitude. Chapter 91. The Heart of Darkness. Misled by darkness, Zhou Sanlang secretly prepared to take advantage of Zhu Yuanxuan, delaying the departure of the boat while calling a few young men from Zhang Lichang's village aboard, even borrowing horses from Yangtze and others for Zhang Lichang's relatives. Hu Yunlai, aware of Zhou Sanlang's intentions, chuckled and mounted a horse, urging Zhang Lichang's relatives to hasten towards the orchard. Upon discovering Zhou Sanlang's shrewd maneuvers, Zhou Yanlang cast him a glance, but said nothing, while Zhou Sanlang sheepishly scratched his nose. If it weren't for my family fleeing, I would have wanted to ferry with Ma Kuei myself. Lin Yike, holding Lin Kong in her arms, faced the displeasure of Sanbao, who cried out to be held. De Bao and Air Bao joined in the commotion. Overwhelmed by the three children, Lin Yike felt a rush of perspiration as Lin Yuan took Lin Kong away, leaving her to deal with the incessant wailing of the other three. Oh, if they were still 4 years old, I could manage to carry two and have one on my back. But now, I can barely hold Sanbao, let alone bear the weight of De Bao and Air Bao. She lamented silently. As Zhou Yanlang approached, he saw the scene and shot Lin Yike a stern look, forcibly removing De Bao from her back. Stand properly. You are all big children now. Air Bao, come here too. De Bao and Air Bao complied, while Sanbao quietly slid down from Lin Yike's embrace. Standing in line with his brothers, heads bowed, Lin Yike finally exhaled a sigh of relief, gasping for air. Zhou Yanlang cast a glance at Lin Yike and turned to Zhou Sanlang, insisting he set the boat in motion. Zhou Sanlang hesitated, wishing to wait for Ma Kuei, thinking he might receive some compensation. Zhou Yanlang, witnessing his indecisiveness, frowned and cast an unfriendly glance. Zhou Sanlang scratched his head and chuckled nervously. Second brother, let's wait just a little longer. We should wait for Hu Yunlai too. Set sail. Zhou Yanlang's commanding tone left no room for discussion, compelling Zhou Sanlang to shout, set sail. The grand vessel finally unfurled its sails, with Hu Yunlai, Ma Kuei, and several men hastening towards Zhu Yuanxuan. Zhang Lichang's son and nephews were already in the orchard gathering sour fruits, as Ma Kuei had promised to send them several carts and provide an escort to Zhu Yuanxuan. When Hu Yunlai and Ma Kuei reached the riverbank, the large ship had already sailed to the center of the river. The men quickly tethered their horses to the wooden boat and rushed to cross the river. Once the grand ship docked on the opposite bank, everyone began disembarking, leading their livestock and carts off the vessel in an orderly fashion. Zhou Yanlang guided the ox, while Wang Tian and Wang Mu maneuvered the ox cart and horse cart down from the ship. before returning to assist Lin Yuan and Zhou Sailang in unloading the remaining supplies. Lin Yike held the hands of Airbao and Sambao, continuously admonishing Dabao to stay close and not wander off. On the dark river, torches flickered in the wind, and the small boat rocked precariously in the swift current, causing Lin Yike to feel anxious. She silently thought, "Thank goodness I didn't board the small boat. Even watching it is terrifying. If I had to cross the river in it, my heart wouldn't be able to bear it." Turning her gaze towards the riverbank, she saw desolate land all around, devoid of any villages, as the villagers from Zhoujia village rested in the wilderness. After unloading the supplies from the ship, they began to load the carts and harness the livestock. But before they could finish, Ma Kuei and Hu Yulai also disembarked. Ma Kuei, upon reaching the shore, shouted boisterously, "Zhou Ergu, why didn't you wait for us?" Zhou Sanlang glanced at Zhou Yanlang, quickly stepping forward to meet Ma Kuei. Zhou Yanlang, wishing to avoid involvement, climbed onto the horse cart with the children and instructed Wang Tian to drive. Wang Tian was to find a level place to rest. Ma Kuei, eager to converse with Zhou Yanlang, was intercepted by Zhou Sanlang. "Brother Ma, please refrain from addressing him as second brother. I thought it unfair for Zhu Yuansuan to monopolize all the benefits, which is why I asked Zheng Litsong to send for you." Ma Kuei laughed heartily, patting Zhou Sanlang on the shoulder. "Thank you, my brother, who told me everything, and I understand your intentions. Please accept this as a token of gratitude." Zhou Sanlang graciously accepted the package Ma Kuei offered, bowing slightly in acknowledgement. "Brother Ma, please look after Zheng Litsong and the others. They may need to stay here for a few days, as their families have been scattered by the refugees, and their grain has been pillaged. If you have any surplus coarse grain, do sell some to them. Rest assured, I have suddenly taken charge here, and we are short on hands. They can assist us, and I will definitely prepare some coarse grain for them." Ma Kuei replied reassuringly. "That is good. We are all acquaintances. I cannot be heartless. I entrust this to you, Brother Ma. Farewell, and take care." Ma Kuei and Zhou Sanlang exchanged farewells with Hu Yunlai before turning to board the large ship. Once aboard, Ma Kuei gathered the villagers from Zheng Litsong's village and, through threats and inducements, successfully took control of the ship's helm. Lin Yike, upon learning of Zhou Sanlang's cunning scheme from Zhou Yanlang, was left wide-eyed in shock. "Oh, the poor village headman and the newly appointed captain. I seem to have invited trouble upon myself. I hope Ma Kuei does not go too far. No, Zhou Sanlang must at least share half of the profits with me. If I endure the scolding without receiving any benefit, I would be at a great loss." Zhou Yanlang glanced at Lin Yike and remarked, "Then you should hurry and ask for your share. Are you in need of money?" Lin Yike thought to herself, "Aren't you in need of money? Putting on airs while consuming your own provisions, living off others, and pretending to be magnanimous." But she replied, "Surely, Ma Kuei would not outright seize all the boats? Would the villagers from Zhu Yuansuan tolerate that? They contributed a considerable amount of coarse grain and even 13 oxen. He won't. He will likely compensate for the coarse grain and livestock and leave the villagers with something to sustain themselves," Zhou Yanlang answered impatiently, closing his eyes and ignoring Lin Yike's continuous murmurs. Wang Tian finally found a flat spot, albeit a little distance from where the villagers rested. After the carriage came to a halt, the Lin and Zhou families, along with several others, also paused to gather their belongings in preparation for rest. At this moment, the villagers, who had already settled by the riverbank, were roused by village chief Tang and the cattle herder. "Hurry up, we can't be left behind." In the dead of night, the villagers scrambled and hurriedly relocated to the vicinity where Zhou Yanlang and the others were resting. As they finally settled down, dawn was nearly upon them. Chapter 92. The three young ones showcased their skills. The resounding clang of Yang Xi's gong reverberated through the air, startling the villagers who had barely warmed themselves on the barren grass. They scrambled upright, their sleepy eyes wide open, rushing to assemble at the designated spot where Yang Xi and others stood. Yang Xi, particularly irked by the chaotic din of the villagers, knew that the clamor would persist until they settled into silence. Once the group stood in formation, Yang Xi's cold voice cut through the noise. The fights planned from yesterday would continue today. After the brawls, they would set off promptly in half an hour. Granny Zhou had pondered yesterday, lamenting how she missed the chance to subdue the second black family's member, wishing she could have pinned them down and slapped them, leaving marks on their face. Such actions would surely have thwarted the second black family's advances. Aunt Zhou, too, had simmered in frustration throughout the day, particularly when Zhao Nianmei had struck first, resulting in her hair being yanked and several slaps exchanged. Next time, she vowed to charge in first and pummel that old woman, ensuring she had no opportunity to retaliate. Most villagers were filled with regret from yesterday, and as soon as Yang Xi's words fell, men, women, and children surged towards their opponents, engaging in fierce battles. Amidst this frenzy, The Lin and Gao families appeared somewhat out of place, feeling utterly bewildered. Yangtze signaled to Li Ergu and Sun Erqian, instructing each to train one family. Li Ergu armed himself with a slender bamboo stick and approached the Gao family, while Sun Erqian headed straight for the Lin family. Upon reaching the scholars of both families, they bowed respectfully and announced that they would be their trainers. They warned, "Do you see this bamboo stick? Use all your might to evade it. If you get struck, you can only blame your own weakness." Under the relentless strikes of Li Ergu and Sun Erqian, the members of the Gao and Lin families dodged and leaped, questioning their very existence. Meanwhile, Lin Yike and her 3 children cried out as Zhou Yanlang struck them. The trio acted in perfect harmony. Dabao, with his formidable strength, managed to receive slightly gentler blows from Zhou Yanlang, while Lin Yike suffered immensely, feeling as though the bamboo stick had a mind of its own, leaving her in searing pain. What kind of training was this? Was it not simply an invitation to be beaten? How could one endure such treatment daily without suffering damage? Lin Yike's thoughts were filled with indignation. Gathering her strength, she yelled, "Children, let us fight back. Your father has been possessed by a monster. I will find a way to snatch that bamboo stick from him. Those who can grab onto his legs should do so, and those who can knock him down should give it their all." Lin Yike's fierce determination brought a smirk to Zhou Yanlong's face, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Watching her furious antics was quite delightful. Lin Yike, resolved to confront Zhou Yanlang, ceased her evasion, charging directly at him. The 3 children echoed her battle cry, "Defeat the monster! Defeat the monster!" Finally, Lin Yike lunged at Zhou Yanlang, clinging tightly to his body, while Bao and Sanbao grasped his legs, and Dabao sprawled across his back. The proximity was not due to Zhou Yanlong's reluctance or mercy, but rather because Dabao had landed a solid punch on his back. The impact nearly made Zhou Yanlang stumble, momentarily dazing him with shock. He had not anticipated Dabao's speed or strength. Had he not reacted swiftly to absorb the blow, he might have truly been knocked down. As Zhou Yanlang was caught off guard by Dabao's unexpected strength, Sanbao swiftly produced a silver needle, plunging it into a pressure point on his body. Bao's small hand pressed against Zhou Yanlang's concealed injuries, and if it weren't for the insufficient force, Zhou Yanlang felt that he might have met his end at the hands of the 3 children that morning. Zhou Yanlang, now incapacitated, questioned his purpose in life. His body numb and unable to rise as Bao continued to press on his injuries. Thankfully, Dabao refrained from delivering further blows. Lin Yike instructed Dabao to fetch a bundle of bamboo sticks from the carriage, and the 4 of them stood before the fallen Zhou Yanlang, each brandishing a stick. "At last, I can take my revenge," Lin Yike exclaimed, her laughter echoing as she swung the stick at Zhou Yanlang. Zhou Yanlang, unable to move, felt his veins throb with fury as Lin Yike struck him without mercy, shouting, "This is for all the times you hit us." The searing pain spread through him, exacerbating his old injuries, and he roared, "Enough, you wretched woman." Sanbao quickly relieved the pressure point. "You had no mercy when you struck us, did you?" Lin Yike retorted, her expression vengeful as she pulled Sanbao away from attempting to relieve Zhou Yanlang's pressure point. Zhou Yanlang gritted his teeth, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. "Bao has pressed my injuries until they flared up again. If you don't let Sanbao relieve my pressure point soon, you will truly be a widow." Realizing Zhou Yanlang's condition had worsened, Lin Yike quickly instructed Sanbao to relieve him, and together they helped him to his feet. As the 2 adults and 3 children climbed into the carriage, Lin Yike intended to enter the space to fetch medicine for Zhou Yanlang, but Sanbao vanished. When she reappeared, she carried a mix of Western and traditional medicine, handing the Western medicine to Zhou Yanlang while chattering about its effects. Western medicine addresses immediate symptoms, while traditional medicine treats the root cause. "Father, take this Western medicine to alleviate your pain, but remember to drink the traditional medicine daily. Don't fear its bitterness." After taking the Western medicine from Sanbao, Zhou Yanlang gazed at Lin Yike in disbelief. She met his gaze, equally astonished by the children's latent potential. They exchanged silent looks, each unsure of what to say. After a prolonged silence, Zhou Yanlang finally spoke. "If the 3 children can fully harness their abilities, I might have met my end this morning." Lin Yike, only partially grasping the children's actions, stared blankly at Zhou Yanlang, hoping he would elaborate. Understanding the importance of informing Lin Yike about the children's situation, Zhou Yanlang detailed their extraordinary capabilities. Chapter 93. The extraordinary and the unusual. Lin Yike remained silent upon hearing Zhou Yanlang's account, astonished yet increasingly worried. "Do you think this is a blessing? They are only 4 years old, their intellect not matching their apparent age. If discovered by ill-intentioned individuals, could they be seized by those from powerful families and forced into servitude?" Zhou Yanlang scoffed, his demeanor fierce, with a glimmer of menace in his eyes. Anyone who dares to sell my children into servitude does not possess the right in this era. Those so-called noble families are merely parasitic remnants of a feudal society. Lin Yike lacked the confidence of Zhou Yanlang. In a later era, she believed Zhou Yanlang would safeguard the children, but in this chaotic time of unrest, with warlords rising in revolt and conflicts erupting everywhere, many powerful families covertly sought to seize a share for themselves. They recruited soldiers and scoured the land for able-bodied men, gathering extraordinary talents under their control. If their minions discovered the three children and secretly abducted them, the possibility was all too real. If the children were not merely 4 years old, they might manage to adapt and quietly evade danger by retreating into the space. Yet, she feared that in their panic and fear, they would not know how to hide, and might even expose the fact that they had traveled through time. At that point, it would be too late to rescue them. What methods would the superstitious people of ancient times employ against the children? Lin Yike dared not contemplate it, nor could she bear to transfer such terrifying thoughts onto her own offspring. Zhou Yanlang sensed Lin Yike's anxious musings and frowned in displeasure as he fixed his gaze upon her. Do not dwell on such unfounded fears. The children's abilities are a blessing, yet you fret unnecessarily. It is imperative that you focus on uncovering their potential and collaborate with me to fully train their capabilities. While Lin Yike remained uneasy, the villagers of Zhoujia village concluded their morning drills. Men and women of all ages emerged with disheveled hair, some bearing bruises and others adorned with scratches. Their patched clothing was in tatters, with sleeves torn or fresh rips along the front or back. Once the clang of the gong signaled the end of the training, the villagers, appearing more tragic than refugees, hurriedly rushed to their homes, eager to prepare meals, gather firewood, forage for wild vegetables, and pack their belongings. Those with livestock had to lead their animals to water and pasture. The 13 brothers of the Chuan family and their kin stood in stunned disbelief at the spectacle before them. The morning's events left them questioning their very existence. How could such phenomena occur in the world? They witnessed the entire village organizing a brawl, with both sides fighting fiercely. The women cursed with fervor, their spittle flying, while the men stripped to their waists, grappling on the ground. Was this truly the custom of their village? They lamented their ignorance, having been sheltered from the wonders of the greater world. Meanwhile, Li Ergu, Zhao Yijuan, and their families participated in a collective activity that devolved into chaos. After breakfast, the group gradually moved forward for half an hour, at which point Zhou Yanlang ordered Lin Yike and her 3 children off the cart, with Wang Tian quickly vacating the driver's seat. Simultaneously, the clang of Yang Xi's gong resonated, prompting the group to break into a jog. Zhao Yijuan's family, having received prior instructions, immediately fell into step with the others, while the Chuan brothers nearly lagged behind in confusion. As they jogged for less than an hour, scattered refugees and teams of oxen and carts appeared intermittently. Whether refugees or those with modest wealth, they were bewildered by the ragged group sprinting ahead, equipped with vehicles and provisions. Yet, there were always astute individuals among them who exerted every ounce of strength to run swiftly. One followed another, and soon the villagers of Zhoujia village, regardless of their status, were pushing themselves to accelerate their pace. After an hour of running, Zhou Yanlang halted the cart to wait for Lin Yike and the children to board. As the villagers heard the gong, they began to regroup, and the procession resumed its pace. Lin Yike climbed onto the cart, panting heavily as the children settled down, beads of sweat cascading down their faces. Zhou Yanlang handed them bamboo tubes filled with water, which they gulped down without pause. After quenching her thirst, Lin Yike took a deep breath of satisfaction. Zhou Yanlang then passed her a damp towel, which she eagerly pressed against her face. After wiping her brow, she intended to check on the 3 children, only to find Zhou Yanlang washing their towels instead. Without caring for appearances, Lin Yike stretched her legs, yearning for a cool bath. Just as she contemplated slipping into her space, Zhou Yanlang's cold voice interrupted. Do not think about entering the space. Relying too heavily on it is unwise and could negatively influence the children. Her body ached, and she felt clammy. Enduring the discomfort was truly tormenting. As Lin Yike contemplated her plight, Zhou Yanlang's icy tone again reached her ears. Feeling unwell, she turned to gaze out the window at the refugees on the road. She observed pairs and small groups of 10 or more, desperately keeping pace with Zhoujia village's procession, some dragging wooden sticks to aid their movement, while others struggled to move their legs forward. Among them were men and women, young and old, each emaciated, their lips pale, sweat and tears streaming down their faces. Humans are inherently contradictory beings. When they feel wretched, cursing the heavens and the earth, unable to bear another moment. Seeing those in even more dire straits can instantly alleviate their fatigue and pain. Lin Yike experienced this very sensation, Her aching legs felt more bearable, and the dampness of her clothes was no longer intolerable, though her heart grew increasingly numb. The sight of the refugees outside the window became her mental sustenance, and any excess sympathy faded into a numb gaze. Stop looking. Is there breathable fabric in the space? Make the children some martial arts outfits. Zhou Yinlong's voice broke through Lin Yike's reverie. Turning to the three children, she slapped her forehead in realization. How had she not thought of this? In the sweltering heat, the children were still clad in long robes and trousers. She had previously complained about not being able to switch their outfits for cooler shorts and sandals from the supermarket space, yet she had failed to consider alternatives. Just as she prepared to retreat into the space, Zhou Yinlong's voice echoed again. Make me a set as well. Lin Yike turned to scrutinize him, initially intending to tease Zhou Yinlang, but upon seeing his attire, she couldn't help but exclaim internally, "Goodness, how is he wearing so many layers? The fabric seems ill-suited for summer. Why not just wrap himself in a quilt?" In Chapter 94, Who Doesn't Have a Heroic Dream? Lin Yike found a bundle of light-colored cotton linen fabric in the space and set to work, crafting a martial arts outfit for each of the three little ones. After finishing the children's garments, she touched the thin fabric, intending to create something for Zhou Yinlang, but succumbed to the urge to make one for herself first. Once she donned her martial arts outfit and styled her hair like a heroine from a drama, she began to pose dramatically, momentarily forgetting about Zhou Yinlang outside the space. It was only when the alarm in the space rang that she remembered she had neglected to make clothes for him. With a shrug, she took the completed outfits for the children and a few popsicles and exited the space. Upon her return, the procession had already come to a halt. Zhou Yinlang had sent Wang Tian off the cart and positioned it away from the villagers. He sat in the driver's seat, one foot on the handle, arms crossed over his chest, leaning back against the cart's curtain, exuding an air of unapproachability. Lin Yike handed popsicles to the three children, then sheepishly extended one to Zhou Yinlang. "Well, time was short, so I made clothes for us four first. I'll make yours this afternoon while we travel." Zhou Yinlang shot her a glance but said nothing, accepting the popsicle with a stoic expression. However, internally he thought, this insufferable woman, her guilty demeanor is evident. She must have seized the chance to take a nap in the space, and now she has an excuse to enter again this afternoon. That woman. Da Bao, Air Bao, and San Bao observed their mother donning a martial arts outfit and discreetly entered their space to change into similar attire. They then hurriedly emerged from the space. Once outside, the three children, unwilling to remain in the carriage, swiftly disembarked from the cart, eager to flaunt their new garments to their friends. Their mother had just informed them that they were dressed as heroic wanderers of the martial world. Individuals clad in such attire are not ordinary folk, capable of scaling rooftops, gliding over grass, floating on water, and moving without a trace, all while possessing exceptional martial prowess. Upon exiting the cart, Da Bao executed a flawless somersault, followed by an imagined display of running swiftly as if gliding over grass. Air Bao, unable to perform a somersault, managed to tumble on the ground and quickly pursued his brother. San Bao rolled on the ground, her light-colored outfit becoming instantly soiled. But she paid it no heed and scrambled after her brothers. Lin Yike found herself bewildered by the children's antics, while Zhou Yinlang, gritting his teeth, shouted at her. "What nonsense have you been telling the children?" Lin Yike, momentarily stunned, reflected on how the children had never been this exuberant before. It seemed their personalities had changed with their new surroundings. The villagers were equally astonished by the children's antics. Zhou Laoan and Zhou Pozi watched from a distance as their grandchildren, clad in peculiar outfits, dismounted the cart and performed a theatrical display before rushing toward them. Lin Yuan and his brothers-in-law, Wang Ting, were also taken aback, pondering why the children were so eager to perform in their newly unified costumes. Was it possible that his sister and Zhou Erlang intended for the children to pursue a career as performers? Lin Yuan's face flushed with indignation. He believed that, regardless of their innocence, they should not be encouraged to pursue such a disreputable profession. He resolved to have a serious discussion with Zhou Erlang and his sister. Though Da Bao and Air Bao might not learn the art of farming, Zhou Erlang and his sister were still young. If they married early and had children, with their support, they could endure hardships until their grandchildren grew up. He could not allow the children to emulate such lowly traits. Unbeknownst to the exuberant trio, their uncle was contemplating early succession and urging their parents to focus on nurturing their children. Upon reaching the Zhou family's resting place, Da Bao, brimming with confidence, performed a series of punches with great flair, while Air Bao and San Bao mimicked him in earnest. Upon completing their performance, Da Bao crossed his arms, lifted his chin skyward, while Air Bao struck a cool pose, and San Bao, hands on her hips, declared to the children of the Zhou family, "We are the heroic wanderers of the martial world. My mother said that those who wear the attire of heroes are not ordinary people. We shall uphold righteousness and traverse the world, scaling rooftops, gliding over grass, floating on water, vanishing without a trace. Should you ever turn to villainy, we will bring you to justice. Humph, we are the champions of good. Gao Jiao and Zhou Wulong were thoroughly entertained by the trio, while Zhou Leiahan's eyes sparkled with mirth, and he could not help but smile. Zhou Posey, momentarily taken aback, pondered how they could fly and disappear. Had Erlang taken it upon himself to teach the children to soar? She recalled the day by the riverbank when Erlang had leaped over the heads of the crowd, dispatching several ne'er-do-wells. Goodness, could it be that Erlang was indeed a hero? How remarkable it would be for the Zhou family, with the emergence of one hero, to welcome three more. Dabao, Airbao, Sanbao. Tell me, is your father going to teach you martial arts, so that you all become heroes? Zhou Posey's inquiry sparked a shift in the villagers' perceptions as they recalled recent rumors about the children. Their gazes towards the trio transformed, especially among the children of the village, San Shan, Air Shan, and Si Shan, who quickly surrounded Dabao. Dabao Gu, can I be a hero too? I want to scale rooftops and vanish without a trace. San Shan exclaimed, eyes gleaming with excitement. Dabao, filled with pride, looked skyward, while Airbao mimicked his brother, arms crossed, one foot tapping anxiously on the ground, saying, can your mother make you a hero's outfit? Without the outfit, how can you be a hero? Humph, that's impossible. Si Shan and Wu Shan, unable to reach Dabao and Airbao, clustered around Sanbao, their faces filled with hope. Sanbao Jia, can you ask your aunt to make me a hero's outfit? I want to be a hero too. Si Shan pleaded. Wu Shan chimed in. Dabao Jia, can you ask your aunt to make me a hero's outfit? I want to disappear too. Sanbao, counting on her fingers, admonished them. No. You snatched the pastries from Grandma and Grandpa. You are not good children. You did not share your treats with them. You were ungrateful. Only good children deserve hero outfits. Wu Shan eagerly replied. Sanbao Jia, I will be filial to Grandma and Grandpa from now on. I will save my treats for them. Is that okay? Sanbao waved her hand dismissively. Let us see how you behave. However, I will ask my mother to make hero outfits for Sanhua, Sihua, and Wu Hua. They're good children. The adults did not take the children's words seriously, but Zhou Posey's eyes sparkled as she watched the trio. In no time, Sanbao had promised numerous sets of martial arts outfits, particularly to the children of the Lin family. After concluding her dealings, Lin Yike looked at her thick cotton jacket with resignation. Alas, I forgot to make outfits for your father, and now we owe him 2 sets of martial arts attire as a result of the unequal treaty signed. My dear, you truly are my little cotton jacket in summer. You keep me warm without causing me to suffer from prickly heat. I hope you won't let the cold winds through in winter. After the livestock had eaten and rested, the caravan resumed its journey. The children, undeterred by fatigue, clamored to become heroes, crying out for their parents to procure outfits. Zhou Yanlang surveyed the children outside the carriage, led astray by Sanbao, and could not help but grimace. So, you still harbor dreams of being a hero? Lin Yike merely huffed and shot Zhou Yanlang a disdainful glance, peering out the window at the incessantly crying children before retreating into the space. Who among us hasn't harbored dreams of being a hero? To traverse the world, uphold righteousness, appear and disappear without a trace. So exhilarating. As she crafted martial arts outfits for Zhou Yanlang, she softly hummed a tune about heroic aspirations. Once she had completed an outfit for him, she made similar ones for the children of the Lin family. There was no avoiding it. The famine she had orchestrated required repayment. And since they were the original owner's nieces and nephews, how the clothes came to be would be left for Zhou Yanlang to explain. Perhaps he could say they were a gift from Ma Kuei? After preparing the outfits for the Lin children, Lin Yike exited the space, immediately enveloped by a wave of heat. The carriage felt akin to a sauna, stifling and difficult to breathe in, as the children were drenched in sweat, beads of perspiration cascading down. Zhou Yanlang, too, was soaked, his long shirt and trousers clinging to him, appearing quite disheveled. Outside the carriage, the air was stagnant, the sun mercilessly scorching the earth, causing the trees and withered grass in the wilderness to droop in silence under the intense heat. Refugees sat along the roadside, weakly waving their dirty hands in a futile attempt to fan themselves. Some lay motionless, unresponsive, resigned to the dust settling on their faces as the caravan passed by. The procession moved at a sluggish pace, the livestock pulling the cart huffing and puffing, their backs slick with sweat, seemingly on the verge of rebellion against their owners. The entire Zhou family, regardless of age or gender, was drenched in sweat, rivulets cascading down their faces. The villagers clad in dark garments bore noticeable salt stains upon their backs. Zhou Yanlang observed Lin Yike emerging from the spatial realm. As he reached to lift the curtain of the cart's door, Lin Yike thrust a bundle of clothing into his arms before vanishing in the blink of an eye. Upon her return, she held several bottles of chilled beverages, a few quaint fabric fans, and distributed ice creams to the children. Zhou Yinling gulped down one of the drinks, glanced at the fans with reluctance, and begrudgingly took one to fan himself vigorously. Are there no fans suitable for gentlemen? Lin Yike, while fanning herself and enjoying her ice cream, cast a sideways glance at Zhou Yinling. Indeed, there are all sorts available. Would you dare to use one? Fetch me a paper fan, she remarked, pursing her lips, half jesting that he considered himself a lord. Yet, she pondered how to return to the spatial realm, for the cart felt as though it might roast them alive. She contemplated proposing to Zhou Yinling whether the children could spend some time in the cooler space. Before she could articulate her thoughts, Zhou Yinlong's commanding voice pierced her reverie. Hurry up. Damn it, you spoil him. Lin Yike re-entered the spatial realm, opting not to fetch a paper fan for Zhou Yinling, but instead sought out several short-sleeved tank suits for the children. She thought to herself, regardless, it's sweltering outside. I cannot concern myself with how these ancient folk perceive it. The children should not continue to wear long sleeves and trousers. If circumstances permitted, she herself yearned for a tank top, shorts, and flip-flops. Upon exiting the space, she casually grabbed a paper fan for Zhou Yinling and cradled a large watermelon. Outside the cart, the refugees were clad in tattered garments, bundled up in long sleeves and trousers. They were hot, hungry, and weary, clinging to life with nothing but despair surrounding them. The men from Zhou family village wore long, thick gowns and coarse trousers that were both heavy and suffocating. The women donned narrow-sleeved, cross-collared long shirts over half-sleeves, their linen trousers clinging to their legs. They were hot and exhausted, wishing they could lie down like the refugees by the roadside, taking a moment to rest or submerging themselves in the river and never resurfacing. Inside the cart, the three children donned summer short-sleeved tank suits, munching on watermelon while fanning themselves. Lin Yike, biting into her watermelon, chattered away, without air conditioning or fans. This is quite the luxury. You three ungrateful little ones. Your mother has done her best, so don't complain about the heat. If it's unbearable, go to your father. It's his fault for being inept. Zhou Yinling shot her a glance, while Sambao pouted. About to speak when Zhou Yinling silenced her with a look. No whining, you too as well. Do you realize how old you are now? Don't think that just because you're 4, you're still children. You must adapt to your surroundings, endure hardships, and enjoy blessings. Don't heed your mother's words. On this journey, you must be like other children and strive to overcome difficulties. Once we reach a safe place, your father will ensure you have the life you desire. Lin Yike shot Zhou Yinling an incredulous look. What was he thinking? It was only natural for 4-year-olds to crave affection, to want to be held high. How could he be so stern? Did he lack the heart of a loving father? Zhou Yinling noted Lin Yike's displeasure and, with a slight frown, spoke gently. I recognize they are but 4 years old, yet this environment does not permit them the luxury of growing up in a greenhouse. Their situation is unique. They must mature swiftly. Do not impose modern educational philosophies upon them. This is not a future world. If it were, they would be the cherished children of the Zhou family and the prince, and indulging them would be entirely justifiable. Do you understand? The 3 children gazed expectantly at Lin Yike, who remained silent, fanning herself while looking out the window. The sound of a gong signaled the caravan's halt beside a small stream. Lin Yike did not notice that Sambao had taken the kung fu outfit, along with their clean summer tang suits, to find her siblings. Sambao, along with Debao and Erbao, approached Wang Ting, presenting the outfits Lin Yike had made. Auntie, these clothes were made by our mother for my brother, and for my little brother and sister. They're meant to be heroic outfits. Wang Ting, upon receiving the bundle of kung fu outfits from Sambao and opening one, was astonished by the meticulous stitching. Just as she was about to call for Yu Ying to come and see, Lin Yike approached. Little sister, did you make these clothes? Your needlework is exceptional. Lin Yike waved her hands repeatedly, insisting, No, there's been a misunderstanding. I cannot sew. I can't even mend clothes. She winked at Wang Ting, thinking, I have no idea what to say. Just fill in the gaps yourself. Chapter 96. The Perils of Assumption. Wang Ting indeed made her own assumptions, and they were quite reasonable, considering the recent division of spoils. Lin Jin and Lin Shi, accompanied by Lin Kong, excitedly took their clothes to bathe in the river, while Lin Ling's 3 little ones cried out, demanding a change of clothing. Wang Ting and Su Ying, overwhelmed by their antics, had no choice but to take the 3 little ones to the riverbank as well. After dinner, when Lin Yike was combing lice from Zhou Yinlong's hair by the river, Qiulan approached with a dark expression, holding a summer tang suit. Second brother, I've returned the clothes meant for Erhua. She doesn't need them anymore. Lin Yike was taken aback as Qiulan thrust the tang suit into her arms. leaving with a disgruntled huff and muttering something about how our Erhua is a good girl. Lin Yike, staring at the summer tang suit in her arms, suddenly recalled that Sanbao could not wear short sleeves and trousers either. Zhou Yanlang also remembered this, his face darkening, an inferno of anger igniting in his eyes. Lin Yike, annoyed by Zhou Yanlang's shifting expression, could not contain her frustration. What is wrong with you? Have you learned to be an antiquated relic in just a few days? Can't you pay attention? Do you not understand how crucial a girl's reputation is here? Do you wish to ruin her? What do you mean by antiquated? My daughter cannot grow up amid slander. Why didn't you say so earlier? Lin Yike furiously tossed the comb into the basin of water and stormed off to find Sanbao. Zhou Yanlang, ignoring the lice, hastily gathered his hair and rushed after her. At that moment, Sanbao was sobbing inconsolably, having already had her clothes changed by Granny Zhou. When Lin Yike arrived, Granny Zhou glared at her fiercely, trembling with fury, her lips quivering as she struggled to speak. Seeing Lin Yike, Sanbao cried out, "Mother, I don't want to wear beggaress clothes. I want to wear my tang suit." "Where? What are you wearing? Stay away from her. Who is she to you? Even a stepmother wouldn't act like this." Granny Zhou exclaimed, pulling Sanbao behind her. Old man Zhou sighed and quietly regarded Lin Yike, saying slowly, "Debao's mother, I know you're not that heartless. Just tell me the truth. Was it Erlang who pressured you?" Lin Yike was momentarily stunned, gazing blankly at old man Zhou, just as she struggled to find an explanation. Zhou Yanlang arrived. "If you don't understand, don't jump to conclusions. That was a princess outfit, meant for Sanbao to wear secretly in the cart. She forgot about it when she dismounted." Lin Yike regarded Zhou Yanlang, who spoke with a straight face yet was fabricating nonsense. Had he forgotten the norms of this era? Such words should not be spoken lightly. Upon hearing it was a princess outfit, Granny Zhou turned pale in fright, and she dared not raise her voice, whispering instead, How could you be so bold? Is this for commoners to wear? If the officials find out, it could lead to execution. Debao, Erbao, quickly take off your clothes." "They need not. They are dressed as guards and do not breach any taboos," Zhou Yanlang stated flatly, pulling Sanbao from behind Granny Zhou. "Father, I don't want to wear beggaress clothes. I want to wear my tang suit." Sanbao lifted her little face, weeping pitifully. Granny Zhou had removed her tang suit and dressed her in an old outfit belonging to her older sister. Sanbao did not wish to wear beggaress attire. She was afraid Granny would burn her tang suit. In her heart, she pleaded, "Father, please get it back for me." Zhou Yanlang remained silent, leading Sanbao away. After a few steps, noticing Lin Yike had not followed, he turned and asked, "Are you going to change Sanbao's clothes or not?" Then, addressing the old woman Zhou, he said, "Mother, please take special care of Sanbao's clothes. They are not mere garments, but royal attire not meant for ordinary wear. Oh, and I almost forgot to mention, these clothes belong to the eldest 3 siblings and are not intended for gifting." I did not notice when Sanbao revealed them. After saying this, he cast a glance at Erhua, taking Sanbao by the hand and leaving. The words of Qiu Lan had ignited a fiery rage within him, who was entitled to speak so casually about his daughter. Erhua is a good girl. Does that imply Sanbao is not? Sanbao is a princess, and henceforth she shall don only attire befitting royalty, so let your precious girl keep a close watch. Zhou Yanlang departed with the 3 children and Lin Yike, leaving behind a tumultuous atmosphere in the Zhou household. The old woman, Zhou, hastily crouched beneath the ox cart, her hands rummaging beneath, but she could not retrieve the clothes discarded underneath. Only after peering closely did she ascertain their location, finally managing to pull the garments out. Holding the clothes in her hands, she scrutinized them closely. Goodness, how could I have doubted? No wonder Erlang claimed they were royal garments. Look at the stitching, perfectly straight, with identical spacing between stitches. My word, how could such craftsmanship exist? I am truly enlightened. Her disdain for the eldest daughter-in-law surged, she thought. That venomous woman dares to claim these are garments for courtesans. Can a courtesan even produce such exquisite clothing? Only the imperial palace could craft something so fine. Old Zhou raised her head, intending to glare at Qiu Lan, but instead saw Erzhan and Sanshan dressed in tang suits, and she waved them over. Erzhan, Sanshan, let me see what you are wearing. Sanshan, fearing his grandmother might demand he remove his clothing, stepped back. He could not allow his grandmother to take away the cool attire Sanbao had gifted him. Erzhan, noticing Sanshan's retreat, begrudgingly approached old Zhou. Seeing them dawdle, she strode over and seized Sanshan, urgently calling for them to remove their garments. Quickly, you must take these off. Are these clothes fit for you? Goodness. Even the guards wear such fine attire. No wonder the second son said they were meant for Debao and Erbao. We cannot allow Erzhan and Sanshan to ruin them. I want he take them off. They were given to me by Sanbao. Sanshan exclaimed, breaking free from old Zhou's grasp and running away. Erzhan, not wishing to undress but too timid to run, felt his face flush with embarrassment. Erzhan, remove them at once. Sanshan, running 1T help. Your mother harbors ill intentions. Her heart is tainted. People think as their hearts dictate. These clothes are from the imperial palace. Your mother could provide you with even better garments. Wearing palace attire would diminish your status. From now on, you must not touch anything your uncle brings. If you desire something, ask your mother. She has better things in her possession. Old Zhou grasped Erzhan with one hand while patting her thigh with the other. Had the Qiu family not been so close to the Zhou family, she would have certainly berated Qiu Lan to the point where her head would hang low. Old Qiu had overheard Old Zhou's commotion and, despite her initial intent to feign ignorance, was urged by Old Qiu to investigate. Stop pretending you can't hear. No one is a fool. The Lan must have done something to provoke Old Zhou again. If you don't go check, how can I? Upon arriving at the Zhou residence, Old Qiu found Erzhan and Sanshan just having removed their garments, their eyes still glistening with tears. In-law, what has transpired? Did the Lan anger you again? Old Zhou cast a glance at Qiu Lan, thinking, do not assume that just because your mother is here, I will refrain from reprimanding you. No, it's just that Dajan's wife disapproves of the clothes Sanbao gave to Erhua. I know you are from the town, while I, a simple villager, cannot discern what is good or bad. I merely thought Erhua would reject them, thus Erzhan and Sanshan need not wear them. In-law, look here. The second son claims these are garments from the palace and just observe the craftsmanship. I must confess, do not share this with anyone else. But just now Sanbao was dressed in royal attire. Look at the material and the workmanship. Old Zhou, saying this, handed Qiu Lan the tang suit worn by Sanbao. Qiu Lan felt the fabric, then brought it close to the torchlight for a thorough inspection. Goodness, this is indeed royal attire. How could it be? Surely the palace does not house mere mortals, for the stitching is flawlessly uniform. Old Zhou, filled with pride, lifted her chin and remarked to Qiu Lan. Your daughter claimed these were garments for courtesans. In-law, do you see clearly now? With stitching like this, such craftsmanship, and this quality of fabric, could a courtesan produce this? And to say my second son wished to sell Sanbao. Ah, I shall say no more. As Old Zhou spoke, she reclaimed the clothes from Qiu Lan's hands and turned to leave, discreetly covering her face as she did so. Qiu Lan approached Qiu Lan, delivering a few sharp blows, then tremblingly pointed a finger at her, scolding, you are a source of constant worry at home. You are no good. It's fortunate you married into the Zhou family. Had you wed elsewhere, you would have long been cast aside. Did you see the quality of that clothing? If word of your remark spreads, you could face dire consequences. I have touched official garments, and none possess such craftsmanship. To claim they are for courtesans, those shameless individuals could not create such attire. Continue your antics, and you may find yourself in deep trouble. Do not expect to return to your mother's home. The author is eager to update frequently. Readers who enjoy this work, please urge for updates and provide some motivation. If possible, a 5-star review would be greatly appreciated. The author needs encouragement. Chapter 97. Royal attire. Qiu Lan never anticipated that garments revealing arms and legs could be royal attire. How could she have doubted? Her disbelief was of little consequence. For Old Qiu believed wholeheartedly, and the village women were equally convinced, their gazes towards Sanbao now filled with fervor. Regardless of where Zhou Erlang obtained these royal garments, or whether such a claim transgressed any taboo, they recognized one truth. Zhou Yanlang was a capable individual, possessing an abundance of fine goods. In the abode of the Yin family, Sanbao would undoubtedly be a young lady, while Dabao and Erbao would be young masters. Alas, their village had birthed a wealthy lord, and they must tread carefully. Yes, they should first ensure their children establish good relations with Sanbao, Dabao, and Erbao. Meng Kaiping and Gao Jiao were particularly curious, imploring Old Zhou to allow them to examine the garments. Old Zhou cautiously handed them over, cautioning them, you may look, but be gentle, do not mar the fabric. Meng Kaiping and Gao Jiao beckoned Chen Xiaoqiao, the three of them gathering around the torchlight, examining the garments meticulously. All three felt a sense of disbelief, with Meng Kaiping repeatedly exclaiming, what skill it must take to create such garments. How is it even possible? Fourth sister-in-law's stitching is impeccable, nothing compares. The stitching was commendable, yet the embroidery was nothing short of extraordinary. I have never encountered such exquisite embroidery even in the capital, Gao Jiao marveled, caressing the patterns on the Tang suit, her eyes sparkling with wonder. Have you finished? Hand it over once you're done. Be mindful not to damage it with your clumsy hands. Old Zhou, seemingly fearful that the three daughters-in-law might ruin the treasure, did not allow them ample time to inspect it closely. No matter how closely they scrutinized it, they lacked the skill to replicate such craftsmanship. Old Zhou reclaimed the garments, tucking them into her bosom as she turned to leave, her steps radiating an air of majesty as if she were carrying a treasure trove. This only intensified the fervor in the eyes of the village women, reinforcing their underlying thoughts. Look, old Zhou does not dare to touch those clothes. They must be worth a fortune. After returning home with Lin Yike, Zhou Yanlang promptly ushered her into the carriage while he remained outside, forbidding anyone from approaching their cart. Lin Yike had entered the space with a daunting task. Zhou Yanlang insisted that she must create attire for Sanbao that was not only cool and comfortable, but also elegant and appropriate. Lin Yike racked her brain but could not conceive a design, feeling that Zhou Yanlang was perhaps overreacting. After all, one should not stand out too much while fleeing, lest it invite robbery. Eventually, she chose not to heed his advice, opting instead to craft 2 outfits for Sanbao using lighter fabric typical for rural girls of that era. Despite the turmoil surrounding her, she remained restless. Everyone else was fleeing in tattered, gray garments while Sanbao donned a pristine outfit devoid of any patches, fearing it would draw unwarranted attention. When Grandma Zhou delivered the clothes, Sanbao had already bathed and changed into the new attire freshly made by Lin Yike. Grandma Zhou observed Sanbao with curiosity, contemplating whether the emperor himself would fashion garments for commoners. Noticing Grandma Zhou's expression, Lin Yike hastily clarified that this was merely attire for the princess to wear while discreetly exploring outside the palace. Instantly, Grandma Zhou withdrew her gaze, pondering why the fabric felt so different. She glanced around and quietly inquired about the origin of the clothes, questioning Lin Yike about the second son's activities and whether he had shared any details. Lin Yike, wishing to avoid constant excuses, merely shook her head, feigning ignorance, while internally deciding to shift any future complications onto Zhou Yanlang, thereby alleviating her own burdens. Grandma Zhou, not receiving the answer she sought, smacked her lips in frustration, wondering what the second son had been up to all these years, as he never divulged anything. She fretted about the possibility of him becoming a bandit. Oh, how difficult it was to articulate such matters. She had noticed his cold demeanor upon returning, resembling a grim specter, which was indeed unsettling. Lin Yike found herself increasingly perplexed by Zhou Yanlang, who, after fretting over the clothing issue, proceeded to repair the carriage seats. He meticulously affixed wooden boards to the hinges of the 2 rows of seats, creating a structure that allowed one to recline comfortably. He then attached soft cushions from Lin Yike's provisions, followed by a layer of straw matting. Lin Yike was pleased to see the transformation from hard seats to a cozy sleeping arrangement, yet she struggled to comprehend why. After reprimanding the children during the day for being indulgent, he was now acting so strangely at night. As if reading her thoughts, Zhou Yanlang suddenly remarked, "My child, there is nothing wrong with enjoying certain privileges, but it does not conflict with the necessity of training them to endure hardships." Lin Yike pouted, muttering under her breath about whether they should have an ice basin in the carriage while traveling. Zhou Yanlang ignored her, diving into the carriage for a nap. Lin Yike gritted her teeth in annoyance, realizing that he had summoned her under the pretense of caring for the children, only to create a comfortable space for himself. Frustrated, she retreated to her sleeping area, mentally dissecting Zhou Yanlang into countless pieces. When the sound of the gong echoed, Lin Yike felt as though she had barely settled down before she was once again subjected to the drudgery of the day. Today, Yang Si instructed the villagers to continue their sparring matches with the challengers from previous days, but with an added remark: they should only change opponents once they had forged some camaraderie through their fights. The villagers, puzzled, did not understand how one could develop feelings through conflict, yet as they squared off again, the intensity had noticeably diminished compared to earlier bouts. As the morning march commenced, Lin Yike didn't even board the carriage, instead opting to jog alongside the procession with her 3 children, Lin Jin, Lin Shi, and Lin Kong. It wasn't that Lin Yike was particularly eager. She had been intimidated by Zhou Yanlang's earlier reprimands and preferred to avoid running under the glaring sun. After an hour of what she deemed a morning jog, she felt fatigued but pushed through, aware that the terrain was uneven and challenging for the villagers struggling to push the carts. In stark contrast, a group of well-equipped travelers with provisions and livestock swiftly overtook the wandering refugees, who could only glance back with a sense of longing, wishing for a morsel of food. Today, the refugees did not follow the Zhou family's caravan. Perhaps they had grown wiser, were too famished to care, or had simply become numb to their plight. After an hour of running with the children, Lin Yike finally climbed onto the cart, her legs aching terribly. Although she could have managed a 2-hour jog, the original owner's poor physical condition hindered her. The carriage, having been modified by Zhou Yanlang, allowed the 3 children to sit side by side, propping up the folding wooden boards for a makeshift bed. Lin Yike longed to lie down, hoping Zhou Yanlang might sit with Wang Tian at the front. thus allowing her and the children to recline comfortably. Zhou Yanlang had already noticed Lin Yike's restless glances, a smirk playing on his lips as he fanned himself leisurely. Unable to endure the discomfort any longer, Lin Yike cleared her throat and mustered the courage to speak to Zhou Yanlang, suggesting that he take a seat at the front so she could lie down with Sambao. Zhou Yanlang, amused, did not respond immediately, while Sambao quickly waved her hands, insisting, "Mother, it's fine. The sun is too strong. We can't let father sit outside." Lin Yike nearly choked in disbelief, staring at Sambao in shock, pondering whether this girl truly was her daughter. Zhou Yanlang had intended for Lin Yike to relax with the children inside the carriage, as the heat was unbearable. Yet, Sambao adamantly refused to let him sit outside. Frustrated, Lin Yike swapped positions with Sambao, feeling exasperated with the ungrateful child. Meanwhile, Sambao was delighted, resting her head on her father's lap as he fanned her. Her little face radiated joy, her eyes sparkling with affection as she chattered away. "Father, are you hungry? Are you thirsty? What do you want to eat? Just tell me, and I'll get it for you." Lin Yike, half reclined beside her Bao, closed her eyes tightly, grappling with her emotions. She felt anger towards her ungrateful daughter, but more so, a pang of sorrow. The children craved their father, a bond she could never forge despite her best efforts. As they grew closer to Zhou Yanlang, she felt a bittersweet ache in her heart. Outside the carriage, villagers continued their run, and just after completing their hour, Yangxi's gong resonated once more, signaling an early halt beside a stream. The villagers, unsure of the sudden break, observed the sun still shy of its zenith, questioning the reason for the early respite. As they fidgeted with uncertainty, Yangxi, Zhou Sanlang, and Zhao Yijuan approached Zhou Yanlang. "Second brother, if we head east for 3 or 4 miles, we will reach Guanhua County. Should we take a detour to stock up on supplies?" Zhou Yanlang remained seated at the front of the carriage, his gaze fixed on the stream, pondering for a moment before responding. "Do you think the absence of refugees here signifies safety? Do you believe that the bandits pose the greatest threat? Those bandits are but a ragtag bunch. Perhaps merely desperate folk driven to lawlessness by circumstance. Can they truly compete with you? The real danger looming over us is not the bandits or the refugees, but the impending tide of deserters." Zhou Sanlang furrowed his brow at his words, a chill creeping into his heart. "Are you suggesting that Prince Chen will soon suffer defeat? That his troops will flee this way?" Zhou Sanlang's words darkened the expressions of Yangxi and Zhao Yijuan, their gazes fixed anxiously on Zhou Yanlang. Though they yearned to hear a different narrative, they understood all too well the chaos that would ensue if Prince Chen's forces were to falter, leading to a surge of deserters who would wreak havoc and possibly turn to banditry. The ungoverned territories would become the prime refuge for these fleeing soldiers, an unavoidable passage for many. You underestimate the situation. Even before Prince Chen's defeat, a significant number of soldiers will abandon their posts. Who wishes to risk their lives in battle? If I am not mistaken, neither the king of Luo nor the court would excavate roads or construct waterways to create tributaries for the looting river. They might instead build dikes and open sluices, allowing the river water to inundate Linshan Prefecture. Zhao Yijuan gazed incredulously at Zhou Yanlang, seemingly unable to accept this notion. "Second brother, where would they build the dikes? If the waters of looting river flood Linshan Prefecture, no matter where they construct the dikes, Xiangyang County would suffer the same fate. How could this be possible? The court and the king of Luo wouldn't completely disregard the lives of the common people, would they? What about the citizens of Linshan Prefecture who have not managed to escape?" Zhao Yijuan's words elicited a cold laugh from Zhou Yanlang. "In a feudal society, what are the common people worth? In the eyes of the powerful, a land laid bare, where famine reigns, is of far less importance than the power they wield." Huh. This is precisely why you cannot become a general. Abandoning one prefecture might very well preserve the entire Sichuan dynasty, and the chaos would conclude 2 years sooner. What do the lives of the populace matter? In times of war, where the iron cavalry passes, it is always a scene of death and desolation. Sun Erqian's face turned pale, his fists clenched, and his eyes were bloodshot. Isn't the north doomed? If the waters flood Linshan Prefecture, the common people will have no choice but to flee, and if things worsen, a plague could ravage the land. The refugees would swarm southward, and our 3 prefectures in the north would be overrun by Linshan's displaced populace. Then we can only head to the Liang King's territory? Zhao Yijuan looked at Zhou Yanlang with confusion. Digging the looting river, excavating roads, and constructing dikes were Zhou Yanlang's suggestions. If he had known the court and the king of Luo would resort to such measures, why would he have made that suggestion? Could it be that he too, like those in power, disregards the lives of the common people for his own interests? Zhou Yanlang glanced at Zhao Yijuan, then turned back to gaze at the stream. "Do not conflate my thoughts with theirs. I suggested excavating roads and building dikes, but the court has ordered every household to send 2 able-bodied men. Huh. Those in the halls of power are likely to abandon the citizens here. He continued, if I am correct, it should be to conscript labor to dismantle Xiangyang City, exhaust its resources, build dikes at Jiko Bay, and then open the sluices to let the river water flow. They would effectively abandon the western region of Xiangyang City, attempting to minimize their losses. With a heart so ruthless and hands so decisive, and such grand ambitions, if this person were in the court, the rebellion of the feudal lords would conclude prematurely, and the Prince Chun would likely take his own life by the banks of the looting river. Zhou Sanlang sighed, then turned to head towards the village chief, not wishing to hear more of this chaotic world. He knew how he ought to act. In the eyes of the powerful, they were but insignificant commoners. It was a miracle for a common man to survive and protect his family. Zhou Yanlang turned to watch Zhou Sanlang's departing figure, then looked back at Zhao Yijuan and the others. There is no need for further contemplation. You have yet to see through the situation as clearly as Sanlang. To lead this group across the no-man's land before the deserters arrive is already a stroke of luck. And you still think of the citizens of the 3 prefectures? After saying this, Zhou Yanlang ignored the others and stood by the riverbank, gazing into the distance. His disappointment in the court deepened. Those wielding power had forsaken not just the citizens of the 3 prefectures, but the entire north, including Pingwang Prefecture, Lianjiang Prefecture, and Haiqing Prefecture. The north, vast yet sparsely populated, with scarce resources, would take years to recover. So what? It merely relieved the court of burdens. In the eyes of the powerful, trading the north for peace in the realm is a decision made for the greater good. What does it matter if they abandon it? Even if the north is laid bare, with corpses strewn about, it would spare more people from the ravages of war. They would even take pride in their decision, claiming to act for the greater good and for the welfare of the impoverished populace. Chapter 99. Where is the path? The path lies beneath our feet. Deciding against going to Guana County, Zhou Sanlang informed village chief Tang to relay the message to the villagers to rest up and hasten their journey to Pingwang Prefecture in the afternoon. Village chief Tang and Niu Shizi understood that they had just conferred with Zhou Erlang, though they felt a sense of unease and were eager to know the content of their discussion. Upon seeing Zhou Sanlang's somber expression, they could only inform the villagers first. At that moment, the village children gathered around Sambao and the others, chattering incessantly. They wished to touch the clothes they wore, extending their dirty little hands, wiping them on their own clothes before looking up at the Sambao siblings. Zhou Xuanzhu's 7-year-old granddaughter, Zhou Lame, stretched out her hand, having just wiped it on her own garment. Sambao sister, can I touch your clothes? My mother says your clothes are made of real silk and brocade, so precious. Only noble people wear them. Zhou Lame's cousin, Zhou Hongmei, pulled her back. Your hands are so dirty. How can you touch the clothes of a noble? If you soil them, my family can't afford to pay for it. Several boys, also eager to touch the clothes of Daba and Erbao, quickly withdrew their filthy hands. Sambao waved her hand, instructing them to wash their hands at the riverbank. Whoever washes their hands clean can come back for a touch. You won't ruin them, but you must not dirty them. Once I learn the martial arts well with my older brother and second brother, and become a hero, I will rob the wealthy to aid the poor, and each of you will get a set of noble clothes. Not far away, Lin Yike, hearing Sambao's words, twitched her mouth, thinking, in the future, if you and your brothers rob your father's family, no one would be wealthier than your family, and you could surely give your little friends a set of noble clothes each. The village children surrounded the Sambao siblings, bubbling with excitement. Meanwhile, village chief Tang and Niu Shizi wore worried expressions as they conveyed Zhou Sanlang's message to the villagers. Faces filled with confusion and sorrow merely nodded vacantly. All they could do was sigh and comply. If you tell us to go, we shall go. Even if our feet are blistered and you don't let us rest, we will keep moving, hoping only not to be abandoned. Zhao Yijuan and a dozen others were not as simple as the villagers imagined. They sat by the stream, each wearing a grave expression. What should we do? We hurriedly brought our family to Zhuyuan village without notifying any relatives. My sisters-in-law are creating a fuss. If they knew our plight in the north, Li Ergus said, clenching his fists and striking the tree before him, bloodied knuckles resulting from the force of his blows. Chen Kong's eyes were red, choking on his words. I didn't even inform my sister. If my parents find out, they would surely blame me. Who isn't he? Did any of us notify our relatives? We only brought our parents and siblings out. But Zhou Erlang. Before Wu Zhuo could finish, Zhao Yijuan interrupted sharply, enough. What are you saying? You may worry about your family, but best keep other thoughts to yourselves. Who among us hasn't left loved ones behind? When we initially brought only our families, did we not consider that the relatives we left behind might lose their lives? Is this situation any different? It was our choice then. Who do you wish to blame now? Do you believe that without following Zhou Erlang, you could lead your remaining family to the Liang King's territory? After Zhao Yijuan spoke, he scanned the dozen or so companions, then flicked his sleeves and turned towards where his parents were resting. Following Zhao Yijuan's departure, the group fell into a heavy silence, their hearts burdened with unspoken grievances, unsure of who to blame. They did not truly harbor resentment towards Zhou Yanlang, rather. They felt a sense of discontent seeing the villagers of Zhou family village successfully escape. As the journey resumed, it was the hottest part of the day. Beneath the scorching sun, sweat streamed down the villagers' foreheads and cheeks, stinging their eyes and mingling with tears. The tears and sweat flowed freely down their faces. Yet they could not halt their steps and had to keep pace with the group, advancing towards an uncertain future. Along the road, there were hardly any travelers. Refugees huddled in small groups by the roadside, lying on the ground, squatting under trees, or wading in the river, reluctant to move, fearing that even the slightest motion would cause them to sweat profusely. Those from affluent families or noble households parked their carriages in the shade, attended by a swarm of servants fanning their masters with all their might, sweat pouring down their faces, yet they were often met with their masters' irritated reprimands. The elders and children of the village crowded onto the ox cart or sat in their own carts. A few village elders were also seated on Wang Mu's bullock cart. Yet Lin Yike and her companions found no room for the village's old and young in their horse-drawn carriage. Inside, Lin Yike's mother and her companions indulged in ice cream, fanning themselves and repeatedly exclaiming how unbearably hot it was. Zhou Yanlang, holding a bottle of chilled beer, grimaced after taking a sip, unsure whether it was the beer's cheapness or Lin Yike's mother's incessant complaints that irked him. After an hour of travel, both the livestock and the people could no longer endure, and the sound of the gong rang out insistently. The procession halted by a small river, and simultaneously, both people and animals rushed to the riverbank. Humans quenched their thirst while the younger men leaped into the water. The once clear river instantly turned murky as adults and children greedily relished the coolness, while the livestock were led by the village elders to the shallows downstream. Zhou Yanlang stood by the riverbank, frowning as some women fetched water for cooking, while young maidens and wives washed clothes nearby. And men and boys remained submerged in the water. Downstream, the livestock relieved themselves, and the river became a mixture of filth and water, flowing with an unsightly blend of substances, leaving one to wonder how many had traversed this river before. Zhou Yanlang, feeling increasingly agitated, sought out Lin Yike. Noticing Wang Ting returning with a bucket of water, his stomach churning with nausea. "Have you changed the water for cooking?" he queried. Lin Yike glanced at the riverbank, unable to suppress a laugh. "No, Zhou Dong, we must adapt to our surroundings. We can endure hardship and enjoy blessings. Times have changed, let us go with the flow. I find this river water quite clean, far superior to the Ganges in India. In the future, it will be drinkable, and for us, there's no problem at all. Just bear with it a little." Zhou Yanlang was further nauseated by Lin Yike's words, unable to help but retch. Lin Yike chuckled incessantly, recalling how she had heard that this fellow was a neat freak. Arriving here, one must endure sleeping on the ground, and lice could be wholesale. She felt it was quite amusing. Zhou Yanlang glared at Lin Yike, his eyes blazing with indignation, unable to believe she could truly drink from that filthy river. "You really haven't changed it?" he pressed. "Really haven't. How could I change it? I just added a bit of baking soda. It should be barely edible." Zhou Yanlang shot Lin Yike a fierce glare, knowing she was clearly intent on embarrassing him. Chapter 100. Deceiving the Ancients in the Afternoon. The sun continued to scorch the earth as the villagers of Zhoujia village slept soundly on the riverbank. On this windless afternoon, the river's coolness failed to reach the shore, leaving the sleeping adults and children drenched in sweat. The villagers remained deeply asleep until the sound of the gong echoed in the evening, rousing them to prepare their new attire for the journey ahead. Yes, they would set off at night. Zhou Sanlang and Yang Si had conferred to avoid the sun, opting instead to travel under the cover of darkness. The villagers of Zhoujia village journeyed day and night for 6 full days before finally catching sight of the long-awaited Pingwang city. Their morning exercises had not ceased for half an hour, and their late-night jogs persisted for an hour. At this moment, a mass of desperate refugees gathered outside Pingwang city, where guards stood watch at the gates, the main entrance tightly shut, yet the side door ajar. However, only the wealthy with numerous servants could enter through the side entrance. A long table was set beside the side door, flanked by rows of armed guards. Traditionally, the government offices open to the south. Those without money were not allowed entry. Now, however, the side door of Pingwang City was open, but only for those willing to pay to enter. Desperate refugees, believing they could find refuge within the city walls, were met with disappointment, receiving neither a bowl of porridge nor a grain of grain. They were informed that even to cross Pingwang City, Each person must pay 3 taels of silver. The villagers of Zhoujiao were equally despondent, clutching their sweat-soaked silver, wondering if they truly had to part with it so soon. But if they surrendered at all, it would not suffice for an entire family to enter the city. Zhou Yanlang coldly stared at the city gate, and after a moment, turned to Lin Yike, saying, "Watch the children. I will be right back." As Zhou Yanlang rose to leave, Zhao Yijuan and a dozen others hurriedly followed. He navigated through the caravan of carts, and the guards swiftly approached, barking orders. "Get back in line. No cutting." Before the guard could raise his spear, Zhou Yanlang kicked it away forcefully. "Get out of my way. If you dare to delay me, you won't have enough lives to pay for it." The leader at the registration table glanced up at Zhou Yanlang, about to reprimand him, but upon seeing his imposing demeanor, signaled a nearby soldier to summon the city commander. Zhou Yanlang granted them no chance to call for the commander. Grabbing a soldier, he spoke with an air of authority and a cold tone. "Take me to see your governor. Who gave you the audacity to openly extort the common folk, neglecting the refugees while attempting to profit from their plight? You truly are brazen." Zhou Yanlang's actions not only led the refugees to believe he was a person of high status, but also frightened the guards into trembling. When the city commander arrived, he had no time to speak before Zhou Yanlang brandished a token, flashing it briefly, not allowing the commander a clear view before concealing it again. "Let the refugees in, or heads will roll." He then turned to the refugees, raising his voice. "Once inside the city, do not linger. Hurry away. The prince's soldiers will soon be pursuing. If you wish to survive, do not tarry here." Zhou Yanlang's audacity not only disoriented the refugees, but also threw the guards into a panic. The city commander approached Zhou Yanlang cautiously, inquiring, "Sir, may I ask who you are?" Zhao Yijuan and Sun Urchian immediately shoved the commander aside, barking, "How dare you? Keep your distance from our young lord. Did you not hear that the young lord commanded you to open the city gates?" The commander, puzzled by this young lord title and having barely glimpsed the token, could only speculate. He quickly signaled for the gates to be opened, wiping the sweat from his brow as he prepared to speak with Zhou Yanlang. However, Zhao Yijuan and Qian Ergu would not grant him that opportunity. The other dozen men stood at the city gates, barking at the crowd. "Everyone step back. Let the villagers who protected our young lord enter the city first." With a creaking sound, the heavy gates swung open, and Zhou Sanlang led the villagers of Zhoujiao village into the city, while Yangxi instructed the guards to relay the message to hasten their pace. The villagers were bewildered by Zhou Yanlang's sudden elevation to young lord, wondering what kind of official that was. Was he of higher rank than the governor? As they pondered this, they hurried along. At this moment, Zhou Sanlang was drenched in sweat, not from heat, but from fright. His copper gong clanged incessantly, the sound urgent and rapid, nearly shattering it. His voice, already hoarse from shouting, strained as he yelled, "Hurry up! Move faster! Who dares not to run quicker? You will all be left behind." Zhou Dali was mercilessly whipping the donkey, sweat pouring down his forehead. He thought to himself, what has Erling gotten into? What kind of powerful family has he robbed? So many precious clothes, and he even possesses a token. What shall we do? Zhou Wulong was even more anxious, fearing that his elder brother was impersonating an official, which was a grave offense. If the authorities caught wind of this, their entire family, including their 9 clans, could face execution. Zhou Laohan, too, was in despair, convinced that his second son had turned to banditry, perhaps leading them all to become outlaws. What a calamity! How could he face his ancestors after death? The Zhou family was in a state of turmoil, each consumed by their own fears. At this moment, Lin Yike was toying with the token in the carriage, chuckling as she spoke to Zhou Yanlang. "Hey, Shoudong, I didn't expect you to engage in such antics. It's quite uncharacteristic of you." Zhou Yanlang cast her a sidelong glance, remaining silent, yet his mind pondered. If not for this particular ruse, could the Zhou group have come into my possession? I have orchestrated forgeries far too many times. Uncharacteristic? How much do you truly know about me? Is this token genuinely your creation? I assumed it was stolen. Hey, I'm talking to you. You're rather dull, not uttering a word. Don't you find it tedious? How could I have been bewitched by your charms back in the day, knowing now that you possess such a mischievous disposition? Even if you offered me money, I wouldn't. Before Lin Yike could finish her thought, Zhou Yanlong's piercing gaze silenced her, causing her to instinctively cover her lips with her hand, gently patting them as if to dismiss her slip of the tongue. My mistake, heh. Then she retracted her neck, mentally chastising herself. Why must I speak so carelessly? I seem to have lost my wits. Meanwhile, Zhou Yanlang contemplated. Was that woman truly bewitched by me back then? Or was it all a scheme? Chapter 101. Run, fellow villagers. As the gates of Pingwang City swung open, a throng of refugees surged in, instantly filling the city's streets. Those with a few coins hastily bought some dry rations to quell their hunger, The penniless begged desperately, resorting to any means for sustenance. Some, driven by extreme hunger, snatched food and fled. The scene truly resembled a swarm of locusts, yet the plight of the city's inhabitants was beyond words. The Zhou family S group, however, swiftly traversed Pingwang City. An officer, still unaware of Zhou Yinlang's true identity, respectfully escorted them through the southern city gate with a small contingent of soldiers. Noticing the absence of the token did not deter him. This time, he clearly observed the carriage's interior through the curtains. Goodness, this is remarkable. The heiress carriage, appearing plain on the outside, conceals a world of comfort within. The seats are soft and cozy, and the children are sipping tea from crystal cups. What a sight to behold. He wondered which family's heir this was, lamenting the missed opportunity to align himself with them. Before departing, Zhou Yinlang lifted the curtain and instructed, "Return to your governor and inform him to open the granaries and distribute food to the refugees, allowing them to pass through the city without lingering." The gatekeeper nodded vigorously in agreement. "Convey to your governor that performing well could redeem past misdeeds. Failure to do so will soon draw the wrath of Lord Luo." And then heads will roll. As Zhou Yinlang's stern words echoed, the carriage's curtains dropped, and the whip cracked, sending the carriage speeding away, leaving the gatekeeper and a handful of soldiers wiping the sweat from their brows. As they passed through Pingwang City, the villagers clutched their silver tightly, slowing their pace. Zhou Sanling bellowed, "Keep up, or fend for yourselves. I shall not wait." With that, he cracked the donkey whip sharply against the animal's back. The elder Zhou clansmen, about to unleash their ire, were interrupted as the guards discreetly warned their families. "Zhou Erlang's token is fake. We must flee." Upon hearing this, the villagers summoned all their strength. "Run, run, fellow villagers. Old and young, I still have energy. I'll wait for you ahead." Those pushing carts, carrying burdens, paid no heed and surged ahead of the ox cart. Zhou Sanling's donkey cart was soon crowded behind by those hauling carts and burdens, with even the elderly on the cart climbing down, declaring, "We still have strength. This cart is too slow. I'll run." Zhou Sanlang was left both amused and exasperated by the scene. When it comes to survival, these folk can outrun even the best of beasts. It is said that autumn's sun can be more unbearable than summer's heat, yet the villagers, undeterred by the sweltering sun, raced forward with fervor. Lin Yike was thoroughly entertained by the villagers, laughing heartily in the carriage until tears streamed down her cheeks. The three children, peering out the window, joined in her merriment, clamoring to disembark and run with their friends. The carriage was stifling, akin to a steamer. There was no way she could let the children join the reckless villagers under the blazing sun. Frustrated by the children's antics, Lin Yike blurted out her usual exclamation. "Are these villagers all foolish? Are you all foolish too?" Silence. Do not forget who you are. Do you genuinely believe you are still Lin Yike? You are Lin Ku now, mistaking this ordeal for a mere excursion. If you do not adjust your mindset, you will regret it. Zhou Yinlang's cold voice made Lin Yike retract her neck, and the three children fell silent, sensing the gravity of the moment. He then called out to the driver, "Wang Tian, stop." Turning to the children with an impassive expression, he stated, "If you wish to run, then disembark and run." The children mirrored Lin Yike's earlier expression, shrinking into their seats, too afraid to move. "Get out." Zhou Yinlang's voice rang out once more. Lin Yike objected, "What are you doing? I'm not a pushover. You know. What do you intend to do? Continue scaring the children, and do not expect me to hold back. Be quiet. Are you lacking in sense? Or merely too bold?" Zhou Yinlang genuinely felt that Lin Yike had lost touch with reality. Did she truly think they had merely traveled to a different era for leisure? He harbored a persistent intuition that returning to their former lives was unlikely. Thus, the education of their children became paramount. They must understand that pouting and whining would not suffice in this era. The educational methods of their past were ill-suited here. 100 admonitions would not compare to first-hand experience. If they sheltered the children from hardship, they would likely face even greater suffering in the future. It is often said that if one cannot bear to discipline their children, society will take on the task. In a feudal society with rigid hierarchies, no one would assist in the education of children. Reality would only reveal that there is no end to suffering. In this era, many would claim that even the bitterest gourd tasted sweet. Zhou Yinlang exuded an imposing presence, his expression grave, disappointment and reproach evident in his gaze as he regarded Lin Yike. "Did you not wish to disembark and run? Do you see Zhou Hongmei and her family ahead? Keep pace with them. If they don't stop, neither shall you. Should you cry or throw a tantrum, there will be no treats tomorrow. You will eat what Zhou Hongmei and her family eat." Lin Yike's anger was extinguished in an instant by Zhou Yinlang's solemn demeanor, leaving her to watch helplessly as the three children obediently climbed down from the carriage, braving the scorching sun to chase after Zhou Xuanzhu's family. The children sprinted under the blazing sun, drenched in sweat, yet dared not complain of the heat. Lin Yike felt a pang of sympathy, wanting to disembark and provide them with some cold water. Each time she attempted to do so, Zhou Yanlang's stern expression met her, his gaze unyielding. What exactly do you want? Is it too much to offer them some water? Do you not think you are being too harsh? Did they not cry out to disembark and run? I merely informed them that crying and whining would not yield results. They must think carefully about their desires. This is not the modern world where tantrums will achieve their aims. Lin Yike found herself swayed by Zhou Yanlang's reasoning, though discomfort lingered in her heart. The children were only 4 years old. Thankfully, it was not long before Yangxi's gong rang out, allowing Lin Yike to breathe a sigh of relief. Yangxi could no longer bear the sight and took the gong from Zhou Erlang, striking it loudly several times. He feared that if they continued running, the elderly and children might succumb to heat stroke. The villagers who had come to a halt were not particularly concerned about their physical well-being. Those slumped on the ground immediately reached for the silver in their bosoms, contemplating. That rascal Zhou Erlang certainly has some audacity, but his grandmother has exhausted me. I nearly lost control of my bladder out of fright. Well, a little fatigue is a trivial matter, as long as the silver remains intact. If it weren't for Zhou Erlang intimidating those guards at the gate, I would not have received this much silver, which now bears my surname. Meanwhile, in Pingwang Prefecture, the officer escorting Zhou Yanlang out of the city knelt before the governor and relayed Zhou Yanlang's words with embellishments. Upon hearing the officer's account, Governor Niu broke into a cold sweat, realizing that he must open the granaries. If the Prince of Luo were to arrive in Pingwang to hold him accountable, he feared for the safety of his family. Cursed Prince Chun, why stir up a rebellion in such peaceful lands? I have served as governor here for over a decade, believing the court had forgotten my existence. After years of tyranny, I now face ruin at the hands of Prince Chun. With the decree to open the granaries, clerks, aides, and various officials sprang into action. All the refugees gathered at the southern gate of the city to receive relief grain and hastily departed. Those unwilling to leave after receiving their rations would be forcibly detained by the local enforcers and guards. The refugees finally received their much-needed grain. Yet the wealthy merchants of Pingwang suffered greatly under Governor Niu and his officials. For years, the granaries had become the private property of Governor Niu and his cohorts, who were reluctant to distribute any of it for the sake of the refugees. They prioritized the needs of the affluent families in the city, as all were complicit in their long-standing collusion. Outside the southern gate of Pingwang, the refugees, having received their grain, dared not linger and hurriedly followed in the footsteps of the villagers from Zhoujia village. Many among them who had seen Zhou Yanlang at the northern gate expressed their gratitude towards the court and Zhou Yanlang's ancestors. Finally, we have witnessed justice. The court has not abandoned us. The young lord is indeed a benevolent man. It is he who has saved our lives. The corrupt officials had no intention of aiding us. Without the young lord's intervention, we would never have received this sustenance. Let us move swiftly, for the young lord has warned that deserters may be in pursuit. At that moment, 20 miles from the city of Pingwang, old Zhou sat anxiously before Zhou Yanlang with his 4 sons. He implored Zhou Yanlang earnestly, "My second son, though we are poor and suffer, we must not resort to banditry or seize power unlawfully. I toiled tirelessly to ensure you 5 brothers received an education, so you would understand the teachings of the sages. You cannot bring shame upon our ancestors after my passing." Zhou Yanlang fell silent, gazing at his brothers, each wearing a matching expression of agreement with their father, their anxious glances urging him to respond and offer reassurance. Lin Yike, seated not far from them, trembled with suppressed laughter, her shoulders shaking, causing old Zhou and the others to feel a pang of despair. This is dire. Dabao's mother is weeping inconsolably. What are we to do? Zhou Yanlang noticed their expressions and shot a menacing glance at Lin Yike. This woman, all she does is eavesdrop and revel in my embarrassment. He turned his gaze back to old Zhou and his brothers, their faces now reflecting distress. What has brought my second brother to this juncture? Zhou Yanlang's scowl deepened. He felt utterly lost among these ancient minds, whose reasoning was perplexingly formidable. Lin Yike, come here and explain to my father and brothers what is truly happening. Lin Yike, caught off guard, looked up at Zhou Yanlang and old Zhou, completely bewildered. How am I to explain this? What can I say? Zhou Yanlang's accusing eyes bore down on her. You deceitful woman, spinning tales as if the children are not already overwhelmed. Surely, you cannot deceive a few ancient minds? Lin Yike glared back at Zhou Yanlang, but with old Zhou and the others watching her intently, she steeled herself to speak. You need not overthink this. There is nothing as dire as you fear. The governor is not a reputable man, but a little intimidation might do him good. He is likely terrified and may have already opened the granaries. In this chaotic time, He is too preoccupied with his own survival to concern himself with us. Do not entertain thoughts of becoming bandits or seizing power. You are misled. Lin Yike's reassurances did little to quell the diverse concerns of the Zhou family, who believed Zhou Yanlong's silence stemmed from an inability to voice his thoughts. However, without his words, they were left to sigh in resignation as they departed. Zhou Sanlang pondered deeper questions. Where did my brother acquire that token? What exactly is its significance? Ultimately, he resolved, it matters not. My brother must have his own plans. For now, survival is paramount. The villagers of Zhoujia village were indifferent to whether Zhou Yanlang sought power or chose a life of banditry. They recognized that without him, their survival was in jeopardy. As they embarked on their journey once more, Zhou Ming grew increasingly exasperated with Zhou Sanlang's incessant inquiries. He had shared all he could, yet Sanlang continued to press him. Zhou Sanlang was not obsessed. He simply realized he had underestimated the situation. His brother was not merely seeking power. He had pierced through the heavens. Yang Si interrupted Zhou Sanlang's contemplation, instructing him to take a detour through the barren salt flats. Bypassing Langting Mountain and heading directly for Xiakou, Zhou Sanlang was perplexed. The salt flats stretched for hundreds of miles without a single household. The bitter waters rendered it uninhabitable. How can we traverse such desolation? Even livestock cannot survive there. The second brother has a solution for our water needs. Given our numbers, there will inevitably be casualties crossing Langting Mountain. Many believe Xiakou to be the most perilous route, but in truth, Langting Mountain is fraught with danger. The bandits there are in collusion with the officials. They care not whether you are a commoner or a merchant. Those without money cannot pass. Zhou Sanlang felt a stir of hope. The largest hurdle in barren lands was access to water. If water could be secured, heading straight for Xiakou would allow them to evade both refugees and the dangers of Langting Mountain. He had no objections. Hearing they would traverse barren lands filled the villagers with trepidation, yet they remained subdued, their thoughts unvoiced. As they crossed through Pingwang's territory towards the desolate lands, they found themselves enveloped by wilderness, devoid of villages or even proper roads. The path they traversed was merely a narrow trail forged by travelers and caravan guards. In this era, even the main roads were enough to make one question their sanity. This unmaintained track was uneven and treacherous, prone to overturning at any moment. At this moment, Lin Yike and the three children struggled to maintain their balance. Their bodies jostled relentlessly by the bumping of the cart. Had Zhou Yanlang not modified the cart, there would have been nothing to hold on to, resulting in countless bumps on their heads. Lin Yike clenched her teeth, gripping the bamboo pole in front of her, her thoughts filled with resentment. Damn it, we danced through the official road, and now we are upgraded to a full-blown disco. Is it possible for the road to worsen? Calmly seated within the cart, Zhou Yanlang observed Lin Yike, curious to see how long this lazy woman could endure. Though her teeth were gritted and her complexion pale from the jostling, she stubbornly refused to dismount and walk, even as the children had gotten down to walk several miles. If Lin Yike were to discover Zhou Yanlong's true thoughts, she would undoubtedly spit in his face. Does she have it easy? To spare her feet from suffering. She endures tribulation everywhere else. Her entire body jostled to the point of disarray. Did he truly think anyone would relish riding in this wretched cart? Hadn't they already traveled for an hour that morning? Chapter 103. Bitter River Water. Lin Yike finally comprehended the villagers' fervent longing for the sound of the gong when they could no longer persevere each day. The clang of the gong resonated like celestial music, liberating their very souls. Zhou Yanlang couldn't help but chuckle at Lin Yike's expression upon hearing the gong and her limping descent from the cart, grimacing in pain. He genuinely could not fathom what was going through her mind. Why couldn't she simply get off the cart and walk for a bit? Little did he know, as he too limped down from the cart, Lin Yike was internally mocking him mercilessly. Damn it, did he really think Zhou Yanlang was invincible? After a day of riding, never having disembarked, how could the cart not topple? Tomorrow during their morning run, it would be ideal if the cart were to overturn, crushing that rascal. Lin Yike grumbled internally while setting up a mud stove, as Zhou Yanlang instructed Yang Si and several others on how to process the saline water from the river, urging them to gather the villagers to boil it. Although they had yet to reach the saline fields, the river water here was a variant of saline water. Just as Lin Yike had moved 3 stones, the iron pot was commandeered, and before she could grasp the situation, Zhou Yanlang had shoved her into the cart. Hurry and fetch a few towels from the space. Nightfall is approaching, and there is not a drop of usable water, Zhou Yanlang remarked, then turned to the villagers, fearing they would be occupied well into the night. Everyone was exhausted from the day's labor, weary and parched. Even the livestock lacked water. Lin Yike retrieved 4 towels from her space, yet remained utterly baffled. Did this era even have towels? Why was he so unperturbed? Was he not concerned about the Zhou family confronting him again? Lin Yike could not fathom Zhou Yanlong's purpose for the towels until she arrived at the riverbank and witnessed Yang Si and the others wrapping towels around the pot's lid. At which point she finally understood. They were distilling water. Yang Si stoked the fire, bringing the water in the iron pot to a boil, the steam saturating the towels until they were completely drenched. Subsequently, they wrung the moisture from the towels into a bucket. The villagers, upon hearing Yang Si, informed them that the bitter river water was drinkable, albeit only the water that had soaked the towels. Hastily began to set up stoves along the riverbank to distill water. In truth, the villagers were quite wary of the bitter river water, for in their understanding, it was cursed. 20 miles away in another village, there was a bitter river, and it was said that the lifespans of its inhabitants were tragically short, seldom exceeding 50 years. Moreover, many villagers succumbed to illness in their 30s and 40s, all believing it was due to the cursed bitter river water. In the northern regions, such bitter rivers were common, and the residents living nearby faced similar fates. The villagers of Zhoujia village were filled with trepidation at the prospect of venturing into barren lands. And now the idea of drinking bitter river water only heightened their anxiety. The most taboo thing regarding bitter river water was the Niu, who hailed from a village with a bitter river. His parents and siblings had all died before reaching 50, with one brother passing away before turning 40. The reason he relocated to Zhoujia village was that his family had pooled their resources to arrange his marriage to a daughter of the Zhou family, allowing him to escape the cursed village by purchasing 2 acres of fertile land. At noon, Zhou Sanlang and Yang Si discussed heading directly to Xiaku without traversing the barren land, and he felt compelled to express his discontent to Zhou Yanlang. Now witnessing the insistence on drinking bitter river water, Niu Shizi could no longer contain himself and approached Zhou Yanlang with determination. Erlang, this bitter river water is truly undrinkable. It is cursed by the heavens. I assure you, I moved to Zhoujia village precisely because of the bitter river there. My parents and brothers perished before reaching 45 due to drinking that water. You must heed my warning. Zhou Yanlang turned to Lin Yike, but before he could speak, she had already turned to leave. Oh, so he expects me to explain for him? I truly do not understand why Zhou Yanlang even has a mouth. Merely for eating, perhaps? Niu Shizi, in a state of desperation, watched as Zhou Yanlang and Lin Yike exchanged glances, his anxious expression revealing his turmoil, feeling utterly helpless. Oh dear, does Erlang truly not understand? In the north, who doesn't know that bitter river water is undrinkable? What shall we do? Zhou Yanlang furrowed his brow, glancing at the distressed Niu Shizi squatting beside him, and slowly replied, bitter river water is not cursed. It is saline water, laden with impurities. Prolonged consumption can cause significant harm to the body, which is a key reason why those living near bitter rivers do not enjoy longevity. However, if we use this distillation method and consume only the distilled water, the concerns you mentioned will not arise. Niu Shizi, still reeling from shock, was approached by village chief Tang, who rushed over with a bowl of distilled water. Niu Shizi, quickly, try this water. It isn't bitter at all. Quite the opposite. It has a hint of sweetness and tastes better than the water we have in our village. Niu Shizi hurriedly stood up, accepting the bowl from village chief Tang and gulping down the distilled water in one go. Indeed, it is no longer bitter. It has a touch of sweetness. If only I had known this decades ago, my parents and brothers wouldn't have had to endure a lifetime of bitter river water. He looked at Zhou Yanlang with excitement. Erlang, this bitter river water is truly not cursed? Indeed, it is not. The villagers living along the saline river have shorter lifespans for several reasons, and while drinking saline water is one of them, you must also have frequently consumed earth salt, which is equally harmful if taken long-term. It contributes to poor health and is not a curse, but rather the result of consuming substances detrimental to the body. Is it truly called the saline river? Yes, it sounds much better than bitter river water. So, the north is not a cursed land after all. But why is it that we cannot consume earth salt? Chapter 104. Sleeping without hunger. Niu Shizi, with a tumultuous mind, realized after a lifetime that his village was not under any divine curse. The bitter water and earth salt were merely toxic, yet now, they were fleeing and could not return to inform the younger generations not to drink the bitter river water directly. Nor could they clarify that the village had not been cursed. Zhou Yanlang chose not to engage further with Niu Shizi, allowing him to ponder alone. Once the villagers understood that the bitter river water was not cursed, their anxious hearts finally eased. Each household hurriedly collected firewood, knowing that to distill enough water for the entire family would require significant fuel. Yang Si had also mentioned that the boiling of water could not cease that night, as they would soon enter barren lands, and they needed ample drinking water for the day ahead. They could not afford to waste a day boiling water while on the road. Once they entered the barren land, Each household would need to boil water at night. At Yang Xi's urging, the villagers ran as if their lives depended on it. They not only gathered firewood, but also rummaged through their homes for containers to hold water, devising ways to prevent spills while traveling. With no lids for their wooden barrels, a day's journey would surely result in half a barrel being spilled. Lin Yike was in awe of the ingenuity and survival skills of the ancients. Night had fallen completely, and the majority of the villagers had yet to have dinner. Only a few families with some remaining provisions managed to eat half a steamed bun and drink a bowl of distilled water, considering it sufficient for their evening meal. Those without provisions still had their iron pots boiling distilled water, drinking a bowl of it to stave off hunger. Even then, they dared not drink too much, for the output was meager. If they drank excessively, they would have nothing to carry the next day. The children were given extra water, but were soon sent off to sleep. When asked about cooking, they replied, "There is none, no pot, no water. If we sleep, we won't feel hungry." At this moment, the women were skillfully weaving the harvested thatch into mats, preparing to cover the wooden barrels. Their stomachs grumbled from hunger, yet their hands and feet remained busy. The men brandished torches, felling every dry tree within reach, then chopping the wood into neat firewood, which was intended for their journey the following day. Why? Because in the barren land, firewood was not always readily available. In some places, not even a blade of grass grew. That night, the villagers of Zhoujia village, not just those boiling and distilling water, were sleepless. Both the women and men toiled tirelessly into the night, weaving mats and preparing sufficient provisions, while the men gathered firewood from the vicinity. As the hour for practice approached, the clang of Yang Xi's gong rang out, cold and commanding. He paid no heed to whether they had slept or eaten that night. When the time came for training, neither wind nor rain could deter them. The villagers protested, expressing their unwillingness to continue, claiming that their grievances were trivial and long resolved. Just as Yang Xi had said, they had developed bonds through their conflicts. Zhou Ershang clasped Zhou Laopa's hand, her eyes brimming with tears, gazing at her with deep affection. "Sister-in-law, I was wrong. I did not realize that the land left by our father-in-law was for the children at home to attend school. But, dear sister-in-law, I too suffered back then. Not only did I lack food and warm clothing, but I also never even laid eyes on a copper coin all year. I admit I was envious. Look at our poverty, yet our father-in-law still insisted that Dala must go to school." Zhou Laopa waved her hand. "Oh, I know you had no money back then, but what could I do? Father-in-law was adamant that Dala must study. I had no choice. Even in death, he made Dala's father swear that the benefits from the fertile land could only be used for education in dire situations. If not, Dala's father would not be allowed to be buried in the Zhou family grave, nor would his memorial tablet be allowed in the ancestral hall. I have suffered too," she continued. "After marrying off Laosi and Laowu, there was hardly any rice left in the pot, yet I still had to support Dala's education." Without catching my breath, "Your elder brother would rather let the whole family go hungry than forego sending Erlang to the private school. Alas, let us not dwell on it." Zhou Qiaoyan grasped Chen Xiaocao's hand. "Sister C, let us not fight anymore, shall we? I have not fought with Sanhua or Wuhua these days. I will help you with your work from now on. Truly, I will help you. We can wash and cook together." Yang Xi's mother sighed as she held onto the pot woman's hand. "Back then, it wasn't he that I fancied your old man because he was the village head. It was just my foolishness." The pot woman grasped Yang Xi's mother's hand, her eyes glistening with tears, filled with affection. "Let us not speak of it. I too have my faults. Let us not dwell on it." The wife of the oxen sieve held the hand of the lame woman, tears flowing sincerely. "Cousin, it wasn't he that I didn't lend you money back then. I simply had none. The children's grandfather was ill, and those who died left me unable to even put food in the pot. What could I do? I was afraid to let others know. I feared being looked down upon by the villagers. They would say the children's father was an outsider, that we should leave Zhoujia village and go back to drink bitter river water. I was poor, yet I could not admit it." Zhou Soado and Zhou Liuji sat shoulder to shoulder on the ground. "Old fellow, don't you remember a piece of candy? You know our family's situation, don't you? I have no interest in that wretched grandson of yours. I disdain the candy he brings. Your six toes, that was me speaking. It was just childish ignorance." The villagers chatted animatedly, thinking, "Yang Xi, you little rascal, do you see? We have forged bonds through our conflicts, truly forged bonds. Look closely. If you let us continue fighting, we might as well separate from our families and live together." Yang Xi, however, was indifferent to their banter and asked lightly, "Are you done fighting? If so, let us find someone else, as there are still grudges and grievances to settle." The men, women, and children all insisted, "No, truly there are none. We are all from the same village, relatives by blood. How could there be any enmity or resentment? Our relationships are quite good." Yang Si scanned the villagers closely, then asked earnestly once more, "Are you certain there are no grudges or grievances?" In unison, they affirmed, "No, none at all." Yang Si nodded, then pointed not far away. There, Zhou Ming and Zhao Yijuan, along with a dozen others, were mounted on horseback, each holding a bamboo stick. Everyone sees that, right? You run, and they will chase you on horseback. Whoever gets hit will be in trouble. The villagers turned to see the fierce-looking men on horseback, each brandishing bamboo sticks with a large bundle strapped to their backs. They wished to retract their earlier claim, realizing they still had grievances to address. But Yang Si had already mounted his horse, his bamboo stick raised high. "Oh dear, what more is there to say? Run quickly. Yang Si, you little rascal. I am your elder. Are you blind? How dare you strike your elder?" Yang Si replied, "Not even my father is exempt." At that moment, Yang Si's father, Yang Laomao, believing his son was leading the charge, ambled leisurely behind the crowd. As Yang Si brought down his stick, his father was about to scold him. But Yang Si's stick was already raised again. "Unfilial son. Oh dear, it hurts. Lao Si, you ungrateful child, you strike me, and you will be struck down by heaven. Oh dear, I shall run. I shall run. How else can I do? Haven't you heard the unfilial son say, 'If I am a deserter now, your head would already be on the ground'?" Chapter 105. In order to keep up with your pace in the wilderness on the border of Pingwang Prefecture, a dozen fierce-looking men rode on horseback, bamboo sticks in hand, pursuing a throng of nearly 1,000 villagers. The villagers, in sheer panic, sprinted across the barren land, their cries of anger, alarm, and calls for their parents echoing through the air. Yet, regardless of the villagers' tumultuous shouts, the elderly and the children, the horsemen incessantly raised their bamboo sticks, swiftly striking at different individuals. Lin Yike, as she ran, shouted vehemently, "Zhou Yanlang, are you out of your mind? Is this how you conduct training? Oh dear, it hurts terribly. I curse your family. Oh my mother, dear heavens. Zhou Yama, you are insane." Lin Yike, pursued by Zhou Yanlong's relentless strikes, began to question her very existence, while the three little ones fared little better, crying out for their parents as they scampered about. Zhou Yanlang, atop his horse, struggled to keep it from galloping wildly while swinging his bamboo stick towards Lin Yike and the three little ones, having already reduced his strength to the bare minimum. However, Lin Yike led the way in crying out, causing the three little ones to mimic her, which only fueled Zhou Yanlong's frustration. Countless times, he thought to himself, in the modern world, I would have to send Lin Yike to W country for a year or so to teach her what real training is. Now, we are merely building their endurance and physical strength for the arduous journey ahead. Is this really unbearable? If I were a deserter, she would have been dead countless times by now. After half an hour of practice, everyone was left panting, their bodies marked with the bruises from the bamboo sticks. Yang Si and his group did not hold back, and the younger women were still wiping their tears. Yang Si merely scoffed, "With just over 10 of us, we could chase and beat you 1,000 strong in a single pass. If we were truly deserters or mountain bandits wielding knives and guns, there would be corpses strewn across the ground." With that, he turned and walked away, troubled by the lack of sense among the 1,000 villagers. A single spit from each of them could drown out his 10 men. How could they only know how to run? Alas, if they continued this way, what hope was there for an escape? It would be better to return home and await death, at least that way. They wouldn't have to endure the hardships of travel, sleeping in the open, and dying without peace. The villagers were also disheartened. They had not eaten dinner last night, and had to toil through the night. A group of over 10 of you rode on horseback, chasing us and delivering a beating. We bore the brunt without complaint, yet it is you who seem on the verge of despair. Alas, the situation is such that we have endured the pain of being beaten, our bodies aching, and we are utterly exhausted from running. Now, seeing your anger, we dare not even breathe heavily. We implore you to temper your wrath. Tomorrow we shall run a bit faster. At this moment, Lin Yike has decided to take a break, lying in the cart with her 4 children. Why should she cook when her sister-in-law and sister-in-law's sister prepare meals that skimp on oil? Look at how Zhou Yanlang lingers at the Lin family table. Today's breakfast at the Lin household left Zhou Yanlang frowning. The dishes lacked oil, the porridge was devoid of rice, and the steamed cornbread had no white flour. And moreover, the Lin family had implemented a meal-sharing system. Each adult received a bowl of porridge and a cornbread, while the children received half a cornbread and a bowl of porridge. Wang Ting and Su Ying had long wished to take over the cooking. For if the younger sister continued to cook, the family would soon run out of provisions. Furthermore, the younger sister declared, "Sister-in-law, starting today, I shall no longer take charge of the cooking. You and the sister-in-law can do it from now on. Whatever Zhou's family eats, we shall prepare as well. Zhou's adults receive 1 cornbread each, and children under 13 receive half. Let us do the same." Zhou Yinlang chewed on his cornbread with difficulty, casting a sullen glance at Lin Yike. Just wait, woman. There will come a time when you will need to plead with me. Lin Yike diligently gnawed on her cornbread, finding it surprisingly palatable. Each morning, Yangtze's copper gong sounded cold and unfeeling, indifferent to whether the villagers had rested the previous night or the extra burdens they faced today. When the time came, the clang of the gong would resound punctually. Today, every household's water bucket was filled, and the women had woven mats to cover the buckets, securing them with old clothes. Yes, this arrangement would certainly prevent water from spilling. Looking around, every cart, whether drawn by livestock or otherwise, was laden with neatly stacked firewood, while elderly villagers and children carried bundles of firewood on their backs. Young girls, brides, and elder women were not idle either. Today, the younger girls took over the pulling of carts, while brides and elder women walked along, weaving grass shoes as they went. They could not afford to stop weaving, as the journey was too hard on their footwear. Thus, with the dawn's light, this group set off once more. Among them, the discordant figures were Lin Yike and her children, who, clad in matching attire, began to run as well, singing, "I train in the winter chill and summer's heat." Each time they sprinted, the clang of Yangtze's gong would follow, ringing loudly. It was a pity for the children carrying firewood and the girls pulling carts, while the brides and elder women could not continue weaving. They had to run. For everyone had started to run, pushing through for just an hour. The elder man carrying firewood steadied his load, bounding along the uneven path like a frog swimming. Huang Chong, limping behind, suffered even more, struggling to keep up with the group. Day after day, escaping this plight felt exceedingly arduous. They faced punishment before breakfast and were made to run afterward. To keep pace with you lot, I must endure your whims. This is truly too difficult. Lin Yike felt even more burdened. To flee with her ex-husband's family, she had to endure beatings and run daily. Chapter 106. No longer wishing to depart, Lin Yike could no longer persist in remaining on horseback. Yesterday had been her limit. She had finally become a weary pedestrian, holding her second and third children by the hand, traversing the barren wilderness where no path existed, stumbling frequently. The saline alkali land here was relatively tolerable, with some shrubs and short poplar trees, contrary to Lin Yike's expectation of an endless barren expanse. Observing the firewood strapped to the villagers' backs, Wenlei wondered if they regretted their decision. The villagers, far from regretting their halt, continued to burn the firewood they had gathered last night, while also preparing to collect more for the next day. Tonight, they would still boil distillate water. The elder women had prepared provisions for 2 or 3 days, but those had all been taken away. From now on, they would forego solid food at night, opting for a light porridge, having endured without a meal last night. It was not that they were frugal, they had been traveling for nearly 20 days, transitioning from early autumn to late autumn, and their supplies were depleting rapidly. If they continued as such, their food cart would soon be empty. They must be prudent with their consumption. The yellow mustard greens flourished in this barren land, bringing joy to the villagers, for this area, rarely traversed by others, was a boon for them. Lin Yike also gathered a fair amount of mustard greens, finding them quite tasty when prepared as a salad. After 6 days of walking through the wasteland, enduring a beating before breakfast and running for an hour afterward had become a routine. On the 6th day, after Lin Yike's relentless complaints, the firewood strapped to the villagers finally proved useful. The saline alkali land was parched, with only sporadic signs of greenery. There was firewood, yet it was scarce. However, this very saline alkali ground brought joy to the villagers, for the pale blue salt soil was abundant. Even if it meant wasting provisions to linger here for a few more days, the villagers were eager to gather the salt soil. Niu Shizi was torn. Erlang had mentioned that soil salt was toxic, yet this was the finest salt soil he had ever encountered. Having lived so long, he had never seen such quality. After much deliberation, he sought out Zhou Yinlang. Erlang, this is premium salt soil. We cannot bear to part with it. Do you think it can be consumed? From this salt soil, I can produce top-grade salt. Lin Yike sensed that Niu Shizi had been influenced by Zhou Yinlang's words. In this era, salt was not refined to purity, and the common folk consumed coarse salt. Without waiting for Zhou Yinlang's response, she waved her hand. If it can be made into high-quality salt, why not produce it? Even if we do not consume it, we can sell it. Lin Yike no longer wished to continue her journey. She felt the need to rest for 2 days, fearing she might collapse from exhaustion. Moreover, she had no desire to engage with Zhou Yinlang any further and contemplated parting ways with him. Damn it, I do not wish to be drilled anymore. Whoever wishes to leave may do so, but I certainly will not. Uncle Niu, I will stay with you to gather salt soil. We can produce fine salt before we depart. Lin Yike declared, rallying Wang Ting, Su Ying, and Niu Shizi to join her in collecting salt soil. Upon seeing Lin Yike, The villagers eagerly abandoned their tasks, seizing their tools and rushing to gather salt soil. Zhou Yanlang observed from a distance, watching Lin Yike, who was busy among the crowd. Her radiant smile, nimble hands, and swift movements in collecting salt soil rivaled those of the villagers, who resembled hungry wolves. Zhou Yanlang's lips curled upward. She had not smiled like that in days, and her cheerful demeanor was beautiful, her eyes bright with sunlight. Suddenly, vivid memories of Lin Yike flooded Zhou Yanlang's mind, detailing everything he knew about her. Previously, he had believed that such information was manipulated by ulterior motives. Lin Yike was a village girl from a small town, candid, cheerful, and confident, never yielding to fate. Whether in her studies or work, she never felt inferior due to her rural background and held no shame for her parents' professions. Even in elementary school, she could write about her parents' work without fear of judgment. When faced with advances from wealthy heirs or collaborations with the elite, she remained composed, decisively rejecting unwelcome propositions without deference. She never engaged in flattery, adhering to the principle of mutual benefit. If not aligned, she would sever ties. Zhou Yanlang pondered the modern understanding of Lin Yike, quietly observing her industrious figure, gradually merging the contemporary Lin Yike with the ancient body she inhabited. He discovered that Lin Ku bore a striking resemblance to the modern Lin Yike, yet the ancient body was frail. Its complexion a waxy yellow etched with the marks of hardship. The face, haggard and weathered, showcased rough skin and brittle, yellowed hair, a testament to prolonged malnutrition and relentless toil. However, those eyes, when lit up by a smile, sparkled brilliantly, reminiscent of the girl captured in the photograph tucked away in his drawer. At that moment, Zhou Yanlang felt an overwhelming urge to tell Lin Yike, "I do not wish to train you and your son, but once you leave the saline alkali land, there will be no easy paths ahead. Even with your spacious abode, you must eventually traverse the lands of Liangwang. If you do not endure some hardship now, the road ahead will become insurmountable." When Yang Si raised the gong, Zhou Yanlang shook his head in disapproval. Let her rest for a couple of days. The path beyond the salt flats is fraught with challenges. For the first time, the usually disciplined Zhou Yanlang allowed someone else's whims. He was acutely aware that indulging Lin Yike's caprices could lead to delays, potentially incurring dire consequences later, yet he yearned to grant her this one reprieve. He did not wish to see Lin Yike perpetually despondent. For days, she had ignored him, her once incessant chatter now absent, leaving him feeling unsettled. Observing her listless demeanor, he felt a heaviness in his heart. He preferred her vibrant spirit, relishing her laughter and accustomed to her lively banter. Yang Si, puzzled by Zhou Yanlang's implied decision to delay their departure, hurried to his side. "Elder brother, are we not to set off? Did you not say we must leave the saline alkali land in 3 days? Your sister-in-law wishes to gather salt. Let her do so. We shall rest here for 2 days." Zhou Yanlang spoke with an ease that surprised him, as if he and Lin Yike were an old married couple. Yang Si gazed at him incredulously, his brow furrowed. "How can you allow your sister-in-law to act so recklessly? This will surely delay our journey." "Reckless? His woman has the right to be so. Who would dare to criticize?" Zhou Yanlang's expression darkened momentarily, and just as he intended to glare at Yang Si, a realization dawned upon him. His woman? Lin Yike? Had he truly come to regard Lin Yike as his own? Indeed, she was his, the mother of his children. How could he claim otherwise? With a newfound clarity, Zhou Yanlang strode purposefully towards Lin Yike. To Lin Yike's surprise, Zhou Yanlang had come to join her in gathering salt. The villagers were equally astonished, their spirits lifting as they worked more fervently at their task. With Zhou Yanlang present, there was no room for hesitation. They hastened to gather more salt, aware that a larger harvest would save them a significant sum. Some greedy villagers urged the matriarch to inquire if Zhou Yanlang would permit them to pause for more salt. The matriarch, eager to increase their yield, approached Zhou Yanlang without waiting for further persuasion. "Zhou Yanlang, everyone wishes to gather a bit more salt. May I ask if we can stop and collect some?" Zhou Yanlang lifted his gaze, surveying the weathered faces and expectant eyes around him. Suddenly, he perceived that their expressions mirrored Lin Yike's demeanor. After a moment's contemplation, he beckoned to Zhao Yijuan and a few others. In an instant, a dozen men gathered at his side. Zhou Yanlang scanned the area, carefully selecting a suitable spot. "You all, dig a pit here. The rest return to the place we rested yesterday and cut down all the trees you can find. Bring several carts over. We shall produce salt here." The villagers erupted in joy, for not only would they set off today, but they could also commence salt production right where they stood.